Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 201-220. Chapter 201. One-Hit Kill. Hidden. Xiao Nan was startled. No, it should be said that the nerves of all the people present seemed to be moved because of these remarks. In their eyes, Uchiha Ryu should be subdued under this unexpected attack. However, Gyujia's evaluation now has subverted their cognition. When he saw Long Yu's cheeks with the same expression as before, a brighter smile bloomed, his nerves were almost broken. Is this what you rely on? Long Yu said with a smile. As a result, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment. Nagato's expression was stagnant, and there was a flash of urgency on his face. He didn't have time to think about it, and roared, Yahiko, Kai is changing, hurry up and seal him. Got it. Yahiko couldn't hold his breath either. He took a step forward, and at the same time he accelerated forward. The two sealing spells clenched in his hands went straight to Long Yu's body. However, at the moment of contact, the solid figure in front of him, like a reflection on the lake, stirred up a series of ripples, causing the spell in his hand, and even his entire body, to pass through directly. The strange scene caused an inexplicable silence in the atmosphere. The next moment everyone was like a ghost, their pupils shrunk to the extreme, and even their eye sockets were almost split. Lei Dunyi Axe Shen Lei. Passed through Yahiko, the thunderlight on Long Yu's body exploded like a frenzy. Without any fancy, his feet were like a thunderstorm and hurricane, turning around and kicking out. Yahiko and Nagato, who were close at hand, flew backwards like cannonballs. After flying for dozens of meters, they collided together on a rock 3 to 5 meters high. The huge impact force made them vomit blood, and at the same time, it shook the rock out of cracks like spider webs. Nagato, are you okay? Yahiko took the lead and stood firm, looked at Nagato beside him, and asked anxiously. The two of them looked embarrassed, but this was just a one-sided battle of rape, so Uchiha Ryu didn't use his full strength at all. Just after knocking them into the air a little bit, I gave them a little pain and let them eat first. Feeling the blood tumbling in his body, Nagato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while he was horrified, and hurriedly looked at Long Yu, and before he could speak, he saw the 9-hooked jade writing wheel eye, and it turned again in vain. It's time to end. The simple 4 characters were swallowed in Long Yu's mouth and caught in the air with his right hand. A huge tidal wave of invisible, as if rolling down from the sky, poured on Nagato and Yahiko. Boom! The two slammed heavily on the ground, the huge pressure caused the ground to reverberate. The surrounding ground seemed to be overwhelmed, sinking. The rocks in the distance could not bear this surge of power, and burst into cobweb-like cracks. Looking at this extremely bizarre scene, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. What is this? Xiao Nan was the first to lose his temper, and wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Gyujia's dignified look. However, Kosuke was not in a hurry to draw a conclusion. He took out a kunai with his backhand and threw it directly at Yahiko and the others. I thought it was a violent assassination move. However, as soon as kunai approached Yahiko and Nagato dozens of meters away, the kunai that had shot out, seemed to be pulled by an invisible force in an instant. The next moment, it slammed down heavily on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Gyujia's face changed drastically, and he looked at Long Yu with disbelief. What a strong pupil technique, it can actually control the space to change the gravity in the field. If you are caught off guard, it is enough to kill you in one blow. The people present were stunned in one blow. No, it should be said that even Nagato and Yahiko, who were pressed to the ground by gravity Hitomi, were no exception. They could feel the power that this huge boost was on their bodies, and they knew clearly that if Long Yu really wanted to kill them just now. Absolutely one-hit kills. Thought about it, they were still full of confidence just a moment ago, and after opening the eyes of reincarnation, the imaginary enemy was Uchiha Ryu. But the result obtained now is like an invisible slap, a slap in the face. If there are 2 holes in front of them, whether it is a dog hole or not, they can't wait to go straight into it. Long Yu, can you spare Nagato and Yahiko? Xiaonan suddenly regained his senses and pleaded for mercy in a hurry. Looking at Xiaonan with that helpless expression, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Don't worry, if I wanted to kill them, I would have already died tens of thousands of times. I just want them to know that there is no strongest reincarnation only the most rubbish master. On the battlefield, don't hold a contemptuous heart, or you won't even know how to die." Nagato's expression couldn't help but stagnate with the slightly elusive voice, and after a few breaths of struggle, the whole person was like a deflated balloon, and said with a wry smile, "Long Yu, thank you for your teaching, just now. It's we're too floating." "Haha, Yahiko is right, it was true that we were too flirtatious just now, I hope you don't take offense." Yahiko laughed in vain. After the fiasco, he obviously lost the slightest bit of restraint and returned to his usual carefree. After all, in the original work, Nagato's character is cold and calm, and Conan's kindness and affinity are overwhelming, but Yahiko has the general halo characteristics of Pig's Feet, and is a brainless series. Now even Nagato has voluntarily conceded defeat, and he doesn't have to hold on to this stance mask for the sake of his brother. It seems that the lesson is not profound enough, but it's okay. And after the Jugo Jade writing wheel quickly dissipated, the changed gravity of the space was also dissipated directly. Nagato and Yahiko, who were liberated, immediately. Relief. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned to the sky and took a deep breath. Looking at Xiaonan who was approaching with a concerned look, Yahiko touched the corner of his mouth, and the remaining blood said, "Xiaonan, don't worry, we are willing to accept the bet, and I will try to push down the invitation of Sanjiao Yuhanzo in a while. You don't have to worry anymore." Chapter 202, Another Gamble. "Yahiko, are you going to turn down the invitation of Sanjiao Yuhanzo?" Xiaonan looked happy and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao's organization's vitality is severely damaged, and being involved in any dispute is enough to overthrow them. After the last experience, every move of Hanzang Sanjiao was enough to affect their nerves. Now all of a sudden, throwing an olive branch to them is indeed worthy of caution. "Yahiko, have you really figured it out?" Nagato suddenly opened his mouth and said, "In case, this time, Sanjiao Yuhanzo is really willing to reconcile, and give us the place of Wulong Mountain to be stationed by our Xiao organization, which is very beneficial to our long-term development." Speaking of this, Nagato couldn't help but paused, looked at Uchiha Ryayu, and said, "Although we have 10,000 tales of his help, don't forget, to grow Akatsuki's organization, the money needed what a long wait. It's even harder for ninjas to achieve true peace." The slightly elusive voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Xiaonan opened his mouth to speak and then stopped. However, when it comes to speaking, there is still no way to spit it out. After all, Nagato was right, and the Akatsuki organization would continue to grow and develop without territorial support. "No, we're willing to admit defeat." Yahiko shook his head, patted the dust on his body, and stood up with a little difficulty. "Otherwise, letting people outside think that our organization doesn't even have the most basic credibility, which will only make people look down upon it. No need." Long Yu patted the dust on his body and said, "I just abused the vegetables and didn't stop you from attending the meeting. What's more, you have already agreed to Sanjiao Yuhanzo just now, and now you suddenly refuse, which will only make Sanjiao Yuhanzo suspicious. If you don't say goodbye, you will be punished." Of the people present suddenly changed. Xiaonan couldn't help but asked, "Long Yu, what should we do? Could it be that we are led by the nose like Sanjiao Yuhanzo?" "It's not us, it's you." Long Yu smiled warmly and said, "I'm not a member of your Xiao organization. Furthermore, I thought who Nagato and Yahiko were just now, but I'm still determined to win the invitation of Sanjiao Yuhanzo in my heart. Since you are confident that you can deal with it, why don't you go to the appointment and see if they are sincere or deliberately set up a situation, so that you will not have any regrets in your hearts. Go to an appointment. Xiaonan's expression froze, and he said, Long Yu, are you kidding me? For Long Yu to distance himself from Xiao organization, Xiaonan felt as if there was an invisible big hand clenched in his heart. Now she heard that Long Yu had asked Yahiko and Nagato to make an appointment, which affected her nerves even more. However, before Xiaonan's words were exhausted, Yahiko, who was beside him, was the first to say with a smile, Long Yu, your thoughts are indeed different. Nagato and I are also growing up during this period. We are opponents in the face of you, but we still have some confidence in the Hanzo Kayama pepperfish. So, for the future development of the Xiao organization, we are still willing to take a gamble. Having said that, Yahiko didn't go, just looked at Long Yu quietly. After all, the outcome was in front of you. As long as Long Yu said nothing, Yahiko would never go to the appointment. Don't stare at me like that. Didn't you just say that this is your Xiao organization's business and has nothing to do with me? Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, Someone is coming. The voice fell, very. Immediately, he saw 3 figures rushing towards him in the distance, and the one who took the lead was the Anbu ninja of Yurin village. It only took a dozen breaths, and finally landed in front of Yahiko and Nagato. You two, you know that there is nothing serious about the organization. I think I heard an explosion just now. The commander of the Urinary Dark Army suddenly spoke up. Yahiko hurriedly changed his smiling face, touched the back of his head and said, Nagato and I were training ninjutsu combinations just now. We went out of the way and caused an explosion, which alarmed 3 people. I'm really sorry. Is it? The commander of Urinan looked around the arena with flickering eyes, and after a pause on Long Yu, he quickly retracted, since the 2 leaders said there is no problem, then it is inconvenient for us to ask. However, Lord Hanzo attaches great importance to you. If you have any problems, even if you raise them, Lord Hanzo will try to help you. Everything is for the peace of the ninja world. Everything is for the peace of the ninja world. Yahiko's cheek muscles twitched slightly and patted his chest lightly. Seeing this awkward chat, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. However, the head of the Dark Army of Yurin village obviously did not intend to stay any longer, and said, if the 2 leaders have no objection, then after half a day, we will set off. Thank you Hanzo-sama for your kindness, then we will meet in a long time. Yahiko nodded quickly in agreement. Then he saw the commander of the Dark Army of Yurin village, turned around and left quickly with 2 of his subordinates. 3 of them leave. Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief, looked back at Long Yu again and said, Thank you for your success this time, but we can't figure out what Hanzo is thinking. Why didn't we gamble again? If Hanzang Sanjiao can't make a move, then we have won, and the debt we owed you just now will be written off. In case Sanjiao Hanzo shoots at us, if we can't retreat, we lose, then the Xiao organization belongs to you. The small voice caused a commotion in the field, and even Ji Yujia and the others were shocked. This Xiao organization has developed to the present, and it can be regarded as a second-tier force in Yurin village. By Sanshoyu Hanzo, but there are only 300 or 400 people in the current Akatsuki organization. If you count the number of expatriates, it may reach 600 or 700, 100 people. This is more than the number of people in a small ninja village. The strength among them is uneven. However, if they were allowed to join any ninja village, as long as they were trained systematically for 1 or 2 times, it would be a good fighting force. As for Nagato with the Eye of Reincarnation, Yahiko, Konan and others, placed in the 5 major ninja villages, are also very good ninjas. Originally, under Long Yu's command, a large number of rebels and forbearance gathered together, and once the Lian Xiao organization also took refuge under his command. Such numbers and powerhouses, I am afraid that even the 5 great ninja villages will be moved by it. Don't give it away for nothing, you are too weak. Long Yu suddenly waved his hand. What's more, I don't like dragging oil bottles. You should let God bless you. I hope that Hanzo Sanzo won't touch your mind. I don't want to clean up this mess. These words, Long Yu looked at Xiao Nan and said, I won't prepare a room for your great benefactor, I will wait until the flowers are gone, get a good night's sleep and set off. I'll prepare it for you right away. After Xiao Nan responded hastily, he quickly followed. Looking at the distant figure, Yahiko's cheeks couldn't help twitching. Chapter 203, Tenderness. Yahiko, are you crazy? Give him the Akatsuki organization as a bet. He is the enemy of the 5 great ninja villages, and the rebellious ninja of Konoha Ninja Village. This runs counter to our concept of peace. Nagato was the first to lose his temper. In their eyes, Long Yu extended a helping hand to them many times. However, in the case of different ideas, they want to draw a clear line with Long Yu. However, now Yahiko has made such a crazy decision to let Long Yu take over the Xiao organization. Doesn't that mean that the Xiao organization should be linked with the rebel group? Yahiko is gone. They were equally eager to figure out what Yahiko was thinking. Have you ever thought about it? The development concept of our Xiao organization is peace, but along the way, we have experienced many wars and conspiracies, and even the Sanjiao Yu Hanzo, who has always thought he can understand us, has secretly shot at us from behind. I wanted to make the world peaceful. In addition to having ideas, you must also have strong strength as a backing, so that people will listen to your ideas. Yahiko's expression sank, and he clenched his fists. What's more, under the contact during this period of time, Uchiha Ryu is not the same as the rumors, and you have seen these Nagato with your own eyes. Of course, I just planned for the worst. As long as Sanjiao Yu Hanzo really accepts us, the Xiao organization will still be led by us. Besides, didn't you hear that he didn't even want a free gift? The slightly elongated voice made everyone in the field look different. Nagato's cheeks couldn't help twitching when he heard this sentence. He didn't want to give away for free, and he took a deep breath before he recovered. Gritted his teeth and said, Uchiha Ryu, look at me, I have the strongest samsara eyes in the ninja world, and I will surpass you in time. At that time, I will return these words to you. Okay, I want you to do the same, but Fairy is a little hungry, let's go eat first and then go on the road. Yahiko also patted Nagato's shoulder proudly. However, he immediately disarmed and surrendered because of the sound of drumming coming from his belly. Watching the two leaders of the Akatsuki organization leave in a fuss, Kosuke and Matai couldn't help but look at each other and fell into silence. This time, they hid the identity of the Konoha ninja and infiltrated the Akatsuki organization, which seemed a bit inappropriate. However, it is precisely because of this reason that they can see that under the madness of Uchiha Ryu, which is widely rumored in the outside world, it makes people look sideways. If you have to find an adjective. Is this a Tai-Han tenderness? You two, don't forget our purpose this time. The medical ninja, who had never had much presence, suddenly spoke up. Don't worry, we remember our mission. Ji sighed faintly, turned around and followed Long Yu's footsteps with Matai. Under Xiao Nan's arrangement, Long Yu lives in luxury. Inside the VIP tent with a level collar. Xiao Nan again and again, after shyly escaping from the tent, Long Yu did not take a rest for the first time, but instead looked at the door of the tent. Since you're here, why not? Don't you have something to tell me? Long Yu smiled warmly. Haha, your skills are really good, you deserve to be known as the genius of the Konoha Ninja Village, the closest to the first Hokage, the god of ninjas. Ji took the lead and opened the curtain with a big laugh and walked in. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, don't put on a tall hat for me. If I guess correctly, you are here to be a lobbyist for the 3-generation-old man. The premise of asking me to participate in the 5 shadow talks is to return the tailed beast. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Kosuke's face suddenly became unnatural, and finally he sighed. Uchiha Ryu, you are not only powerful, but also sharp-eyed and wise. However, you should be very clear that the 3rd generation of adults made this decision entirely to avoid the runaway of the times. Among the 5 major ninja villages, there are already 4 major ninja villages that have expressed hostility to you. I know that your strength and means are very strong, but your fists are no match for 4. If the 4 major ninja villages declare war on you, our Konoha ninja village's position will also be shaken, and at that time, you will become the target of public criticism, and I am afraid you will be doomed. Having said that, Gyujia looked at Long Yu, and there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. Under this kind of reason, they were eager to see if Long Yu would make a rational choice. You bastard, get out of here, dare to let the boss hand us back to those nasty guys. Sanwei's voice came out suddenly. Soon I saw that a fist-sized tailed beast was drilled out of Long Yu's cloak. That's right, the 3 of Kosuke's 3 did not read it wrong. Along with Kawaii's 3 tails, there were 2 more tails. 4 tails, and 7 tails. Of the 4-tailed beasts and their angry eyes, Gyujia and the others couldn't help shivering. Is this riding a horse still human? They already knew that Uchiha Ryu was catching the tailed beast. But I never imagined that in just 10 days, not only the second and second tails of Yunrin village, but also the 7 tails of Taki Ninja village fell into the hands of Long Yu. Moreover, these tailed beasts not only have no seals, but also carry them with them at will. This scene, placed in the major ninja villages, is simply unbelievable. Why don't you speak? If it wasn't for the boss asking me to restrain my temper, I would just open my mouth and slap you all. After giving Sanwei a vicious glance, he turned around with his head shaking his head and said, Boss, I did a good job, that one. Do you still have that? At the 3 tails that turned into 2 hags, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, and grabbed it in the space scroll. And throw it directly into the sky. For this sudden move, Gyujia and the others just made a sound at first, but even when he saw the fierce-tailed beast in the eyes of outsiders, he jumped up and grabbed the food. Looking at the group of tailed beasts arguing like Erha, the 3 of Kosuke couldn't help rubbing their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Kunmaru, you can play with them. Long Yu threw a large bag of dried fish to Junmalu with his backhand. Of Sanwei shouting and killing, and went after him directly. The originally noisy tent suddenly became silent. Long Yu looked at the 3 of Gyujia lightly, and said, You should also see that if it wasn't for the power of the ninja coveting the tailed beasts and intending to take them as their own, they would never hold grudges against people, nor would there will be a tail beast riot. I'm just setting things right. If I don't hand them over, the times will run wild, so let me go, and I'll wipe out the ninja world. To level the ninja world. Gyujia and the others' faces changed dramatically. Chapter 204, 8 Gates. They never imagined that things would evolve to such an extent. However, in the face of what Long Yu had just said, they had no way of refuting. Go back and tell the 3-generation-old man that my goal is only the 9 big-tailed beasts. As long as you give me the tailed beasts, I don't mind what you want to toss the ninja world into. Long Yu glanced at everyone lightly. However, I still want to remind you that this ninja world hides a black hand who promotes the war behind the scenes. I hope you don't become cannon fodder and help people with money. Gyujia's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, Long Yu, what do you mean, who is the culprit? Faced with these 2 questions in a row, Long Yu smiled and shook his head and said, This is impossible to say. However, if Matai is willing to use the 8-door Dunjia formation as a bargaining chip, I can tell you who this black hand is. You want the 8-door Dunjia formation. Matai was stunned for a moment, then he grabbed Long Yu's hand with excitement, and said excitedly, Uchiha Long Yu, you are really my confidant, you know that it took me all my life to learn the 8th Men Dunjia formation is powerful. Gusuk, have you seen my physical skills, but some people appreciate it. Who was almost dancing with joy. Long Gyujia's face changed slightly, and he didn't think that Long Yu would propose the conditions for such a transaction. He and the 3 generations of Hokage have seen the casting process of the 8 gates of Dunjia with their own eyes. He also clearly understands the difficulty of practicing in it. If it weren't for the ninjas who mainly exercise physical skills all the year round, with their physical qualities stronger than ordinary people, it is impossible to learn. Moreover, in order to really exert the power of the 8 gates of Dunjia, at least the 4th and 5th gates need to be opened. Under this premise, Meitei understands the 8-door Dunjia formation. But his physical quality is no match for Matkei. It is not bad to be able to open the 5th door for a short time to the level of Shaoli's Chunin exam. Forcibly opening the 6th and 7th, it is also a short time of a few seconds. And the backlash will be even more powerful after the fact. As for the 8th gate, unless Meitei has a mortal mentality, even Kai can only support it for a minute or two. With his physique, once the door of death is opened, I am afraid that the whole person will go to the gate of hell. Long Yu, although I have long heard that you know ninjutsu and have a natural talent for learning, the dangers in the 8-door Dunjia formation are not as simple as you think. I advise you not to take this idea. Jiujia's eyes flickered, and he was the first to speak. However, if you really have to, we might as well take a gamble. Meitei can teach you the 8 ways of Dunjia, but if you can't learn it within 3 days, then promise us to participate in the 5 shadow talks in person. Explain things clearly, otherwise we will not be interested in the transaction you just proposed. For this suggestion, Matty was stunned and half rejected. He originally wanted to contribute to the Konoha Ninja Village for these 8 dungeon armor formations. Pity, because the effect is slow, the income is low, and it is also accompanied by huge risks. Some people with ninjutsu talent will not be stupid enough to waste time learning these 8 Dunjia. Therefore, in the huge ninja village, only their father and son are drowning in their hard work. It's just that Matt Dai Wanwan never thought that Uchiha Ryu would know about the lesser-known 8 gates Dunjia formation. And I still like it. And Matt Dai is the most important, not whether Long Yu can learn it in 3 days. Instead, he was eager to go back and brag to his precious son, and gave others a meal. Blow, my 8-door Dunjia technique, even Konoha's blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu also took a fancy to. It can be said that this is the pinnacle of life for Meitei, who has been forbearance all his life. It was cool, but it went deep into the core. Jiu-Jia, do you know that this transaction condition, you are completely giving me the Baman Dunjabai. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. If there is no instant full-level system, Long Yu would not dare to accept this bet. However, since Jiu-Jia made such a request, this 8-door Dunjia formation should not be used in vain, and it will also save some speech. Then you agreed to my conditions, don't you think about it? Of these 8 dungeons, even Matty spent most of his life barely opening the 6. Jiu-Jia was stunned for a moment, looking at the smile on Long Yu's face. There was a feeling of being on a pirate ship for no reason. That way, it's like being sold and helping to count the money. Jiu-Jia, don't talk nonsense. If I don't want this old life, the 8 doors will be opened as soon as they are opened. Matty couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Now he is the moment of highlight, and he has waited for a lifetime, but also to show some limelight in front of the genius. We can't let Jiu-Jia lose his style. I know. Jiu-Jia reluctantly replied, looked at Long Yu and said, you should have heard about the 8 gates Dunjia. Now, if you are willing to make a deal, Matt Dai will teach you the 8 gates of Dunjia, but I advise you, even if you have enough ability in the future, don't open the 8th gate, or you will die. Don't worry, I'm still very clear about my abilities. As for the death penalty, I won't do it. Long Yu smiled and patted Jiu-Jia's shoulder and said, however, I still want to thank you in advance for the things you gave away for nothing. Looking at Long Yu with a smile on his face, Jiu-Jia couldn't help but be stunned, and this scene made him even more, the illusion of entering a pit. However, he couldn't bear to think about it anymore. Matt Dai couldn't say anything else, so he took out a record scroll with his backhand and handed it to Long Yu. After spreading it out, he did not forget to guide Long Yu on the main points with great enthusiasm. It can be said that the material of this scroll has been around for a long time, and the edges are still worn, and the dense annotations on it are entirely from the hands of Matt Dai. Beside and even at the end, there are still some encouraging words. Although Matt Dai and his son are the ultimate figures of optimism, I have to say that as long as a person insists on one thing to the end, the world will never fail you. Long Yu, look here, this is the point. And here. As soon as Mate unfolded the scroll, he explained it to Long Yu like a demon. Pointing at any point and link, it is simply unwilling to let go. This scene, even Long Yu's cheeks twitched, not to mention Jia who made a bet. Hey, Mateday, are you crazy? Don't forget the bet. You told him like this, do you think we would lose? Gusuk, do you know what it's like to mentor a genius? I found my heart was beating wildly, and I almost couldn't breathe. No, I'm going to die, I can feel the blood running hot. Ding Dang detected the host and learned the 8-door Dun armor formation, is it immediately? Instantly full. Chapter 205, Uninvited Guest. The clear voice of the system echoed in my mind. Long Yu raised his brows, a little surprised. I thought it would take a few minutes to read, but I didn't expect that because of Matai's explanation, it could be read successfully in a short time. Immediately. Instantly full. Long Yu's thoughts moved, and he gave instructions directly. For outsiders, it takes a long time to strengthen the body and reach the level that can withstand the 8 doors. But for Long Yu, the body that has been changed and optimized in Lei Dun chakra mode for a long time is far beyond what ordinary people can compare. The most important thing now is to see how strong his body is and how many doors he can support. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the 8-door armored formation has been successfully fully leveled in an instant. With the sound of the system's ethereal voice, a warm current emerged in Long Yu's mind, and everything about the 8 gates Dunjia formation was imprinted in his mind. Especially all over the body, those meridians belonging to the 8 gates Dunjia formation. Under the sudden surge of Lei Dun chakra, it was quickly cleared and improved. The tenacity of the meridians increased several times in the blink of an eye. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has learned the Konoha fluid technique, is it instantly full? The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. Long Yu raised his brows involuntarily, revealing a look of surprise. However, I soon saw that at the end of the scroll that was spread out on the table, it was obvious that there were still records of taijutsu moves that belonged to Maddie's research, as well as other Konoha fluid techniques. It seems that the system detected these and improved the body to the full level capable of performing Konoha fluid technique. However, according to this change, Long Yu can at most reach the level of Kai in the original work. Open the 7 doors casually, and if you open the 8 doors, you may die. However, all this, Long Yu did not take it to heart. It's not bad to get the 8-door Dunjia by accident, but it's too greedy if you want to get more. Thinking of this, Long Yu thought again and gave an order. Immediately. Full grade. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the Konoha fluid technique is instantly full level successfully. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the physique is instantly full level successfully. Along with a series of system prompts, Long Yu's physique has undergone earth-shaking changes again. Dragon Feather. Xiao Nan's voice suddenly sounded. Soon he saw Xiao Nan hurried in. Long Yu regained his senses, frowned slightly and said, "It's the itinerary change." Xiao Nan was a little out of breath, soothed it a little, and said, "Just now, the Anbu of Yurin village urgently notified that there are traces of Konoha rebel Danzo and his subordinates in Wulong Mountain. We will rush to help Yurin village as soon as possible. Anbu, go search Danzo's whereabouts." Group collection. Kosuke's expression changed involuntarily. Defected not long ago, but he was secretly ordered by the 3 generations of Hokage to trace his whereabouts. However, as the root leader of Konoha Ninja Village, Dan hides in the shadows, but he is a cunning rabbit, and it is more difficult to find his whereabouts than to climb to the sky. In the end, the task of tracing the trail was over. It was just that Kosuke never imagined that Danzo's whereabouts would be found in this Yurin village. This is nowhere to be found after stepping through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. It seems that you have also moved your mind. Why didn't you take a trip together? Long Yu smiled and patted Gu Jia's shoulder. Gu Jia regained his senses, rolled his eyes and said, "You are planning to find a free thug, but I would advise you, don't underestimate Danzo. Kosuke and the 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi, and Shimura Danzo are students of the same class. However, due to being too stubborn in the execution of the mission, his companions were killed, and finally because of self-blame, he gave up his promotion and served as a lower end for the rest of his life. At the same time, he also secretly helped the 3 generations of Hokage to perform some special tasks. In terms of nature, it is similar to Jiraiya. If you tell me not to underestimate him, you are underestimating me." Long Yu stood up with a smile and said, "Some old grudges should be over." Accompanied by Long Yu and others moving, in Yurin village, it belongs to the Iron Tower where Sanjiao Yu Hanzo is located. Of the guard is simply inside and outside. 3 layers. The pitch-dark room, apart from Sanshou Hanzo sitting quietly, there was only the faint sound of breathing. "Master Hanzo, according to the report of the spies, they have all gone to Wushan town. Do we need to leave now?" An Anbu ninja appeared in the secret room like a ghost. "No, have you found the person I asked you to invite?" Sanjiao Yu Hanzo didn't rush out. His closed eyes suddenly opened, and he said in a deep voice, "They want to use our Yurin village to lure Uchiha Ryayu to appear. Then we will take this as an opportunity to catch them all in one go. The kaleidoscope is good at writing round eyes, or reincarnation eye. This will be what I have in my pocket." The dull voice echoed in the room, exuding an unmistakable smell. However, for all of this, the Anbu ninjas of Yunin village have long been surprised. On the contrary, if the Sanjiao Yu Hanzo loses this kind of courage, he will not have his former style. "Hanzo, you are really ambitious, but don't forget my share." A feminine voice came out suddenly. "Who?" Yu Ren Anbu's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly followed the voice. What caught the eye was a man in a white robe with waist-length white hair. Even his mouth was wrapped in white bandages. This infiltrating gesture like a mummy gave people a feeling of inexplicable chills. "Who are you? Dare to break into the forbidden area of our Yurin village? Where are the people outside? Don't come in quickly." Anbu ninja roared anxiously. As the age of Sanjiao Yu Hanzo grows, and when he passes his peak, his strength has declined, and he is nostalgic for power. In order to avoid the encroachment of the power group, after the activation of a large number of close relatives and confidants, a triple-layered defense was set up inside and out, and a 24-hour rotation defense was carried out. However, now it has been silently infiltrated and came to this place known as the most heavily fortified place in Yurin village. It was too unexpected. "Don't scream, everyone outside was brought down by me," the bandaged man said softly. "However, Hanzo, you are really going back more and more, and you have to arrange so many people to sleep. If I didn't have some means to get by, I'm afraid I really have no way to get in. You are courting death." The unbridled attitude made Yurin Anbu's face sank, and at the same time he slammed coldly. He took out a kunai with his backhand, and jumped to rush up. However, as soon as the footsteps started, they were quickly stopped by the hand of Hanzo. In the dark secret room, the atmosphere was a little depressing. Looking at this uninvited guest in front of him, Yurin Anbu was puzzled, but in the face of Sanjiao Yu Hanzo's order, he retreated. Chapter 206, Too Quiet. "I didn't expect that I sent so many people to look for you, but you couldn't find it. Instead, you came to the door yourself. It seems that the communication scroll you left behind that day is still somewhat useful." Sanshou Hanzo raised his brows slightly and looked at the bandaged man who seemed to have become even younger. "I haven't seen you for a while. Your methods, even the amount of chakra, have become stronger. It seems that the forbidden technique you have been studying after defecting in Konoha Ninja Village has also achieved success. Lord Hanzo, the person you asked us to find is him." Yu Ninbu Anbu's expression changed slightly. In front of him looked like the sky, and he was also in the 17th or 18th year, and the information given by Sanjiao Yu Hanzo. Compared to men in their early 30s and 3030, the difference is obviously too far. At this moment, he finally knew why Sanjiao Yu Hanzo called the boy in front of him younger. Hee, Hanzo, don't make that communication scroll too important. Bandaged man grinned, cracking the bandage wrapped around his mouth, revealing sharp shark-like teeth. I'm a traitor, Konoha Sanin chased me back then, and you saved my life, but these so-called kindnesses are just a joke. There is only a cooperative relationship between me and you. If you hadn't told me in the subpoena that you want to hunt down people with kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes and reincarnation eyes, I wouldn't come to you. In the face of Kai Guguo's words, Yu Nin Anbu, who was present, showed anger on his face. However, Sancho Fish Hanzo laughed. You are still the same, full of black water, no wonder you like to do these perverted forbidden techniques like Orochimaru. Sanzo Fish Hanzo sneered. However, I prefer to cooperate with people like you. Instead of sharing the writing wheel and reincarnation with so many of them, it is better to cooperate with you, reduce competitors, and get what they need afterward. Why not do it? Bandaged boy heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Haha, Hanzo, you're still the same, but you kindly invite me, and I don't want to bury your good intentions. I will go with you this time. I heard that those guys have blood dragon eyes. I just got a new kind of power. You can try its power first. Oh, it seems that you have achieved a lot during this period of time. I hope you will not use these methods on me until the end, otherwise I don't mind and take your life. Sanzo Fish Hanzo looked interested. But between the words, there are more warnings. Hanzo, don't worry, I don't dare to seek abuse in front of you, a demigod, and all I need is a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye and a reincarnation eye. Bandaged boy laughed dryly and said, however, is there any problem with the backhand you prepared? To minimize the damage, those secret movements are indispensable. HMPH, don't worry, everything has been arranged properly, at the same time I have a new backup. I will definitely make it impossible for them to kill one. As long as they are caught, Uchiha Ryu will be able to appear, and then let him be no matter how strong we are. With Orochimaru and the others taking the lead, we can still reap the benefits of the fishermen. Sanchoyu Hanzo snorted nonchalantly. Accompanied by Sanchoyu Hanzo and the bandaged boy reaching a consensus. The huge ninja world, except for the 5 major ninjas. The alliance that was formed temporarily began to besiege Uchiha Ryu for the first time. A day later, the border of Wulong Mountain. Wearing the black auspicious cloud robe of the Shao organization, Long Yu was mixed in the large army of the Shao organization, looking at the outline of the town that could be seen from a distance. Brows couldn't help but raise the stillness. This place is too quiet. Originally, Wulong Town, in Yuran Village, is also one of the most important places. After the Second Ninja World War, it did enter into decline. However, after a period of recuperation, the town has not recovered as before, and it has gathered some popularity. However, in the middle of the day, in the huge town, there are not even half of the merchants, people, and even ninjas who come and go. This abnormal situation made Long Yu feel a little uncomfortable. Long Yu, did you find something? Xiaonan has been closely following Long Yu's side. According to her own thoughts, it is to find useful information on Long Yu in time, so that the Shao organization can avoid risks as much as possible. However, in the eyes of Yahiko and Nagato, arranging Xiaonan to monitor Long Yu is to minimize the risk Xiaonan encounters in the worst case. It is precisely because of this reason that Long Yu was on the way, but he smelled the fragrance of the beautiful woman and rushed all the way, which is also considered a special beauty and blessing. You didn't realize that it's too quiet here. Long Yu didn't want to say it at first, but looking at Xiaonan's urgent expression, he couldn't help reminding him. Too quiet. Xiaonan was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly looked at the closed, somewhat dilapidated door, and his expression changed. Long Yu, you go alone first. I will remind Yahiko and Nagato. Abandoning these words, Conan rushed towards Yahiko and Nagato who were leading the team in front. Seeing Xiao Nan leaving, Ji Yujia on the side couldn't help but leaned over to Long Yu's side and said with a smile, "Boy, you are not afraid of this reminder, and let the two boys from Xiao's organization win. I have a good intention, but I can't eat and walk around." For this question, there is only one muscle root in the brain. Matte also nodded again and again. In their eyes, facing the so-called gambling contract, they should put themselves in the most favorable position. People like Long Yu who repeatedly released water over and over again subverted their cognition. The princes of Fengwo Opera are also willing to smile for Bobo. I release water, and I can win the beauty back. Why not do it? What's more, don't you think it would be so easy to hide them in a group? Long Yu smiled and patted Ji Yujia's shoulder. You don't even want to pay this, you deserve to be single for the rest of your life. You boy. Kosuke suddenly became angry. However, before he could attack, the mighty 200-strong team of 200 people in front of them stopped first. This time, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo threw out an olive branch and invited them to take over Wulong Town. But to be on the safe side, there is a way out for yourself. Yahiko divided the members of the entire Akatsuki organization into two units. The first echelon followed him to Wulong Town to test the authenticity. The second echelon, after confirming that Wulong Town was safe, pulled out and came to meet again. This robust approach has been unanimously recognized by the Xiao organization. However, in Long Yu's eyes, he could only win a smile. At the moment, Yahiko and Nagato who were leading the team motioned for the troops to stop. Could it be that they also found something wrong? Xiao Nan, you mean, the gate is closed, is there any ambush? Yahiko frowned and looked at the town not far away. In the 5 countries, and even each country. Chapter 207, Departure. Every prosperous town will hire some ninjas from the ninja village, or ninja families to guard. The Wulong Town in front of me has entered a period of decline, but it should also try to increase its defense strength. After all, in this chaotic world, self-preservation is the foundation of development. Therefore, in this small town, ninjas were also hired in Yunin village for defense. Yahiko, do you despise our Reinin? The commander of the urinary dark army rushed over not far away, and finally landed on Yahiko's side. The first to speak. Don't forget, your mission is to take over the ninjas of our Urin village and come to guard this town. This is Lord Hanzo, a gift for you to grow your organization. Having said that, the Dark Army commander looked around and said, or, your huge Xiao organization, hundreds of people will be dispatched, and they will be afraid of Danzo like a lost dog. If this is the case, then I think your organization is probably not qualified to guard Wulong Town. The slightly elusive voice made the expressions of everyone in the field change drastically. Among the hundreds of people, he did not shy away from speaking ill of others. If it hadn't been for the Hanzo of Sanjiao Fish, I'm afraid many people in the field would be stunned, they would go back with hot and cold ridicule. It's no surprise that some people are fighting. Nagato heard the words, his expression couldn't help changing, and he said, Lai, you are serious, we just act cautiously. As you said, our Xiao organization dispatched 300 people and 300 people this time, which is enough for an ordinary small ninja village. No matter how cunning Danzang is, it can't make a big wave at all. Facing the contempt of the Dark Army commander, Nagato obviously couldn't take this breath. After all, there is a bet with Long Yu behind him, but it looks like a sharp blade hanging from his head. Now he can't wait to confirm the situation in Wulong Town as soon as possible, block the mouth of the commander of the Dark Army, and at the same time pull back a city in front of Long Yu. Yahiko's expression was stagnant, and he stopped talking, and was stopped by Nagato. He winked, and blocked the words that came to his mouth back into his stomach. Yahiko, we have 300 people here, 300 people, and you and I, no matter what. It's enough to deal with the remnants of Danzo or some unexpected situation, rather than wasting time here, it's better to lead the team in to check it out. Nagato suggested. Yahiko's expression changed slightly, but in the face of the urgent gaze cast from all around, and the contempt of the Dark Army commander, he nodded in agreement with gritted teeth. Although, Xiaonan got 10,000 taels from Long Yu not long ago, but the task came too suddenly. When it was too late to purchase, most of the people in Xiao's organization had absolutely no idea that a ninja who claimed to be from the land of money had used such a large amount of money to win the smile of beauty. Therefore, now they are still in a situation of starvation and cold, and they are definitely fat and poor in their eyes to be able to take over the task of Wulong Town. At least, they can fill their stomachs. What's more, for Nagato's they obviously got their recognition. After all, in their eyes, no matter how powerful Danzo is, facing 300 of them, it's just one punch. Well then. Yahiko sighed inwardly, cheered up his spirits, and said with a loud voice, "Everyone cheer up, because we don't know what's going on in Wulong Town, so we have to pay attention to our actions. If there is no opinion, then we shall go now." These words fell, the urgency on the faces of everyone in the field became even more intense. "Boy, you don't stop them. It's a good opportunity to win a smile one more time." Kosuke couldn't help but tease, "This is a good opportunity to perform." However, as soon as these sarcastic words fell, Long Yu was stunned. Single dogs are superficial, don't you understand? Also, it's useless after reminding. Of course, I'm rushing to stage a hero to save the beauty. Little brother, what you said is really philosophical. I chased Kay's mother like this that day. Matde grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said with a thumbs up, "However, if we have time, let's discuss Bamandungia, there are only 2 days left." Looking at your words and my words, even the thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a muscular head, Matde also gave him a meal. Contempt, Gyugia gnashed his teeth and looked down at his golden left hand. This step on the horse is a calamity. Let's go. After Yahiko rested the team, he shouted again. The voice fell, Nagato rushed out first. The rest of the people, under the condition of starvation and cold, quickly followed. Yahiko stayed in the team, in addition to being behind a distance and supporting Nagato at any time. It was also to ensure more time to respond. "Yahiko, do you really need to be more careful?" Xiaonan couldn't help but said. During the time he spent with Long Yu, the sense of security that went deep into his bones made Xiaonan's reminder to Long Yu as if he was stunned. "Xiaonan, don't be too nervous, Nagato is right, we dispatched 300 people this time, enough to deal with any sudden change." Yahiko frowned and said with a slight displeasure. "What's more, don't forget that there is still a bet between us and Long Yu. Of course, he wants to see us tied up and embarrassed in public." Faced with these remarks, Xiaonan's expression froze, and he explained in a hurry, "But..." However, before she could finish her words, Nagato's voice came. "Yahiko, there are people in this town, they have opened the door and let us in." Nagato fell in front of the town gate. Looking at the door slowly opened and the 3 civilians walking out, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, it's good for you to come." Who took the lead glanced left and right with a tense expression, and said, "That group of bad guys just left, but the adults of Urin village were also seriously injured, you hurry up and save them." Speaking, the middle-aged man stepped aside and opened the door at the same time. Looking in, the first thing that caught the eye was some wounded ninjas and ordinary people, leaning on both sides of the road at the entrance. It is roughly estimated that there are at least 40 or 50 people. "Nagato, what's going on?" Yahiko fell on Nagato's side and was startled at first when he saw the situation inside, and then secretly heaved a sigh of relief. These people were injured a lot, but as long as there was someone, in Yahiko's eyes, then it was not the trap they suspected. "My lords, come in quickly, or wait a while for those rebels to attack again," the middle-aged man hurriedly persuaded, not forgetting to look outside with a pair of eyes to inquire. "Okay, everyone go to town." Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly called everyone into the city. Of the Akatsuki organization, who had thought that a death battle would be inevitable, relaxed slightly and quickly followed. At the last Nagato, he looked back and said, "Long Yu, you should have seen these civilians too." Chapter 208. Enemy Attack. Their existence shows that your guess is wrong. Once we enter Wushan Town, we will quickly start to rest and adapt, and use this as a new stronghold for Xiao's organization. At that time, facing all forces, we will definitely be able to. It's called the impregnable soup. Having said that, Nagato stared straight at Long Yu and said, "Do you have anything else to say? Be careful, don't capsize in the gutter." Long Yu smiled warmly. "You." Nagato suddenly became angry. Watching Xiaonan approaching, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. "I'm sorry Yu, Nagato is all organized for Akatsuki. After all, Wushan Town is too important to us." Xiaonan obviously saw the farce just now, and said apologetically, "I hope you don't take offense. Is there really no problem here?" Xiaonan couldn't help but looked around, looking at this unusually quiet town, but he couldn't hold back his breath. So what if there is a problem? So what if there is no problem? Long Yu smiled and patted Xiaonan on the shoulder. They have already made up their minds, and now they have nothing to say. I advise you to wake up. The inexplicable words made Xiaonan startled, and when she stopped talking, she saw that all the members of Xiao's organization had entered the town. Yahiko, who was standing in front of the gate, beckoned to them. "Let's go, it's a blessing or a curse, but there may be some unexpected surprises," Long Yu said with a smile. However, as soon as the pace started, he turned his head to take a look, and the scarlet blood flashed across his pupils, looking very strange. "Long Yu, are you all right?" Xiaonan's expression was stagnant, and the situation was unknown at the moment. For her, any disturbance made her feel like a bird in shock. "It's okay, let's go." Long Yu smiled and strode into the town. This inexplicable scene made Xiaonan startled for a moment, but after hesitating for a moment, he quickly followed. "Long Yu, have you seen these wounded people? They soon accepted our Xiao organization. The treatment is on the right track, and many villagers said they would go back and prepare food for us." Yahiko closed the heavy door and said excitedly, "This is not as dangerous as you imagined. Look at how eager those villagers look." Seeing the middle-aged man who had opened the door, with an undisguised excited smile on his face, stumbling forward, Yahiko couldn't hold his breath. He had the courage to bet against Long Yu, and that was to fight for one breath. Hand over the Akatsuki organization, which was created after spending countless hard work and energy. This is not the courage to do it. "Caught! I have caught him." The inexplicable voice that came out suddenly made Yahiko's expression suddenly stagnate. No, it should be said that the members of the Akatsuki organization present, and even Ji Yujia, Xiaonan, and others couldn't help but stunned. They came to rescue Wushan Town, and these people should have said something and said thank you. Now suddenly speaking, this kind of strange, makes people tense. Especially Yahiko, looking at the clothes, grabbed his arm. The average man looked around like crazy, and then shouted. "I caught the man in the portrait. My wife and children are saved. You said that as long as I caught them, I would let my relatives go." As soon as these words came out, those members of the Akatsuki organization who had helped with the treatment were also arrested. Man caught the arm. Were originally wounded also gave people a feeling of returning to the light. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and it made people smell an unusual smell. Originally believed in it and thought that he would be able to mingle in a moment, was stunned. Feeling the huge strength from that arm, just as Yahiko was about to break free, a voice floated behind him, almost breaking his nerves. "Ha ha, I originally thought the leader of the Xiao organization was a great guy, but he turned out to be a mere brat." The unpredictable voice came out. It was like thunder, completely alarming everyone in the arena. Yahiko and Nagato hurriedly followed the voice, and what they saw was a pair of blood moon-like eyes. That scarlet light, like blood, seeps into people, making people feel chills down their spines. Facing this thin body but a ferocious uninvited guest in front of him, Yahiko took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath, and shouted in a hurry, "Enemy attack, hurry up and retreat. It's too late, the moment you are caught, you are already doomed to lose." The skinny Shui Lan let out a dry laugh. A pair of blood moon-like eyes, the bloody light that bloomed became more and more dazzling, and the next moment he roared fiercely. "Blast me!" The simple 3 words came out in a hurry, resounding between heaven and earth like thunder. Everyone present was stunned at first, and soon they saw the ordinary civilians who had caught themselves, perhaps not far from them, at the moment when the voice fell. The whole body inflated quickly like a balloon. The terrified expression was matched with the prominent blue veins. The terrifying aura that permeated the air rolled back like a frenzy, giving people a feeling of inexplicable horror. The next moment, before they could react, a series of shocking explosions suddenly ripped apart the world. Boom! The blood-colored explosion wave was like a frenzy rolling backwards. The huge impact force, and the power to convert blood into it, is even more reeling in a 10,000 stance. An instant, the members of the Akatsuki organization who were just a little closer were caught off guard, and there was no way to hide. Only thing he can do is to watch the blood light devour himself directly. Don't. Yahiko's pupils shrank suddenly. However, looking at the middle-aged man who had also become a human bomb in front of him, before he could say anything more, the sound of a booming explosion also sounded in his ears. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. At the same time as the blood shone into the sky, the violent explosion hurricane quickly rolled back around. The huge impact force directly overturned the ground, and the silhouettes were swallowed up by the explosion in an instant. The violent scene made Nagato, who was in the midst of the explosion, startled for a while, and then he roared in grief and indignation when he saw that Yahiko was also caught in the explosion. Vientian Tianian. Nagato's right hand grabbed from the air, and the invisible pulling force instantly enveloped Yahiko in the explosion. The next moment, the 5 fingers were suddenly clenched, and a bloody figure was directly pulled out. Looking at Yahiko, who was directly blown into a bloody mess, Nagato was stunned. In front of him completely subverted his cognition. As the second largest force in Urin village, hundreds of people jointly carry out a mission, and it is also matched with his reincarnation eye. Chapter 209. The plan failed. Of this mission should be guaranteed. However, imagination is plump and reality is skinny. Recalling not long ago, the reminder from Uchiha Ryayu made him look around quickly as if stunned. "Where are you? Come and save us. I admit defeat, you hurry up and save us." A hysterical roar echoed in the ruins. Fell to the ground helplessly, holding Yahiko's bloody corpse in his arms. Of human explosions all around was still incessant. On the contrary, Nagato's roar became pale and powerless. "Ha, I thought that in the ninja world, the budding organization Akatsuki had something extraordinary, but it turned out to be just a paper tiger." Shui Lan's figure swayed, like a ghost, and appeared in front of Nagato one step ahead. When he came, Shui Lan was the top priority, and he was repeatedly asked to treat every link with caution. Originally, Shui Lan was still holding 12 points of spirit, and she never thought of thinking of the 2 leaders of the Shao organization. It was simply too stupid and naive. A single human bomb will directly kill them. Nagato, who was close at hand, as if he had fallen into madness, the pair of reincarnation eyes that made him dream, couldn't help but reach out and capture it. As long as you get this pair of legendary eyes, coupled with the strength of the Blood Pool clan, Shui Lan firmly believes that it will be able to destroy Yunren village and seek revenge for the great name who banished their clan. Thinking of this, the urgency in Shui Lan's heart became even more intense. However, the moment the right hand reached out and caught it with the Samsara eye, the sight of entering the target was lost. No, it should be said that the Nagato in front of him, like an illusion, was directly passed through by his hand. This strange scene, even Nagato couldn't help but froze in place. At this moment, Nagato's mind only had time to emerge, that figure that seemed to evaporate out of thin air. Only he can do things that cannot be figured out with common sense in this kind of killing situation. Shui Lan, what are you in a daze? Hurry up and cast the blood dragon eye. Shui Lan, hurry up and dodge, otherwise you will only have a dead end. Why didn't the human bomb explode? The hysterical shouting sounded one after another. Falling in Shui Lan's ear made his nerves suddenly tremble. Looking around in a hurry, all the pictures in my sight, like paper paste, changed rapidly. And, along with a crisp cracking sound, the world in front of me quickly collapsed and cracked open inch by inch. Once again, the scene of Kingming was restored, and what was the purpose of it? Grabbing the arm, the human bomb that had not yet had time to explode. There is also a figure that quickly enlarges in the pupil like a ghost. The lightning knife that was flowing with cold light danced with a knife in his hand. The crackling thunder sounded crisply, sending it down his throat. Don't! Shui Lan suddenly woke up, only to let out a scream. The next moment, the huge head, in full view of the public, was thrown into the air with blood splattering. In the end, it hit the ground hard, and a shocking blood flower bloomed. Bang! The surviving corpse, at the mouth of the broken neck, frantically poured out blood, and after losing the support of the body, it went straight to the ground. This seemingly tedious and strange scene is just a few short breaths between before and after, until all the dust settles. Long Yu put away the thunder knife with his backhand, and he just reacted in the illusion. Crowd looked at each other completely. No, it should be said that they were still immersed in the despair of death and were completely rescued. In the explosion just now, more than 300 of them were directly blown to pieces. The result now is not just a trip to the gate of hell, but a feeling of being resurrected from the dead. Patriarch! A low, urgent cry came. 7 or 8, the clansmen who hurriedly rushed to the ground, also wearing blood dragon eyes, looked at Shui Lan who fell to the ground with disbelief on their faces. Appearing on the side, there are Danzo, Sanzang Yu Hanzo, and Orochimaru shrouded in black robes. When they saw the dead body that couldn't die any longer, with a pale face, it was enough to show that their plan had failed. However, in this critical situation, they looked more urgently at the person who killed Shui Lan. Through the face mask, the pair of scarlet blood-like eyes and the 9 rotating hook jades exuded an inexplicable and fascinating feeling. You dare to kill our patriarch, you are simply courting death. The burly and leading blood dragon eye clansman roared up to the sky, and a pair of blood moon-like eyes rolled wildly. The next moment, the corpse that originally belonged to Shui Lan and fell to the ground was squeezed dry in an instant. Scarlet blood flew out, and in full view, turned into a blood dragon. Accompanied by an awe-inspiring roar, the blood dragon of more than 10 meters suddenly swayed down and attacked towards Long Yu. Don't mess around. A scream came from a distance. The Blood Pool clansmen in the field were stunned at first, and then they saw that Long Yu took a simple fire escape seal in his hand. The art of fire escape, how fireball. The fiery chakra spewed out like a frenzy, and in the blink of an eye, it gathered into a fireball with a diameter of tens of meters, and collided with the blood dragon head-on with a rolling posture. Boom! The fire burst, and the blood dragon was like paper paste, instantly evaporated by the high-temperature flame. The Blood Pool clan people reacted, the huge fireball, Yue unabated and quickly enlarged in their pupils. With the explosion of fire, they were directly engulfed in an instant. Water escape water dragon ball technique. The young man who came in a hurry, a trace of madness flashed on his face, his hands flew down quickly, forming a series of magic marks. The rainwater that had been scattered all the year round, under the traction, quickly gathered into a huge water dragon of more than 10 meters, and went straight into the sea of fire. Boom! The water splashed into the sky, and the backward waves suppressed the flames a little. However, in the face of this huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters alone, the sea of fire caused by it. These water dragon bullets are obviously pale and weak. crimson flames everywhere, and the burning fire was only slightly stagnant. The next moment, the water vapor brought by the water dragon bomb was directly evaporated. Such an astonishing scene completely subverted their understanding of Chakra's 5 elements. Just like that sentence, fire is so powerful that even water can't do anything. No way, Qianyu, you can't die. The young man growled frantically. The hands that flew quickly, like wheels, took on a series of spells. A water dragon, like no money, smashed into the sea of fire frantically. However, in the face of such madness, it is necessary to extinguish a flamboyant fireball technique that Long Yu casually threw. Chapter 210, We Meet Again. It also took 2 or 3 minutes. After the last bit of flame was annihilated in the water, apart from the smell of burning, there was not even a half corpse left in the air. Such a fierce power. Seeing the organization, the surviving people couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Looking at Uchiha Ryu's eyes, they were full of fear and awe, and some people couldn't help but take a half step back. As for those human flesh bombs who had a crazy mentality at first, they fell to the ground in fright, and tumbled and fled around. At this moment, what saves his wife and children? In front of Xiaoming, everything is a cloud. Their eyes, the blood pool clan that made them terrified, under such attacks, they didn't even have the strength to struggle, and they turned into flying ashes. Not to mention, they are ordinary people. Heiju, didn't you say that this blood dragon eye can fight against the writing wheel eye? It's not clear why he died when he played. Danzo's face was gloomy, and he couldn't hold his breath at all. In their plan, they first lured members of the Shao organization to Wushan town with the order of Sanjiao Hanzhou. Then, let Shuilan, the patriarch of the Blood Pond clan, cast an illusion on the name of the village, so that the blood in the container boils completely because of the illusion, and becomes full of explosive aggressiveness. As long as the villagers lured Yahiko and Nagato and other members of the Akatsuki organization, they successfully entered the town. Let those body bombs catch the members of Akatsuki except Nagato by surprise, including Yahiko and Konan. However, this seemingly smooth plan, after the success of a number of human bombs. When Shuilan appeared on the stage, the whole person seemed to be in a daze, standing in the same place and shouting and giggling. This sudden scene shocked Danzo and the others, and after hurriedly reminding them to no avail, they all pulled away from him. When they reacted, it was discovered that Xiaonan, who was originally planned to use Xiaonan in Xiao's organization, was mixed into Xiao's organization as bait to lure Long Yu. I didn't expect that in the world of ninjas, the blood dragon eye, which is comparable to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, would be unknowingly affected by an illusion. Black Ju's voice came from within Danzo's shadow. It was soon able to be seen that the shadow was splitting from it in full view. With a yin and yang face was squeezed out of it. However, compared to Danzo and the others, the look on his face at the moment was equally unsightly. Facing the last time, Madara Uchiha and Long Yu fought against each other in just a few short months. But the young man in front of him gave Heiju the feeling that the speed of progress was simply able to use God. No, this kind of speed, even to describe it as a god is an insult. It can be said that all this can no longer be described in words. This made Heiju worried that over time, even the gods in front of him had been sighing to himself for many years, and even his old mother could not fight against it. Heiju, we meet again. Long Yu took off his mask, looked at Orochimaru not far away, and said, originally, I planned to spend some effort to find you all, but if I thought of it, I sent it to my door. Last time, when I killed Madara Uchiha, I let you run away with your tail tucked. I didn't expect you to gather all the people I want together. Having said that, Long Yu looked at Heiju again, and smiled genially. You said, should I kill you first, or it would be better to thank you. The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. Beside Heiju suddenly changed drastically. No, it should be said that there is a trace of whiteness in the ashen. For them, the result in front of them was too shocking. Uchiha Madara is still alive. Danzo grabbed Heiju's shoulder and shouted coldly, Heiju, why are you hiding from us? Madara Uchiha was killed by this kid. For these older ninjas, even the so-called demigod Sanshoyu Hanzo is facing the omniscient Uchiha Madara. He can only act as a little brother. It can be said that in the chaotic era of the Warring States period, Madara Uchiha, the legendary Uchiha, and the god of the ninja world Senjujuma. But the big mountain pressing on the heart of every ninja. Those who have experienced, or seen with their own eyes, Madara Uchiha's fighting style can feel breathless in retrospect. However, now someone told them that even the so-called legendary ninja was beheaded by a hairy boy not long ago. This amount of information is too large. If they had known this result earlier, they would definitely have weighed 1 or 2 in the face of the temptation of samsara and kaleidoscope. No, don't get me wrong. Feeling the almost murderous gaze around him, a trace of panic appeared on Heiju's face. In the original work, Heiju was not good at fighting, and was regarded as an auxiliary form. Okay to let him run away, if he wants to fight, many people can beat him completely. Seeing Danzo and the others who were about to turn their faces, Heiju explained in a hurry, he did kill Uchiha Madara, but Madara at that time was already old and weak, and there was no way to express the power of his heyday. According to my calculations, Madara's strength at that time was only 1 or 2/10 of its heyday. Just think about it, even the first Hokage Senju has no way to survive. Madara Uchiha was severely wounded and beheaded in the Valley of the End, and it's not bad to be able to recover a small life, not to mention living 100 years old and still alive. To be able to maintain the strength of the heyday, when he was already a twilight old man. Speaking of which, Heiju quickly raised 3 fingers and said anxiously, if you don't believe me, I can swear that Madara Uchiha was indeed beheaded by that kid at that time, but Madara who was killed at that time was just an old man. An roar echoed in the sky and the earth, causing many people to look at each other on the huge battlefield. The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. In the face of Heiju, that spit star spewed wildly, and raised a finger to swear. When everyone hesitated, it was obvious that they were unsure. Okay, you still don't believe me. Originally, I planned to hide this thing for the last time, but now I can only take it out in advance. Heiju's expression changed one after another. He gritted his teeth, took out a scroll with his backhand, and handed it to Orochimaru. The sudden scene shocked everyone present. However, Orochimaru seemed to see a rare treasure, and his eyes could not help brightening. Is this the cell specimen from Uchiha Madara you promised me? Orochimaru quickly took the scroll, and with his scarlet tongue, he licked the slightly dry red lips, and there was a hint of frenzy on his face. It can be said that this time Orochimaru was involved in this mission, except for the purpose of obtaining the improved Mudunli specimen in Heiju's hands. In addition to being known as the god of the ninja world, the first generation of Hokage Senju is also known as the highest Uchiha legend, Uchiha Madara's cell sequence specimen. Chapter 211. The Art of Reincarnation of Dirty Earth. In the eyes of Orochimaru, as long as the 2 legends are gathered together, and the modified Mudun cell sequence is implanted, who have been reincarnated from the filth can be infinitely close to their former strength, and at the same time they cannot easily break free from their control. It can be said that Kurohue handed over Uchiha Madara's column specimens to him so easily, completely beyond his expectations. HMPH, don't you know how to turn around? As long as you summon Uchiha Madara, you will know if what I said is true. Heiju let out a cold snort. However, I advise you, don't underestimate Madara Uchiha's strength, and be careful to break free from your control. The face of this kind reminder, Orochimaru obviously left it behind, staring at the scroll in his hand with a frenzy on his face, and his right hand did not forget to caress the surface of the scroll. With the crisp roar of the air, the scrolls exploded, and soon you could see Baiju, whose intelligence had been wiped away, lying quietly on the ground like a salted fish. This sudden scene made many people in the field look stunned. Subconsciously glanced at the other half of Heiju, and even Xiao Nan, who was standing beside Long Yu with a nervous face, couldn't help but ask weakly, Long Yu, he won't cut himself in half, right? However, this doesn't seem right. If it is cut in half, what is the other black half? Is it his son? Hearing these words, Long Yu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Heiju's face was even darker, and he cast a murderous look. If it weren't for Uchiha Ryayu, I'm afraid that Xiaonan, who is as sweet and silly, would have been torn apart by his own hands. After giving Xiaonan a vicious look, Heiju suddenly looked at Orochimaru and said, originally, I planned to use this thing while dealing with that kid, but I didn't expect him to come uninvited. Now, with your ability, you should be able to summon them and kill him completely. Faced with these words, Danzo and Sanshoyu Hanzo couldn't help but look at Orochimaru. Two were obviously interested in Heiju's high hopes and the confidence that he would be able to kill Long Yu. After all, if you can use a little less energy to solve things, why not do it? Don't worry, with the wooden dungeon specimen you provided, my control over the reincarnation of the dirty soil has doubled. Orochimaru regained his senses in the frenzy. After licking his red lips, he looked at Long Yu and said, if he comes as an opponent, it is indeed worth me to use them. While speaking, Orochimaru also took out another scroll with his backhand. Along with the white mist, another sacrifice that was sealed in the scroll by him was also summoned. Seeing this strange scene, Xiaonan and the others couldn't help but stagnate, and Yahiko couldn't help but hurry to Long Yu's side, and hurriedly asked, Long Yu, thank you for saving us just now. However, this is a trap. When I met Orochimaru for the first time, we discovered that his mind was not right, and now he suddenly has to use human sacrifices. I'm afraid it won't matter. Regarding this statement, Nagato, who had been trapped in the middle of the night after withdrawing from the illusion, also showed an urgent expression on his face. After all, he caused the situation in front of him. Long Yu came to the rescue, and they were already grateful, if they were killed because of them. This is definitely not what they want to see. Hehe, don't worry, Orochimaru's methods are three-pronged. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, apart from immortality reincarnation, it is reincarnation from filth. If I guessed correctly, you are planning to summon Madara Uchiha and come out with the first Hokage to deal with me. Originally, I still didn't have much interest, but I just learned something recently. Ordinary people can't practice with me. They act as sandbags, which should be pretty good. The slightly obscene voice and the ridicule between the lines made Orochimaru's cheeks twitch. In his eyes, there were two great ninja legends born from the reincarnation of dirty soil, and that was an awesome thing. Once it is broken, it should be shocking, the audience will be shocked and exclaimed, fear surging and other emotions will create the atmosphere. It can be said that if you can't scare one or two people to death, Orochimaru has spent so much effort in collecting and reincarnating the improved dirty soil. However, now this scene that was supposed to be awesome, turned into Long Yu's mouth, so pale and careless. It just gives the feeling of a passerby. Don't hurry up, I'll be thankful for the flowers. Looking at Orochimaru, who was about to kill by sight alone, Long Yu raised his brows and urged, if you can't do it, then let me do it. The small voice, like thunder, exploded in the minds of Orochimaru and the others. Long Yu's pair of 9-hooked jade writing wheel eyes turned in vain, the blood was like a tide, and the space quickly distorted. That were originally placed not far from Orochimaru disappeared directly in front of everyone's eyes as if they were swallowed by a vortex. Waiting to react, he has already appeared in front of Long Yu. This is space ninjutsu. Orochimaru was stunned at first, and then he exclaimed, hurry up, stop him quickly, that guy will also use the technique of reincarnation. The sudden exclamation made Danzo and others stunned. Could summon two powerful legends to kill Uchiha Long Yu. Never occurred to me that all I did was to make wedding dresses for others. If you let Uchiha Ryayu summon Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, then they are playing a bird. Orochimaru's voiceless exclamation made the nerves of everyone in the field suddenly tense. For Uchiha Ryayu, he suddenly snatched 2 filthy reincarnation offerings. Orochimaru is not sure whether Long Yu knows the art of reincarnation from dirty soil. However, the rumored learning talent that was astonishing, and the reincarnation scroll he carried with him during the battle that day did fall into Long Yu's hands. This added up, obviously tightening Orochimaru's nerves, making it like a bird in shock. However, in this violent situation, the people present had no time to react. Long Yu's hands that were flying like wheels formed a series of magic seals in front of everyone's eyes. When Orochimaru's words dissipated, Long Yu suddenly put his hands together. The art of reincarnation of dirty soil. Boom! There was a roar on the ground, and the mysterious magic spell quickly spread around like a spider web. The next moment, it directly covered the bodies of the 2 sacrifices. Accompanied by the terrifying muscle squirming of the sacrifice, it suddenly collapsed in the eyes of everyone's astonishment. Chapter 212, Uchiha Madara's Strength. Like clay, it quickly reorganized, and in a blink of an eye, 2 divine horses were formed. A pair of filthy earth reincarnated, with unique dark eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. Yes, it is really the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the legend of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. No one in the audience screamed in surprise. Looking at the 2 figures that suddenly appeared, my nerves were shaken. S expression also changed slightly. As a disciple of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, he knew clearly what kind of weight these 2 people represented. Originally, a Uchiha Ryu was enough for them to deal with it. Not to mention, 2 more ninja legends have emerged now. How did you fight this horse? Orochimaru, is this your masterpiece again? I should have stopped Tobirama early that day, and developed this forbidden technique that makes the dead restless. The first Hokage turned his eyes in vain and landed on Orochimaru, saying, however, there is no way, this time, who did you ask me to kill? However, before the first Hokage erupted, Madara Uchiha's voice made him stunned for a moment. Hashiyama, you are still the same, you are naturally stunned, let these juniors manipulate at will, don't you think that you have lost your reputation? Voice fell, and a huge wave of chakra exploded on Uchiha Madara's body instantly, and the rolled-up air wave rolled back in a rolling posture. Facing this sudden outburst, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even the so-called demigods Sanjiu Hanzo and Orochimaru couldn't help but take a half step back. However, in the face of this scene, Danzo's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, Uchiha Madara, the person who summoned you is Uchiha Ryu behind you. I heard that he killed you with his own hands not long ago. Danzo knows exactly what the flaws in reincarnation are. Once the person being controlled exceeds the strength of the person who controls, the reincarnation of the dirt will be forced to get rid of. Right now, Uchiha Longyu, but threatened to kill Uchiha Madara. If all this is true, Danzo believes that with Madara Uchiha's strength alone, he will break free from this filth and reincarnate and attack Uchiha Ryu violently. Once that time comes, even Madara Uchiha can't be used by them. It can also deal with the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. However, this idea just sprouted in Danzo's mind, and the next moment, a figure like a ghost appeared in front of him like a ghost. At the moment when the one-handed seal was formed, the fiery chakra rushed out like a frenzy. The fire escapes the fire and extinguishes it. The flames in the sky turned into a hurricane. He devoured the confused Danzo head-on. A rolling posture, it rolled backwards around. Orochimaru and others who were present were stunned for a moment. They didn't have time to think about it, they even pulled away and quickly retreated. Escaping dozens of meters away, feeling that the sea of blazing fire was not approaching, he stopped and followed Danzo's trail. However, what came into view was a sea of blazing fires. Is this the strength of Uchiha Madara, able to perform fire escape ninjutsu in no way inferior to Uchiha Longyu? Orochimaru said with a livid face. When I thought about it, this trump card that belonged to me turned out to be a wedding dress for others. That heart hurts. Shut up, you want to die, but I don't want to die. Black Jew yelled angrily. He has gotten along with Madara Uchiha, and of course he knows his arrogant character. Now Orochimaru even compares Uchiha Madara with Ryu. This is a self-destruction. However, as soon as these words fell, Madara Uchiha suddenly turned to look at the two of them. The hands flipped, the magic seal formed, and the fiery flames that burst out, forming a huge fireball like a meteorite outside the sky. Fire escape and the fire is gone. Of tens of meters was only shortened in the blink of an eye. The bursting flames directly devoured Orochimaru and buildings with a radius of hundreds of meters, turning everything into an endless sea of fire. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Standing not far away, Yahiko, Nagato and others couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Watching Madara Uchiha move his hands and feet, and use the mediocre fire escape ninjutsu to display the power of high-level ninjutsu. If they were to face each other, it would be a dead end. Thought that not long ago, Uchiha Longyu killed such a terrifying existence. If they hadn't heard about it, they would never have believed it. Spot, don't be impulsive. Senju Hakuma appeared beside Uchiha Madara like a ghost, and put her hand on his shoulder. Before the matter is clear, don't mess around. Besides, we were summoned, but we were not forced to do anything. For the time being, we don't have to try to break free from the art of reincarnation. The last time I was summoned by Orochimaru, because Orochimaru has not mastered the deeper level of wood chakra, and the optimization of reincarnation. Therefore, at that time, the strength of Chinshujuma was only 1/10 of 2/10. Compared with the current state, it was far worse. Moreover, Longyu summoned them out, but he did not have the means to strengthen the control of Orochimaru's spells. To break free from this filthy soil and reincarnate, as long as you know the order of the seals, it is not a problem. Hehe, the first Hokage-sama is right. I didn't order you to do it. It's just that they came out of their mouths and brought the disaster of death. Longyu gave a dry laugh, touched the tip of his nose and said, sometimes, being a human being has to learn to tell some white lies. Ban, do you think I'm right? The small voice tensed everyone's nerves at this moment. For many people, this almost heaven-defying filthy earth reincarnation technique was able to channel 2 ninja world legends, which is already shocking to the world. However, now Longyu not only has no fear in the slightest, but is relatively indifferent, which is too bold for a talented person. Boy, you are courting death. Madara Uchiha roared. The violent chakra detonated in his body again. A step, the instant body technique was brought into full play and appeared directly in front of Longyu. Hands to form a series of jutsu seals, intending to kill Uchiha Longyu under fire ninjutsu in an instant. The fire escapes the fire and extinguishes it. The awe-inspiring roar exploded like thunder, and fiery flames gushed out. Boom! The flames from the sky burst out, turning into a sea of fire, which instantly devoured Uchiha Longyu directly. The tyrannical method was even worse than before, which was enough to show how deep his hatred for Uchiha Ryu was. However, before Uchiha Madara could react, an invisible huge gravity fell from the sky without warning. The huge impact force, in this unexpected situation, directly smashed him to the ground. Chapter 213, Thousands of Hands Are Ruthless. A piece of dust stirred up, and the cracked ground was even more shocking. After that dirty soil was reincarnated, the body constructed of dust and soil also showed traces of cracks like spider webs. However, before Uchiha Madara could react, the jet black flame burned directly on Madara's body. Amaterasu. The indifferent voice gave people a feeling of death. The instant the black flames were generated, the body of the dirt that was reincarnated into by the reincarnation of the dirt quickly burned. Longyu once had a conjecture that the second Hokage used the technique of detonating talismans to deal with the reincarnation of the dirty earth. With the help of the continuous explosion between the charms, a large number of detonating charms are summoned. In an instant, multiple explosions at a fixed point, using saturation attacks, surpassing the recovery ability of the reincarnation of the dirty earth, may be able to directly disintegrate this undead body. In the original book, when Uchiha Itachi and Nagato, who was reincarnated with dirty soil, played Amaterasu. If Nagato hadn't used the Shinra Heavenly Conquest and bounced off the black flames on his body, he would have already been restrained by Amaterasu. However, as soon as the flames rose, Madara Uchiha immediately. Vibrant light blue pupil power. With Susanoo's unfolding, he directly separated the black flames on his body. Originally embarrassed, the torn and burned body turned into ashes and quickly built up. All the gravity on his body was carried by Susanoo. At the same time, Long Yu, who was bathed in the sea of fire, was also wrapped in scarlet blood like Susanoo, and a pair of blood moon-like 9-hooked jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes gave people a chilling look. Taste. Madara Uchiha, who witnessed this scene, instantly distorted her expression and roared in resentment. "You bastard, challenge my majesty of Madara Uchiha over and over again, and I will let you die without a place to die, just like those two guys." However, this time, before he could make another move, a tree root like a horned dragon pierced through the ground in an instant, directly entangling Madara's body. "Madara, you are still the same, as always, with the same impulse, to figure things out first." Senju Hashirama hurriedly persuaded. As Madara Uchiha's old rival, Senju Hashimura clearly knows how to deal with this Susanoo. The original Hokage is right. Long Yu laughed dryly. "If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. What's more, your attack just now seems to be very fierce, but if you feel it carefully, those two little guys have 10 lives and will not die easily." Listening to these slightly joking voices, Danzo and Orochimaru, who were hiding in the dark, were about to greet the 18th generation of Long Yu's ancestors. One, who was planning to sow discord, was set on fire. The other one, originally planned to summon a cowardly guy to be his trump card. Who knew that the misfortune came out of the mouth and was almost killed. If it wasn't a great way to escape, I would have to get a lunchbox now, and I wouldn't have a chance to show up in the next chapter. Looking for death. Madara Uchiha's expression was stagnant, and a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and instantly locked on the building not far away. "Lord Madara, don't be impulsive. This time we have formed an alliance with Danzo, Orochimaru and Sanshoyu Hanzo to eradicate this hateful boy. Black must have come out of the ground. Now, he still bears the identity of Madara Uchiha's will. It is obviously a bit persuasive in this kind of situation where it is inconvenient to kill someone. Danzo and Orochimaru have collaborated." The first Hokage couldn't help but stagnate, looking at Danzo who walked out behind the big tree, frowned and said, "I remember that when you were a child, I also personally instructed, and later because of good talent, I joined the team led by Tobirama, and it's just right for the monkeys to be together. Why did they get mixed up with the betrayal and forbearance Orochimaru?" The sudden question made Danzo's nerves tense. Madara Uchiha's violent attack has already made him walk before the gate of hell. He didn't want to face the first Hokage who was said to be the one who overpowered Madara Uchiha. Hehe, you don't understand why he became a rebel, and why he was able to survive the attack just now. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, "Look at his right hand, it will be clear." The small voice made Danzo's nerves tense, and he quickly covered the bandage on his arm. The face of Madara Uchiha's fierce and unparalleled fire escape. Danzo was at a critical moment and performed a Zanagi, turning everything into an illusion, and was able to recover a small life. If Madara Uchiha, who has always been a strong defender of the short, sees it, I am afraid that the 6 or 7 lives on this arm will not be able to be saved. Sir Madara, calm down, don't be impulsive, he is now our ally against Uchiha Ryu. Heiju was sweating hotly on his forehead, like ants on a hot pot. Now he can't wait to kick Orochimaru to death. Out Madara Uchiha's trump card and show it off here, so that Long Yu can take advantage of it. Just smashed a good hand. Now that he is absolutely black, I can only pray for Madara Uchiha to calm down and listen to what he has to say. It's the arm transplanted with the cells between the columns, and there are many writing wheel eyes. It seems that this method has something to do with Orochimaru. Madara Uchiha was not impulsive this time. Living in the ninja world for almost 100 years, and even giving birth secretly, he also knows the situation of the ninja world like the back of the back. In particular, the Konoha ninja village that he built with Shinshujuma, he knew exactly what talents came out, who defected, and why he defected. Hehe, Madam Madara, you really exalted me, but the cells of the original Hokage-sama are indeed very domineering. Most of the human body research materials over the years are unbearable, and they died directly. Only a few people survived. Orochimaru walked out in the dark, licked his dry lips and said with a feminine smile. In the face of the praise from the legendary Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha family, it is still very useful for a genius like Orochimaru. Just that this smile was just born, and the next moment it stiffened. You bastard, dare to use my cells to harm people. The thorn in the wood of the wood. Shinshozuma, who had been persuading him all the time, suddenly moved. When his hands suddenly clasped together, a roar rang out from the ground, and one after another tree thorns, like spears, directly penetrated Orochimaru's body. Blood splashed, and a shocking blood flower bloomed, causing everyone's pupils to shrink suddenly. Many people present did not at all expect that there would also be a violent scene in the Chinshujujian. Ahem, the first Hokage, you should save your energy. If you say who is the most difficult to kill in this ninja world, this stinky snake claims to be second, and I am afraid no one dares to call it first. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose and said. Chapter 214, Arrogant. Soon, he saw Orochimaru stabbed like a sieve, his body twitched slightly, under the eyes of everyone who was almost nauseated. As white as snow protruded directly from the throat to the mouth. He clenched his teeth up and down with both hands, and suddenly exerted force, tearing his mouth apart in full view of the public, and drilled out a body that was covered in saliva and slid to the ground like a boneless body. Such a horrific operation is simply outrageous. Yuck. The sound of retching came from among the members of the Akatsuki organization not far away. Facing this kind of scene, even Xiaonan couldn't help hugging his slightly trembling arms. Is this the monkey's apprentice? It's fucking disgusting. Shinshozujian rolled his eyes and said, however, since I can't kill it, I won't kill it. This kind of thing, but it's not our dead people's turn to take care of it. Looking at the first Hokage who instantly became the shopkeeper, the people present finally understood why Madara Uchiha had a meal in the first place. I despised it. However, you kid, how come you are a traitor? I remember the last time we met, I was still thinking, next time you should be a Hokage. Shinshujujian turned back to look at Long Yu. Looking at this scene, Heiju suddenly came to the spirit. If the first Hokage can also be successful in sowing discord, then the plan can be put in order, making them the ace in the fight against Uchiha Ryu. The first Hokage-sama, you don't know something. That day Uchiha Ryu betrayed the Konoha ninja village, not only secretly hunting the 3 generations of Raikage, the 3 generations of water shadows, the 3 generations of wind shadows, the tailed beasts and the people's Uri, but also the 3 generations of Raikage. There is no escape, and now he has 3 tailed beasts in his hands, and at the same time he plans to fight the 5 great ninja villages. Heiju spit star opened, he hurriedly turned on the strongest mouth gun mode. Lord Hokage of the first generation, as a hero in pacifying the war, you definitely don't want to see the ninja world plunged into chaos. Once you let him gather all the 9 big-tailed beasts, who of the 5 major countries can fight against him? The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The taste between the lines is simply the knowledge that moves with reason and emotion. If you can, add 2 tears, it's just perfect. Are you finished? The first Hokage was stunned for a moment, and the next moment in full view, he crossed his hips and laughed loudly. Madara, have you seen it? I said, Konoha is a talented person, killed 3 generations of Reikage, and then killed 3 generations of Mizukage. Even the 3 generations of Fungying have not let go. This method is really amazing. If, one day, you even catch the 9 big-tailed beasts, then, I really want to fight with you to see who is the best. After all, the tailed beasts have no pressure to catch. It's too trivial. The unbridled laughter reverberated between heaven and earth, causing the huge scene to fall into inexplicable silence. Even Heiju, the strongest mouth gun, was stunned. I thought that letting the first Hokage know that Uchiha Ryu's evil deeds would stimulate the heart to clear the door. I never imagined that everything presented in front of me would not develop according to the script at all. First Hokage-sama, do you hate it? This is the betrayal of Konoha Ninja Village. Heiju's face was ashen, and he couldn't help asking questions. So what if I'm dead? I can't handle this kind of thing. The first Hokage rolled his eyes and said, what's more, he didn't kill. Hokage, he has something to do with me. HMPH, column. There is no mistake in saying that. The ninja world is a world like the strong prey on the weak. Killing and being killed are only the way of the strong. Madara Uchiha also snorted coldly. His eyes turned in vain, locked on Long Yu's body, and said, although I don't want to admit it, you did kill me once that day. However, at that time, I was on the verge of death. Even if I used the forbidden technique and burned my last life, I would only return to 2 or 3/10 of the heyday. If you kill me, you will still be invincible. Now, I was reincarnated by your dirty soil, but this time I have recovered 50% of my strength. It is not a problem to get rid of the current control. The voice that was uttered was like thunder. Madara Uchiha was the first to move, and his hands quickly flipped, forming a series of mysterious spells. When the last magic seal fell, a black light distorted like a phantom of death, escaping directly into the void. The reincarnation solution of dirty earth. Voice fell, and the connection between Uchiha Madara and Long Yu was directly cut off. After all, since Madara Uchiha was summoned to the present, Ryu has not implanted a spell to enhance control in their bodies like Orochimaru in the original book. This kind of connection may be forcibly manipulated for ordinary reincarnated objects from filthy soil. But for a legendary ninja like Madara Uchiha, it's of little use. Looking at this scene, Heiju's face showed joy, and he hurriedly slapped a fart and said, Lord Ban, congratulations on you getting rid of the control of this hateful person, but... Having said that, Heiju couldn't help but take a look at the original Hokage. Now Madara Uchiha is temporarily standing on their alliance front, but if the first Hokage comes to help Long Yu, the balance of victory has not changed. Hee, don't stare at me, I'm not involved in this matter. Of course, if this kid knows how to force and control, then I can't do anything about it. Spoke, the first Hokage kept winking at Long Yu. If you let him, in Orochimaru and Danzo, this kind of disgusting reincarnation will be staged at every turn. Let's compare it to the guy who studies the human body. This inconsistency, the dragon feathers who killed the 3 generations of Reikage, the 3 generations of Kazekage, and the 3 generations of Water Shadows seemed even more cute. However, in the face of this blatant expression, Long Yu just smiled and shook his head, looked at Madara Uchiha and said, Lord Hokage, please stay by the side. I waited for a long time. I thought the kitten was 2 or 3. Only, there is no way for me to let go of the fight and loosen my muscles and bones. I said that if I can kill you once, I can kill you twice, even the 3rd time. Madara, are you ready to be killed by me for the 3rd time? The arrogant person, as my junior, is so arrogant, I will kill you today. Madara Uchiha's face sank, and the tyrannical chakra dormant in his body exploded like a frenzy. Breath rose into the sky, and it even set off a hurricane and rolled back into the field. The violent scene caused Heiju to quickly withdraw and retreat, falling on the side of Sanjiao Hanzo and the others, and said with a livid expression, the first Hokage didn't make a move, and Mr. Yuban took the lead. This is an opportunity for a sneak attack. Hey, are you listening to me? Heiju urged with a slight displeasure. This time, he even sold his old face, which made Uchiha Madara violent. Once this living sacrifice could not support the reincarnation of the dirty earth, Madara Uchiha returned to the underworld. Chapter 215. Do you have any other means? What awaits them is the unfathomable Uchiha Ryu. However, as soon as these words were uttered, Orochimaru's voiceless exclamation fell in his ears. That kid, won't you really learn that trick? The violent scene made everyone's nerves tense suddenly. Even Heiju was no exception, hurriedly following Long Yu. It was a scene that he was not familiar with. Long Yu's hands suddenly moved, and at the moment of flying, Susanoo, a huge tens of meters, showed a posture of 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 scorpions burst into scarlet blood, and in an instant they started hands together. A series of mysterious magic seals flew down like a wheel. When the last magic seal fell, a rolling wave of air swooped down from above the 9 heavens. PFF'd. The blasting sound of the air is endless, and a huge oppressive force directly tore the clouds. Witnessing the blackness of this scene, the pupils shrank suddenly, as Madara Uchiha's little follower. It certainly knows what that means. The starting point is the natural obstacles, who can stand it for ordinary people? Hurry up and escape, this kind of battle is not something we can intervene at all. Orochimaru took the lead and retreated. Watching the huge meteorite with a diameter of several hundred meters falling from the sky, the air along the way was even more turbulent like waves. Hundreds of people in the town pulled away like grasshoppers and fled in all directions. It's just that, during this process, from time to time someone looked back and looked behind. Madara Uchiha, who was standing in the same place with a gloomy expression, there was a hint of urgency on his face. In their eyes, the fight of ninjas is at most just the intersection of fists and feet, and casual ninjutsu. I never thought that Uchiha Ryu, who is known as Konoha's blood-colored Asura, would be so shocking as soon as he made a move. Put the meteorite. Looking at the huge battlefield, even the demigods fled with twitching cheeks. Not to mention these little ninjas who have no counterattack. Now, their only thought is to take a look. Faced with this blow, how did Madara Uchiha, known as the old legend of the Uchiha clan, deal with it? Okay, very good, I didn't expect you to even inherit my ninjutsu, today I'm going to see how you killed me the 3rd time. Madara Uchiha covered half of his cheeks. The exposed kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, the moment of crazy rotation. The dark blue pupil power exploded like a frenzy. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he instantly turned into a 100-meter tall, like an iron tower, a majestic Susanoo clad in armor. Facing the gigantic meteor that roared down, his hands suddenly clenched under the sword of Susan, without any fancy. It slashed towards the sky diagonally. PFF'd. The air was torn apart instantly, and the ground pointed by the sword edge was cut open. The fierce astral chi that it brought up was gushed out like a drill. The next moment, with lightning speed, it collided with the falling meteorite. Boom! The dull and thunderous collision sound is like rolling. Under the unrelenting collision, the huge meteorite was instantly split open by force. Above the sword's edge, the fierce wind contained in it directly detonated. It was followed by a series of explosions and flames. The meteorite caused by the asteroid shattered quickly in response to the sound. A large piece of gravel and dust splashed all over the sky, like a heavy rainstorm. A group of ninjas who fled 500 or 600 meters away looked at the attack that swung their swords at will, enough to cut off the mountain in the middle, and their faces were shocked at the same time. Susanoo, which Madara Uchiha transformed into, moved again. The sword of Susanoo, which was clenched tightly in the other hand, was unsheathed again. The fierce and violent winds descended together, facing the sky and passing through. A low sonic boom suddenly sounded. Air seemed to be penetrated, and the scattered sand and dust in the sky also rolled back around, giving people a feeling that the clouds and mists were cleared to see the sky. However, what caught my eye was another 10 octobigentillion 800 quintillion SDBDBD is that the size is no less than a natural obstacle star. In the face of the thorns, they collided in an instant. Boom! The sound of thunderous explosions can be heard incessantly. The crushed meteorite was shattered again, turning into sand and gravel while the torrential rain slanted down. Like a gesture, the attack of Uchiha Ryu was resolved. This made Madara Uchiha put a smile on his face. This intergenerational confrontation can be considered a jackpot. Be careful. Heiju's urgent cry came suddenly. Madara Uchiha was stunned at first, and then he hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the sight made his pupils shrink suddenly. That fell from the sky and quickly enlarged in his pupils made him feel that he was caught off guard. This day, the star was blocked, and the horse was turned into 3. Why can't I summon 3? Long Yu smiled playfully, the 9 jade hooks in his pupils turned in vain, and his right hand suddenly caught it. Gravity pupil 10 times. Boom! Invisible gravity pours down on the meteorite like a frenzy. After the first 2 bought time, the distance between them was not far. Under the blessing of 10 times the gravity, the power of the swooping rolling increased instantly, and the short kilometer distance was only shortened in the blink of an eye. Without any bells and whistles, it slammed heavily on Susanoo's body. Boom! The dull thunder-like collision sound gave people a destructive attitude. The huge impact force, coupled with the blessing of gravity, Susanoo almost wanted to react, and the block was also a beat slower. The ground under his feet was the first to be unable to withstand this mountain-like oppressive force. The next moment, there was a cracking sound, and then it cracked open like a spider web in front of everyone's eyes. Little support from the 100-meter Susanoo, there was a deafening sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he slumped on the ground abruptly. Madara Uchiha, who was trapped in it, twitched her cheeks with anger. If he was not the product of the reincarnation of the dirty earth, he would have already opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. A death from anger. A moment ago, he also threatened to kill Long Yu. Never occurred to him that he would fall into the pit as a matter of course, starting with a natural obstacle. Bang! The huge impact, with a crushing taste, swept the entire town. That passed along the way were torn to shreds like a piece of paper, and turned into ruins. Susanoo, who was lying down, struggled frantically under Madara Uchiha's hysterical roar. The 6 arms were under the blessing of gravity, and the fingers were like spears, directly buckled on the huge meteorite. The next moment, he was lifted up with a bang, and Susanoo, who had been crushed to the ground, even stood up straighter inch by inch. Looking at Madara Uchiha, who was so majestic, sitting cross-legged on the side of Senjuju, with excitement on his face, he couldn't help but look at Long Yu and said, "Boy, Madara is only 50 to 60% of the heyday left. 56, strength. However, such an attack is difficult to defeat him. Do you have any other means?" As Madara Uchiha's strongest opponent and the one who knows him best, Chisho Hashima certainly knows his depths. Chapter 216, Time and Space Ninjutsu. But he is more interested in Uchiha Ryu. He wanted to see if this junior could reach their heights. Is it? Long Yu let out a sigh of turbidity, and his eyes turned in vain to lock on Madara's body. I originally wanted to warm up, but now it seems that the audience can't wait. The inexplicable words made the expressions of the people present stagnate for a while. The next moment, Long Yu clenched his hands suddenly, his eyes were like a falcon, and instantly became sharp like a blade. Bang! With a heavy step, the ground beneath his feet shattered, and under the crackling electric arc, Long Yu switched directly to the chakra mode. With the help of body activation, the speed was obviously increased to the extreme, like a thunderbolt, tearing the air in front of Susanoo, who appeared outside Madara Uchiha. Without any transformation, the 4 fingers of the right hand suddenly tightened, and under the thunder light, it was like an indestructible thunder light spear, with an indomitable posture, mixed with rolling sound, and stabbed down. Boom! There is a thunder on the ground. The thunder that splashed, swept away like an electric snake. At the same time, the huge impact force made Susanoo, who was 100 meters tall, fly upside down by more than 10 meters in an instant. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he hit the thick city wall of the town and stopped his body with a bang. Looking at this huge body over 100 meters, this violent blow was directly knocked into the air, and many people gasped and exclaimed a monster at the same time. Then he saw Uchiha frantically laughing. "Ha ha, bastard, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Yunren's little trick, but you want to beat me like this, it's too ridiculous. Is it?" Long Yu responded with a smile, instantly tightening everyone's nerves. I hurriedly followed the sound, and the thunder arc that was raging around the body suddenly surged, like a frenzy, and poured directly into the right hand. The next moment, the target was the moment when the transformation between the four fingers turned into one. The sound of puffing and tearing of cloth resounded suddenly, and the thundering light of the chisel that was swallowed became more and more condensed, as if it had turned into a real entity. Whole body is covered with mysterious thunder patterns. Without any fancy, Long Yu took another step forward. With the blessing of the thunderbolt quickening technique, like a ghost, he appeared in front of Susanoo on Uchiha Madara's body. As soon as he stood firm and occupied Uchiha Madara's pupils, he was shocked by the stab of hell. Boom! Lightning flashed, and with a stance that could not cover his ears, he stabbed the mighty Susanoo hard. With the bright light blooming, the arc burst down. A crisp cracking sound suddenly came out, and the spider web-like crack spread and opened. Madara Uchiha's face changed at first, and then suddenly, when the kaleidoscope writing wheel was turning frantically, the angry roars continued. "Fuck me, arrogant!" The rush of pupil power, like a volcanic eruption, exploded directly out of Madara Uchiha's body. The next moment, like a vast ocean, it poured frantically into Susanoo's body. The originally cracked cobweb was quickly repaired under this enormous force, and in a blink of an eye, the mighty armor that shrouded Susanoo's body was restored to its original state. "Oh, your tortoise shell is also quite resistant." Long Feng snorted lightly, and the violent thunder light on his body subsided slightly. Bound by gravity, finally broke free, and his huge hand, like a banana, slapped Long Yuli head-on. However, this rage-filled attack has explosive power that surpasses the limit. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu stood in the same place as if turning a blind eye. Witnessing this scene, Madara Uchiha, who had lost her face in the confrontation just now, laughed horribly. "Boy, you are in a daze at this time, but you have to pay the price with your life. You can die for me." The rolling voices give people a feeling of winning. However, in the eyes of Nagato and others, his cheeks twitched slightly. Who is known as the legend of the Uchiha clan and can be compared with the god of the ninja world, it seems to see the two of them not long ago. With a tenacious posture, the big hand that slapped down with lightning speed, passed through Long Yu's body in an instant, and slapped on the ground with a bang. The thunderous roar made the ground instantly patted. Smash! The cracked ground and the rolling sand and dust rolled back like a tornado. Ripples like a mirror image on the lake, Uchiha Ryu returned to normal again. At the same time that everyone's pupils shrank, even Chinsho Hashirama, who was watching the play, suddenly became interested. "This should be space-time ninjutsu, right?" Chinshujuma guessed and said to himself. In the moment just now, the aura that existed in this world disappeared without a trace, and after the attack, it recovered again. Isn't this one of the pupil techniques of Kaleidoscope Shaker's eyes? You kid, how evil is the awakened bloodline, and has so many pupil techniques changes? As the god of the ninja world, he was able to create ninjutsu with a long name that even Madara Uchiha complained at a very young age. I have also seen the second-generation Hokage and the time-space ninjutsu of Senju Tobarama, so the vision of Senju Hashima is not ordinary people can compare. Looking at Long Yu walking out of the collapsing dust, the curiosity on his face became even more intense. However, compared to the melon-eating crowd of Senju Hashirama, Madara Uchiha was obviously unable to hold back his breath, and at the same time as he roared, Susanoo's 6 arms were flying incessantly, in a manner that could not cover his ears. Crazy smashed down to the dragon feather. A while, the sound of drums was heard endlessly, only that one figure in the sand and dust, like walking in a courtyard, walking like a devil, tensing everyone's nerves to face the escaped Uchiha Madara, and the like. If the crazy attack, and the strong turtle shell on top. Desperately want to know how to decide the winner. Bang! The dull thunderous slaps echoed in the sky in all directions. Under the tension of everyone's nerves, a figure finally shot out from the dust in the sky. The violent scene instantly affected Madara Uchiha's nerves, and while roaring, a pair of big hands attacked Long Yu together. Boy, where to escape? I don't believe that your time-space ninjutsu can be flawless. It is a legend of the Uchiha clan who were said to be comparable to the gods of the ninja world. Madara Uchiha was indeed furious, but he was unable to take down Long Yu for a long time, which gradually calmed him down under the condition of anger. In Yinju's eyes, the pair of hands that slammed together with lightning speed were reflected, and his face was hideous. Bang! A powerful slap, and the rewinding airflow swept away like a frenzy. Chapter 217. This is the beginning. As it rolled away, it brought a suffocating feeling. Where the slightly raised hands collided made Madara Uchiha's face show a hint of ecstasy. Haha, I succeeded. Don't you like to run away very much? Why don't you run away? Madara Uchiha laughed uncontrollably. However, as soon as the voice fell, the palms that had been trying to merge with each other slightly bulged. The sudden scene touched the nerves of many people. After all, this hand was a natural obstacle, and it was like a battle between gods and men. But it overturned their perception. If there is no way to suppress Ryu, even the attacks of such existences as Madara Uchiha, then the title of Konoha's blood-colored Asura, after this battle, is probably at its peak. Feeling the tension returned by Susanoo, Madara Uchiha's expression stagnated. He didn't have time to think about it, and the remaining two hands pressed down in a hurry. 3 pairs of big hands, like the blessing of 3 big mountains, have the power to roll on them. However, in the face of this scene, when you put it in your hands again, the slightly raised arc seems to give people an illusion of motionlessness. To cause this situation, it means that Madara Uchiha unleashed the seemingly fierce and unparalleled attack, and there is no way to shake the dragon feather. To be unscathed under the rolling of 3 pairs of big hands, it takes a huge amount of strength. Seeing this strange scene, Mat Dai and Ji Yujia, who had been serving as the melon eaters, couldn't help but glance at each other. After seeing Long Yu's godlike strength with his own eyes, an absurd thought popped into his mind. Could it be, that kid has already learned the 8-door Dunjia formation? The thought flashed by, and the two hurriedly looked at the moment. That were originally closed seemed to be hit by an invisible force in an instant. The light blue air waves splashed and leaked in both palms like a hurricane. The next moment, the 3 pairs of big hands seemed to be unstoppable, and were instantly stretched. Bang! The huge force feedback directly caused Madara Uchiha to let out a muffled groan. Susanoo took a few steps back and smashed into the city wall again. Looking at the dragon feather covered in blue water vapor, Madara Uchiha's expression changed dramatically, and he again drove Susanoo to stand up in a hurry, and the awe-inspiring wind with his right hand was thrown out again. However, this time, Long Yu moved first. The moment when both hands suddenly clenched their fists. A long whistle came from his mouth. What he has to do now is to see how many doors he can open based on his current physical condition. Bang! The violent air waves exploded instantly like a frenzy. Long Yu took the first step, and when the physical skills were exerted to a certain extent, it was enough to reach the level of an instant body. As soon as everyone reacted, Susao's big hand fell in an instant. Long Yu clenched his hands and fingers suddenly, like a cannonball, tore out a heavy blow. Uchiha Madara, I hope the heavens will love the peacock. With the movement of both fists, the wind is like a tidal wave, and the extreme speed friction, under the activation of the body cells by the Lei Dun chakra mode, sparks burst into the sky in an instant. The 100-meter-high Susanoo was instantly enveloped in it. Distance, It is like a peacock opening its screen, shaking people's hearts. This is a physical technique based solely on high-speed punches, and under the friction with the air, it forms a huge fire fist impact. This kid's physical technique is probably still above Tobirama. Chinchujuma couldn't help being surprised. However, when these words came out, the words that fell in my ears were disturbing. His nerves. Not for him, this is probably just the beginning. Matekai and Kosuke rushed to Senju Hasuma's side. Thinking of it, not long ago, they despised Ryayu, and privately took the 8-door dungeon technique as a bet and taught it to Uchiha Ryayu. In their eyes, such advanced physical techniques can only be successfully exercised with perseverance. Didn't take more than 10 years, or even decades, to master it. Never occurred to me that Uchiha Ryayu, who is known as Konoha's blood-colored Asura, actually only took half a day to open the 6th gate. Seeing that look of ease, Matdai and Gyugia couldn't help but throb in their hearts. There was a murmur in my heart. This time, they may accidentally create a body monster. You mean, this is the beginning? Chinchujujian's expression couldn't help but stagnate. The next moment, the battle in the sky seemed to be responding to him. Frantic roar from Uchiha Madara suddenly sounded. Damn boy! Fire escape dust hidden technique. The hot fly ash was swallowed out of Madara Uchiha's mouth, and instantly passed through Susanoo's body and quickly rolled back around. The next moment, like a misty-horned dragon, it rolled and wrapped around Uchiha Ryayu. As soon as the dust approached, as soon as it touched Mars, a series of rumbling explosions were instantly emitted. Firelight emerged, intent on engulfing Long Yu in an instant. At the same time, with the help of these little tricks to cover the line of sight, to buy a breath of time, regroup again. However, this idea just popped into Madara Uchiha's mind. The next moment, a thunderous roar, like a magic sound, penetrated everyone's nerves. The 7th gate of the 8 gates Dunjia formation is shocked to open. Bang! The blue sweat, like a steaming volcano, exploded in full view. The next moment, the dust that had just approached Long Yu's side rolled back like a frenzy. Looking at his face flushed like blood, his facial veins protruding, like a ferocious centipede, the aura he exuded was matched with a pair of scarlet-like 9-hook jade kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes. The empty and stepping-like figure in front of him gave people the illusion that a god and a demon had descended into the world. Is this still human? Ridiculous thoughts come to mind, no matter what. It was the melon-eating crowd present, and even Senju Hashima, who had always been indifferent and only slightly interested. At this moment, he also sat up straight. The huge battlefield, everyone fell into a dead silence. Looking at the sky, that dragon feather, like a god and demon, bathed in transpiring blue sweat, a trace of inexplicable urgency appeared on his face. The dust that rolled backwards revealed Susanoo, who was covering Madara Uchiha in an instant. Meters apart, although I was in Susanoo, I felt this indescribable aura, as if there was an invisible big hand tightly clenching my heart. Madara Uchiha didn't have time to think about it, seeing the dust roll away. His hands flew up quickly, forming a series of spells. The next moment, the mouth bulged, and the fiery chakra rushed in, accompanied by the sound of puffing the air. Dragon head flames, like a violent storm, attacked Uchiha Longyu across the air. The art of fire escaped dragon fire. Of more than 100 meters was only in the blink of an eye, and as soon as the flames of the dragon head came out, even the temperature around them instantly soared. Chapter 218, The 8th Door. Seeing that the attack was about to approach, Long Yu moved. In front of everyone's eyes, his hands were intertwined like lightning. The next moment, his eyes were sharp like a falcon, and the aura of the whole person was exposed. Hands with special imprints, point out from the space. Poof! As soon as I pointed it out, the space was shattered like a mirror, and the air ripples opened. The flames of the faucet head that came in front of him seemed to have a stagnation. The next moment, waiting for everyone to react. The endless aura emanating from the body is like a surging sea, and it gathers crazily. Thunderstorm Day Tiger. Roar. The roar shook the hills, and the dragon's roar reached the heavens. A giant tiger of dozens of meters condensed in an instant. With a fierce and unparalleled attitude, he rushed out of the sky. Wherever they passed along the way, the flames of the dragon head that filled the sky, like paper paste, were instantly crushed, and scattered between the sky and the earth like smoke. At the same time, the might of the tiger was like a tidal wave, under the astonished gaze of everyone. As if twisting space, teleported, and came one step ahead of Uchiha Madara. Boom! The crashing sound like thunder pierced into the sky above the 9 heavens. The roaring waves gave people the illusion of a Category 12 hurricane passing through. The already broken buildings along the way, under this kind of attack, were finally unable to support, and with a hum, they collapsed with a bang. The oncoming wind and sand, the mighty power that swept across the sky, made it extremely difficult for people to even open their eyes. However, in the face of all this, the people present did not take it to heart. It can be said that what they are most eager to see now is the final confrontation between the old and new legends of the Uchiha clan. Known as the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, who is absolutely defensive, will win or lose against the mighty ninja technique. Cracked. I don't know who exclaimed, and looked like a meteorite fell from the sky, hitting the giant tiger in the majestic Susanoo. The seemingly indestructible armor, in an instant, made a crisp cracking sound, spreading out cracks like a spider web. The next moment, it burst open like a mirror. The giant vacuum tiger surrounded by thunderstorms collided with Madara Uchiha in an instant. Boom! A dull, thunderous explosion sounded incessantly. Which were already in jeopardy, were destroyed. At the same time as the earth crumbled, the gravel and dust rolled back, giving people the feeling of covering the sun. Who couldn't escape, overturned in the oncoming gravel. The thunderous scene made Shinsho Zujian, who has been calm and composed, stand up straight. Looking at the sky, the figure in the bath-colored steam and the crackling arc was full of disbelief. Successful, he really succeeded. Even I have been practicing hard for decades, but I haven't fully mastered the 7th door. He actually spent half a day to learn it. If Kai knows, he has practiced hard for the 8th door Dunjia. Even the absolute defense of the Uchiha clan has been smashed. He will definitely be full of admiration. Matty was incoherent with excitement. Has always been the identity of the ninja, but it made Kai, shamed and ridiculed. Although he has always supported the practice of taijutsu, Kai gave Matty the feeling that he was groping forward in a dark path. It can be said that Kai did not even have the goal in front of him. However, now Uchiha Ryu is able to exert the power of the 8th door Dunjia formation in theory to such a degree. Even Madara Uchiha, who is known as the legend of the Uchiha clan, can directly turn it over. If other taijutsu ninjas know about it, it will definitely become a guiding light. After all, Matte's physical strength can't be compared to Uchiha Ryu. Opening 6 doors is already the limit. Once you open 7 doors, your body strength may not be able to support it, and your muscles and bones will be damaged. Unless you have the determination to die, the 8th gate is even more difficult than reaching the sky. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. A hysterical roar rang out in the endless sandstorm. A figure that destroyed half of his body rushed out from the dust. The half of his body that was quickly reorganizing like pieces of clay. This bizarre scene is simply shocking. Many people couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They know very well that even Madara Uchiha, who is under Susanoo, who is known as the absolute defense of the Uchiha clan, cannot resist this blow. If it wasn't for the undead body reincarnated from the dirt, I'm afraid it would have been dead by now. If the attack falls on them, it will definitely become a pile of meat sauce. The reincarnation of the dirt is really against the sky, but the only flaw is that it can't beat people. Long Yu felt the sour feeling coming from his whole body. However, this is a great opportunity for me to open the 8th door. The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane. The expressions of the people present couldn't help stiffening, and even Madara Uchiha, who was roaring hysterically and seeking revenge on Uchiha Ryu, was instantly dumbfounded. Suddenly became heavy, rapid breathing, and eyes that were almost split, unbelievable. The mere seventh gate can turn the legend of the Uchiha clan over. If it really opens to the eighth gate, who can fight against Uchiha Ryu? Once it comes to that sharp edge, who can hinder his pace? Thinking of this, the 5 great ninja villages, the so-called alliances, seemed pale and powerless. Shinshujujian also had a feeling that he couldn't sit still, and he stopped talking with a look on his face. However, before they could react, the situation in front of them changed again. Falling into the eyes, many people were shocked. The huge ruins of the town, the sand and dust rolled back and forth. The endless airwaves collapsed like a tide, and the whole world fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing the further eighth gate, everyone's breathing became the occasion of rapidity. Entered the scene, his expression was stunned. Originally, after suffering the thunderstorm and the thunderous blow, it is still the body of the soil that quickly reorganized. The speed of recovery, there was a slight stagnation at first, and the next moment, like a mirror, it suddenly cracked. As the crack quickly spread and opened, Madara Uchiha's only remaining half of her cheek was twisted in a terrifying manner. "You bastard, this time I'm only showing 50% of my strength." "Ban, it's already 60 to 70%, 67, don't run the train with your mouth full, it's a shame to deceive the younger generation." Shinshuju suddenly interjected. Madara Uchiha's expression froze, and his roar continued. "Shut up, this is a natural idiot, but I have 12 points of strength. Keiju, let me show up next time, let me show the strength of the peak, otherwise I will kill you first. Uchiha Ryu, I will definitely let you die without a place to be buried." Chapter 219, Sanjiao Fish Hanzo Cut Belly. The rolling voice, mixed with hysteria, caused the people present to look at each other. Hu's body collapsed inch by inch, the huge aura emanating from Long Yu's body was annihilated between heaven and earth in an instant. Resentful gaze, Long Yu smiled genially and said, "Next time we meet, I will use the 8th door to let you continue to dance." "You." Madara Uchiha suddenly became angry, this is his mantra. However, he who made others dance all day, has now become the object of others dancing. The gap between the front and the back is too big. However, before he can reply, the breeze that slowly drifted by, the reincarnated body of the dirt that he was struggling to support at the end, directly turned into debris in the sky, and collapsed in the heaven and earth between. For a time, the huge ruins of the town left only a messy battle trace. Also, those stiff-faced melon eaters. "Your name is Matt Dai, does the 8th door that the kid said really exists?" Chinsho Zujian let out a sigh of turbidity and couldn't help asking. Matt Dai suddenly woke up, feeling the gazes around him, and after opening his mouth, he said with a little excitement, "The 8th gate does exist. However, that is the door of death. Once it is opened, you must hold the determination to die, and you can instantly exert a power that is 10 times stronger than that of the shadow-level existence, and surpasses the peak of the ninja world." From the 10 times Yuying's strength field, there was the sound of sucking in cold air, and even the pupils of Jia on the side could not help shrinking. However, he quickly reacted, and Jia said happily, "Fortunately, the 8th gate is opened, but there are restrictions on death, 10 times the strength of the shadow. I am afraid that even in its heyday, it is said to have 12 points of strength. Madara has also been turned over again." Faced with this remark, many people also nodded secretly and breathed a sigh of relief. Not afraid of many enemies, but I am most afraid that the enemy is too powerful to make people desperate. Uchiha Ryu, who has opened 7 shocking doors, has already made him unattainable. Once the 8 gates are opened, it is too powerful to make people desperate. No. Chinsho Hashirama, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. don't forget, he is a new legend of the Uchiha clan, and he cannot be estimated by common sense. I really hope that next time I am summoned by the reincarnation of the dirt, don't go to Uchiha Ryu who has overcome the dead door. Leaving these words, the mud-like body of Chinsho Zujian, who was reincarnated in the dirt, also quickly collapsed inch by inch, and collapsed between the heavens and the earth. Just like Madara Uchiha, the summoning time limit was clearly reached. Along with a refreshing breeze, Senju Hashirama, who is known as the god of the ninja world, left behind these shocking words, and disappeared completely without a trace. However, in the face of this remark, the eyes of many people locked on Uchiha Ryu's body, his Adam's apple rolled down, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva subconsciously. Long Yu landed on the ground in midair, his eyes widened. They passed through Danzo and the others one by one. This glance made them suddenly feel a sense of death. That was like a fight between gods seemed very complicated, but it only took a few minutes before and after. In the eyes of Danzo Highway and others, they thought that this battle was encouraging Madara Uchiha to rise up. Was possible to find a flaw and give Uchiha Longyu a sneak attack that could not cover his ears. But I never thought that the imagination is beautiful, and the reality is full of skinny. However, regardless of it was Danzo or Highway, even Orochimaru, without the slightest hesitation, turned around and ran away. After witnessing Longyu with his own eyes, the fighting style like divine might, whoever gets tougher will die without a doubt. For a time, on the huge battlefield, the four people who led the hunt this time, only the Sanjiao Yu Hanzo, known as the demigod, was left. Witnessing this scene, the Anbu ninjas of Yunin village who were hiding in the shadows did not have time to think about it, so they all pulled away and rushed out. Under the belief instilled in their minds, the leader will not retreat, and the only thing they can do is to fight to the death. Lord Hanzo, let's fight with you. Lord Hanzo, even if we break our heads and shed blood, we won't snort. The voice of awe-inspiring death rang out one after another in the field. In just a few dozen seconds, there were hundreds of confidants standing around Sanjiao Yu Hanzo. An awe-inspiring aura of death was gathered in an instant. Seeing this scene made Xiaozan and the others look embarrassed. Are both two major power groups, and compared with these Yurin Anbu who are not afraid of death, they are often in strife, obviously they can't compare with them. However, you can't blame them for that. Sanjiao Yu Hanzo, the confidant of Anbu under his command, all use the dead men of the family power, brainwashed since childhood. Only the leader can decide their life and death, they must not say half a word. It can be said that the difference is not big in ordinary tasks, but in this situation of life and death, all meanings are different. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Sanshoyu Hanzo's body. Nagato, Yahiko and Xiaonan III, fell down on Long Yu's side, and said in a deep voice, "You have experienced a lot of battle just now, and you should be tired, why don't you hand over the Sanjiao Yu Hanzo to us to deal with?" As the second largest force in Yurin village, it has been stumbled by the envoy of Sanjiao Yu Hanzo one after another. If it wasn't for Long Yu's repeated efforts to save him, then what awaited them would have already been the destruction of the Xiao organization. So, in this fight, the old hatred and the new hatred are counted together. Either you die or the rhythm of my death. However, just after these words fell, under the astonished eyes of everyone, they saw Sanjiao Yu Hanzo grabbing the chain sickle around his waist. In front of everyone's eyes, he made a shocking move. "You all leave." Sanjiao Yu Hanzo's slightly vicissitudes of words came out, and before everyone's eyes, he knelt on the ground with a thud. The chain scythe raised in his hand slashed straight to his abdomen. The violent scene, like a samurai cutting the abdomen, made the expressions of the people in the field change drastically. However, under this close distance, no one can stop it. The next moment, the sickle instantly pierced the waist of Sanshoyu Hanzo. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and a large amount of purple liquid overflowed. This is from Yurin village, and the unique mountain pepperfish is highly poisonous. The same day, the Sanshoyu Hanzo, after successfully killing the Sanshoyu, took off its poison sac and buried it in his own body. This caused every breath he breathed to be highly poisonous. Just stay in the same place with him for a while. It will be poisoned and killed unknowingly. It is for this reason that Hanzo Sanshoyu wears this breathing apparatus. And the so-called demigod Sanjiao Hanzo, the biggest weakness is the place where the poison sac is buried. The violent scene made the expression of Yunin Anbu in the field change drastically. The leader who took the lead was the first to shout in a hurry, "Master Hanzo, why are you doing this? We can fight to the end." Chapter 220, Why Do You Know My Plan? The hysterical roar seemed to confirm the thoughts of the rest of Yuin and Anbu. However, in the face of this scene, Sanshoyu Hanzo's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he turned to look at Uchiha Ryu in vain and said, "In this life, I, Sanshoyu Hanzo, as the top leader of Urin village, opened up the battlefield of World War II. It is even more pressing against Konoha Ninja Village, and even the 5 major countries. In the Third Ninja World War, it was more about dealing with great powers. It seemed like a glorious sight." The voice of the vicissitudes of life, with a tragic taste, turned his eyes in vain, fell on the 3 Nagato 3, and immediately laughed loudly. "I am obsessed with the regime, but ignore the importance of my own strength, and I am afraid of a new kid. Power and damage my rule. However, the worst decision I made in my life was to fight with Uchiha Ryu. You are the enemy. They can escape, but I, Sanjiao Hanzo, have no face to face the people of the clan. Instead of letting the clansmen under my command be buried with them, I hope you can let me apologize to me with death." The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but change slightly, and when they looked at Sanjiao Hanzo, there was a little more respect. Just as he was about to say a few words of admiration, a ghostly body burst out in the underground ruins behind Longyu. At a close distance, it is only 2 or 3 meters apart. With the bandaged face and the white hair on his face roared with joy while his face was mad. Escape the evil and self-destruction. As soon as the white figure appeared behind Longyu, his right hand slammed into it, and the pitch-black vortex quickly opened, and the fiery light instantly lit up. If I don't feel wrong, this aura should be the same as Madara Uchiha. As long as this strike hits, the godlike boy in front of him and the 3 leaders of Shao's organization will definitely die in an instant. The violent scene made Nagato and the others nervously tense, and they hurriedly pulled away to help, but they suddenly found that their body had become abnormally dull, and an unspeakable numbness swept through the whole body. At this juncture, it was impossible to react in time. This strange scene not only happened to Nagato's 3 people, but also Kosuke and Matai, and even other members of the Akatsuki organization, noticed something was wrong. Looking at the sudden scene, the man who suddenly attacked, opened his mouth wrapped in bandages, and showed a smile of successful trickery. However, he hadn't seen the victory that he ushered in, and the next moment he saw a big hand, which quickly enlarged in his pupil power with lightning speed. Without any bells and whistles, it was directly buttoned on his face. The next moment, the 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and the whole body was pulled out from the soil. Like a battle axe, it smashed directly to the ground with violent thunderlight. Lei Dunping abuses 2000 streams. Boom! It was like a thunderous explosion, and it was a constant roar. The whole ground, as if overwhelmed, collapsed. The huge impact force even shattered the ground of the rock formations tens of meters along the way. Like a sandbag, the white-haired man who was hit hard on the ground spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief, his entire sternum shattered and collapsed. That miserable appearance is simply outrageous. Witnessing this scene, I was still performing a sensational scene, and I chose to cut off the belly and kill Hanzo. I didn't have time to think about it, and I wanted to get out and stand up. But the next moment, a radius of more than 10 meters. The ground swelled up instantly. When the soil turned outwards, snow-white bone spears, like long spears, directly penetrated his body. PFF'd. The sound of torn cloth came out, blood splashed and splattered on the ground, like a shocking blood-colored flower. who was pierced by dozens of bone spears, looked at Junmalu, who came out with disbelief on his face, and looked at Long Yu with blood spitting out. Why would you know my plan? Why, you are not poisoned. Looking at the huge ninja world, the poison of Sanjiao fish is one of the best. Most importantly, its poisonous gas is still colorless and odorless, which can kill people invisibly. Ordinary people will surely die if they touch it a little. As for gods like Long Yu, as long as they are not out of the scope of people, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo firmly believes that they will be able to poison them. In the eyes of Sanjiao Yu Hanzo, he is different from the bachelor commanders such as Danzo. He also has a regime under his command that took decades to build. On the occasion of Good Night, I am even more obsessed with this. If I want Sanjiao Yu Hanzo to give up these powers, even in the face of Uchiha Ryayu, the monk can't run away from the temple. Therefore, Hanzo is planning to put on a good show. With this awe-inspiring attitude of dying, he cut the poison sac on his body. Let the colorless and odorless toxins of Sanjiao fish into the air, and then use words to delay time. And, let the last trump card hidden in the dark show a lightning-fast killing move, directly taking Long Yu's life. Although, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo has experienced the time and space ninjutsu of Long Yu's amazing skills. But in his eyes, as long as he finds that he is poisoned and his body is a little dull, there will definitely be a flaw in the person. As long as this is caught, Long Yu will surely die. However, looking at Long Yu, who seemed to be nothing at all, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo's face was full of disbelief. Sanjiao Yu Hanzo, you put on a good show, but it's a pity that you meet me who can't see through but not speak. Long Yu smiled dryly. I forgot to tell you, Master Tsunade, but I am half a master. She has already recorded your poison, and even developed an antidote. Unfortunately, when I came, I was more afraid of death, so I made several copies in advance, and it also came in the form of an air volatile agent, which can neutralize the poison you released in the air, the Sanjiao fish. In a word, Hanzo, you died rightly. You are Tsunade's apprentice. Sanjiao Yu Hanzo's expression froze, his face full of disbelief. The Second Ninja World War, Yunin Village was the main battlefield. As a local force, it is even more involved in provoking the Second Ninja War. Sanjiao Yu Hanzo has played against Konoha Sannin many times. Among them, the power of Sanjiao Yu Hanzo comes from almost no solution toxins. The armies of various countries have failed one after another, most of which are because of this colorless and tasteless Sanjiao toxin. And Konoha Ninja Village can be spared, Sannin can survive. The most important thing is that they have Tsunade's powerful healing ninjutsu as the backing, and they have the capital of the waves. As one of the best in medical ninjutsu, it is not a problem to develop an antidote for Sanjiao fish toxin. As the eldest disciple of Tsunade, Mute, this important antidote has already been passed down to Long Yu in private. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 221 to 240. Chapter 221. Give a chance, let's go together. You can say so. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose and replied with a thick face. If Tsunade, who has always been irritable, knew that he had passively accepted half of his male apprentices, I wondered if he would get angry and tie him back to verify his identity. Jia and the others on the side were also startled for a while. It was soon seen that Long Yu took out a glass vessel similar to a smoke bomb with his backhand. Without any hesitation, he threw it directly to the ground. Bang! The glassware shattered instantly, and a slightly sweet smell rolled away with the wind, and soon neutralized the poisonous gas in the field. Boy, you won't even have an affair with Tsunade-sama, right? Kosuke couldn't help but ask. However, as soon as the voice fell, he saw a corpse deep in the ruins behind Long Yu. He suddenly opened his eyes, and under the seal of his hands, the collapsed chest and abdomen recovered like a balloon. The next moment, he even displayed the art of earth escape, directly merging into the soil. The violent scene changed the expressions of many people in the arena. This person who has been lurking for a long time, they saw with their own eyes. They took a heavy blow from Long Yu in the front, and the sternum was shattered. Now that he has suddenly recovered, and even fled away, the gap is too much. However, when I remembered, I saw Danzo and Orochimaru just now, all kinds of immortality methods emerging one after another. Instead, let them smile bitterly and secretly let go. Just that this idea sprouted in the minds of Ji and Matde just now, and the words that fell in their ears the next moment caused their expressions to change drastically. Biliuhu, since you are here, why do you have to leave in a hurry? The eyes of Long Yu's 9-hooked jade kaleidoscope writing wheel suddenly turned. The endless gravity, centered on him, rolled down like an invisible mountain. Boom! The sound of the earth shaking and the mountains made the rock formations sink. Some grounds couldn't bear this tenfold force, and they shattered and spread in an instant. From the underground dozens of meters away from Long Yu, a miserable cry suddenly came. The next moment, through the shocking crack, a figure can be seen trapped in it. However, in the face of this sudden gravitational blessing, Bei Liuhu's body stubbornly repaired again. At the same time, under 10 times the gravity, the hands awkwardly formed a series of spells. Steel escaped steel. The metallic luster quickly swept away on the surface of Bei Liuhu's body, instantly making the body metallic. In this state, a weapon that is also a metal, not only cannot be broken, but also hardened and more powerful than the earth dun of Zhao, Du. Darkness to suck the whole. Biliu roared in a hurry. He never imagined that Long Yu would be able to break through 5, and his identity would also be related to Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. With the black hole unfolding, while the surrounding gravity loosened a little, Bei Liuhu once again used the art of earth escape and escaped quickly. However, this time, because the body has been hardened, there is no doubt that there is no need to take into account the damage to the body while sneaking. Therefore, the speed has obviously more than doubled, and in a blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Kosuke and Maidade suddenly woke up and were about to chase after them, but were stopped by Uchiha Ryu. Stop chasing him, he's not now. At the end of the crane, the forbidden technique was not completely successful, but it is as perverted as Orochimaru. Your conventional attack methods can't kill him. Long Yu glanced at the direction that Bei Liuhu left, and patted Kosuke on the shoulder. After seeing Beliuhu, after encountering such a deadly attack that can no longer die, he can recover instantly. Long Yu thought of a way to overcome the shortcomings of the 8 Gates Dunjia formation. What's more, there is still a little use for the current Bei Liuhu. With that, the last assassin fled. The huge ruins were instantly shrouded in inexplicable depression. Seeing those who swore to the death and did not retreat, still guarding around the Sanjiao Hanzo who had been pierced through their bodies, a tense atmosphere was created from the bottom of my heart. However, at this moment, regardless of it was Kosuke and others, or Nagato and others who led Akatsuki's organization. Even the Anbu of Yunin village, and even the weak Sanjiao Hanzo's eyes were locked on Long Yu's body. You all look nervous. Long Yu suddenly smiled warmly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he took a step forward, tightening everyone's nerves like a ghost. All guards, protect Hanzo-sama to retreat. The urinary dark commander roared in a hurry. With the backhand, he grabbed the chakra hilt on his back. However, before he could pull out the chakra knife, a familiar voice came from behind. You know, if I were to kill you, you would already be dead. Long Yu smiled and patted the dark unit commander on the shoulder. This calm attitude made his nerves tense suddenly. Before I had time to think about it, I pulled out the backhand. The chakra knife, the moment of pouring chakra. The waist plate turned suddenly like a hurricane, and the chakra knife in his hand, with a light blue light, slashed towards Long Yu's neck. The violent blow, coupled with the close distance, gives people a feeling that there is no way to hide. No, to be precise, in the face of the attack of the urinary dark commander in front of him, Long Yu had no intention of evading or taking action. That seemingly fierce and unparalleled attack, when it was an inch away from the surface of Long Yu's body, a crackling arc of thunder burst out. When the thunder light and the blade collided instantly, and the huge impact force directly caused the chakra knife to break. The half-blade was even in full view, flying and slanting into the ruins not far away. Who stood motionless like an iron tower, the dark army commander who shot angrily, clenched his chakra knife tightly, trembling slightly. "What's the matter? Do you all like to tickle me?" Long Yu said with a dry smile. "Give you a chance, let's all go together. Give a chance, let's go together." At this moment, the small voice was like a death urging, making the originally depressing atmosphere like adding a straw to crush the camel. Uranian Anbu's nerves tensed to the extreme. Whoosh! Dozens of figures suddenly burst into flames. The shuriken that filled the sky shot out from the backhand neatly and uniformly, and the number was so great that in the blink of an eye, they gathered into a gust of wind and rain, shrouded in the Uchiha dragon feather. At the same time, the two Uranian Anbu, who used the technique of sneaking in the soil, appeared at the side of Sanshoyu Hanzo first, intending to rescue him. The violent attack was simply huge. Dozens of people shot together. Looking at the ninja world, it can definitely be called a small war level. Facing this scene, Ji-Yu-Jia and the others could not help but shrink their pupils, and their gazes towards Long Yu became more urgent. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Long Yu suddenly raised his head, and the smile on his face became even worse. Chapter 222, Hanzo surrenders. I didn't expect that in the end, you would choose this way of dying, which is really gratifying. Thunder escape thousand birds flow. The crackling thunder light, the speed of the circulation on Long Yu, first appeared a little stagnant, and the next moment it exploded like a frenzy. Endless thunder light splattered with the dragon feather as the center. Thunder arcs as thick as the mouth of a bull shot out like a horned dragon coming out of an abyss, tearing apart the sky in all directions. The incoming shuriken was instantly swept away by lightning. The Anbu ninja who jumped over was even more in the air, unable to hide, and was directly swallowed by the violent thunder. For a time, the radius of several hundred meters turned into a thunderous hell. Looking at the attack at will, it is enough to make people dance, and the violent and raging lightning zone makes Kosuke and others have a kind of thrilling feeling. Each of them has a self-confessed extraordinary strength. However, in the face of all this, there was no way to convince himself to take it lightly. Unless you have a mortal heart. The thunderous light in the sky is like a raging tide, and the violent scene only lasted for a few dozen seconds, and then it suddenly collapsed. When the last trace of the thunder light dissipated, the Uninbu Anbu who were in it all fell to the ground, covered in smoke, all over the place. It's just the only thing that makes people feel an accident. They didn't suffer any casualties, and they didn't pass out. Why don't you kill them? Sanshoyu Hanzo raised his head weakly. He was also in the thunder light, and it was for this reason that he could smell a trace of inappropriateness in it. As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, and their eyes were locked on Long Yu's body. As Sanjiao Hanzo said, the scene in front of them made them smell inappropriate. After all, Long Yu's battle to become famous was the same trick Lei done, but he killed hundreds of people in an instant. It can be said that at that moment, as long as Long Yu's thoughts moved, they could directly take their lives. You don't do this now, then if something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Hanzo, you are a wise man, you are a demigod, I am a god. Long Yu smiled and waved his hand. Was soon seen that the bone spear that had pierced through Hanzo's body was directly removed. Who lost his support, fell to the ground and looked at Long Yu with a hint of confusion. Demigods. Hanzo muttered to himself, looked at Long Yu stubbornly and said, are you planning to let me surrender to you? As soon as this is said, no matter. It was Kosuke and the others, or the Akatsuki organization led by the three Nagato Three, and their expressions changed drastically. In their eyes, Urin village is only a second-tier military power in the country. For Nagato and the others, the so-called half-god Sanshoyu Hanzo is a climbable existence. However, Now he was summoned to surrender in public. This scene is not seen with his own eyes. Who wants to believe it? Hee, Hanzo, you are a bright person. Long Yu said with a smile. But don't worry, I will not interfere with your rule. I just don't want the entire Yuran village to fall into chaos. You still have 3 minutes to consider, otherwise the fire of your life will be extinguished. You can only be reincarnated as a puppet regime. The expression of Hanzo, the reincarnation of the filthy earth, changed dramatically. He had seen with his own eyes the power of these forbidden techniques. Under the successive changes of expressions, the horizontal and vertical are the same result, rather than being enslaved. Sanjiao Hanzo gritted his teeth, and finally lowered his arrogant head. Hanzo is willing to surrender to the Lord. Simple words, at this moment, give people a feeling of hitting the depths of the soul. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that, for most of his life, the dignified Sanjiao Hanzo, known as the demigod, will one day surrender? The surviving Yuran Anbu's expression froze, and they stopped talking. However, he was quickly interrupted by Sanjiao Hanzo waving his hand. Don't talk about it, I have made up my mind. A violent coughing sound could not help but come out, and the big mouthful of blood was coughed up by Sanjiao Hanzo, staining the clothes on his chest red. Looking at this scene, Long Yu gave Junmalu a helpless look and said, "Do you call this a light hand?" "Boss, you mean to keep people, I have already kept them." Junmalu replied with a cold expression. As a war weapon trained by the Bamboo clan, it is easier for Junmalu to kill than to save. "Forget it, I'll save people first, and you clean them up." Long Yu reluctantly replied, and took out 444 scrolls with his backhand. In front of everyone's eyes, he threw it out with his backhand. Bang bang bang. A series of sonic booms in the air came out, and the 444 scrolls instantly turned into mysterious medical curse marks, shrouded down like a big net. Those shocking wounds that were worn directly against each other were even more wrapped up. Looking at the healing incantation array that was set up in an instant, Long Yu didn't stop for a moment, and his hands flew like wheels quickly. With the last magic seal falling, chakra like a vast sea, like a frenzy, surged out. The art of rejuvenation. The curse marks all over the body of Sanjiao Hanzo seemed to be alive at this moment, and he squirmed wildly. A vitality quickly spread and stirred. The people present looked at the scene in front of them and immediately became interested. They know that Konoha's blood-colored Asura Uchiha Long Yu has amazing fighting ability. No doubt even more shocking that he was able to control medical ninjutsu with such ease in front of him. Isn't this the art of healing and regeneration? Not only can it restore the wound, but it can also quickly heal the wound through the medium in a short period of time. Matte said with a stagnant expression. In Konoha Hospital, the medical ninjutsu that requires several people to perform, is now easily controlled by him alone. This is indeed a monster-like existence. In the huge ruins of the battlefield, hundreds of people tied their hands and stayed in place nervously. From time to time, I also glanced at Hanzo, who was shrouded in green light in the distance. Facing the end of the battle, more than half an hour has passed. Normal times, many people will lack confidence in such a long wait. However, every time there was an exclamation in the field, it could make these people take a deep breath. Who had been riddled with holes and was pierced into a sieve by Junmalu, his heart was full of shock because of the quick recovery of his injuries. Look, the last wound has also healed. I don't know who exclaimed. Of everyone in the arena swiped and locked the blood hole on Sanjiao Hanzo's chest. Looking at the originally shocking wound, it was quickly intertwined to fill up. The time between before and after was only a few tens of seconds. Chapter 220th, Adults Are Wise. The complicated techniques, the high-speed knots, and the powerful healing speed are simply breathtaking. According to Kosuke's description, these medical ninjutsu methods are enough to surpass Tsunade, who is known as the first medical ninja in Konoha. It's done, this is the blood-activating pill. Long Yu untied the seal and threw out a bottle. Sanjiao Hanzo opened his sleepy eyes and caught it instantly. This swift and violent action is completely like a person who has nothing to do. Don't act so handsome. Long Yu couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, your wound has just been repaired, but it is very fragile. If you can't handle it properly, in case it explodes again, I won't save you a second time. Feeling the white eyes, Sanjiao Hanzo's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and said, thank you, sir. However, my lord will not deceive me. I thought that you and Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, had a master-disciple relationship, and your medical ninjutsu skills cannot be compared with her. Now it seems that the blue is better than the blue. This battle I don't deserve Hanzo's loss. Take your medicine, there's so much nonsense. Long Yu directly blocked Sanjiao Hanzo, that jerky flattery. Old man over 50 or 60, 506,506 flattering himself is not a good feeling. Thank you so much. Sanjiao Hanzo's face was embarrassed, and after coughing dryly, he felt grateful instead. Right now, he has changed from an all-powerful demigod to someone else's subordinate. This huge gap is difficult to accept for a moment. In case of encountering a pervert, I need to say something flattering and play a lot of sycophants. For Sanjiao Hanzo, it is better to die than to live. Okay, take a rest, I still have things to do, I'll come back to you later. Long Yu patted Sanjiao Hanzo on the shoulder. Of course, I don't mind if you want to add some color to my boring life. Abandoning these words, Long Yu took a step and planned to leave. However, he was quickly stopped by Sanjiao Hanzo. Sir, if you want to find Bei Liuhu, the space-time coordinates in this scroll, I originally planned to keep it myself, but I didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Sanjiao Hanzo motioned to his confidant to take out a scroll. Long Yu showed a hint of surprise and said, I originally buried a space imprint on him, your scroll is better than nothing. Adults are really wise. Seeing that Long Yu finally took down the scroll, Sanjiao Hanzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was considered a form of honor, and if Long Yu refused in public, his old face would not be able to hang. However, as soon as these words came to an end, Long Yu was once again stunned. He rolled his eyes, and said, Hanzo, your flattery skills are really bad, you've even slapped the horse's legs. When you see me in the future, it's still the same as before, don't be too cautious, otherwise you will be flattered a few more times, and I'll kill you all over the place. PFF'd. Many people in the field couldn't hold back their laughter when they heard this. Especially on weekdays, Anbu Ninja, who follows around Sanjiao Hanzo. The face of this unsmiling demigod in the past, there is now a scene of falling into the mundane world. This kind of down-to-earth flattery really made the originally suppressed atmosphere dissipated for a while. Looking at Long Yu who left those words and left, Sanjiao Hanzo's expression changed, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that being a prisoner would be inevitable, falling, I didn't expect that except for the addition of an adult verbally, everything else would remain the same. This may not be a bad thing. Boss, why didn't you kill that person just now, but now you are chasing him? Junmalu followed Long Yu's side. During this period of time, Junmalu was completely convinced after seeing Long Yu's methods like a god descending from the earth one after another. In particular, Susanoo, who was summoned by Madara Uchiha, an old legend of the Uchiha clan, was summoned by the 8 Gates Dunjia formation just now. The ground shook the mountain and opened 7 doors, but it gave him a feeling of hitting his heart directly. Most importantly, this is what Long Yu mentioned to him not long ago, the shortcut to the strongest in physical arts. By the way, this is the experience of the 8-door Dunjia formation that I wrote down, as well as the interpretation of the moves, and some Konoha-style swordsmanship. Teishu should be able to speed up your understanding of the 8 armors. Long Yu took out a brand new scroll with his backhand and handed it to Junmaro. Don't underestimate the physical skills. With the bloodline ability of your Bamboo family, the damage you open the 8 doors is less than mine, and at the same time it is easier to open the 8th door. At that time, you will have to cover my boss. Junmalu looked at the scroll in his hand and couldn't help but froze in place. For outsiders, possessing a powerful forbidden technique, one can't wait to hide it, let alone impart the learning experience to others. After all, the more you have in common with others when you learn the same ninjutsu, the more weaknesses you will find. Especially such a powerful forbidden technique like Baman Dunjia, it can easily overturn a demigod, or even a god. According to Junmalu's opinion, Long Yuming knew that his bamboo clan's bloodline could bring out the best of the 8 gates of Dunjia. He also taught it to himself, which undoubtedly created a crisis for Long Yu to dig a hole. This kind of thing has never happened to the family that gave birth to him and raised him. Even his biological father worries that he will one day be too powerful to control. Instead, he was imprisoned. Not even a single bit of combat skills were taught. It can be said that Junmalu's ability to reach today is entirely due to his own genius. What's the matter? You are not imagining that you really want to rebel in the future, then I am waiting for you to dance. Long Yu smiled and patted Junmalu's shoulder, but there was a hint of melancholy on his face. But you have to hurry up, I feel that I will leave this world. Boss, you have to leave this world. Junmalu was stunned for a moment. In his worldview, there are only the concepts of leaving a village, a country, these concepts. To leave this world is simply unimaginable. However, for Long Yu, no matter. Is it the sudden appearance of oneself into this world, or the origin of the great Tongmu family? It is enough to prove that the world is not as simple as before. Junmalu, Long Yu didn't explain much. After patting him on the shoulder, he raised his brows and said with a frown, this guy didn't return to the base provided by Sanjiao Yuhanzo, but went in other directions. It seems to be the same as I guessed. Boss, are we going to rush over now? Junmalu saw that Long Yu avoided talking, and did not ask any further questions. After Long Yu nodded in agreement, he threw himself away. Yurin village, more than 10 miles away from Wushan town, a man in a white robe swept through the forest quickly, turning his head to look behind him from time to time. Chapter 224, Research on Forbidden Techniques. Seeing that there were no chasing soldiers, after a staggering step, his face flushed, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood water directly stained the bandage, but Bei Liuhu didn't mean to stop, and under the flying of his hands, a series of spell marks were formed. The art of psychic communication. Bang! A white fog swirled up into the sky, and soon I saw a hideous-looking, huge two-headed snake, looming in the white fog. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, with the bloody mouth bluffing, there was a bloody wind, and it rushed towards the rocky mountain not far away. Boom! The dull collision sound suddenly sounded, and under the splash of the gravel, a large piece of sand and dust rolled back. At the same time, a dark shadow jumped out of the dust. Under his pale cheeks, his mouth opened, and in a terrifying gesture, he spit out a sharp blade with a cold light. Without any bells and whistles, it went straight to the double-headed snake. PFF'd. Blood splashed, and the sharp blade, which was unstoppable, slammed down and slashed one of the snake heads. Looking at this scene, Bei Liuhu's expression was gloomy. He swung his backhand, and the ninja scroll fell into his hand. With a bang, two Fengmo shuriken fell into his hands instantly. With the sound of breaking the air, the 2 shurikens in the wind and demons, and the physique skyrocketed again. The huge wind demon shuriken with a diameter of more than a few meters, with awe-inspiring power, appeared in front of Orochimaru one step ahead. And down attacks completely blocked Orochimaru's retreat. However, before Bei Liuhu was happy, Orochimaru's body quickly twisted like a boneless twist, and immediately passed through the center of the 2 huge shuriken. Bang! 2 huge shuriken, one head smashed on the rocky mountain, the huge impact, immediately. The rock wall was shattered, and the sharp blade stabbed straight into the rock. When he missed a blow, Bei Liuhu didn't lose the slightest bit, and soon he saw the 2-headed snake that had been decapitated, the broken head, and the muscles on the wound, squirming quickly, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the head was reborn. The scarlet tongue was swallowed down, and his eyes suddenly turned, locked on Orochimaru's body. A big mouth, he slammed into the face again. Orochimaru, who was in the air, raised his brows, looking a little surprised. However, the hands quickly flipped, like wheels, giving people a kind of dazzling feeling. The art of psychic Rashomon. Bang! The mysterious curse quickly spread and opened, and the huge iron gate of Shiro was directly channeled by Orochimaru, and instantly blocked in front of the double-headed snake. Dang! The sound of heavy metal collision suddenly echoed, and the big impact force made Rashomon sag in an instant. However, under this collision, the two-headed snake was also instantly bleeding. Under the blurred flesh and blood, even the scales and armor shattered instantly, revealing Senbai's skull. However, in the face of such injuries, the two-headed snake simply ignored it and raised its head again. The flesh and blood on the edge of the wound quickly squirmed again, and in just 10 seconds, the two-headed snake quickly recovered as before. However, this time Bailahu did not let the two-headed snake attack again, but stuck out his scarlet tongue and locked onto Orochimaru's body. I didn't expect that you really researched the forbidden technique that I deliberately leaked to you back then. Orochimaru looked at the old classmate in front of him with interest. Back then, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade were among the students of the same class, and they were also considered to be cutting edge. If it is said that Jiraiya is also the tail of the crane, then Piliuhu is definitely the bomber that grew up behind them, in the tail of the crane. Facing the gradually widening gap in strength, the jealousy in Piliuhu's heart grew stronger. Later, I accidentally discovered the so-called fusion ninjutsu theory. Two-headed snake and other psychic monsters were his initial research objects. Watching the two-headed snake's fusion experiment become more and more mature, its strength gradually becomes stronger, and it also has the ability to regenerate from death. This made Bailahu completely addicted to it. It was not until he finally defected that Bailahu discovered all this, and it was possible that Orochimaru led him and lured him to this road of no return. Orochimaru, it seems that you had the heart to let me be this white mouse. Bailahu tore off the bandage on his mouth, revealing sharp side-like teeth. The mouth and cheeks spread out, like a centipede's hideous stitching marks. That bloody mouth, that terrifying level, is no worse than Orochimaru's. Hee, Bailahu, my old friend, are you asking for guilt? Orochimaru smiled softly. You suddenly appeared here, I think it's because one of them invited you to come. You still have traces of injuries on your body. When you escaped, only Sanshoyu Hanzo slowed a beat. The person who colluded with you should be him. Speaking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but looked up and down at Bailahu, and smiled even more. My old friend didn't cheat you. This experiment is based on theory, but aren't you still alive and well? You have gained a lot of power. Even the so-called demigod, Sanjou Hanzo, attaches great importance to you. You should thank my old friend. The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Bailahu's expression sank, and he said sharply, Orochimaru, you don't need to use words to test. The day you leaked this experimental theory to me, it seems that I never dared to let go and try it. It should be you who secretly leaked my story. Afterwards, I secretly sold a negligence and let me escape and continue the experiment. Don't you want to get the results of my experiment? Looking at the Orochimaru who was even an old friend in front of him, Bailahu did not get angry, and continued to say, I saw your immortal body just now, but you lacked my powerful regeneration power. However, I can tell you one thing, this forbidden technique has not been completely perfected. Not perfect yet. Orochimaru was startled. In his eyes, the strange regenerative ability of this strange snake that sewed and mended together made him salivate. After all, the current Orochimaru is not the Orochimaru in the original book. His scientific level is still a bit different than that at that time. If we can take this opportunity, we can recycle the seeds that were planted that day and the fruits that were born. For Orochimaru, it was definitely a windfall. After all, without his genius, a series of theoretical knowledge would have been recorded. Of Beluhu, which is more stubborn than Jiraiya, to study the technique of Guiluo alone, it would be a fool's dream at all. What you see is the success of the two-headed snake. Beluhu glanced at the two-headed snake that was still eyeing him, and said, "But, for myself, the selected experimental product of course needs the most optimal bloodline limit. Imagine, if a person collects all 5 kinds of blood, and then has the ability to regenerate from death, ask this world, who is his opponent, even if it is a god." Having said this, Bei Liu suddenly ended the sentence. Chapter 225, Enhance your ability to undead and regenerate. His mind, the lingering battle not long ago was engraved in the depths of his soul like a brand. In his eyes, he always thought that as long as he learned the technique of Guiluo, he could become a godlike existence. When the 5 kinds of blood follow the limit, it is matched with the body of immortality and regeneration. At that time, God will kill God, and Buddha will kill Buddha. However, after really seeing Uchiha Ryu, who seems to have the appearance of God, this feels a little lacking. Orochimaru's expression changed a bit, the sharp blade from his mouth had been swallowed back, and after licking his upper lip with his scarlet tongue, he said, "You don't care about running now, and you suddenly came to me, because you discovered the target of Shuiji boundary, and plan to let can I help? Don't forget the other thing, when you come this far and escape from the village, everything has to do with me. In other words, we are enemies, why should I help someone who may seek revenge from me in the future, complete the final experiment?" Facing the sudden appearance of Beluhu, Orochimaru was a little surprised. After all, in his eyes, this fit ninjutsu is too flawed. In particular, the subject of the experiment chosen by Beluhu is a person who has the limit of blood. After all, every bloodline person is a family inheritance. If people from the outside world intend to forcibly incorporate these bloodlines into their own bodies, the foreign blood will conflict with the own blood. Once the selected experimental subjects are people who have the bloodline limit, the bloodline strength will be much stronger than that of ordinary people. Once backlash occurs, a chain reaction may be formed, leading to symptoms such as decay in the body. When this theory was put forward that day, Dashawan also carried out the Mudden cell culture experiment. Liandanzo's arm from Nobu Uchiha is also a derivative of this fusion ninjutsu Oniyara. However, Orochimaru never imagined that, inadvertently setting up a situation, Bei Liu would eat shit and beans. Really develop the forbidden technique, Gui Yaluo, to such an extent that he was still alive to walk in front of him. Orochimaru, you leaked this flawed forbidden technique to me, do you still think I can't guess your mind? Bei Liu said with a sneer. Now that Guiluo's ninjutsu has been developed to an almost perfect level, I just need to find 2 more suitable blood follower limiters, and then I can achieve your ideal state. No, it should be said that compared with the theory you conceived, I will be stronger and a more perfect god. At that time, even if I meet the so-called Konoha blood-colored Asura, I will not be afraid at all. The voice of Chang's words echoed between heaven and earth, and at the end, there was a hint of madness in the words. Looking at Bei Liu, whose character has changed so much, Maru not only has no fear at all, but also shows a smile. Bei Liu, you know, I hated your idea of fighting and improving my own strength at first. But now you've learned to find shortcuts, but it's very appealing to me. Speaking of this, Orochimaru smiled even more. I am very happy that my experiment can reach such a height. You suddenly came to the door now. You should have locked the target of hunting. Are you going to invite me to help you? Looking at the tentative Orochimaru, with his disgusting face, Bei Liu said with a playful smile, you were right, that day, you, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were both my targets. I am in awe of you. Being able to talk to you on an equal footing like today, I really didn't expect that as long as you are willing to help me hunt down the blood follower, I can send all the experimental experience and research and development data of the Guiluo technique over the years to me. You. Orochimaru didn't reject this sweet pastry from Beluhu for the first time. This is the hard work of Beluhu, and no one wants to have a unique powerful ninjutsu. Especially the tail of the crane with such a quirky personality as Beluhu. He has agreed now, but the Guaya Luo technique that he finally handed over is definitely not a perfect version. However, this may be a taste for others, but for the perverted mad scientist Orochimaru, just a little combination of data from other experiments is enough. With this stepping stone, Orochimaru still has the confidence to make the transplantation of Mudden cells more perfect. Say, when the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is hunted, Orochimaru itself will be able to fit perfectly. When undead reincarnates, it can become more skilled with the body. Orochimaru, what are you thinking about? Beiliuhu said calmly, this goal, I discovered 3 days ago, according to my threading eyes, is still in the waterfall cave 30 miles away. If there is not an old man who is good at puppet art by her side, I am enough to say that she hunted, and I don't need to cooperate with you. Puppet old man. Orochimaru raised his brows, looked at the scroll that Beiliuhu took out with his backhand, hesitated for a moment, and said, okay, I promise you to help you, but I want to know the information about the target, and the experiment of taking half of Guaya Luo first. Give me the data. For Orochimaru, he has never done anything like a crime. In the original book, even the 3 generations of Kazekage and the 3 generations of Hokage dared to kill, and some ethnic groups were even kept in captivity by him to carry out the curse mark experiment. Not to mention the mere hunt for a blood follower with limited ability. HMPH, I also accidentally caught my eye on this target. She was wearing a mask at that time, so I don't know who it was. Beiliuhu snorted coldly, and threw the scroll to Orochimaru. This scroll records all the information about Guaya Luo's technique, but the second half is sealed, as long as you help me hunt for those with the ability to follow the boundaries of blood and succeed. Now, the scroll seal will also be unwound. Beiliuhu said in a low voice. Of course, if you dare to play some tricks in the middle, this scroll will be detonated directly, and our transaction will end here. Looking at the aggressive language, Orochimaru couldn't help laughing, but without checking it, he put away the scroll and said with a smile, I just like to work with ambitious people like you. Let's go, I don't know if the kid will catch up, let's leave first. Thinking about it, even Uchiha Madara was overturned by Long Yu's simple physical skills. Was still an inexplicable shadow in Orochimaru's heart. In particular, at the end, Long Yu also mentioned that after opening the 7 doors, there is another door behind. This is for Orochimaru, once faced with the metamorphosis of Shang Longyu. To seek a sense of security is to enhance one's ability to immortalize and regenerate. Crafty Rabbit 3 kilns. Orochimaru must have at least 10 kilns to feel a little more at ease. Chapter 226, Hai Lao. Okay, now that the deal is done, let's do it right away. Set off, as long as this goal is captured, I will have the boundaries of the 4 major bloodlines, and my own strength will skyrocket. Beiliuhu suddenly clenched his fists and said with certainty, as long as I hunt for one more target, I will be able to have a true immortality. The rolling voices dissipated, and under Orochimaru's idiot-like gaze, Beiliuhu finally finished venting, and quickly led the way in front. However, this can't be blamed on Beiliuhu for showing off a lot. It's like, when you are studying, there are 3 local tyrants in the class as friends. Every day I watch the 3 local tyrants show off, and now they have graduated from the society and have achieved some achievements. At the party, I can't wait to hang a worth tag to let others know that Lao Su is also doing well. A few minutes after the 2 left, 2 figures sprang from the forest and landed directly on the ruins caused by the battle between the 2-headed snake and Orochimaru. Boss, as you said, they really met. Junmalu looked around indifferently and said, do we need to speed up? Long Yu did not deny Junmalu's speculation, and Long Yu had already captured the chakra remnants of Orochimaru and Beluhu several miles away. Now he's doing it just to confirm one other thing. I don't need it for the time being. The mantis is behind the cicada and the oriole. If you let them know that there is a big tail behind it, I don't know what the expression will be. Long Yu smiled and patted Junmalu on the shoulder, did not stay any longer, and quickly followed. Then half an hour later, more than 20 miles away from them, Orochimaru and Bailahu always kept a certain distance, and they had already seen the entrance of the waterfall in the distance as they kept on their way. The turbulent water waves brought a deafening, drum-like crashing sound. The water splashing all over the sky made this piece of heaven and earth feel like a fairyland with a mist of water vapor. The goal is in front of you, Orochimaru. I hope you don't do anything when you get there. Bailahu reminded in a deep voice. Hehe, you are so cautious, not the type one like, but don't worry, I, Orochimaru, will definitely keep my promise. Orochimaru laughed playfully. However, as soon as this smile appeared, a chill appeared on the spine in the next moment, and there was no time to think about it, and suddenly there was a stern sound of breaking through the air in all directions. PFF'd. One after another, dark shadows shot through the forest in an overwhelming posture. Hidden in the mist, it is even more difficult to see. When they approached the distance of 20 or 30 meters, they suddenly launched. This is obviously beyond the expectations of Bailahu and Orochimaru. However, in the face of this violent scene, the two of Orochimaru were only slightly startled, and quickly reacted. Steel escaped steel. The magic seal in Bailahu's hand fell, the luster of metal quickly stirred on the surface of the body. The shuriken, senbon, and kunai that attacked from all directions landed on Bailahu's body, like rain hitting a banana, only making a series of metal collision sounds. However, compared to Bailahu, Orochimaru is more direct. As soon as the attack landed on the body instantly shattered and disintegrated, turning into hundreds or thousands of venomous snakes, as if the body was not combined. Looking at this scene, the color of the person hidden in the dark changed instantly, and the old voice sounded. Be careful, I'll take cover. Voice fell, the sky was stirred up, scattered in Bailahu. The hidden weapons around the body were pulled by a special steel wire in an instant. At the moment of sudden tension, it turned into a giant cocoon, winding away towards Bailahu. Quack quack. The sound of the puppets snapping together came out from the soil under his feet. Arms, like chains, quickly wrapped around Bailahu's limbs. Seeing that the series of attacks instantly achieved the expected effect, a pretty shadow hidden behind the trees flashed out like a ghost. One step ahead of him, he came to Bailahu. Burning escape overheating kill. The familiar squeak sounded suddenly, a pair of slender hands bluffed, and the scarlet fiery chakra instantly gathered in their hands. In the case of chakra infusion, it instantly turned into a huge fireball. Without any bells and whistles, under Yi King's control, he smashed head-on towards Bailahu. Boom! The hot air waves, under the scorching big explosion, added a few points of power. The huge impact force caused Yi King to turn over and retreat at the same time. The trees that were more than 10 meters around were directly blown off by the middle. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet was blown into a deep, charred pit by this huge explosive force. Seeing such astonishing power, Yi King not only did not show the slightest smile, but frowned, his expression suddenly changed. Old Hai, hurry up and escape. The violent shouting made Hai Laozang, who was hiding in the dark, startled. He felt the cold wind behind him, and the breath of death swept through his body. The sudden sense of death made Hai Laozang have no time to think about it, and at the same time he pulled away and dodged, the 10 fingers of both hands quickly changed. The next moment, not far behind the person who was originally standing, under the rolling soil, like a white snake, sticking out his head, cracking open the big snake pill with a bloody mouth, and biting straight into Hai Laozang's throat. At this close distance, facing the endless strange methods of Orochimaru. The snake head that brought a gloomy wind and was extremely fast, preemptively bit Hai Laozang's throat. PFF'd. The crisp sound of wood resounded suddenly, and Orochimaru's sharp fangs snapped on Hylian's neck in an instant. However, at the moment of entrance, Orochimaru's expression froze, and soon he saw Hai Laozang's head, which turned directly at 180 degrees. The skin on his face peeled off like thin sand, revealing the wooden face of a puppet. The sound of clack, clack, came out of the clenched mouth. Puppet clone technique. Orochimaru raised his brows, and soon saw the sand skin on the puppet in front of him peeling off instantly. 6 arms were like chains, instantly wrapped around Orochimaru's body. Second burst of black secret skills. Hai Lao Zhang's voice suddenly came from behind a tree not far away. The chakra line in the hand and the puppet was suddenly changed. The puppet's body opened instantly, forming a big, hideous mouth, and swallowed it towards Orochimaru. Bang! At such a close distance, Orochimaru had nowhere to hide, and when he reacted, he was forced into his body by 6 arms. The opening of the machine was closed instantly. Kill! Hai Lao Zhang succeeded in one move, and his hands and 10 fingers flew up again, and soon he saw the black ant puppet, and the 6 arms broke away instantly. With the sound of the machine, the venom-stained sharp blade hidden on the arm was ejected directly. The next moment, without any fancy, he pierced straight into the black ant's body. Chapter 227. The most difficult person to kill. PFF'd. The sharp blade Chigan sank into the black ant's body, and the scarlet blood splashed down, instantly dyeing the puppet's body red. Look of joy flashed across Hai Lao Zhang's face when he witnessed this scene. However, before he was completely happy, a coquettish voice sounded beside him. Be careful, Long Yu said that the most difficult person to kill in this world is Orochimaru. Hai Lao Zhang couldn't help but look stagnant, and hurriedly looked at the black ants. The next moment, what caught my eye was the swelled torso of the black ant. Bang! Black ant's body shattered in response, and a large snow-white snake covered in blood charged towards Hai Lao Zhang at a speed like thunder. Black secret skill puppet shield. Hai Lao Zhang's face changed drastically, and before he had time to think about it, he took out a scroll with his backhand and summoned a puppet in response. Bang! As soon as the pepperfish appeared, it instantly opened the chakra shield hidden on its body. Blue light, a shield that was said to be able to withstand dozens of tons of boulders was formed. It turned out to be the old immortal of Sand Ninja Village. No wonder the means are so good. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and his scarlet tongue stuck out. Under the lacing of the white cold light in the mouth, the sword of Kusanagi, which was hidden in it, quickly extended in an instant. With an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, he stabbed at the chakra shield first. PFF'd. The seemingly indestructible shield made a crisp air vibration. The next moment, like a piece of paper, it penetrated directly, and the snow-white blade went straight to Hai Lao Zhang's throat. The violent scene made Hai Lao Zhang never imagined it. However, the Kusanagi sword is known as the sharpest and strongest artifact. For these temporary defenses, it is obviously a bit unstoppable. At such a close distance, the only thing that can be done is to watch the attack approach. Boiled and steamed to kill. Yi King arrived first, and the fireballs in both hands converged instantly, turning into a streamer and smashing on the Sanjiao fish first. Bang! The dull explosion sounded suddenly, and the huge air wave impacted, directly blowing the Sanjiao fish into the air. Under the power of the flying, the attack trajectory of the Kusanagi sword also changed. Hai Lao Zhang suddenly came to his senses, and with the help of the blast, he quickly pulled away and retreated. Sand Ninja Village Rebel Ninja Yi King. 1. Orochimaru suddenly changed his expression when he saw Yi King, who suddenly inserted his hand horizontally and ruined his good things. Attack could be retracted. A ghostly figure was seen grabbing behind Yi King. Caught you. Bei Liu, whose face was hideous and eager, his hands formed a seal, and he pressed it directly on Yi King's body. Facing this sudden enemy attack, King's expression suddenly changed. Just now, in order to save Hai Lao Zhang, he didn't put any guard behind him at all, so that Bei Liu could take advantage of it. Seeing that at such a close distance, there is absolutely no way to hide, the only thing that can be done is to use the scorching escape and steam to kill, with the help of the air wave of the explosion to withdraw and retreat. However, having performed steam kill at such a distance was completely a decision to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. Little carelessness could lead to serious injuries. However, messy thoughts flashed in Yi Kang's mind just now. Soon she saw a white cold light brushing past her side, piercing Bei Liuhu's chest. When the crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded, and under the reinforcement of steel gun, Bei Liuhu's chest was also stabbed 2 or 3 points. Huge impact, directly in the air. The Kiryu hurricane that came flying flew out. When Bei Liuhu landed more than 10 meters away, he completely stood on his heels, stared at the wound on his chest, his face sank, and he roared angrily. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Blow just now. He chose the right time to instantly block Yi Kang's actions and subdue her directly. But I never thought that at this juncture, Orochimaru would fall off the chain. Facing the two people who were in an instant infighting, Yi Kang's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and he looked at Orochimaru, who swallowed the Kusanagi sword back into his body, with a gloomy expression on his face, a look of confusion on his face. In Yi Kang's memory, she and Orochimaru didn't have much intersection. This is also the first time we meet, and there is no kindness. Moreover, Konoha Ninja Village and Sand Ninja Village have been at war for many years. Not long ago, in the Third Ninja War, it was their two big ninja villages that took the lead in fighting. Right now, Orochimaru had a very good reason to shoot at her, but he was a little puzzled as to why he wanted to save her. Facing the confused gazes of everyone, Orochimaru's face was no longer good-looking. After looking at Yi Kang one more time, he said, "You can't move this person, the transaction is over." The inexplicable words made Bei Liuhu's expression stagnate for a while, and he was the first to lose his breath and said, "Dashi-wan, you are damaging your prestige. If there is no sufficient reason, how can anyone dare to cooperate with you in the future? If you don't explain things clearly today, don't blame me for being rude to you." The cold and stern words came out, making the atmosphere in the field change again. Hai Laozang got this chance to breathe, and with his expression changed, he hurried to Yi Kang's side. He didn't know why Orochimaru would take action to save Yi Kang, but in this case, he still had to be wary of Orochimaru. Otherwise, if you take it lightly as you did just now, facing one of the old Konoha Sannin, I am afraid you will fall into a state of doom. As the confrontation unfolded, an indescribable depression spread through the forest. Everyone's eyes turned around and locked on Orochimaru's body, as if trying to find the answer from his face. "HMPH, Beluhu, it's your business if you want to die, I don't want to lose my life with you." Orochimaru snorted coldly and said with a sullen face, "You know that Yi Kang is a traitor, but you don't know that she joined Uchiha Ryu's command. If you let him know that you assassinated his subordinates, how do you think Uchiha Ryu would react?" The boy's subordinate. Beiyuhu's face changed drastically. Not long ago, that shocking battle was still vivid in my mind. If the woman in front of him is really related to Uchiha Ryu, at the same time, he succeeded in the blow just now. Waiting for him, I am afraid it is the monstrous anger of Uchiha Ryu. Thinking of this, a chill appeared on Bei Liuhu's spine, and his wandering eyes locked on Yi Kang's body indefinitely. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, Bei Liuhu's expression changed several times, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Little girl, it turns out that you and Uchiha Ryu know each other, but it was just a misunderstanding just now, I hope you don't take it to heart." A slightly sinister smile appeared on Beiyuhu's face. Yi Kang and Hai Laozang couldn't help but stunned at the rapidly changing face, but they had no way to react. However, the thought of this pause just popped up in my mind, and the next moment I saw it, but instead it was a roar like a mad roar. Chapter 228, Take My Move. "Little girl, do you really think I'm as timid as Orochimaru? If I kill you now, that Uchiha Ryu doesn't know where he is. As long as I absorb your blood, and then hide for a while, how can that kid do to me?" The hysterical roar was incessant, and Beluhu raised his right hand upwards, and the thunderclouds that had accumulated in the sky suddenly exploded. Cavity wave. The thunder and light all over the sky are like ferocious electric snakes, rushing out from the backlog of clouds. The next moment, like a gust of wind and rain, it slashed down with the force of a pouring down gesture. The dense and swift gesture instantly covered the woodlands with a radius of several hundred meters. The violent scene made Orochimaru's face change drastically. For him, an existence known as a forbidden technique in the original book, this kind of attack would never take his life. Of Yi King and Hai Laozang, it is probably more difficult than reaching the sky to receive this blow in a short period of time. After all, Rei's speed is too fast. Yi King and Hai Laozang, who seemed to be stunned in place, as if unable to react, a trace of ecstasy appeared on Bei Liuhu's face. However, just as the smile appeared on his face, the playful voice that fell in his ear the next moment shook his nerves. This Rei looks good, but a little worse than mine. Black-spotted tigers. Roar. The roar of the tiger shook the hill, and the black thunder light appeared in the sky above Yi King at a speed that could not cover the ears of the black tiger. The seemingly fierce thunder light in the sky was torn to shreds like a piece of paper. The next moment, it soared into the sky, directly piercing the lead clouds accumulated in the sky. Boom! The black tiger burst open. The huge impact, the explosion storm that set off, directly washed away the backlog of rain clouds. The unexpected scene made everyone in the field startled. Black thunderbolts are very rare in the ninja world. However, the power that erupted just now was far more powerful than that of a thunderbolt. Someone in Yunnan village inherited the Black Thunder, which is one of the important symbols of inheriting Reikage. Hai Laozang said with a solemn expression. As a consultant of Sand Ninja Village, he certainly knew where this method came from. However, as soon as these words fell, everyone hurriedly looked at the figure that caught their eyes first, but their pupils could not help shrinking. Uchiha Ryayu. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously took a half step back. Now, he can't wait to press Bei Liuhu to the ground, slap a few slaps fiercely, and blow his crow's mouth out. Whoever doesn't speak, must speak ill of this enchanting evildoer. All right now, as soon as this kid is mentioned, this kid appears. When I think of it, Long Yu and Uchiha Madara fought against each other not long ago. If I had known the goal earlier, I wouldn't be greedy for this little cheap. Hehe, Orochimaru, I just wanted to find you, but I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Long Yu smiled warmly. However, this smile, in their eyes, has a feeling of death. A slightly stiff smile appeared on Orochimaru's face and said, "You brat, don't you remember the battle just now? But, although I'm not your opponent, it doesn't mean that I can't escape." Long Yu was very clear about Orochimaru's methods. In the original Hokage novel, he is a man who is more difficult to kill than Kagaya. As long as there is a curse mark, it can be used as an opportunity to resurrect Orochimaru. Of course, this kind of resurrection also needs the help of outsiders, otherwise it will be very difficult to awaken the will left in the curse with just one Orochimaru. In the original book, Orochimaru was sealed by Uchiha Itachi using the Ten-Fist Sword. Sasuke brought Orochimaru back to life by unlocking the curse of Midori red beans. "Why did you find us?" Bei Liuhu's expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry, "Orochimaru, don't forget the agreement between us. As long as we join forces, we will definitely do it. It must be something." Orochimaru licked his scarlet tongue and said, "Can we defeat Madara Uchiha together?" This. Bei Liuhu's expression suddenly stiffened. Uchiha Madara's methods, he is obvious to all, the power of Nasu Sano, and Huodun, is not. Ordinary people can match. Let him go up, I'm afraid he won't be able to resist 2 or 3 times. Seeing Orochimaru, the chain fell at this juncture. Bei Liuhu's face was gloomy to the extreme, and he said sharply, "Uchiha Ryayu, what can you say, or you also want to get the magic of Guiluo?" In Bei Liuhu's eyes, even Orochimaru coveted the technique of Guiluo. In particular, the devouring blood and the undead body are enough to be called perverts in the ninja world. If Long Yu is willing to trade this, he may be able to use his hands to hunt other blood successor limiters. Once he got on this thigh, he would not have to act timidly in the future. Thinking of this, Bei Liuhu's heart suddenly became hot. Looking at Long Yu's eyes, there was a little more fiery. However, the words that fell in his ear at the next moment instantly tightened his nerves. Have you forgotten, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo is a cunning old man. He left a space imprint on you, and I also secretly left one, so if you escape to the bottom of the sky, I can find you too. Long Yu smiled and threw the scroll in his hand. However, if I can give Hanzo the chance to surrender, you can also have it. The premise is that you can take my trick. Hanzo has surrendered. Bei Liuhu's face changed drastically. No, it should be said that Orochimaru and Halozang were no exception. This is a so-called demigod-like existence, and in the Second Ninja World War, it shined brilliantly. However, now he is surrendering to a young man who is only 17 or 18 years old. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, I am afraid no one would believe it. For a time, everyone looked at Long Yu with an inexplicable taste. After Bei Liuhu's face changed, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, "Okay, this is what you said, as long as I take your move, can I also choose to surrender?" Maybe ashamed to surrender in the face of others, but at this moment, it has undoubtedly changed. It can be said that as long as you can take Uchiha Ryu's move and get the chance to surrender, it is a symbol of strength. After all, even the boy in front of him, Madara Uchiha of the old legend of the Uchiha clan, can directly kick out an ending existence. You don't intend to hunt for those who have the blood and limit ability by surrendering to me, and then secretly borrowing my name. Long Yu smiled genially, looked at Bei Liuhu, whose face changed suddenly, and said, "Don't worry, it doesn't matter what your purpose is, the important thing is, take my move first." Seeing that Long Yu didn't bite hard, Bei Liuhu breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Long Yu's initial request, he actually had a plan. Chapter 229. Goodbye, Bei Liu. After all, not long ago, he absorbed the ninja Nakagi who possessed the ninja village. Gain the ability to absorb ninjutsu. Otherwise, I would not dare to gamble with Uchiha Long Yu in person. Seeing, this is a trace of vitality, no matter what. After success, did Long Yu recruit him? As long as he took a chance to breathe, he would run away and hide for the time being. Only pity I felt was the loss of this rare scorching target. Are you ready? Long Yu urged with a smile. Bei Liuhu suddenly recovered his senses, nodded and said, "I'm ready." Spoke, the bandages on Bei Liuhu's hands were instantly undone, revealing a mysterious spell on his palms. "Oh, I almost forgot that you still have the means to absorb ninjutsu. It seems that you can absorb any ninjutsu." Long Yu raised his brows and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't change the rules, I will only use ninjutsu. However, I want to add a premise, which is to unlock the seal of the scroll of Guiyu Luo's technique in Orochimaru's hand." After unlocking the seal, Bei Liuhu and Orochimaru were stunned. Never occurred to me that Long Yu would even know this. However, this matter is not difficult for Long Yu to guess. According to Orochimaru, there is no profit and early urine, and the only thing that can please him is the technique of Guiyu Luo. And for the sake of prudence, Bei Liuhu will never reveal the entirety of Guiyu Luo's technique. The best way is to give half of it first. However, this kind of random speculation fell into the eyes of the two of them, but it became taller. It turns out that you have also taken a fancy to the technique of Guiyu Luo, no wonder you have gone around so many detours. Bei Liuhu returned to God, showing a hint of pride. It can be said that, as the tail of a crane in the tail of a crane, it can be sought after by people because of this ninjutsu. This is a kind of feeling, standing at the pinnacle of life. However, in the face of Long Yu's despairing strength, Bei Liuhu did not dare to take a fluke and took out another scroll with his backhand and threw it to Long Yu. This is the other half. As long as you close the scrolls, you can get the complete Gui Ya Luo technique. However, I advise you not to gamble with me. You should also know that I have a kind of ghost that can absorb any ninjutsu. If you are embarrassed in front of your beauty, I will feel a little sorry. Shut up. Yi King's cheeks flushed, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Who is the beauty? Long Yu won't kill you, but I will remember the hatred just now." Looking at Yi King, who was in a hurry, Long Yu patted her on the shoulder and said, "Okay, write down your grudge first, but my bet has to go on, so let me get things done first." But Yi King was in a hurry. However, he was quickly winked by Hai Laozang. For Hai Laozang, it's pretty good to have no name now, so carefree in front of Long Yu like this. Only Yi King can do it. Seeing Long Yu walking out slowly, Bei Liuhu breathed a sigh of relief, worried that Long Yu would regret it and said, "Although, we already know the result, but let's be ashamed in public, don't blame me." "Don't worry, I am the most trustworthy person." The smile on Long Yu's face grew even wider. The next moment, the right hand slowly protruded out, and under the eyes of the public, the 5 fingers were slightly tensed. A huge chakra surged out of the body, pouring into the palm like a horned dragon. Ninjutsu without knots. Beluhu's expression froze for a moment, and then he secretly rejoiced. Ninjutsu seals actually control the order of chakra changes in the body and play a guiding role. The more powerful some ninjutsu, the more jutsu marks are required. In the original book, Naruto learns the spiral pill, and every step of practice is to make the body's chakra remember every change. However, this idea just sprouted in Beluhu's mind. The next moment, a piercing screeching sound of air suddenly resounded. The frenzied wind escaped chakra, like a submerged dragon emerging from the abyss, gathering in Long Yu's palm. The moment when the wind escaped spiral pills condensed, with Long Yu as the center, a fierce wind that cut off his face was rolled up. Be applied, people can feel it with the naked eye. This azure blue, gem-like chakra sphere gives people an extremely dangerous taste. What the hell is this? Bei Liuhu's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take a half step back. I am willing to surrender. I will not accept this ninjutsu. I don't understand. Long Yu raised his head suddenly, his smile became brighter and he said, "I forgot to tell you, I am a person who has a special grudge, especially a woman's grudge, that is unforgettable. Goodbye, Biliuhu." The sudden voice made everyone in the field startled. The next moment, before they could react, the shuriken in Long Yu's hand threw out in response. The awe-inspiring sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and the madly spinning wind-escape spiral pill, with a posture like tearing space, rolled towards Bei Liuhu. Just a few dozen meters, but in the blink of an eye. Facing this violent attack, Beluhu couldn't react at all, and could only hurriedly raise his hands to defend. The azure blue sphere that swept in, with a sharp vibration sound, rolled out of the sky with a posture like tearing space. Of tens of meters is just a blink of an eye. Looking at the Fengdun spiral pill that was rapidly expanding in his pupils, Bei Liuhu had nowhere to hide. The only thing he could do was to raise his hands in a hurry, pouring the dormant chakra into his hands frantically, and roared angrily. Darkness to suck the whole. A jet-black vortex quickly emerged and condensed in front of Beluhu. As soon as it was condensed, it collided with the incoming wind-escape spiral pill. Boom! The huge force of attraction and pulling instantly enveloped the incoming wind-escape spiral pill. However, the Fengdun spiral pill has not been pulled in. The spiral pill formed by frantically squeezing and condensing was instantly detonated. Bang! The endless wind and waves were suddenly detonated, and the black dark cave that had just condensed expanded rapidly. The next moment, it exploded. The violent wind and air waves, like countless wind blades, directly enveloped Bei Liuhu. It even covered the forest trees with a radius of tens of meters in an instant. The trees, rocks, and rock formations that passed along the way were smashed into pieces in an instant. The violent scene made the faces of everyone in the field change drastically, and even Orochimaru had a feeling of trepidation, so he didn't have time to think about it and quickly retreated. After escaping 100 meters, he stopped and looked at the center of the storm with a solemn face. The chakra storm, which was as violent as a knife, lasted for dozens of seconds before it completely subsided. The ruins that are close to 100 meters, and the surrounding trees and rocks have long been smashed into pieces. The devastated deep pit, Beiliuhu was like rags, covered with vertical and horizontal wounds, and fell into the rubble. Chapter 230. 3 generations of Fengying were hunted by scorpions. Apart from his slightly swivel eyes, Beiliuhu obviously didn't even move half of his fingers. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's face also turned pale, and he said solemnly, "Change the chakra to the extreme, and then compress the nature of the chakra of Feng Dun, and then combine the two together. Power, like countless wind blades, a saturated and dense attack that can pierce even cells. Once you are hit, if there is no means to save your life, I am afraid you will die." Words fell, and Hai Laozang nodded solemnly in an instant. He also heard about the reputation of Konoha's rebellion against Bloody Asura and Uchiha Ryu. However, this is all at the level of hearsay. Now that I have personally witnessed this gesture, I have pinched the forbidden technique at my fingertips. This made Hai Laozang's heart suddenly tighten, and looking at Long Yu, his eyes became more dignified. "Okay, don't stare at me." Long Yu glanced at the ruins, and he was dying and said, "I didn't lie to you. You and Sanjiao Hanzo teamed up to attack me. I can write it off, but the person who moved your evil thoughts to me, this alone will be enough for you to die 10,000 times. Furthermore, I did only use one move, you can't take it, that's your problem, you deserve it if you die." You. Beiliuhu's eyes suddenly widened, almost even popping out his eyeballs. If the eyes alone can kill people, it is enough to kill Long Yu tens of thousands of times. However, in the original work, there is no way for Beiliuhu's Ming Dun to absorb Naruto's Feng Dun spiral pill. Not to mention, Long Yu used the system to increase the power to the ultimate wind escape spiral pill. Under the slight squirming of the mouth knot, except for the first word, Beiliuhu almost split his eyes, and finally spit out a mouthful of blood and died directly. His immortal body can only reach the perfect level after absorbing 5 kinds of blood and following the limit. There are only 3 kinds of blood continuation limits on Beiliuhu's body, and the immortal body has the ability to recover. But in such a dense and saturated attack, the chakra in Beiliuhu was too late to recover from his injuries. The chakra is exhausted, and it can only end up to the point of dying out. Dragon Feather. Yi King regained his senses and was the first to lose his temper. However, he soon saw Long Yu's hand, which quickly enlarged in his pupils, and then tapped directly on her forehead in full view of the public. "Okay, you can tell me if you promise yourself, but you won't need to speak politely. I am more vengeful than you. Also, Junmalu, go and collect Beiliuhu's body, don't let his chakra go away, bring a letter to that scorpion, and go back and be a puppet." Junmalu did not flash out in the dark and walked towards the ruins. When Hai Laozang heard the words, his face changed slightly, and he stopped talking, but still said through gritted teeth. "Is the scorpion really under your command? Did he really kill the 3 generations of Kazekage, and what is he doing now?" A series of questions blurted out. Yi King's face changed suddenly, he grabbed Hai Laozang's shoulder, and quickly winked. Looking at this scene, Long Yu couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "You girl, you are really unfamiliar. However, for your sake, I'll reveal a little bit of information to you. The 3 generations of Fengying were indeed hunted by the scorpion. As for him, he should be in the country of the wind now. In the land of wind." Hai Laozang's face changed drastically. If it is said that the former Red Sand Scorpion, he is also regarded as a descendant, or even a grandson-like existence. The art of puppets is also taught. However, after hearing Uchiha Longyu's words, it completely subverted his cognition. Even the 3 generations of Kazekage were hunted down. Regardless of Whatever method is used, it also means that the scorpions have grown to an unpredictable level, enough to be regarded as a high-level betrayal. Not only did he not flee for his life, but he was still staying in the land of wind. This was undoubtedly the biggest time bomb hanging on his chest. Thinking of this, Hai Laozang couldn't hold back his breath. Yi King also saw the change in Hai Laozang's expression. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Long Yu, can you let Hai Lao go first? He is kind to me, please see it for my sake." Speaking of this, Yi King's face filled with a hint of inexplicable hope, staring straight at Long Yu. However, as soon as the voice blurted out, she soon saw Long Yu put her hand on her forehead, and said angrily, "The old saying goes that it is the most difficult to accept the grace of a beautiful woman. It seems that I, Long Yu, will be a good old man in vain in this life. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person either. Seeing you like this, I'm afraid you decided to go back to Sand Ninja Village." Seeing that Long Yu was relieved instantly, Yi King's face showed joy, but soon became more solemn, and nodded heavily. "I want to go back and find an answer, although I know it is dangerous, but Hai Lao will definitely keep me safe." Long Yu, don't worry, those bastards of Luo Sha dare to hide from us about this matter. I will definitely discuss with my sister for Yi King. On his forehead and expressed his position in a hurry. Right now, even Bei Liuhu, such an existence, can't handle Long Yu's casual move. He didn't believe that his old physique could carry 2 moves. "Okay, don't play tricks on me." Long Yu patted Hai Laozang on the shoulder, making him feel flattered, then he casually sent out a scroll and threw it to Yi King. "There is something to open this scroll, maybe it can save your life," Long Yu said lightly. Yi King took it subconsciously. He was stunned for a moment, and then he stopped talking, but in the end, he swallowed the words that came to his mouth, lowered his head and said, "I made you worry again, thank you. Little girl, something is wrong. Remember to open this scroll when you have nothing to do, and the boss will appear in an instant to meet you and discuss your life plan." Sanwei's voice came out suddenly. The miniature-tailed beast protruding under Long Yu's cloak, Hai Laozang was startled at first, but he didn't wait for him to recover. The next moment, the other 3-tailed beasts came into view, and Hai Laozang almost split his eyes. "Little Sanzi, what nonsense are you talking about? I won't chat with you, go first." Yi King's cheeks flushed, and he reached out and patted the back of the 3-tailed turtle, then turned around and ran away. "Haha, little girl, I'm not talking nonsense. As long as you want, the boss will definitely meet." Sanwei obviously didn't take these offenses to heart, and after laughing, laughed again. Looking at these tailed beasts that did not have the violent appearance of tears at all, Hai Laozang was astonished, but he didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly fled from this place. For an outsider like him, this lineup was too terrifying. A young man whose strength is unknown, and he also carries 4-tailed beasts by his side. Chapter 231. Research on Mudden Cells. Looking at the entire ninja world, once it really makes a move, it will be difficult for the 5 major ninja villages to block its edge. Thinking of this, Hai Laozang's mind couldn't help tightening, and his face became more solemn. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to be the enemy of the young man in front of him. "Boss, aren't you chasing?" Sanwei couldn't help but said. However, Long Yu's forehead shuddered soon after. "Don't talk nonsense, I still have business to deal with. Do you still want to eat squid?" Blast! 4-tailed beasts heard the words, their faces instantly became hot. The spicy dried fish has already made them taste endless aftertaste, completely transitioning from air hot to shoveling. If you add some fur, you can make people lick the cat. Right now, when Long Yu mentioned the squid, he was drooling and his chin got wet. That had completely lost their images. Long Yu shook his head helplessly, and after throwing a space scroll to them, he turned and walked to the side of the Orochimaru, whose expression changed, with a feminine and uncertain face. "Don't grab it, the boss gave it to me. You, my hot cuttlefish, pay me back quickly." "Oh my god, and duck chin salad. Don't Rob, I'm going to explode. For a time, in the face of the delicious food that appeared in front of him, the pushing and shoving of the four-tailed beasts fell into the eyes of Orochimaru, but it was full of the smell of gunpowder. It can be said that each of these tailed beasts is enough to be called the heavy weapon of a village. That's not a gang fight, it's a complete disaster for the ninja world. Okay, we should do the math too. Long Yu smiled and looked at Orochimaru and said, I thought you would run away just now. The sudden sound of words made Orochimaru suddenly come back to his senses, and the moment he met his eyes, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you would give me a forbidden technique as soon as you came up, it seems that I am in your mind. It's still a bit of a use value, and I'm also worried that you, like that guy, have made some space marks on me. You want to learn to be immortal and reincarnated. It's still the technique of Goiluo. For Uchiha Ryayu, Orochimaru from the beginning looked down on him, and now treats him very seriously. It can be said that one step is a pit. That was mistaken for sure was lost at a critical moment. It can be said that the most critical reason for this is that the strength of Uchiha Ryayu has been greatly miscalculated. Hehe, Orochimaru, if you want to get rid of me, isn't it a very simple problem? As long as you give up this skin, it shouldn't be difficult for you. Long Yu smiled and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. I'm not interested in the so-called undead reincarnation, or the technique of Guiyuluo. What I want is only technical information about the wood tunnel research and extraction. Orochimaru's research on Mudden cells was startled at first, and then he said unexpectedly, it turns out that you are also interested in these human experiments. Is it only in your heart that Uchiha Madara was defeated by the first Hokage? So you plan to use Mudunshi to analyze the source of the ability of the first Hokage. The slightly erratic words made Orochimaru more and more excited. It felt like finding someone in the same league. Orochimaru, if you look like this, I will suspect that you are from the foot of Brokeback Mountain and like men. Long Yu couldn't help but rolled his eyes, looking at the fiery face. If he dared to take a step forward and his hands and feet would rise, Long Yu would definitely fly over. However, as soon as this idea came into his mind, Long Yu quickly thought of a more important matter, touched the tip of his nose, and said slightly embarrassedly, Orochimaru, can I ask you a question? Are you wearing a handle now or not? When Orochimaru heard this, the expression on his face suddenly stiffened. He has just entered the development stage of this immortal reincarnation, so it can be said that it is not bad to be able to find a good container. As for whether or not to bring a handle, does that count? Looking at the confused Orochimaru, Long Yu suddenly understood, patted his shoulder and comforted, Don't worry, you are so handsome, you can still attack. Acceptable. Orochimaru was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. However, Long Yu's remarks made him unable to refute, let's not say whether there is any fault. But the strength doesn't allow it. In the face of the existence that even Madara Uchiha can overturn, and can instantly kill Beliu with a single move, he does not dare to make a fool of himself. After barely calming the discomfort in his heart, Orochimaru changed the subject with a livid face and said, Long Yu, if I hand over the experimental data to you, you will let me go. For the experimental data, it may be the lifelong effort of many scientific madmen, and they would definitely rather die. But for Orochimaru, a scientific genius with a long life, it doesn't matter. Moreover, the experiment of Mudden cells at the current stage, Dashuan has not made a breakthrough. So for him now, it's a bit of a bum. After barely calming the discomfort in his heart, Orochimaru changed the subject with a livid face and said, Long Yu, if I hand over the experimental data to you, you will let me go. For the experimental data, it may be the lifelong effort of many scientific madmen, and they would definitely rather die. But for Orochimaru, a scientific genius with a long life, it doesn't matter. Moreover, the experiment of Mudden cells at the current stage, Dashuan has not made a breakthrough. So for him now, it's a bit of a bum. Don't worry, I won't cheat on you. Long Yu said with a dry smile. Of course, if you didn't take a shot just now and help Yi King block a blow, I wouldn't mind killing you, and then find someone with a curse mark to resurrect you and continue talking about it. You know this too. Orochimaru's face changed instantly. It can be said that only he knows the secret between the immortal reincarnation and the curse mark. After all, the current Orochimaru has just defected from the Konoha ninja village, and there is no 5 people in the original book, and there is no such confidant. Therefore, if he is accidentally killed by Long Yu, the only way is to wait for the will left in the curse to recover. At the same time, the person who was planted with the curse can only do it if he has no power to suppress him. It can be said that the current Orochimaru is not like the original book, which can rely on immortality. Hehe, I also know a lot of things about you. If you arrange them, they can be used as pillows. Long Yu did not explain, and said, let's not go too far. In addition, give me the research materials of Mudden cells, and lend me the laboratory to use it. Also use the laboratory. Orochimaru's expression froze. He had just escaped from Konoha Ninja Village, and when he was Sannin, he secretly built a lot of laboratories. But every one of them is his hard work, and in this kind of war, it is even more important. Chapter 232, Invitation to the Five Shadows Conference. One less is one less now. However, after meeting Long Yu's smiling gaze, Orochimaru's last stubbornness was like a balloon, and he said with a wry smile, okay, but my nearest laboratory is also in the Kusanagi village. Don't worry, where did I leave a space spell, and with my pupil power, it doesn't take long to get there. Long Yu said with a smile. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, looking at Long Yu's blood-like kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes that instantly flushed red. A flash of desire flashed in the depths of his pupils. Although this trace of desire was quickly restrained by him, he still couldn't escape Long Yu's eyesight, and said, what's the matter, I'm interested in my kaleidoscope. If you want to grab it, let it go. Hearing these words, Orochimaru couldn't help shivering. The eyes are good, but you have to live to enjoy it. He didn't want to be killed by Uchiha Long Yu. After killing it once, he found the curse mark and resurrected, and killed it again. This kind of undead cycle, but thinking about it makes people feel hopeless. After calming down the thoughts in his heart a little, Orochimaru's expression returned to normal and said, I am afraid that only the dead will contaminate your things, and it is not too early. Since you have space coordinates, then let me take a look at this kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. The mystery of it. Is it? Long Yu did not delve into it, killing Beliu who had already achieved the intention of knocking the mountain and shaking the tiger. Now what he wants to do is not to let Orochimaru extract Mudden cells for himself. In the face of this kind of viper conspirator lurking in the dark, Long Yu is not at ease, whether he will make some small tricks in private. Life in your own hands. Kunmaru, let's go. Long Yu glanced at Junmalu who was gathering quickly, and then the 9-hook jade kaleidoscope suddenly turned down, the tyrannical pupil power was vented, and a space crack was instantly torn in the void. Looking at this deep space crack, Orochimaru was stunned at first, and then his face showed shock. Other hand, in the Urinine village. A miraculous battle broke out in Wushan town, but because of this small town, a large number of people had already fled. Only a few ninjas died, and even the most important Sanshoyu Hanzo survived. Didn't have much impact on Urin village. Many Anbu ninjas have been screened out of the heavily guarded conference hall. Staying here, there are only Sanshoyu Hanzo, Nagato 3, and Kosuke 3. In addition to the calm staring at each other, there is also a series of silences, which makes the atmosphere in the field a little bit more depressing. Well, it won't be of much use for us to continue watching like this. Sanjiao Hanzo was the first to speak, breaking the silence in the arena. Now, I have surrendered to Uchiha Ryu's command, and I believe you are too. No, who said we? Chang opened his mouth to refute, but he was quickly covered by Yahiko, and soon ushered in Emil, White Eyes. Yes, we made a bet with Long Yu, and we are willing to admit defeat, and now we are also human. Yahiko also said in a deep voice. There are a lot of grievances between us, but now we are all the subordinates of others. These things are waiting for Long Yu to decide. I think Your Excellency Hanzo should have no objection. For them, sitting face to face with Sanshoyu Hanzo now can make a violent shot. But without Long Yu's support, with Nagato's half-bucket of reincarnation eyes, it would be a joke at all. As for Konoha's 3 genin, I'm afraid they will only watch the show on the sidelines. Whether they will help out for Long Yu's sake, even they dare not gamble. Okay, I'm very pleased with your decision. I didn't expect that the Shao organization would also have a leader who understands what the big picture is. Sanseiyu Hanzo also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he doesn't face Uchiha Ryayu, as a demigod man, he is sure to keep these people. However, Yahiko admitted his relationship with Long Yu, and once he really fell out, he wouldn't be able to take action. Right now this result is the best. However, Sanjiao Hanzo did not get entangled in this issue, and the conversation changed. Eyes fell on Jia, and he said in a deep voice, You 3, if you have stayed until now, you should have something to give to me. As the gap between the 5 great powers, the most powerful is Urin village, it can be said that the existence of Hanzo is also very important. Kosuke's expression changed slightly. After looking at Yahiko and the others, he sighed and said, This time we are ordered to invite Uchiha Ryayu to participate in the assembly of the 5 Shadows Conference. But also by the order of the 3 generations of Hokage, I invited Your Excellency Hanzo to discuss it. Although Your Excellency Hanzo has now become a member of Ryayu, we want you to go there and convince the other 4 major countries to avoid fighting with Uchiha Ryayu. You should be very clear that once you really fight, the ninja world will what shocks will happen. When they came, Jia and others' comments on Long Yu were still hearsay. But after seeing with their own eyes that Uchiha Madara was also smashed, they clearly knew that Uchiha Ryayu had gone beyond their cognition. If you are a little careless, you may fall into a state of doom. Therefore, if Kosuke is asked to think about it, he is absolutely unwilling to be an enemy of God. The huge conference hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Jia with a hint of surprise on their faces. In their eyes, the rise of Uchiha Ryayu, as well as the way of doing things, can be said to be something that the 5 major countries cannot tolerate. The tail beast is one of the most important weapons for the 5 major countries. For a time, the eyes of everyone in the field were locked on Sanshoyu Hanzo's body. Now that Long Yu is not there, Hanzo has undoubtedly become the highest talker in Urin village. It should be a prerequisite for you to invite Lord Long Yu to participate in the 5 Shadows Conference. Sanshoyu Hanzo suddenly opened his mouth. Of the 3 of Kosuke, 3 couldn't help but stagnate for a while. Of course they knew this condition. When they came, they thought to themselves that it was an excellent step down. However, after seeing the relationship between Long Yu and the 4-tailed beasts, this idea completely changed. After hesitating for a while, Jia sighed quietly. The proposal of the 3 generations of Hokage is to let Long Yu return the tailed beast, and then write off the grievance between the 5 major countries and Uchiha Long Yu. Return the tail beast. Xiaonan couldn't help but stun for a moment, and then stopped when he was about to speak, but was stopped by Yahiko shaking his head. Right now, they know that the organization is under the command of Long Yu with Sanjiao Hanzo. However, now the 3 generations of Hokage are inviting Urin village, not. They know their organization. Now that they are talking indiscriminately, if other effects are caused, I am afraid that they know the organization and cannot escape. Jia, you should know very well that even if I go, the result will not change. It will be more difficult for Lord Long Yu to hand over a group of tailed beasts than ascending to the sky. Once that time comes, the meeting will not only fail to negotiate peace. If it succeeds, it may lead to war. Sanseiyu Hanzo said in a deep voice. This time, the old man Sarutobi is probably confused. If I really go, I won't do things according to your ideals. You have to think about it clearly. Chapter 233. red-haired kid. This Gyugia ended, and after a moment of indifference, he said, "Okay, then please, Your Excellency Hanzo, come with me and let's go. As for everything you said, I will inform Hokage-sama in advance, as for the departure time." Speaking of which, Kosuke looked at the Sanshoyu Hanzo. "There are only 4 days before the meeting, we will immediately. Let's go." Sanshoyu Hanzo stood up straight, his eyes suddenly turned and fell on Yahiko. "Right now, like me, you are acting under the command of Your Excellency, and the Akatsuki organization has never been recognized by all countries. Just because it can't involve things at the political level, I will go to Konoha Ninja Village with me, and you should make an appearance." "Let's go too." Nagato was startled for a moment. Long time, Sanjou Hanzo was just a smiley face to them, let alone let them know that the organization rose to the political level. It would be nice to suppress them less. A feeling of being flattered that they, suddenly elevated to the political hierarchy right now. It was inevitable that Nagato had a feeling of being uncomfortable. "Thank you, Your Excellency Hanzo. Since we are fighting for the bargaining chip for Lord Long Yu, our Shao organization will of course go there." Yahiko let out a deep breath. "I've been waiting for this opportunity for too long." In particular, the place where the Five Shadows meeting was held was Konoha Ninja Village. That's where their teachers grew up. It is an honor to be able to meet the teacher again as an invitation. Most of all, Yahiko never imagined that he had spent all his efforts and could not be able to squeeze into the upper echelons of politics. Because of Uchiha Ryu's identity and influence, he could easily do it. Thinking of this, Yahiko couldn't help clenching his fists. He clearly knew that all of this was due to strength. "Don't thank me first, you and I go together, which means that we will stand on the same front. Any decision will make you the public enemy of the 5 major countries, and it will also be unacceptable to the ninja world, unless you want to hold rather than the determination to be the enemy of the world, or else you must consider it carefully." Sanjou Hanzo explained in a deep voice. Yahiko patted the dust on his body, stood up in front of everyone's eyes, and said with a smile, "When I joined the command of Lord Long Yu, I already had the consciousness of being the enemy of the world. Our strength may be comparable to that of Your Excellency Hanzo. There is still a gap, but the determination is no less." Yes, Yahiko is right. Xiaonan also hurriedly agreed. However, feeling the strange gazes from all around, his cheeks couldn't help blushing, and he explained anxiously, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just a member of the Shao organization, and of course I have to express my position on the leader's proposal." Looking at Xiaonan, who was almost shy and buried his head in his chest, Gyugia laughed and said, "Then let's go quickly. I hope that boy Long Yu don't mess up again during this period." Along with Sanjou Hanzo's decision, Nanning's determination to become the enemy of the world. The Five Shadows Conference, which has been restarted once again, is like a gear, and it has been transported. However, no one except Uchiha Ryu will know what the final result of this gear will be. Other side, on the side of Kusanagi village, a time-space crack was torn open. Followed by Orochimaru and Junmaru. Just standing firm, Orochimaru couldn't wait to look around. "Big in front of you." A piece of ruins, but Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the cracks in time and space that gradually dissipated behind him, his heart was full of fiery. However, when he thought of Long Yu's frightening strength, the fiery heat was quickly suppressed by him. Right now, he doesn't dare to make an idea on Long Yu. Even if he gets this thing, I'm afraid it will be a blessing but no longevity. Whoosh! Sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, instantly pulling back Orochimaru's thoughts. I hurriedly followed the sound, and what I saw was the kunai that had been plundered. However, before he could react, a thin figure jumped out first. Muscles on the backs of both hands squirmed, and the next moment I saw 2 solid white bones, which pierced out in an instant, like 2 sharp knives, quickly flying up. Directly hit the incoming kunai with precision. Looking at this scene, Orochimaru's eyes shrank slightly, and there was a feeling of déjà vu, and he suddenly woke up and said, "This is the Konoha-style knife technique." He has studied such subtlety at such a young age. For Orochimaru's surprise, Long Yu didn't take it to heart. It can be said that if you want to choose the first general under the command of Orochimaru in the original book, it is definitely Junmalu. Originally, he was proficient in the way of bone knife attack, but now he is just learning some Konoha-style swordsmanship, which is not difficult. "Who are you, dare to break into the forbidden area of our grass ninja village?" More than a dozen grass ninjas rushed in from all directions. In a surrounding posture, the three of Go Long Yu were surrounded by three groups. An inexplicable smell of slaughter filled the air. Ruins, a smell of slaughter filled the air, adding to an inexplicable feeling of depression. Feeling these grassy eyes that were coveted by tigers, Long Feng didn't stop for a moment, left a few words, turned around and left. "We were just passing by. Passing by, looking at these swaggering people who invaded the forbidden area, leaving a passing sentence, they want to turn around and leave." A group of grass ninjas, their cheeks could not help twitching. "This is deceiving too much. Stop them for me." The leader was burly and grassy, and his face darkened and he shouted angrily. "I suspect that you sneaked into our village and took away that red-haired kid." Red-haired brat. Long Yu raised his brows involuntarily. In his memory, people with red hair should be related to the Vortex clan. It has been a while since the kingdom of Vortex was destroyed. Those surviving villagers were more or less plundered and annexed by other villages and became an alternative weapon of their family. After all, in the ninja world, the members of the Vortex clan who possess the awakened immortal body are the sweet pastry of the tailed orcs. Some small villages may not have tailed beast weapons, but as long as they operate a little or two, they can still be sold as commodities. As for awakening other abilities, it may also be able to add some alternative power to the village. "Boy, from the look on your face, I know that this red-haired brat is going to keep you even more." Kusanagi, who took the lead, roared in a deep voice. The moment the double surgery seal flew over quickly, the next moment I heard an unexpected speech. "Kunmalu, this matter is left to you." Long Yu's expression was indifferent, and he had no intention of making a move. The inexplicable words fell in the ears of the other Kusanagi, causing the cheeks to twitch involuntarily. Chapter 234, Grass Forbearance. In their eyes, in the face of more than a dozen grass ninjas, they even let a little kid deal with it. This must be a joke. Seeing Junmalu nodding his head and walking out of the crowd, Kusanagi, who took the lead, sank and roared angrily. "Boy, are you telling us to see a joke? Send a brat to fight with us, despise us like this, go to hell." Wind escape grass dragon slash. The weeds growing around were affected by the wind that rolled up in an instant. The next moment, in full view of the public, it fell off directly, rolled with the wind, turned into a sharp green blade that filled the sky, and stabbed towards Junmalu Hengkong. The violent scene strained everyone's nerves. The short distance of more than 10 meters, under the extreme attack speed, was only shortened in the blink of an eye. After everyone reacted, Junmalu still gave people a feeling like a sculpture, standing in place without the slightest reaction. Kusanagi, the leader who witnessed this scene, flashed a ferocious look on his face, and roared again. "Sure enough, it's a cheap bone, show us a joke, you can die." Roaring together, the grass blades that attacked from the sky instantly enveloped Junmalu's body. The next moment, the fire suddenly lit up, and a low explosion sounded suddenly. Boom! The flames soared into the sky, and there was an explosion of air waves that rolled backwards. Orochimaru and Long Yu flickered, and they had already withdrawn and landed on the tree branch. Looking at the scene of the explosion below, Orochimaru took the lead and stretched out his scary scarlet tongue and licked his red lips. "After talking so much nonsense, it turns out that it's to distract other people and mix in the detonation spell in the attack. It seems that those Kusanagi who only stealthily learn ninjutsu from other big countries have also made some progress. In Hokage, not every ninja village can produce ninjutsu masters like the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. Some small ninja villages can gather because of the systematic way of learning ninjutsu. But as for the so-called innovation, it is to make a slight modification after learning from the ninja techniques of other great powers. Form their own unique ninjutsu. However, this arrogant comment fell in the ears of a kind of grass ninja, but their faces changed drastically. Most importantly, a ridiculous idea also appeared in their minds. They are too fast. They can react directly and retreat at the moment of discovering the explosion. In their grass ninja village, only a few people can do it. Don't panic, we have a lot of people here, we have solved one first, and then we will consume it. Kusanagi, who took the lead, obviously saw the change in other people's minds. After all, the forbidden area of their grass ninja village was razed to the ground by the inexplicable battle of destroying the world. Afterwards, it didn't cause much harm, but for their grass ninjas, it was obvious that the wind and the trees were all soldiers, like a bird with a startled bow. When I see a slightly more powerful ninja, I get 14 points of spirit. However, as soon as these words fell, Kusanagi, who took the lead, looked suddenly. The rewinding explosion wave stagnated. In the next moment, there is no waiting for them to react. A ghostly figure rushed out of it. That fell in their ears shook the nerves even more. You are not even a joke, you are wasting the boss's time. Junmalu's slender body is covered with sharp white bone armor. That he developed based on the lay-done armor after he followed Long Yu. Corpse vein white bone armor. Take advantage of this defensive strength, which is said to be comparable in hardness to that of fine steel, coupled with the ability of the immortal body to recover quickly. It is enough to make Junmalu's defense power reach a terrifying level. Little devil, you are too arrogant. Kusanagi, who took the lead, was stunned for a moment, then he pulled out the short knife behind his back and slashed towards Junmaluli. The 4 or 5 who followed behind him, Nagao Shinobi, didn't have time to think about it, and they all wanted to help. However, in the face of this closed attack, Junmalu suddenly raised his head under the watchful eyes of everyone. His hands clasped together suddenly, and the indifferent voice came out again. The corpse veins are early in the dance of the fern. The simple words were spit out, and the air-tearing sound suddenly sounded in the next moment. Only 3 or 4 meters away from the encirclement of Kusanagi and the others, Junmalu, like a hedgehog, ejected a row of white bones from his body. The bones are like long spears, and the number is even more dense, like a violent storm, blasting out in all directions. Poof! Such a saturating means of attack at such a close distance. The grass ninja in the field was completely unable to hide, and was instantly penetrated by the bone spear. Blood splattered, and those eyes full of disbelief looked down at the body that had been penetrated. And the young man in the center of the bones, he finally understood what Junmalu said just now, which was not even a joke, what it meant. If people from the outside world know that their dignified grass ninja village elite was killed by a 5 or 6-year-old kid, the joke is simply not funny. Suffice to say, it's a bit horrific. Now the little devil is too perverted. Ruins, the bones were thick and the blood was pouring on the ground, and the ground was stained red. Orochimaru, who was standing on the tree branch, had already withdrawn and dodged again, and landed on the farther tree branch, his face full of shock. This is Wu Nin village, a descendant of the bamboo clan, who has such bloodline talent. Orochimaru said in a hurry. However, this kid is really ruthless, and he directly killed these grass ninjas. Haha, isn't so many trials just a waste of time? It's also a peace of mind to start making big moves. Long Yu smiled and fell to the ground. Orochimaru was stunned at first, and then he remembered the battle between Long Yu and Uchiha Madara not long ago. In his eyes, Long Yu is completely the existence of the big move. Then I opened the meteorite, and I opened 3 meteorites. This writing is perverted. No, it should be said that if he is an old pervert, then Junmalu is also a little pervert. Those who follow him are all perverts. Boss, the shot is a bit heavier, but there is still a living hole left. Junmalu indifferently looked at the grass ninja who was slashing down with a knife and said, "Don't pretend to be dead, the next time I attack, I will pierce your heart." "No, don't kill me, I can tell you anything you want to know." Kusanagi, who took the lead, begged for mercy in a hurry. His chest was pierced, but his heart was the opposite of that of ordinary people. It can be said that because of this reason, he recovered a small life in many battles. Looking at the panicked Kusanagi, Junmalu subconsciously looked at Long Yu. Long Yu patted Junmalu on the shoulder and motioned him to remove all these terrifying bone spears. Kusanagi, who got a chance to breathe, fell directly to the ground, covering the pierced chest, and the bones that were left behind looked horrified. "Okay, tell me, where is that red-haired kid's head?" Long Yu looked at Kusanagi calmly. Chapter 235, Lord of Ghost Lantern City. I don't know where she fled, and we are also here under the order of the Lord of Ghost Lantern to pursue her. Sao Ren hurriedly begged for mercy. "Sir, don't kill me, I really don't know anything." Ghost Lantern City Lord. Long Yu raised his brows and couldn't help being a little surprised. In the original work, the ninjas from Kusanagi village are even fewer than those from Taki Shinobi village. Right now, the city lord of Ghost Lantern City, if Long Yu remembers correctly, should also be a ruthless character. However, looking at the grass ninja who asked 3 questions, Long Yu sighed helplessly. The 9-goose jade kaleidoscope writing wheel suddenly turned, and the tyrannical illusion and hypnosis unfolded in an instant. Kusanagi's expression changed drastically, like seeing a ghost. They are grassroots ninjas, but in order to survive, they are more aware of the trend of the ninja world. It can be said that the characteristics of the largest 9-hooked jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu, who have recently gained fame in the ninja world, are well known. However, before he could react, the next moment the whole person fell into a trance and was completely hypnotized. After a while, Long Yu's brows furrowed even tighter. This Kusama ninja village was mostly destroyed after the battle between him and Uchiha Madara. The original strength in the village has also plummeted. Moreover, Madara Uchiha and Kurohue have been hiding in the Kusanagi village for a long time, and they have also controlled some upper-level Kusanagi through various forbidden techniques. Madara Uchiha was killed. It was obvious that he didn't have time to unlock these curse marks, so when he died, many Kusanagi died with him. A result, the Grass Ninja village fell into a strife of forces. It even led to the emergence of competition for ninjas in the village. Among them, the 2 biggest parties are Hungry Ghost, the new head of the original Grass Ninja village. Another convenience is the Ghost City Lord in the mouth of these Grass Ninjas. Long Yu, this Grass Ninja village won't be destroyed by you, right? Orochimaru couldn't hold his breath. However, he soon attracted the murderous gaze of Junmaro. For this little junior, Orochimaru doesn't take it to heart at all, but fighting dogs also depends on the owner, not to mention Uchiha Ryu, which is no exception. "Come on, tell me where the lab is." Long Yu didn't answer directly. He casually threw Kashinin, who had rolled his eyes in a coma, aside, and said, "However, I'm going to get a little devil's head back first." Looking at Long Yu, who had already made up his mind, Orochimaru stopped talking, but still swallowed the words that came to his mouth. Orochimaru doesn't take the internal strife in the Grass Ninja village to heart. On the contrary, he was surprised that Long Yu had to stand up for a little devil. He was very curious about the origin of this kid who was targeted by Long Yu and did not hesitate to offend the Grass Ninja village. Outside the Grass Ninja village, it was temporarily built. Dark Shadow sneaked in like a ghost, and finally chose the most central room and drilled in. As soon as the Black Shadow set foot on this place, a sand sound suddenly sounded. "You finally came back, thinking that as soon as you left, I was left with this mess." Wearing a black cloak and eyes glowing with green light walked out. Soon, in this dim hall, immediately, the lights were turned on, and it was soon able to see clearly, this intruding figure. "Wu Wei, I'm just going out to do something, do I have to explain this to you in advance? Heiju said coldly. He and Madara Uchiha stayed here that day, and of course they kept other backers. And this one has great ambition, but the strength are insufficient will undoubtedly become the target of the most powerful mouth guns. Under a few mouthfuls, the Grass Ninja Village, which was already in chaos, was instantly turned into a rebellion by Wu Wei. In Heiju's eyes, the power of Long Yu now makes him powerless in your hands by sprouting small dark seeds to deal with Uchiha Long Yu. In particular, this time Danzo and others allied strangulation. Failure made Heiju pay more attention to Wu Wei's chess piece. Of course, if the recent alliance strangulation succeeded, perhaps Heiju would never come back to this broken place. HMPH, Heiju, since you're back, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Wu Wei snorted coldly. During this time, according to Heiju's guidance, his strength has skyrocketed. Originally, he was just a grass ninja village, in charge of the Shangnin in the Ghost Lantern City prison. But after his strength was improved, he took the lead in capturing Ghost Lantern City, claiming to be the city owner of Ghost Lantern City, and even released the various prisoners detained in it. Use this to increase your power. Of course, there are pros and cons to this move. 67% of the prisoners in Ghost Lantern City surrendered to him, but there were also many who escaped. In particular, some ninjas from other villages were hunted back, among them, the red-haired kid's parents who claimed to be able to heal any injuries with a single bite, made Wu Wei pay more attention. After all, in the field, with this mobile milk, once injured, take a bite directly. This is completely invincible, allowing him to fight without worries. Okay, let's not talk about it here. How is that thing ready? Black said in a low voice. The face of Wu Wei, he is not as obedient as Uchiha Madara. It can be said that in the eyes of Heiju, in the huge ninja world, there are only a few people who can make him pretend to be cowardly. As for the inaction in front of him, it is obvious that it has not yet reached this level. HMPH, that thing is my lifeblood, of course I'm ready, but you promised me that you will be able to open it. This is the foundation of restoring the glory of Grass Ninja Village. Wu Wei snorted coldly and said sharply. Hee, don't worry, if I take action, your ideas will soon be tested. Darkness laughed out loud. Soon Wu Wei took the psychic scroll in his hands. However, before they could continue their conversation, a rush of footsteps came from outside. Someone is here. I'll take this thing away first. If there is an emergency, I can be reverse-channeled. Heiju glanced at the corridor. For him, Wu Wei was originally just an insignificant pawn. In the beginning, he just deliberately leaked the whereabouts of the box of bliss. Of ambition in his heart. Unexpectedly, now a little bit of fiddling, and after a bit of talk, let him go to the dark. This made Black couldn't help but feel complacent. After all, in the past thousands of years, there have been 9 out of 10 turmoils that he has secretly promoted behind the scenes. The existence of such a small person's big ambition, Heiju is actually a grasp of it. Heiju's departure, 4 figures wearing various animal masks walked into the corridor. 4 of them appeared, they scattered around. After looking around for a while, the monkey-headed man wearing the monkey's head took the lead and said in a deep voice, Wu Wei, the one you said has already left, why didn't you show us a face? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the remaining 3 people were also locked on Wu Wei. Chapter 236, Mix In. Wu Wei was able to ascend so quickly from a superior position, except for the appearance of Heiju, which allowed him to obtain the box of bliss. It is also because of the help and support of these 4 senior officials of the Grass Ninja Village. After all, the ninja world is now in a coma, and it has become more and more turbulent because of the appearance of Uchiha Ryu. Let the Grass Ninja Village see the destination of ambition. If you are in the 5 Great Ninja Village, you are tired of dealing with Konoha's blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu. Unlock the box of bliss, promise to conquer the world and gain more powerful power. At that time, even if the 5 major countries reacted, I am afraid that the rice is already cooked. Their grass ninja village can also use this to become the 6th largest country. Thinking of this, the eyes of the 4 senior officials of Grass Ninja Village couldn't help but show a trace of fiery heat. HMPH, although that guy likes to hide his head and show his tail, but the means and methods he possesses are unbelievable. Wu Wei said in a low voice. Especially the confinement technique he instructed us. As long as it is slightly combined with the ninjutsu of our grass ninja, the power is even more unexpected. Seeing the happy look on Wu Wei's face, the 4 senior grass ninjas also fell silent. Thinking of the fire prison technique, not only can imprison the chakra in the human body. Once the chakra is forcibly refined, the fire prison seal will be activated, and the refined chakra will also turn into a fiery flame, burning itself. Moreover, if the distance from the caster is too far, it will trigger the eruption of its own curse mark, which will directly burn itself. As for other confinement techniques, if they are used in their hands, they can easily subdue any Jonin. 4 people 4 team up, theoretically, even the shadow-level powerhouse, if caught off guard, I am afraid that it will also be recruited and suffer a lot. Thinking of this, the people present became completely fiery, and the eyes that looked at Wu Wei became more fiery. Wu Wei, did that one. Say, when will the box of bliss be opened? The Tauren spoke first. A look of contemplation flashed across Wu Wei's face, and he said in a deep voice. He said, it's almost time, but recently he has absorbed a lot of chakras of unknown origin. The amount of chakra absorbed during this period of time is several times what we have obtained in the past 6 months. According to this calculation, it is enough to unlock the seal of the box of bliss and achieve our wish before the 5 major countries can react. The slightly elusive voice made the 4 senior officials of the Grass Ninja Village in the field, their eyes flickered, full of excitement and urgency. Okay, since Wu Wei is so sure, then next, kill the guy supported by the daimyo first, and completely control the Grass Ninja Village. Only then can we grow rapidly and have the strength to challenge the 5 major countries. The goat-headed man said in a deep voice. I heard that the girl you want, Wu Wei, is also in the hands of the hungry ghost. Is it? Wu Wei raised his brows, showing an unexpected look. Then let's go now. The situation of the division of the Grass Ninja Village has been too long, and a person with courage is needed to lead the Grass Ninja Village to become stronger. As soon as these words came out, they were immediately recognized by other people. After looking at each other, they all turned into a breeze and disappeared in place. Watching these people leave, Wu Wei also turned around. Other hand, Grass Ninja Village, in front of the gate that was built. Long Yu appeared here with Orochimaru and Junmalu. The black auspicious cloud cloak on his body is very conspicuous, and as soon as it appears at the gate of the Grass Ninja Village, it attracts the attention of the guard ninja. Wait a while, I'll find an excuse first and see if I can get in. Ryu raised his head hidden under the cloak, revealing the appearance of Yahiko. This time, Long Yu came to Grass Ninja Village just to take away the people who were suspected to be the Uzumaki clan. Wei, I would like to see if there are any. About the ruins of Uchiha Madara's laboratory and experience handbooks in the Kusanagi village. After all, Madara Uchiha will never give up his study of the Samsara Eye after accidentally opening it. These experiences are the top priority for the current Long Yu. One cell transplant has already made Long Yu feel uncomfortable, and if he fails several times, he will become an experimental body. It has become an existence like Danzang and Orochimaru, who are neither human nor ghosts. No matter how strong Long Yu's mind was, it was unacceptable. Looking at your skillful methods, you should often pretend to be them to do things. If you let them know that you were also shot while lying down, you don't know what your expression would be. Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry red lips, revealing a playful smile. However, he soon heard the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, and Senbai's bone knife, like a pair of drills, slashed Orochimaru's tongue. The unexpected scene made Orochimaru's expression stagnate, and he couldn't help hurriedly withdrawing and retreating. And the incoming attack rubbed his tongue. If the speed is not one beat faster, as the top 3 endures, his strength is not empty, I am afraid that his tongue has already been cut off. What are you doing? Orochimaru just stood firm and looked at Junmalu coldly. He cherishes talents and likes to take their bodies as his own. However, in the face of Junmalu's talent and slashing at himself, he couldn't accept it. The boss said, "Don't show any flaws, your tongue is too much in the way, who can do such disgusting things except you?" Junmaru said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Orochimaru immediately. Word ended. Nothing wrong with this. You can play a tongue into a whip, and you can hide the sword of Kusanagi for detailed attack. Except for Orochimaru, who can be so 6 inches haha, Orochimaru, don't see it, Junmalu also gives you are kidding. Long Yu smiled and touched the tip of his nose. Someone is here, listen to my instructions, if you can't get away with it, let's do it again. Voice fell, Orochimaru and Junmalu were not waiting for a response. Which looked slightly worn and covered with traces of old and new attacks, was slammed open. Who witnessed this scene, was stunned at first, and soon saw a slightly fat figure, with vigorous movements, violently swept out of the village. Immediately behind him, there were also 4 old men, their withered bark-like cheeks twitched slightly, looking at Long Yu with a hint of brilliance. Looking at the sudden appearance of a group of 5 people, Long Yu raised his brows and seemed a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, the fat man in front of him was, in the original book, Nagato used to create the Kusanagi of the 6 paths of pain, among them the Hungry Ghost Road. However, after Long Yu's rioting in this dimension, the historical trajectory has obviously undergone tremendous changes. At least, the Hungry Ghost realm in front of him can appear accompanied by 4 old men, and his position in Grass Ninja Village should not be low. Hello, I'm the deputy head of Sao Nin Village, Hungry Ghost Ma Dongyi. Fat Man was the first to introduce. These 4 are the consultants of our Grass Ninja Village. They know that I hired people from Xiao's organization to quell the rebellion. If you have to take a look, don't take offense. Chapter 237. Rely on Fists. Hire Xiao Organization. Long Yu raised his brows, looking a little surprised. However, when you think about it, in the original book, the Xiao Organization is also under the banner of peace, accepting employment tasks from others everywhere, and living in the cracks of Yurin Village. This method is not much different from countries accepting entrusted tasks. Just that they are in the name of a big country, which is a bit of a reputation brand guarantee. Compared with the big countries, the Xiao Organization is a private mercenary organization, so the price of hiring is a little cheaper than that of the big countries. For a small ninja village like the Grass Ninja Village, they also encountered natural disasters not long ago, and they were hit hard. Is a better hiring target. The most important thing, Ma Dongyi in front of him was able to take the right seat, which also saved Long Yu a lot of time. I'm Yahiko from Xiao's organization. This time I heard that there was a civil unrest in the village, and there were successive battles, so I came ahead of time. I hope Ma Dongyi, the village chief, don't take offense. Long Yu thought about his words in an instant. The only thing he was glad he didn't kill just now was that grass ninja, and he gathered a lot of useful information. Otherwise, facing this acting village chief and 4 old men, I am afraid that I will be speechless. Right now, it's a crooked fight, and it's a bit of shit luck. I hope things can be resolved smoothly in the future. You are Yahiko, one of the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki organization. Ma Dongyi was stunned for a moment, and then said in a hurry, I didn't expect that this time, I'll ask you to take a trip in person. It seems that your organization really cares about peace matters. Also, Chief Yahiko, you are too serious. I'm just acting as the village chief. If you let others hear your village chief, it will break me. Ma Dongyi, who patted himself on the shoulder, spitting spittle, and speaking in a low-key manner, Long Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. This Naruto world is really full of wonders. Ma Dongyi, you are also a guest when you walk through the door. What's more, the person in front of you is the leader of Xiao's organization. In order to help us put down the rebellion in Xiaonin village, why don't you hurry up and bring them into rest? The horse-faced old man looked at Long Yu one more time and said in a deep voice. Leader Yahiko, I hope you don't take offense. Our grass ninja village is not like a big country ninja village, it has rich talents and a small number of combat power. Next, I hope you don't move around casually, otherwise it will be bad if there is any misunderstanding. The slightly long-sounding voice was mixed with a hint of alertness. Seeing that Ma Dongyi's expression changed slightly, Long Yu didn't get angry but smiled and said, Haha, this elder, you are too modest. I heard that your grass ninja village is good at gathering the strengths of hundreds of schools and innovating to create more powerful ninjutsu. The village is more accepting of people with lofty ideals from all walks of life, all kinds of people who have the ability to follow the boundaries, and a lot of talents. This kind of tolerance in the world, but the example of our organization, it is a major step in promoting peace. Having said that, Long Yu looked directly at the horse-faced old man. A flattering speech without traces made the old man with a horse face feel like a boxing flower. Out and don't hit the smiling man. Long Yu's words in front of him must be watertight, and he has no strength and nowhere to use it. Okay, it's good to say Datong's tolerant heart in the world. It really speaks to the spirit of our grass ninja village. Ma Dongyi took the lead in laughing and echoed. After all, he was also ordered to be in danger, and he was stunned. Existence. Hearing Long Yu's remarks, he immediately became eager, patted Long Yu's shoulder and said, Leader Yahiko, if you don't mind, I was just going to see the newly received refugees, but one of them was a red-haired one. Little Gito, I heard that he was born in the Shattered Seal clan, a member of the Whirlpool clan, are you interested? The red-haired little devil-headed Long Yu raised his brows. He didn't expect that he was lucky today, and the other party came to the door in person. Facing Ma Dongyi's enthusiasm, Long Yu responded with a smile. All right, if you don't mind Ma Dongyi, the village chief, we can see the infinite style of the village, this Datong world's tolerance, but it is worth learning. However, it is also thanks to the village chief that you are enlightened. This is a shortcut to make the grass ninja village become powerful. Haha, Chief Yahiko, you have raised me high. I will hold a banquet tonight, drink a drink and never go home. The more Ma Dongyi listened, the more excited he became. The laughter was thunderous, and his cheeks were flushed with excitement like guangdong. Looking at the three words, Ma Dongyi even forgot the authenticity of their origins. Orochimaru suddenly had an illusion. The most powerful king of the ninja world is about to change hands. In the face of Long Yu's invisible diplomacy, and his delicate posture, it can be said that he has the strength of a god, but he has no pretense like a god. Orochimaru finally knew why Long Yu was able to gather that group of desperados. Okay, stop talking politely. Old man spoke again, looked at Long Yu coldly, and said, I didn't expect the leader of the Xiao organization to be able to speak well. It's no wonder that you can gain a firm foothold in the sight of Banshan Shan Jiaoyu Hanzang. But as an employer, we also hope that your strength can be as powerful as your mouth, otherwise the price is not worth it. The slightly long words were spit out, causing the atmosphere in the arena to change slightly. Long Yu said with a dry smile, this may disappoint the elders, I can stand firm in front of Hanzo, but rely on my fists. As for mouth guns, it also depends on the person. Things that can be solved with fists. You say, do you need to waste your lips and tongue? You, the horse-faced old man suddenly became angry. However, this time, before they could speak again, Ma Dongyi hurriedly said, Elders, haven't you been clamoring to see if those refugees have spies from other countries? We just happened to go and have a look. Facing Ma Dongyi, the acting village chief, the four elders still gave him some respect, turned around and took the lead. Seeing this scene, Ma Dongyi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Everyone, please don't take offense. These four elders are always thinking of Xiaonin village, and their characters will be stricter, but the starting point is also right. Since everyone is also interested in the talents of our grass ninja village, let's go and have a look. Ma Dongyi spoke. He led the way in front. Everyone went all the way, and after detouring around the grass ninja village, they finally came to the village, which was originally a ruin. Looking at the big crater that was smashed by the star, and another sparse building, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. This ride is back to where it started. Did you see this place? Ma Dongyi looked at the ruins in front of him and said in awe, you should be very surprised to find this deserted place in the village. Chapter 238, Stabilizing the People. But I tell you secretly, it is rumored that the last village chief of our grass ninja village, as well as some high-level executives, were controlled by a mysterious force from outside. Until half a year ago, a ninja suspected of Konoha Ninja Village appeared here and mysterious people started a decisive battle and finally won, and we rescued our grass ninja village. Having said that, Ma Dongyi did not forget to look back and said, is it too mysterious, but if you can see that someone can summon meteorites from outside the sky, and someone can crush meteorites with a series of chakra balls, it will definitely be unforgettable. Looking at Xingzi with a mouth full of spittle, in a blink of an eye, it seemed as if he had become Uchiha Ryu. Ma Dongyi like a little fangirl, Orochimaru couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. Compared with Ma Dongyi, Orochimaru, don't believe it or not, he has suffered from Long Yu several times. It can be said that this kind of pain can definitely be called unforgettable, deep into the bone marrow. If Ma Dongyi knew that the master who was trying to flatter him was right beside him, I'm afraid he would be stimulated to the point that he rolled his eyes and passed out. Whoosh! Of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and soon I saw a grass ninja tribe in front of me. The sudden scene disturbed Ma Dongyi's interest. He frowned and said, what happened? You have to be in such a hurry. Ninja's expression was stagnant, and after looking at Long Yu and the others, he showed hesitation. Ma Dongyi's face sank and said, these are the distinguished guests who came to support our grass ninja village to quell the rebellion. If you have anything, just say it directly. Dear guest, Kusanagi Anbu was stunned for a moment, but after seeing the black auspicious cloud cloak on Long Yu and others, he said anxiously, who are the injured people? They want to try special treatment, but the woman's chakra is not enough, so. Having said that, Kusanagi Anbu opened his mouth and couldn't continue. What bastards! Ma Dongyi drank angrily, and immediately sped away first. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile softly. Just as he was about to lick his tongue, he saw Jun Malu, who was eyeing him, and quickly changed his actions. I didn't expect to encounter lively things as soon as I came here. I really want to know what kind of ability the person you are looking for has. Looking at the playful Orochimaru, if you let him know that the corners he has dug now are all his subordinates in the original book, I am afraid that he will not be able to laugh now. However, Long Yu did not explain much, and after a flicker of his figure, he quickly followed. Be nice to be able to take people away without much effort. But if he really wanted to use force, Long Yu wouldn't mind. As Long Yu thought, the place where these refugees were resettled was surprisingly close to the other edge of the ruins. Just saw the dilapidated barracks, in the chaotic crowd. By a group of ferocious ninjas, two figures appeared first in Long Yu's eyes. I saw a young girl with red hair who was only 2 or 3 years old. Her eyes were not blurred, and hot tears were pouring out from the corners of her eyes. However, even though she was crying, she didn't make the slightest sound, and that quiet action made people feel an inexplicable taste. Standing in front of her, she was also a woman in her early 20s with red hair. However, perhaps due to perennial malnutrition and various wars and turmoil, she became yellow-faced and thin-skinned. However, what made people feel the most? An inexplicable shocking feeling, but on her body, that could not be eliminated, rows of neat and hideous teeth marks. Regardless of skin seems to be occupied by tooth marks. Distance, Rao Shimao and Junmalu's expressions were also stagnant. Please, return the glasses to my daughter. She is still young, her eyesight is not very good, and she has not awakened the ability to heal. As long as I recover a little, I can continue to treat you. The red-haired woman smells of pleading. People who were born into the Vortex family have the ability to follow the boundaries of blood. Pity that God gave them such a heaven-defying recovery ability, but did not give them the strong self-protection ability they should have. In the face of those coveted people, these abilities will undoubtedly make them the tools of others. For them, war is like a devil, making everyone go crazy, rushing on them and biting frantically. Watching the companions die in this inhuman torture with my own eyes. Originally, for the red-haired woman, she had already accepted this fate, but she never thought that this devil's hand would reach out to her daughter who was only 2 or 3 years old. Thinking of, at this age, to suffer such inhuman treatment, on the skin like suet and white jade. Bitten greedily by this group of hateful ugly people is something that the red-haired woman cannot accept. For the sad fate of the Whirlpool family, I feel deeply powerless. Dilapidated refugee camp, hundreds of people surrounded the corner. Under the cross-flow of dirty and foul stench, the tip of Long Yu's nose could not help wrinkling. With a face full of pleading and helpless, covering the little devil's head behind her, she subconsciously looked at Ma Dongyi. He wanted to know how he would handle this situation. However, at this glance, Long Feng shook his head helplessly. 4 old men were standing in front of Ma Dongyi, their faces sullen, as if they were watching a play. Of Long Feng, the old man with a hoarse face said coldly, "Ma Dongyi, don't forget, you are just acting as the village chief. There are hundreds of people here, many of whom are local ninjas, and foreigners who want to join our wandering ninjas. They may all be members of our grass ninja village. For the sake of a kid who doesn't know if he has the ability to awaken, and who is suspected to be the Whirlpool clan, he has offended all these people. This is not something you can take on." Speaking of this, the old man with a hoarse face looked at Long Yu intentionally or unintentionally and said, "What's more, they were surrounded by hundreds of people. Could it be that you saved them?" These words fell, the remaining 3 old men nodded silently in agreement. Ma Dongyi and Kusanagi Anbu, who was communicating the news, couldn't help but look ashen. As the old man with hoarse face said, he was just an acting village chief, and he was appointed temporarily by the daimyo. Is no way to compare the power he possesses with the 444 old men in front of him. If you really want to be held accountable, you will be the puppet village chief, in order to stabilize the hearts of the people. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of me, the riots that may be caused are completely insignificant. Only thing that can be done right now is to stand by and wait for the results outside the encirclement. However, as soon as the idea emerged in their minds, a cold chuckle came from their ears, tightening their nerves. Haha, this elder's brain circuit really caught people off guard. Long Yu walked slowly with a chuckle, and said to the old man's gloomy gaze, "According to my understanding, if the elder's house is surrounded by hundreds of burly men and asks for something, if she doesn't calling for help, can you really hold your breath and watch a play here?" Chapter 239, The Head is Different. It's better to wait until the raw rice is cooked. It's really been done hundreds of times. After confirming that she is your precious daughter, you will punish hundreds of people. Still holding on to this sentence, mishandling it will cause hundreds of riots. For the future of Grass Ninja Village, let your daughter swallow this sigh and continue to be harassed by those people next time. This cycle will eventually lead to Grass Ninja Village. Devotion. The slightly long-sounding voice was mixed with playfulness, and in this case, it was very disturbing. However, falling into the ears of Ma Dongyi and Kusanagi Anbu made them stunned, and nodded subconsciously. If it wasn't for the existence of the 4 elders, I'm afraid they couldn't help nodding their heads in agreement and giving them a thumbs up. "You bastard, you know what nonsense you are talking about. This is the affairs of our Grass Ninja Village and has nothing to do with your organization." Faced old man's face sank, and he shouted coldly, "What's more, they are not from our Grass Ninja Village. As refugees, it is already a supreme honor for us to accept them here. Could it be that you still plan to let us cause riots in the village for the sake of two people who have nothing to do with them, and chill the future pillars of our grass ninja village? A strong heart. Under these hundreds of people, there is absolutely no way to save them, and we are unable to save them. If you think that there is something wrong with our grass ninja village, you can leave. The old words came out, and there was an unquestionable taste between the words. Faced with all this, the smile on Long Yu's face became even wider. That genial smile, like the boy next door, fell in the eyes of Orochimaru, making his spine shiver uncontrollably. As Long Yu's subordinate, he was a frequent visitor to the defeated generals over and over again, but he knew it very well. What is hidden behind this smile? Big Snake, you should have heard it too, the elders of the Grass Ninja Village, but they said they have nothing to do with the Grass Ninja Village. I took a closer look. She seems to be a bit similar to the lost people in our Shao organization. You said what we should do. Long Yu smiled and looked at Orochimaru. It made everyone in the field look stagnant. Orochimaru was no exception. He subconsciously wanted to lick his tongue, but he quickly reacted and said with a soft smile, "Of course you can't just sit back and ignore it. If necessary, you can use force." "You bastard, you dare." The horse-faced old man suddenly woke up and roared in anger. In the encircling circle, who was the first to react to the burly man with glasses and eyeing tigers? A ferocious look on his face, and he reached out and grabbed the red-haired kid's head. "Little devil, don't cry. Even if you shed your tears, no one can save you. Let me take a bite and I can give you the glasses back." It can be said that this time, he was ordered to lead the riot. The purpose is to verify whether the little devil in front of him really has unlimited potential and can take risks for them to tear their faces and fight for it. Who witnessed this scene couldn't help but have a smile on his face. In his eyes, as long as the proven healing ability. These wounded refugees will riot. At that time, the only remaining strength of the Grass Ninja Village will be weakened infinitely. At that time, they can also do things conveniently. What's more, in these hundreds of people, the old man with horse face doesn't believe that anyone can ruin his good deeds. However, this idea had just emerged, when he looked at the burly big man who shot violently. Of the sight made the horse-faced old man's expression stagnate, and he almost split his eyes. Like a ghost, a figure appeared first in front of the red-haired little ghost. Like lightning, the right hand was buckled on the wrist of the burly man. The scene of the first arrival was simply shaking everyone's nerves, making people's faces full of disbelief. "You are..." The red-haired woman froze for a moment, and there was a hint of shock on her helpless face. Of course she heard what the horse-faced elder said. Annihilated the glimmer of hope she had just sprouted. Likewise, I never imagined that someone would be at such a critical juncture. Such a powerful instant technique, he passed hundreds of people in the blink of an eye and came to them. "Aren't you people from our Shao organization? I have a very poor memory, but I can still vaguely recognize it. Besides, I am very protective of my shortcomings." Long Yu smiled and looked at the burly big man. The 5 fingers of the right hand suddenly exerted force, and the huge force squeezed, causing the big man to let out a shrill scream. "Give me back the glasses and keep them all away, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Repeat, I'm very protective." "You are very short." Burly big man's expression was distorted, and he roared fiercely. "I like it very much. Cut off your head, brothers, let's go together. This person is preventing us from healing, that is our enemy, we must kill him." With the roar, hundreds of people instantly rioted. And deafening like a wave. Who watched this scene couldn't help but have a playful smile on his face, and said softly, "Hee hee, it's the end of the show. What protects the shortcoming? What your people, I just want to take a look, how do you end?" This was originally a pawn he planted to cause infighting. The way to provoke a riot right now is not what they expected. But in their eyes, as long as the same result is achieved, it is enough. However, this thought just popped up in their minds, and the next moment, it was a white bone spur that stabbed out without warning. Like a fierce and incomparable cold light, it crossed the neck of the burly man. PFF'd. The blood splattered like a dazzling firework, but it gave people a kind of shocking feeling. The flying head crossed a beautiful parabola in the void and hit the ground not far away. The round eyes were obviously full of disbelief. A moment ago, he was roaring to take off Long Yu's head, but now he was headed in a different place. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? The rioting crowd was the first to fall into a dead silence. Facing the burly big man, the sudden death was obviously pouring down like a basin of cold water, and they involuntarily stopped in place. Looking at Junmalu who suddenly shot, Long Yu didn't blame him. He leaned over to pick up the glasses, put them on the red-haired kid's head, and rubbed her head with a smile, saying, "Don't cry, your name is what name?" The red-haired kid was stunned for a moment, but she seemed to be young, but she was obviously used to seeing life and death, staring straight at the big man's body, and was silent for a moment. "My lord, I'm sorry, Xianglin is still young. If you are not polite, I hope you don't take offense." The red-haired woman woke up suddenly, begging for an explanation. Chapter 240th. Keep all useless and kill them. At the same time, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arm full of teeth marks and said, "Sir, if you need treatment, you can bite me. After a while, I can recover some chakra and treat him for you." Look at this red-haired woman who was almost as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Of rolling up his sleeves and letting others go, made Long Yu sigh faintly. I am afraid this is the heart of the poor parents in the world. In the most ordinary times, perhaps the world is impermanent and can't see through. But when it really comes to a critical moment, how many people stand up for you? I am willing to give it to you, sir. Xianglin's childish voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the trembling, rolling up sleeves and sticking out, the small arms like suet and white jade, the feeling of pink toot, makes people have the urge to take a bite. Looking at the nervous and frightened Xianglin who tried to calm down, Long Yu smiled and rubbed her hair, saying, I am very strong, at least in my memory, no one has ever been there. Can hurt me. No one can hurt. Faced old man's face was gloomy, and he subconsciously looked at another chess piece hidden in the crowd. The two looked at each other and reached a consensus in an instant. An unexpected roar sounded among the refugees. This girl really has the ability to heal. That man wants to deprive us of the chance to recover. Don't forget, the reason we gathered here is to make the Grass Ninja Village value our strength. As long as we can kill this bastard, and then capture that red-haired kid, and then seize the Grass Ninja Village, we still need to be afraid of people, women, power, money, and what we won't get. Don't forget that we are bandits and wandering ninjas. Roars sounded one after another in the crowd. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Stop it all, I'm the acting village head of Sao Nin Village, and everyone will step down for me. Ma Dongyi fell in front of Long Yu first. Raise your hands to drink these refugees back. However, before he, the acting village chief, could show a little bit of residual heat, he was the first to see black shadows attacking from the sky. The violent scene caused Ma Dongyi's expression to change dramatically. Just as he was about to block, he saw Junmalu preemptively stop the incoming shuriken. Okay, you so-called village chief, you are really cute and stupid. Long Yu patted Ma Dongyi on the shoulder and said, I don't know how to obey even the most basic orders, so why do you still want to bring wolves into the room? Ma Dongyi, the old man with horse face, and the others were stunned at first, but the words that fell in their ears the next moment made their nerves tense to the extreme. Keep the useless ones and kill them all. Long Yu looked at Junmalu. As the shouting shout just said, most of them are bandits, wandering ninjas, and chess pieces lurking inside. Was obviously out of ulterior motives that they gathered here. Since, keeping it is only a scourge, it is better to kill all of them quickly and neatly. Got it, boss. Jun Mamo responded. The young body, like a tiger and leopard, is slightly bent and taut. Seeing the oncoming attack, the two men attacking with standard short knives, their clear eyes suddenly sharpened, like falcons, locked on the mob. "You bastard, let a little devil kill us, this is not an idiot talking in a dream." The two wandering ninjas who came were the first to laugh in disdain. In his hand slashed at Junmalu instantly. However, the moment they started, their expressions changed drastically. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound caused the two to suffer severe pain, and they didn't wait for them to react. A Dawson white bone spur, like an indestructible spear, tore the robes of Junmalu. Under the horrified eyes of the two, they directly penetrated their bodies. PFF'd. Blood splashed, and the scalding temperature was scattered on other people's bodies, scorching like fire, making the wandering ninja who was rushing towards him startled at first. However, before they could react, a figure pierced through the bones, like a hedgehog, plunged into the crowd. The two bone blades in his hand cut through the void like a piece of training. Every time you wave it, you will see blood seal your throat directly. That seemingly young body, at this moment, is extremely agile, making it difficult for the naked eye to capture. In the face of this group of skirmishers, no one can stop Junmalu half a step. Such a brave scene changed the expression of the horse-faced old man standing outside the field. "You bastard, I don't believe it, I can't catch you." Three wandering ninjas roared and quickly formed a series of spell marks with their hands. Junmalu suddenly turned his eyes and locked on the three people. In his calculations, at this distance, he could kill the three of them before the seal was completed. However, just as this idea first appeared in Junmalu's mind, the next moment his expression changed suddenly. Grass hidden imprisonment technique. The horse-faced old man's expression was gloomy, obviously he had chosen the opportunity, and instantly shot a little into the air. An indescribable force of confinement, under the frantic infusion of chakra, made Junmalu's forward movement a little stagnant. In normal times, this might not be a problem. But on the battlefield, it is very important. If you are a little careless, there will be a flaw, and you will probably die if you wait. Orochimaru, who has been watching from the sidelines, raised his brows, showing a feminine smile, and was planning to show some kindness and disgust Junmalu. The next moment, the scene of entering the target shook his nerves. The fifth door is open. Junmalu snorted coldly, and red sweat burst out in an instant, causing the people around the body to stun at the same time. The feet slammed down on the ground, and the ground was like a cobweb bursting, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost. Appeared again, already spanning more than 10 meters, and appeared in front of the three wandering ninjas who performed 3 spells. The bone knives in both hands, at extreme speed, cut straight to their throats. "Don't!" The screams in unison suddenly came out, but in the face of the razor-sharp blade-like death, all those requests seemed pale and powerless. The last magic seal formed in the hand cannot mobilize the chakra in the body. In the flying field of vision, I could vaguely see the familiar body, falling backwards weakly. Bang! The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground shocked all the wandering ninjas at the same time. Elder Malien waited for the 4, and their expressions suddenly changed drastically. He glanced at each other subconsciously. Before he had time to think about it, he made the most of his teleportation technique. The distance of dozens of meters, under the full exertion of the 4 of them, only took a few breaths to pass through the shocked crowd. Hokage Starting from the instant full level, Chapter 241 to 260. Chapter 241. The riot came from the hands of the 4 elders. Before Ma Dongyi and the others could react, they appeared by Long Yu's side one step ahead. 4 of them were divided into horn-like formations, blocking Long Yu's 4 directions. 2 fingers of the right hand suddenly joined together, forming a magic seal, and under Ma Dongyi's shocked eyes, he shouted in unison. Cao Yin 4 Pillars Imprisonment Technique. Voice fell, and chakra poured frantically. The invisible shackles gathered in an instant quickly wrapped around Long Yu. This feeling, like the immobilization spell cast in mythology, is not only simple, but also unexpected. It is a simple and rude, imprisoned and murderous weapon. Elder, what the hell is going on? Ma Dongyi's expression suddenly changed, and he asked anxiously. The violent scene also attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Even the wandering ninja and others in the fight slowed down the attack in their hands. What's the matter? Long Yu smiled warmly. You acting village chief, you are really a fool. Could it be that by now, you haven't seen that this riot was caused by the hands of the four elders? Let me think about it. Why didn't you let Wu Wei come out and talk to me? The affairs of the Grass Ninja Village have nothing to do with me. Why didn't you let me take the two of them away, and you continue? The unpredictable voice of words made everyone in the arena change their expressions drastically. Not to mention Ma Dongyi, the acting village chief, even the expressions of the four elders changed drastically. In their eyes, this is a secret thing, even the big name does not know. However, now it was revealed by Uchiha Ryu. This was completely beyond their expectations. Elder, is this true? Ma Dongyi's expression changed and he asked anxiously. However, just after these words fell, a ghostly figure rushed out from the chaotic crowd. Under the seal of his right hand, he slapped Ma Dongyi directly on the body. The violent scene made Ma Dongyi's face change suddenly, and he didn't have time to think about raising his hands to block. Underworld Sealing Technique Absorption. A pitch-black vortex quickly condensed in front of him. Looking at this scene, the attacking figure exploded in response, turned into a white mist, and disappeared into place out of thin air. Shadow Clone. Ma Dongyi's expression changed drastically. Yes, but, you see it now, it's too late. Wu Wei's gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind Ma Dongyi. The violent scene made everyone's nerves tense. Ma Dongyi hurriedly looked behind. The first thing that caught the eye was the big hand pressing behind his back. The art of escaping the sky by fire. Palm was pressed down suddenly, and the fiery Za rushed out like a rushing torrent. A ferocious entanglement on Ma Dongyi's body. The bastards in action. Mingdun Dongyi looked anxious, and hurriedly wanted to commit violence. However, as soon as the chakra in the body started to function, he opened his mouth and let out a miserable cry. In front of everyone's eyes, he knelt down again. The violent scene suddenly changed everyone's expressions, and even Orochimaru's eyes could not help but shrink a little, revealing snake-like cautiousness and curiosity. This way of performing the spell, as well as the means, made him curious. As a person who has more than 10 ideas active in the ninja world, he is also one of the 3 ninjas. The experience he has is not comparable to that of an ordinary ninja. Since the last time I played against Kusanagi, I don't care. 4 elders are still the lord of the Ghost Lantern prison. Do nothing. The ninjutsu he performed was completely unmatched before. Such a big transformation made Orochimaru smell an unusual taste. Hehe, I didn't expect you to know so many things. Looking at the ninjutsu performed by that kid, those eyeliners of mine should have been killed by you. After Wu Wei glanced at Orochimaru and Junmalu, he looked at Long Yu with a smile with great interest. I saw the means you used just now. You can establish an organization like Shao under the command of Sanjiao Hanzo. This is indeed a bit extraordinary. However, there are some places that you can't come, and some things that you can't manage. Sometimes it's too broad. Just like now, it becomes fish on the chopping board and is slaughtered by others. Having said this, Wu Wei's slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened, and there was a hint of viciousness, and his right hand pressed directly on Long Yu's shoulder. The art of escaping the sky by fire. The big hand was pressed, the fiery chakra poured frantically into the boy who was stabbed in front of him. Looking at the young man who was still motionless and kept a warm smile, the spell of the prison spell was successfully arranged that day. However, in Wu Wei's eyes, there is an inexplicable chill. It seems that the young man in front of him is a lone wolf waiting for an opportunity, and will strangle him at any time. Wu Wei, what have you done? The horse-faced old man shouted in a deep voice. The old voice, like thunder, awakened Wu Wei in his absence. The shock in his pupils quickly disappeared, and then he snorted coldly, looked at Junmalu and Orochimaru and shouted sharply, "I advise you, don't move casually, or I will kill your leader." The awe-inspiring voice, with an undeniable taste, instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Little devil, you scared Lao Su just now, and now you will cut me a knife." A one-eyed man took the lead, came behind Junmalu, smiled horribly, raised the kunai in his hand, and headed straight for Junmalu's junior. If this blow really hits, it will definitely splatter a few steps with blood and directly suffer heavy damage. This violent scene made those wandering ninjas who had suffered so much under Junmalu just now, couldn't help but show inexplicable eagerness on their faces. Seems that with this blow, all the evil they have endured can be spit out. However, this idea just sprouted in their minds. Cold light blazed out one step ahead, like a drill, without any bells and whistles, towards the one-eyed man. PFF'd. Blood splattered, as bright as fireworks. The huge head was thrown into the air under the eyes of many astonished people. The next moment, before they could react, Junmalu suddenly put his hands together. Bone vein early fern dance. PFF'd. The sound of the air being torn apart suddenly reverberated, and the bones turned into spears and shot out of Junmalu's body. The violent blow, at a close distance, makes it impossible to hide. What's more, they never imagined that Junmalu would dare to take a violent shot when there were hostages in hand. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? However, the thought of astonishment emerged, and the violent scene instantly penetrated the dozens of people who approached. Periphery who were still holding a playful mentality, eyeing the people who wanted to bring down Junmalu, their expressions changed dramatically, and they all pulled away and quickly retreated. "Bastard, let him stop now, or I'll kill you." Wu Wei's face changed drastically, and he took out a kuujia with his backhand and put it on Long Yu's neck. Chapter 242, Mysterious Man. These are his future help, but also the foundation of the ninja world. However, now that he was violently attacked by Junmalu, he killed 1/10 of 10%, how could he accept it? Hee, you use that guy to blackmail us, so save a little bit. Orochimaru, who had been watching, licked his tongue and showed a sly smile. You may be able to kill us, but definitely not him. Looking at this slender scarlet tongue, the expressions of many people in the field suddenly changed. In their eyes, being able to spit out a tongue more than 10 centimeters long is too terrifying. This is absolutely something that people can do. However, those words that ignore the death of their companions are even more shocking to people's nerves. Who are you? Wu Wei's complexion changed slightly, thinking of the scene where he seemed to be stared at by a lone wolf just now, and his heart was still a little hairy. After all, this combination in front of me is really weird. A child with astonishing boundaries, a strange long-tongued man who seems to have nothing to do with him. There is also a boy who is called the leader of the Shao organization, but gives a strange feeling. This made Wu Wei a little unsure. Wu Wei, what are you still doing? Isn't it just three unknown guys? Horse-faced old man's face sank, and he shouted angrily, no matter what. How strong he is imprisoned by us. Without chakra, what is the difference between him and a crippled person? It will be better if he doesn't kill him now. Don't forget, our grass ninja village is different now. With that thing, even if the 5 major ninja villages come, they will not be afraid, let alone them. If you kill them, you will be 100. Wu Wei was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils flashed a ruthless color, just as the horse-faced old man said, no matter what. What is his origin? As long as you die, everything will end. Thinking of this, Wu Wei's eyes burst into a ruthless color, and his right hand suddenly clenched kunai, and cut it directly towards Uchiha Ryu's neck. Boy, blame it, you are too arrogant, even your companions can't save you. But don't worry, they will accompany you soon. A hysterical roar, as if to give indomitable courage. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound resounded suddenly. The huge anti-shock force made Wu Huko shocked, and he took a few steps back. Looking at the crackling thunder light, it surged out of Long Yu's body like a frenzy, revealing a face full of disbelief. How can he use chakra? The horse-faced old man's expression changed dramatically. For them, no matter is the grass hidden confinement technique or the fire escape technique, they are their strengths. Especially the latter. Once an ordinary person is attacked, as long as he uses chakra, his whole body will burn like a fire. Mention fighting, even normal action. Not to mention, to display such a powerful lay-done chakra. It's the magic chakra. Orochimaru played. This kid is not the existence you can mess with. The expressions of the people present in Shanshu changed dramatically. In their perception, fairy magic is not. Ordinary people can have it. Wu Wei's expression also changed, and he shouted in a hurry, "Who are you?" However, before he could get the answer, the four elders burst into tyrannical chakra fluctuations again and roared in unison. "Wu Wei, don't care who he is, we will imprison him and use our cards to kill him." Cao Yin 4 Pillars Imprisonment Technique. Exclamation mark quote. Four of them, 4, 2, and 2, merged again, and moved towards Long Yu a little bit in the air. The chakra that surged out, turned into an invisible shackle, and quickly enveloped Long Yu's body. In the face of the violent blow from the four elders, Wu Wei's expression froze. Under the grit of his teeth, he flipped over with one hand, and at the moment when the seal was formed, he shouted violently. "The sword of fire escape fire prison." Wu Wei grabbed it in the void with his right hand, and the fiery chakra quickly gathered in the palm of his hand, turning into a steaming and burning sharp blade in the blink of an eye. If it is said that the technique of the heavenly prison is restricted by the confinement of the curse, then the sword of the fire prison is Wu Wei's powerful attack method. Once hit by the sword of this fire prison, it will burn into a fire and burn to death. Looking at the thunder light circulating on Long Yu's body, Wu Wei believed that as long as this hits, no matter how well Long Yu's defense was, couldn't resist the scorching heat. Messy thoughts flashed in Wu Wei's mind, and now the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Too late to think about it, the 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, and they went straight to Long Yu's chest. However, the distance that is so close at hand can be approached in the blink of an eye. But the moment the sword of fire prison was pierced, a lightning-like hand grabbed it on his wrist first. Facing the familiar red auspicious cloud sleeves, this capture seemed to tighten their hearts. They finally understood what Orochimaru's remarks just now meant. The young man in front of him can't be imprisoned at all. Is this your confidence? Long Yu's gaze swept across the four of them. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The withered bark-like cheeks of the four elders changed drastically in an instant. Witnessing the inaction of this scene, he completely lost his sense of proportions. The moment the sword of fire prison in his hand dissipated, he quickly flipped over with his left hand, took out a scroll, and threw it to the horse-faced old man. "Elder, quickly open the scroll, only that thing, and that. Adults can save us. No hurry. That, Lord." The horse-faced old man's expression was stagnant, and he quickly remembered the mysterious person Wu Wei had been talking about during this time. In a short period of time, the strength of Wu Wei can be raised from the ordinary Shangnan to the elite Shangnan, and even the existence of the penumbra level. In particular, the grass-hidden imprisonment technique and the heaven prison technique have raised their overall strength to a higher level. The young man in front of him was so mysterious that even the heavenly prison technique and the herbal imprisonment technique could not have the slightest effect on him. For me to win is placed on that mysterious man. Messy thoughts swept across the horse-faced old man's mind quickly, and as soon as he took over the scroll, it spread out in front of him. Without further hesitation, he bit his index finger with his backhand, and his hands flew down like wheels, forming a series of magic marks. The art of psychic. Bang! The right hand slapped the reel suddenly, and a large white smoke rolled back down. A huge black shadow emerged directly from the white fog. A figure standing on the top is even more eye-catching. Hee hee, Wu Wei, it seems that you have lived up to my high hopes, so you have reversed me, and if this person is not worth killing me, then I will, but you are the only one asking. Feminine voices came out from the fog. Wu Wei's face became anxious, and he couldn't care about too much, and he was the first to cry out. Sir, hurry up and save me, this person knows immortality, if he absorbs his chakra, the box of bliss can be opened even more. Box of Bliss. Chapter 243. It turns out to be black. Long Yu raised his brows involuntarily. He knew that the Box of Bliss was known as the ultimate artifact of the Six Paths Immortals. However, I didn't expect that there were other people hidden behind the grass ninja village. When he saw the visitor clearly, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, Hey Ju, I didn't expect that I would meet you here. The small voice exploded like thunder. The mysterious atmosphere that had just condensed in the field was instantly punctured. Mystery, of course, is the most mysterious when you don't know anything. Now that it has been broken by someone, how can it be so tall that the fog in the sky has dissipated, and a huge square box is presented in front of everyone? The four faces represent joy, anger and sorrow, giving people a creepy feeling. However, in comparison, standing on the Box of Bliss is regarded as a savior-like blackness. The yin and yang face that used to be brilliant, but now has a dazed face. Hurriedly looked at Long Yu, and the moment he entered his eyes, his expression suddenly changed. And to have time to think about it, I quickly pulled away and retreated, but soon I saw a ghostly figure that took the lead and fell behind him. Heiju's face turned ashen to the extreme when he saw that the back road was cut off, and there was that familiar scarlet tongue. The violent scene filled Wu Wei's face with hope. He couldn't help but froze, and hurriedly asked, Sir, what are you doing? In Wu Wei's eyes, this is a god who allows himself to take a powerful shortcut. It is also a savior with many mysterious and unpredictable means. However, the scene in front of him now completely overturned his cognition. That appearance, there is a kind of feeling at all, the savior is also frightened. What are you doing? He is Konoha's blood-colored Asura, Uchiha Longyu, how did you get him offended? Heiju almost roared out, if it wasn't for the presence of Uchiha Ryu. He couldn't wait to kick Wu Wei directly out. The blood-colored Asura Wu Wei and others were stunned, and hurriedly turned back to look at Long Yu, who had been calm from beginning to end. And Orochimaru not long ago, that evaluation that it couldn't be killed made my heart tremble. That even the 5 great ninja villages must hold a 5 Shadows conference to treat with caution. However, now they are offended to death. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have believed that they had done such a stupid thing. It felt like walking a tightrope on the edge of a knife. Heiju, I've been looking for you for a long time. Long Yu smiled playfully. The 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel in the right eye suddenly turned, and the jet black flame, like a frenzy, instantly ignited on Heiju's body. Amaterasu. The black flames are like maggots on the toe bones, once they are burned, they spread rapidly. A shrill scream resounded first, but together, the next moment, the other half of Heiju's body, like a balloon, instantly swelled up. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and black flames splattered like dazzling fireworks. Facing the explosion that was so close at hand, the horse-faced old man had no time to escape, and was instantly splashed by Amaterasu. Help! Faced old man cried out in surprise, and the stabbing pain was like a heart-piercing pain that went deep into the bone marrow. The 3 old men standing in the distance didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly formed a series of magic seals. Water escapes and waves. 3 of them shot in unison, and under the gathering of tyrannical chakras, the water waves in the sky turned into a waterfall, and went straight to the horse-faced old man. Wash away. However, the water wave dissipated and the surface soil was washed away. But the black flame was still burning in the eyes of the public. Facing such a strange scene, a chill quickly rose up on the soles of my feet. Blink of an eye, the horse-faced old man soaked in the water was directly swallowed by the black flames. The three old men didn't have time to think about it, they turned around and ran away. Fantasy Wind Escape Spiral Pill. Long Yu grabbed the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the tyrannical chakra gathered frantically, and a sharp and harsh air roaring and tearing sounded instantly. Under Wu Wei's astonished gaze, without any fancy, he threw it straight at the 3 fleeing old men. Escape quickly. Wu Wu was in a hurry. At this moment, Long Yu had already let go the hand that was clasped on his wrist. Wu Wei knew clearly that if he wanted to escape, he definitely had the chance to escape. But, facing this tempting opportunity, there was only one urgent thought in his mind. I desperately want to see that someone can escape from the hands of this young man who has scared the 5 countries. Only in this way will there be more courage in Wu Wei's heart to escape. Above the huge ruins, no matter what, was a melee wandering ninja, or Wu Wei and others, they all showed urgency. Watching that rushing away, chasing behind the 3 of them. As if it had grown wings, the blue chakra sphere secretly clenched its fists. In their eyes, facing this blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu who suddenly appeared. Under the illustrious name, the only thing that can be done is to wait. Wait, find a trace of life in these 3 elders. However, the idea just popped into my head. The next moment, the 3 elders clearly felt the strangeness behind them, and hurriedly looked back. The moment their pupils shrank suddenly, they didn't have time to think about it, and their hands quickly turned into seals. Boy, just relying on this little ninjutsu, if you want to kill us, it's too underestimating our grass ninja village. The old man with the sharp-mouthed monkey gills was the first to roar angrily. As an elder, the speed of the seal in the hand is obviously not bad, facing the spiral pill shuriken attacking from the sky. In a short period of time, the last magic seal was formed. Earth Escape Earth Formation Wall. The Art of Earth Escape Earth Dragon. Escape the Dirt Wall. The 3 old screams sounded almost at the same time. The forcibly driven chakra, at the moment when it surged out, an earth wall, an earth formation wall, and an earth dragon all condensed in an instant. Gathering together, it can be described as a huge force. In their eyes, in the face of Long Yu's seemingly random exploratory attack, it was enough to easily stop him. However, this idea had just emerged in my mind, and the next moment, the mighty Tuden attack instantly collided with the incoming Fengdun Spiral Maru Shuriken. In an instant, the circulating air seemed to stop. The next moment, before they woke up, the sphere, which seemed to be pinched by hand, exploded in an instant. Boom! The violent air waves rolled back like a frenzy. The shrill, piercing air ripped and screeched, literally rising into the sky. Those seemingly mighty Tuden attacks were torn to shreds in an instant in the face of the Fengdun spiral pills that exploded in an instant. 3 elders were stunned at first, and the next moment it was too late to react, and they were instantly swallowed by the hurricane. Bang! Chapter 244, Surrender. The hurricane soared into the sky, the trees fell down, and the rocky ground was torn apart. It made the refugee camp, which was like a ruin, even more, a mess. When everything returned to calm, the 3 bodies that had already turned into rotten sacks were scattered around. The clothes like rags don't show the majesty of the past at all. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that these 4 elders were like iron-faced judges. In one face, he will directly lose his life. No, don't kill us. We are willing to surrender. As long as we don't kill us, let us do anything. Quote, quote. Panic begging for mercy rang out one after another. The originally scattered camp, after witnessing Long Yu's gestures with his own eyes. Even the last bit of confidence in the confrontation was directly annihilated. They asked themselves, but they couldn't stand a stare, and they couldn't stand a ninjutsu that they just picked up. It can be said that for them, all of this is just like the death of the gods. For a while, there was a series of thumping sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground. Seeing those figures kneeling down one by one, Wu Wei's body trembled. Looking at Uchiha Ryayu who was close at hand, he didn't have time to think about it. He bent his knees, knelt heavily on the ground and begged for mercy. "My lord, please give me a chance to surrender. Sir, please give us a chance to surrender." As soon as the sentence was completed, everyone in the field clearly echoed the response. Faced with such an invincible opponent, the only thing we can do is to surrender together. Perhaps, only by doing so, can we have a chance to survive. Jun Malu, who was covered in blood, stopped the killing in his hands and looked at Long Yu. Orochimaru, who was standing on the box of bliss, couldn't help but look at Long Yu. Facing this kind of courage without fighting, it is not. Ordinary people can have it. Long Yu's gaze swept across the field lightly. Wherever they passed, those who secretly observed the change in Long Yu's expression, had no time to think about it, and quickly lowered their heads lower. It looked like he wanted to bury his head in the soil, all just to seek a little bit of life. "I said, I just want to take away my people, and the affairs of your grass ninja village have nothing to do with me." Long Yu spoke lightly. He is not bloodthirsty. The killing just now was only because of their repeated provocation and playfulness for a while. Now it can be regarded as knocking the mountain and shaking the tiger, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The purpose of this trip has also been achieved, then everything is enough. "No, sir, you misunderstood. We represent the ninja village to vote for the adults. As long as the adults agree, our grass ninja village is willing to seal you as the master." No hurry. This thought just passed through his mind. But he went through this post-war. Wu Wei clearly knows that having ambition also requires strong strength to be able to back it up. Otherwise, all efforts and strategies will be nonsense in the face of absolute strength. However, for outsiders, facing the surrender of a ninja village is definitely a sweet existence. But for Long Yu, it seemed a bit tasteless. Looking back at the group of ninjas who clearly agreed, as well as the stunned Ma Dongyi, Long Yu shook his head indifferently and said, "I don't like to carry oil bottles. Orochimaru, let's go, we've lost a lot of time." These words, Long Yu turned around and left. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, looked back at the place where Heiju was standing, and said, "Isn't that guy chasing him?" But he blew himself up. In the serpent. In Maru's eyes, Baiju is Heiju's clone. The moment Amaterasu fell, Heiju used Baiju to resist, and then exploded instantly to cause a commotion, and finally took the opportunity to escape. No. Long Yu's head did not return either. Compared with Orochimaru, Long Yu is very clear that Heiju is the object of Kagaya's mind. It is an immortal existence that can be turned into a will and attached to many things. The only way is to use the sealing technique to seal him. As for now, compared with the original book, the man behind the war has obviously become a lost dog. For Long Yu, it didn't pay much attention. Contrary, he was more interested in the kind that made him collect the fate of the nine-tailed beasts. After all, the strong are invincible, and the master is lonely. For the current Long Yu, there are not many people who can compete with him. He is doing now is just to pass the time and find the hints of destiny. Watching Long Yu leave, Wu Wei and the others were stunned in place. Look at the ruins left in the field, and the box of bliss that they regard as a killer. At this moment Wu Wei finally understands that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are not even farts. At least they don't even have the qualifications to surrender. At the same time, in the Sand Ninja Village, an inexplicable smell of slaughter filled the Fengying office. Stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows like an iron tower, making the atmosphere in the field even more depressing. Maki, you said that you received a message from Halozang that Yi Kang's defection was going to return to Sandin Village. Luo Sha's expression sank and said sternly. Who can gather in the office are the elites of Sand Ninja Village. For them, Yi Kang was like a hero in the Third Ninja War. However, for the sake of Shinobi Village, he was kept in the dark in the end. For the so-called safety of the village, he was betrayed by his most trusted companion. This feeling cannot be described in words. Why don't you talk? Luo Sha suddenly turned around, swept across the field with gloomy eyes, and said sharply, "Do you think that my decision that day was wrong? We want to reconcile with Wu Nin village, can't we pay a little price, can't we?" Duh! The voice of the coercive words made the expressions of everyone in the field change suddenly. "Yes, we can pay some price, why can't you be the one who pays the price?" The awe-inspiring voice suddenly sounded, immediately. Tensioned everyone's nerves. To speak indiscriminately at such a juncture is undoubtedly to hit the muzzle of a gun. He hurriedly followed the sound and looked at the figure first, causing everyone's expressions to change slightly. "Gallo, you know what you say." Luo Sha's expression sank, and she said sharply, "Don't forget, you are my fiancé." "So what?" Gallo said in a hurry. "I was blind at the time, that's why I fell in love with you." "You." Rosa was suddenly suffocated. However, before he could have an attack, Maki stepped forward and persuaded him, "Third generation Fengiying, please be safe." Speaking, Maki gave Yashimaru a wink, motioning him to persuade Galuro, and immediately said, "Galuro and Yi King are students who graduated from the same class, and they have a deep relationship, so they misunderstood K's cage. The kindness of the adults will make you more nervous for a while. The first thing we need to do now is how to deal with Yi King's affairs." Speaking of which, Maki took out a scroll with his backhand and said, "This is the information scroll sent back by consultant Hai Lao Zhang." Chapter 245, Rebellion Yi King. Not long ago, he and Yi King encountered Konoha's betrayal of Orochimaru, and Bei Liu who attacked. The other party peeked at the boundaries of Yi King's blood. At the critical moment, it was Uchiha Ryu who came to the rescue. According to the scroll, Long Yu didn't come back with Yi King, but it is suspected that he gave Yi King a so-called rescue scroll, so we should take it seriously when dealing with Yi King. The slightly elusive voice caused the expressions of everyone in the huge office to change slightly. If we say that the most sensitive topic at the moment, for the 5 major countries, it is no longer a simple war. Instead, it was this one, who rebelled in Shinobi Village and broke out of Konoha to betray Shinobi, the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu. 3 days later, in Konoha Ninja Village, a meeting of the 5 shadows was held to deal with Uchiha Ryu. It can be said that any decision now will likely affect the resolution of the 5 shadows conference. For a time, everyone's eyes swept around and locked on Luo Sha's body. HMPH, Maki, under such circumstances, are you bringing this up to make me turn a blind eye to Yi King's return? Luo Sha snorted coldly and met Maggie's gaze. You should be very clear that the matter of sending Yi King out, but the high-level decision of Sand Ninja Village is based on the interests of our Sand Ninja Village. In the eyes of other people, Yi King still keeps his heroic attitude and dedicates himself. However, if she comes back this time and smashes all of this, and doesn't even want the so-called hero mask, it will not only be shamed by me, but also what impact it will have on the Sand Ninja Village. You should be very clear. The awe-inspiring voice made the expressions of the people in the field change slightly. Luo Sha's remarks seem to be very selfish, but they involve the important interests of the Sand Ninja Village. After all, the senior officials of Sand Ninja Village kept Yi King in the dark, but to the outside world they claimed that it was Yi King who volunteered to be the last hero for the sake of Ninja Village. If it is stabbed in public, this is a scene directed and acted by Sand Ninja Village. I am afraid that it will be cold, and the hearts of the whole Sand Ninja Village will be heartbroken. HMPH, you already know the importance of things now. Luo Sha snorted coldly. What we have to do now is that we must not let her set foot in Sand Ninja Village half a step. Just remember that Yi King is now a traitor, not a hero. This. Galuro opened his red lips and finished his speech at once. Looking at Maggie and the others who were shaking their heads, she knew clearly. As long as you are a member of the Sand Ninja Village, it is easy to distinguish between your personal feelings and the interests of the Ninja Village. The silent crowd, Luo Sha said. Since everyone has no opinion, send the order, at the entrance of Sha Nin Village. Intercept the rebel Yi King, and kill it when it is not necessary. As for Uchiha Ryu, now that the Five Shadows Conference is about to be held, he really wants to reconcile, so he should know clearly what matters can be managed, what matters, not to mention, this is Sand Ninja Village, his hand, but extension without this place, he is not allowed to reach here. Killing Jalulu's expression turned pale, and his knees became weak. If it wasn't for Yashimaru to support him in time, he would have already fallen to the ground. However, following Luo Sha's order, the entire Shanin village quickly went into martial law. The matter of betraying Yi King and returning to the village has spread throughout the entire Sand Ninja village, giving people a feeling of being the first to go. Moat. An old figure, standing here like an iron tower. A sound of breaking through the air from her side, and soon she saw a puppet crow landed on the back of her hand. Go tell Hai Laozang and let him make his own decisions. If Yi King comes back, waiting for her may be fatal. Crow. After the puppet crow gave a strange cry, it fluttered away. After the crow disappeared at the end of the sky, Chio fell into silence and looked back at the brand new sculpture not far away. This is a hero sculpture built for Yi King by people in the village after she was sent to Wuyin village as a hero not long ago. Behind it, it was revealed that Yi King and Konoha betrayed forbearance, and Uchiha Longyu colluded together. However, due to recent events, one after another broke out. High-level officials of Sand Ninja Village did not speak out, and the question of whether the sculpture continued to exist was gradually left behind. Right now, even Chio couldn't figure out why Yi King came back. A trace of inexplicable recollection appeared on the old face like withered bark, and fell into silence. Orochimaru, is this your laboratory? It's really simple. Abandoned towns, broken buildings, scattered around, all kinds of animals, and even human corpses. If it wasn't for Orochimaru to lead the way, no one would want to believe that in such a deserted place, there would still be a laboratory hidden. Cough, Longyu, I can understand, are you making fun of me? Orochimaru looked back at Longyu with an expressionless face, and said, I'm not like you. To be able to be so high profile, a little showing up will cause a lot of trouble. Haha, the trouble you said came naturally. Longyu laughed teasingly and said, if he didn't keep saying that he likes Tsunade, I doubt that there is something nasty between the two of you. You bastard. Orochimaru opened his mouth, was speechless for a while, and directly pressed his hand on the half-stone tablet on the ruins. A mysterious magic seal, obviously echoing the curse seal in Orochimaru's hand. With the sound of the roaring earthquake, half of the stone steel was directly removed, revealing an underground stone staircase that could only accommodate one person. Come on, this place has not been used for a long time, I hope the equipment can still operate. Orochimaru led the way in front, showing an interesting smile, looked at Longyu and said, I really want to know why you got the first-generation Mudden cells. It's not that I underestimate you. I was able to successfully extract Mudden cells to the level of human experimentation, but it took 4 or 5 years. If it were you, it would probably be 10, 15 years, or even longer. Time, why don't you leave this kind of thing to me? Looking at the curious baby Orochimaru, Longyu patted him on the shoulder with a warm smile, and said, Orochimaru, you should have heard a sentence, the more you know, the faster you die, you are a smart person. Orochimaru's smile suddenly stiffened, and he quickly coughed and said, Cough, I don't know anything, and I don't want to know anymore. However, if you insist on trying, this is my handwritten note, I hope it will be of some use to you, and extract the Mudden cells as soon as possible. Speaking of this, Orochimaru's pupils flashed a hint of provocation and playfulness. That meant obviously that he planned to see Longyu make a fool of himself. Chapter 246, The First Person in Science. For Orochimaru's careful thought, Longyu did not take it to heart. After all, looking around the entire Naruto world, Orochimaru can definitely be called a scientific geek, and it can be regarded as a clear stream. Geniuses are proud of their talents, and they say things based on their strength. As for whether the system has any effect on scientific experience other than ninjutsu, even Long Yu is uncertain. As Orochimaru said, if the system doesn't work, it's a newcomer like Long Yu who is not even half-stepped. If it takes 10 years, or even longer, to extract Mudden cells, this is more painful than death. Messy thoughts flashed through Long Yu's mind, and after taking the scroll in Orochimaru's hand, he quickly spread it out. Along with the mysterious and difficult experience descriptions recorded above, as well as various materials, they quickly flowed through Long Yu's eyes. The fast-running brain finally sounded a long-awaited ethereal voice. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for learning the theory of cell evolution, whether it is immediately. Choose instant full level. Sure enough. Long Yu's lips pursed slightly, revealing a playful smile. It seems that it is worthy of being a system. Not only is it effective for ninjutsu, but even this scientific theory can be effective, which is indeed far beyond Long Yu's understanding. However, when I think of it, if even that kind of growth experience is occupied, I am afraid that life will be a little regrettable. Obvious that I could have been in the past, but as soon as I debuted, I became a technical expert and a small motor on the bed, which is a bit sad. What's the matter, don't you understand? Do you need me to explain a thing or two to you? But it's also possible that I'll explain it to you, but you won't understand. Orochimaru's face was even more playful. However, the smile that had just emerged, with the words that fell in his ear, suddenly became stiff. No, I've already learned it. I'll give you this thing back. Long Yu regained his senses and returned the scroll back to Orochimaru. Learned? Orochimaru asked stiffly, are you joking? I just want to brush my sense of existence in front of the evildoer. You just nod your head a little to show that you won't be fine. Boy, what are you talking about? Are you really not giving geniuses any room for survival? Looking at Long Yu, who closed his eyes and did not respond at all, Orochimaru was obviously anxious. In the huge ninja world, Orochimaru clearly knows that there are many people who surpass themselves in the attainment of ninjutsu. However, in terms of science, if Orochimaru dares to recognize second place, absolutely no one dares to recognize first. However, facing the enchanting dragon feather, he had no confidence at all. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the cell evolution theory is instantly full of success. The sound of the system sounded again, accompanied by complicated information, like a warm current pouring into my mind. Long Yu took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Sure enough, Orochimaru's ability is in the ninja world, and ordinary people can replace it. Those who have personally contacted them can understand the breadth and depth of science. However, unlike Orochimaru, Long Yu did not have such a fascination with science. He needed the theory of cell evolution. Just because I don't like letting my own destiny be held in the hands of others. Looking back, the eager Orochimaru, Long Yu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, I, Long Yu, call you the number one person in science. The first person in science, Orochimaru, couldn't help but be stunned. This sudden chicken soup was too sudden. However, before he could react, he saw Long Yu look around the arena for a while, and then took it out with his backhand and took it from Orochimaru not long ago. Black Jew gift. Test tube about the first generation of Hokage Mudden cells and Uchiha Madara cells. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru suddenly woke up, and before he could get to the bottom of it, he saw that all the experimental steps were carried out in Long Yu's hands like flowing water. The level of proficiency and the meticulous process made Orochimaru stunned. Experimental sessions where even he felt dry and hadn't figured it out. Long Yu's hands were still flying like wheels, without the slightest dryness or stagnation. That feeling is like an old pedant who has been immersed in scientific experiments for decades. When the last wood escape cell was extracted, Orochimaru still maintained a dazed expression, that kind of fiery and urgent. It feels like being in a dream, still unable to wake up. Most importantly, Orochimaru looked at Long Yu's back and couldn't help but called out a teacher. No possibility, no possibility. Orochimaru looked stiff, and quickly shook his head and said to himself, "You have long understood the evolution of cells. Your extraction process just now was more delicate and skillful than me, and there are some details that even I can't handle. If my experiment is 100%, then your experiment process is 200%. Can you show me one more time?" If it is said that in the original work, what makes Orochimaru the most crazy is all kinds of perfect bodies. Now, in his eyes, the most frenzy is to see Long Yu do one more experiment. That Long Yu gave him just now, the evaluation of the first person in science, for him, it is simply a shame. Compared with this evildoer in front of him, he even felt ashamed of the show just now. As soon as he thought about the axe in the door just now, if there was a dog hole here, he would go into it without hesitation. There are some things that can only be understood, not spoken. I am different from you. I am not interested in the so-called science, but you are different. Maybe, after I extract this time, I will never do it again in my life. The so-called scientific operation. Long Yu smiled and looked at the syringe in his hand. If Orochimaru's experimental experience is correct, it is correct for Heiju to provide cell samples about the first Hokage and even Uchiha Madara. Then this time will usher in the long-awaited opportunity to open the eyes of reincarnation. Looking at Long Yu's expression suddenly changed. He became solemn. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and was silent for a while. It can be said that the purity of the mudden cells extracted by Long Yu can definitely be called Orochimaru. In his experimental career, it is the most pure and infinitely close to the prototype of the mudden cells in the first Hokage Chinchujujian. If you use this cell to assist, you can display the reincarnation of the dirty earth. That can definitely reproduce the glory of the first Hokage, Senjujuma. Right now, Long Yu has extracted this thing, giving Orochimaru a kind of intriguing feeling. After all, in the cognition of Orochimaru, this wood escape cell can not only improve the success rate of reincarnation of dirty soil, but also enhance the controllability. At most, it is only to enhance the suitability of an experimental body for transplanting operations such as writing round eyes. If you are lucky, you may be able to create a tasteless mudden ninja Yamato. Spent so much thought and effort to extract this mudden cell, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He didn't want to believe that it was all true. Chapter 247, The Way of a Wise Man. Orochimaru, didn't I just say that some things, the more you know, the faster you will die? Long Yu glanced at Orochimaru. Immediately, he took a deep breath, looked at his arm, and directly pierced the syringe into his arm under the shocked gaze of Orochimaru. The violent scene made Orochimaru's face change drastically. This is no ordinary cell. It is a combination of the cells of Madara Uchiha and the first Hokage Senju, and the most pure cells are extracted. Of the Uchiha clan, and the other is known as the God of Ninjas. Even on the day of Orochimaru, when the mudden cells with huge flaws were injected into the baby's body, there would also be cell-squeezing effects such as antiphagy. Not to mention, it is Uchiha Ryu's mudden cells that are infinitely close to 100% pure. Rao is because he is a very human-like existence, and I am afraid that he will also be attacked by cells. However, this thought just appeared in Orochimaru's mind. The next moment, Orochimaru saw Long Yu's arm, and the blood vessels quickly protruded, moving like a ferocious centipede. Spreads to the heart and even the body. Such a terrifying scene fell in Orochimaru's eyes, which undoubtedly made his pupils shrink. He clearly knew that this was a sign of cellular backlash. Once Long Yu's body can't support this backlash, then what awaits him will be his death. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu didn't seem to take it to heart at all. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes quietly. Madara Uchiha was able to open the eye of reincarnation unexpectedly, and it was also due to the luck that he had experienced 9 deaths. Now that Ryu dares to act like this, it is not because he thinks that his luck is better than Madara Uchiha. Instead, they are using the system to gamble. As long as this cell assimilates and can trigger the function of the system, then everything can be done. Ding dang, congratulations to the host who has obtained the Mudden cell division evolution, whether to choose immediately. Instantly full. The crisp and ethereal voice resounded in Long Yu's mind, and while a smile appeared on the corner of his lips, there was also a feeling of relief in his heart. After going through many things, Long Yu clearly knew that as long as he was in front of the system, any problem would not be a problem. What's more, he had waited too long for this moment. After taking a deep breath of turbid air, Long Yu's thoughts moved, and immediately. Order was given. Immediately. Instantly full. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the Mudden cell division and evolution has been successfully completed in an instant. Ding dong, the system has detected that the host's eternal writing wheel has evolved into the reincarnation eye, whether to choose the instant full level. A series of system prompts came out, and Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The moment has finally come. Immediately. Instantly full. Long Yu couldn't wait to give the order. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, Samsara Eye has reached full level in an instant. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the derivative pupil technique, the Shen Luo Tianzheng has been successfully completed in an instant. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the derivative pupil technique, the Vientian Tianian has achieved full level in an instant. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the pupil technique is derived, and the Earth bombing star has successfully reached the full level in an instant. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the derivative pupil technique, the psychic outsider golem instantly reached full level successfully. The series of system prompts made Long Yu secretly surprised. He was already mentally prepared, but he didn't expect that he didn't need to dig out by himself, reincarnation. The eye has so many pupils. Although ninjutsu like Shinra Tianzheng, Vientian Tianian and Earth Blast Tianxing are not very new. However, these are great tricks. Samsara opened his eyes. He wanted to destroy a ninja village, but it was just a gesture. If coupled with Uchiha Madara's augmented eyes, the power cannot be described in words. What's more, in the future, Long Yu will be able to awaken his own pupil technique and have a system to stand by. It's just a simple thought. Long Yu, are you alright? Orochimaru was stunned, and couldn't help but ask. A moment ago, he could still see the blood vessels in Long Yu's body swell like a ferocious centipede. The whole person is like a swollen fat man. In the eyes of Orochimaru, I thought that Long Yu would soon inflate and explode to death. Planning to use my experience to give Uchiha Ryu emergency treatment. The next moment, I saw Long Yu's body, like a balloon deflated, quickly wither down. This made Orochimaru suddenly have a feeling that he couldn't figure it out, he could only stare and scream. However, before he had the slightest move, he looked at Long Yu's suddenly opened eyes, but his pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was full of disbelief. This is the eye of reincarnation. Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed drastically. Looking at the changes in Uchiha Ryu's pupils in front of him, the writing wheel eyes, which were as scarlet as blood, instantly turned pale. This feeling made Orochimaru's spine go cold. However, what shocked him the most was the origin of Samsara Eye, which turned out to be transformed from a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Orochimaru would not have believed that the Uchiha family was actually related to the legendary Six-Path Immortals. However, this kind of shock, he did not dare to say anything casually. After all the words of Long Yu just now, he remembered it in his heart at this moment. The more you know, the faster you die. Sometimes, pretending to be ignorant is probably the way of a wise man. Okay, the matter here is over, and then you are free. Long Yu felt the strong pupil power brought by the Samsara Eye. The expansive chakra caused by the implantation of the wood escape cells in the first-generation Hokage Chinchujuma in the body is at least 5 or 6 times stronger than when the reincarnation eye has not been awakened. If you meet Madara Uchiha again, even if it is him in his heyday, let alone being crushed. This time, I'm afraid it's rubbing against the ground. It's gone. Orochimaru was stunned. For the legendary reincarnation he, who is advancing on the road of science, is of course full of infinite curiosity. I thought that Long Yu would at least try the ability of Samsara After all, even ordinary people would play with a brand new toy first. However, looking at Long Yu's confident expression now, Orochimaru clearly knew that his idea was probably in vain. However, before Long Yu could respond, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The sudden scene made Orochimaru's nerves tense. After all, this is his secret laboratory, although it has been abandoned for a long time and has not been of much use. However, he is confident that the concealment of this place is also a first-class existence in many laboratories. If even this laboratory is discovered, other laboratories may also be discovered. Don't make a fuss, it's Junmalu. Long Yu gave Orochimaru a white look, and for him who was a little startled, it was obvious that he had not yet stepped out of the role of a student under the aura of the teacher just now. Chapter 248, Join the Rebel Group. Orochimaru heard this. There was a hint of embarrassment on his face, and when he followed the sound, he saw that Junmalu, who had been staying outside, walked in quickly. Looking at the puppet scorpion he was holding in his hand, he couldn't help but raise his brows, showing a look of interest. For those vicious members that Long Yu's subordinates convened, and placed in the huge ninja world, each of them is full of dangerous betrayal and ninja. It appears to be an organization, but in fact it acts independently. At least, after Orochimaru and Long Yu have met and fought many times, Long Yu is almost alone every time he appears. As for those so-called companions and subordinates, they have completely disappeared. However, it is precisely because of this degree of freedom that Orochimaru has an inexplicable yearning. Boss, this is emergency information. Junmalu looked at Orochimaru and handed the puppet scorpion to Long Yu without any hesitation. Long Yu took the puppet scorpion, took the information tied to it, looked at the content left on it, frowned slightly, and did not show the slightest surprise. Boss, what happened? Junmalu asked a little impatiently. After all, he is still young, and he can only be regarded as a main candidate for the rebel group under Long Yu's command. And the other old faces, long before he joined, were all sent out by Uchiha Ryu. If Junmalu wants to gain the approval of other people, at least he needs to exert more strength and participate in more battles, so that other members will not underestimate him because of his age. It's Yi King who plans to return to Sand Ninja Village. I'm afraid he will be in danger. Long Yu's backhand raised a piece of lightning, and instantly shredded the note with the information. Return to Sand Ninja Village. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and then hesitantly said, Isn't Yi King yours? I heard not long ago that Sand Ninja Village regarded her as a suspected traitor. Now, I have something to do with you, and if you run back rashly, I am afraid you will be killed. Don't you need to save her? As one of the former Konoha Sannin, Orochimaru's intelligence network cannot be underestimated either. If it is said that when Yi King was not entangled with Long Yu, he might be able to characterize it as a suspected rebellion. Then, after not long ago, in the face of Bailahu's attack, Long Yu came to the rescue in time. This is a hero-saving beauty, but it also means that the former hero of the Sand Ninja Village colluded with Konoha's rebel ninja blood-colored Asura, but it really exists. As long as the Sand Ninja Village is murderous, it doesn't need too many reasons. No need, what I gave her, as long as she is willing, is enough for her to leave Sand Ninja Village unscathed. I just hope that Sand Ninja Village doesn't do anything stupid, otherwise on this map of Ninja World, I am afraid it will become the 4 major ninjas. Village. Long Yu said lightly. The small voice seemed to be calm, but it was precisely because of this reason that Orochimaru felt even more frightened. If, as Long Yu said, Sand Ninja made the wrong choice, it would be wiped from the huge ninja world map. That meant that what Long Yu gave Yi King was probably a talisman in the ninja world. After all, Sand Ninja Village is the third time to be a provocateur in the ninja world, and even in Kikyo Mountain, he has had many duels with Konoha Ninja Village. As the former Konoha Sannin, Orochimaru has repeatedly confronted Sand Ninja Village. In the original book, Hunt for 4 Generations, Kazekage Luasha only dared to go to Konoha Ninja Village to take the Chunin exam. Using many means, Harmony and Ninja 5 people, and even the third generation of Kazekage reincarnated in the dirt, only then killed Luosha. However, now Long Yu put down his rhetoric in public and gave Yi Kang the amulet that could destroy the Sand Ninja Village. This has subverted the cognition of Orochimaru. Don't you believe it? Junmalu looked at Orochimaru indifferently. During this time of getting along, he obviously likes to lift the pole with Orochimaru. After all, on the way, only Orochimaru can give him a sense of existence. No, I didn't, I was just curious what it was. Orochimaru responded quickly. Orochimaru coveted Junmalu's talent, but it didn't mean he was afraid of Junmalu. Just beating a dog also depends on the owner. This kind of reverence comes from Long Yu. However, as soon as these words were blurted out, Dashiwan quickly closed his mouth and shook his head. Cough, I remember that the more I know, the faster I die. However, there is one thing that I still want to try. I hope to join the rebel group. I hope to join the rebel group. The small voice echoed in the cluttered laboratory, causing Junmalu's expression to change slightly. For outsiders, it is a shame to be a subordinate of the rebellion. However, during this time together, Konoha betrayed the blood-colored Asura, and Uchiha Ryu had a special position in the ninja world, but Junmalu had a different feeling of honor. If it is said that not long ago, because of the identity of the Bamboo Clan, everyone was shouting and beating as a rat crossing the street. But when it comes to mentioning that he is the person next to Uchiha Ryu, it will cause a jerk and a look of awe. This huge disparity in treatment is not due to changes in his own strength. Instead, it's because of a name. This is enough to explain what a fierce name is. Otherwise, the so-called Konoha Sannin in front of him has won the shadow-level powerhouse who is valued by the demigod mountain pepperfish Hanzo, and he will not be polite to him. Now Orochimaru suddenly proposed to join the rebel group under Long Yu, which made Junmalu suddenly think of something very important. Followed Long Yu when all the old members left the team. It's not very clear how to officially join the rebel group. If there is a threshold, then the easiest way to get the recognition of other members is to pass the threshold. You want to join me? Long Yu raised his brows involuntarily. For the character of Orochimaru, he is not too cold. After all, in the original work, even Kishimoto also came up with a magic touch, giving Orochimaru a chance to clean up. In the follow-up plot, he became a scientist who cooperated with Konoha Ninja Village and was treated seriously by the 5 major ninja villages. It can be said to be a clear stream in the whitewashing camp. Although, in the original work, Orochimaru is a brainless person, full of words that I like your body, and will violently seize the body at any time. But under absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are bullshit. What's more, in Long Yu's follow-up plan, Orochimaru will be used as a chess piece. Chapter 249, A Trick to Pick Up the Dragon Feather. This kind of surrender is better than going all over the world to find this stinky snake when it needs to be used. Looking at the eager Orochimaru, with those burning eyes like fire, Long Yu really doubted the male and female orientation of the attackable and acceptable Orochimaru. Need is one thing, though, but a barrier to entry is another. If you have to say, to join his subordinate, what are the requirements and tests, there is only one condition. Next move. Boss, do you really have the assessment conditions to be under your command? Junmalu couldn't hold his breath anymore. Feeling the urgent gaze of the two of them, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, yes, the conditions are very simple. As long as you are the same as everyone else, you can become a member of my command as long as you don't die after one move. Take your next move. Orochimaru's expression changed suddenly, and the battle between Uchiha Madara and Ryayu that day appeared in his mind involuntarily. Between the gestures, the attack method that shattered the world. For Orochimaru, thinking about the spine is also chilling. What's the matter? It's too late to regret it now. Long Yu patted Orochimaru's shoulder with a smile, and said, don't force it, otherwise, 18 years from now, you will be a hero again. Orochimaru ended at once. However, the more I looked at Long Yu's light-hearted smile, the more his heart felt as if it was being squeezed by an invisible big hand. However, when he thought of the superb science and technology possessed by Uchiha Longyu, Orochimaru couldn't hold back the fiery in his heart. After his eyes flickered for a moment, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, okay, I am willing to accept the test. In terms of combat power, Orochimaru believes that he is not the opponent of Longyu. But in terms of self-protection, there is still a bit of confidence. I would too. Junmalu also hurriedly agreed. He looked like he was worried that he would be left behind. Long Yu glanced at Junmalu in surprise, shook his head and said, you are still young, you don't need to accept this kind of test. Forget it, let's go. Looking at Junmalu's stubborn face, Long Yu was too lazy to spend his time and walked out of the laboratory first. After Orochimaru and Junmalu looked at each other, they quickly followed. After a few minutes, after being far enough away from the laboratory, Orochimaru and Junmalu followed Long Yu to a dilapidated ruin. Seeing the abruptly stopped pace, when my heart suddenly tightened, I immediately regained my energy and became alert. Don't worry, the threshold for joining is to resist a move, and I will not attack you. Long Yu glanced back helplessly, as if the two of them were startled, and said, however, you still have a chance to quit now. Once it really starts, you will probably die. The words fall, immediately. Let Orochimaru and Junmalu cluck their hearts, and after involuntarily glanced at each other, Orochimaru couldn't help but put on a smile, and poked his scarlet long tongue. Isn't that a trick? Orochimaru, how do you say it? It is also one of the Konoha Sannin, still a bit. However, little ghost, I know that your strength is very good, and you have a rare bloodline limit, but if you really can't stand it, you can hide behind me, and I will give you a little. No need, you should take care of yourself and talk about it. Junmaru replied indifferently. Seeing that things could not be discussed, the eyes of the two were locked on Long Yu's body in vain. The hand hidden in the sleeve has already secretly formed a magic seal. The face of this blow test, in their minds, they obviously abandoned the idea of attacking and thought of their most powerful means of defense. As long as Uchiha Ryayu makes a shot, they will display their most powerful defensive ninjutsu, striving to withstand the test of this blow. However, messy thoughts flashed in the minds of the two of them, and the moment they held their breath, they looked at Long Yu, and the whole person seemed to fall into the ice cellar. Originally, Uchiha Ryayu, who was as ordinary and unremarkable as the boy next door, had all his breath suppressed in an instant. The next moment, the pale color filled a pair of pupils like a frenzy. 9 jade hooks, at the moment when the circles of ripples pass through, seemed to penetrate their souls. An indescribable energy, like a high above, overlooking the world, like a godlike indifference, permeated Long Yu's body. In an instant, it shook their hearts and hit the depths of their souls. They had already seen the reincarnation eye of Uzumaki Nagato. At that time, in addition to curiosity, it was a strange feeling. But now Long Yu felt like a god to them. Give them the illusion that their lives are being held in their hands. They could react. What caught their eye was Uchiha Ryayu, whose expression was as cold as water, and slowly raised his right hand. The slowly raised right hand, the 5 fingers were slightly bluff, the tensed muscles seemed to be slowed down infinitely at this moment, and fell into the eyes of Orochimaru, and the heart was suddenly tightened at this moment. As a senior ninja who has been in the ninja world for more than 10 or 20 years, it is an existence that has died in life and death. At this moment, he had an inexplicable illusion. This time, I asked to join the rebel group and accept the test of this blow. I am not trying to die, but I am looking for death. The messy thoughts flashed in my mind, and before I had time to think about it, the big snake roared like crazy. Jun Malu, if you don't want to die, hurry up and hide behind me and use all your defenses, otherwise you will definitely die. Roaring together, without any fancy, Orochimaru's hands quickly flipped like wheels. At this moment, let alone the strength of milk, I am afraid that Orochimaru even had the willpower to hold back the urine. That hand speed completely surpassed the accumulation of being single for decades, and the cumbersome psychic spells, at this moment, only took 2 short breaths. When his hands suddenly folded and he patted the ground heavily, Uchiha Ryayu, his indifferent voice like a tide, exploded in an instant. The art of psychic triple Rashomon. Shen Luo Tianjun. Boom. The earth is roaring, after getting the first Hokage Senju, the absolute defense of the psychic. Even in the face of his former teacher, the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hizen. Orochimaru did not use all his strength to summon 3 Rashomon. But this time, he had no choice. His intuition told him that if he still held the mentality of contempt, then the result would be as long you said, it would be a dead end. The 3 Rasho gates burst out of the ground quickly, the clanging sound of chains, and the ferocious sculptured faces of the gates exuded an ancient, indestructible atmosphere. However, in the face of all this, the fluctuating air that circulated, stagnated in an instant. The next moment, at the moment when Uchiha Ryayu's 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly in the air. Chapter 250, Curse Orochimaru. Where the air was stagnant exploded like a balloon. An indescribable impact, centered on Long Yu, erupted directly like a volcanic eruption. Wherever you pass along the way, any dilapidated buildings or still heavy rocks, together with more than 10 meters of earth rock formations. At the moment when the 5 fingers are clenched tightly, it is like a child's play. At this moment, this invisible force of repulsion, as if holding a 10,000 fists, instantly slammed into the first Rasho gate. Boom! Like an ancient drum being struck, with a deafening roar and collision. The seemingly indestructible door, the 2 chains of hammers representing the limit, were directly tightened to the extreme. Even before the roaring sound was completely dissipated, the first door, the hideous carved face, collapsed in an instant. Under the indescribable deformation, a loud explosion sounded, which instantly turned into a white mist and collapsed in the heaven and earth. Room. The next moment, the 2nd and 3rd Rashomon, are no exception. In this invisible, like a raging tide, under the repulsive force of Wanjun's posture, it was impossible to block a face, and it was shattered in response to the sound, turning into a white fog that scattered between the sky and the earth. Orochimaru, who witnessed this scene, was already mentally prepared. However, when I saw all this with my own eyes, my heart seemed to be crushed. However, the triple Rashomon seemed like a piece of paper and could not play any role. But it also gave Orochimaru a chance to breathe. After summoning the triple Rashomon, not only did his hands of the seals not stop at all, but the speed of the seals turned like a hurricane at a faster speed. When the 3rd Rashomon shattered, the last magic seal also fell. Feeling the invisible impact as if it was about to shred the body, Orochimaru roared without any hesitation. The art of psychic myriad snakes. At the moment of life and death, in Orochimaru's mind, all he can think of is his strongest psychic means. He is also a psychic beast who is also his friend and foe. The huge purple body appeared like a big mountain. The white fog was swirling around, and at the moment of sensing the call of Orochimaru, Wan Shi was in a secretly happy mood. After all, according to the contract between Orochimaru and it, for every psychic call, at least 100 people and 100 human sacrifices must be prepared afterwards. This is the best food for Wan Shi. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, and he was still in the span of space, Wan Shi couldn't help but opened his mouth and threw out cold and cruel words. Orochimaru, you dare to interfere with this uncle's rest. If there is nothing important, I will kill you. Don't forget, our covenant. You have to prepare 100, no, 200 live sacrifices for me afterwards, or this uncle will kill you. The rolling voices, with a taste of innocence, exploded like thunder. However, before Wan Shi got a response from Orochimaru, the first scene she saw made her face stunned. Always feminine and played with him, the Orochimaru, which was full of conspiracies. The moment his mouth opened, he even took a little kid and jumped directly into its mouth. It felt as if from the very beginning, it had taken this opportunity and couldn't wait to become its ration. Faced with this sudden scene, Wan Snake couldn't wait to be happy. A death-like aura, on its sharp tail vertebra, quickly rolled back towards the body. Treat. Had to react suddenly, and the sight of it shook its nerves. Holding Wan Jun, the invisible repulsive force like a raging tide, without any fancy, rolled towards it head-on. The huge momentum caused the 10,000 snakes entrenched on the ground, like a hill, to be thrown straight out like a balloon. Without any suspense, it slammed heavily on the rock wall of thousands of meters of mountains. The next moment, a thunderous explosion sounded straight into the sky. That rolled all over the sky and spread like a frenzy, gave people the illusion of covering the sky and the sun, making the sky in all directions darkened. I don't know how long it took, until the sand and dust that filled the sky and the earth dissipated, and the huge ruins of the funnel, with Uchiha Ryu as the center, quickly radiated to a radius of 10 kilometers. That originally covered 4 or 5 kilometers was turned into fly ash in an instant and completely razed to the ground. The trees and rocks along the way, along with the mountains in the distance, disappeared. That can prove their existence or the cluttered debris on the ground. And the embarrassed Uchiha Ryu who has recovered his senses. Bang! A huge black shadow descended from the sky, accompanied by a dull thunderous sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Like a rotten cloth bag, hit the ground heavily. Scarlet blood splattered, as if it didn't want money, and a large amount of blood directly dyed the earth hundreds of meters in radius. That originally looked unusual, like a hill-like body, and that represented indestructible scales. Before the Shenluo Tianzheng, it gave people a feeling like paper paste, and it didn't play the slightest role at all. The huge body, not to mention that the scales and armor were shattered, the flesh and bones all over the body, under the huge impact, the moment it smashed with the rock wall, it directly became a smash. In the past, it was famous in the ninja world. As the symbol of Orochimaru Sannin, it was signed from the Dragon Crypt, the most powerful 10,000 snakes. At this moment, it is completely a pile of meat sauce. The pair of diamond-shaped snake eyes that still had a fierce light, barely twitched, opened their mouths with difficulty, and said intermittently, "Damn Orochimaru, if you dare to use this uncle as a shield, I will kill you." Ferocious words that returned to the light, rolled away like thunder. However, when the voices dissipated, the vitality of myriad snakes was directly annihilated here. Uchiha Ryu, who witnessed this scene, twitched the corners of his mouth. At first, Long Yu thought that because of his indiscriminate entry, the fate of many people and things in the Naruto world would change. Unexpectedly, Wan Shi could not escape the fate of being pitted to death in the end. Moreover, more than 10 years earlier, he became the shortest-lived existence among the Sannin psychic beasts. Fortunately, it's the curse of Orochimaru, and it has nothing to do with me. Long Yu muttered to himself, and with a flicker of his figure, he quickly rushed towards Wan Snake's corpse. They got close, the slightly open mouth of the blood basin made a sound like a torn cloth, and soon I saw white bone spurs piercing out of it. Which had been slightly open, was abruptly opened. In broken bones and covered in blood, walked out of the snake's mouth with staggering steps. Junmalu, who was not smashed into meat sauce by Shinra Tianzheng, Long Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was soon attracted by Junmalu's hand, which was pulled out of the snake's mouth, like a rotten sack. Chapter 251. No one can completely kill Orochimaru. From the broken, blood-stained clothes, it could be vaguely seen that this should be a big snake ball that became meat sauce. After all, the triple Rashomon, and the death of the snake, are already all of Orochimaru's defense methods. Compared with Junmalu, there is obviously a layer of bone armor that is less like steel. A miracle if it didn't become a bolognese. Boss, I'm sorry, I failed, and I also implicated Orochimaru. Junmaru said apologetically. In his eyes, if it wasn't for Orochimaru to pull him into Wanshi's mouth at the last moment, he would not be able to resist this wave of shock by the bone armor he summoned with his current bloodline limit. This made Junmalu, who had been diametrically opposed to Orochimaru from the very beginning, feel guilty. Haha, have you forgotten my evaluation of Orochimaru? Long Yu reached out and rubbed Junmalu's head, and said with a smile, in this world, anyone can die, but absolutely no one can completely kill Orochimaru. Look at his body. Junmalu couldn't help being startled, remembering what Long Yu had said about Orochimaru in Wushan Town, and couldn't wait to look back. First thing that caught my eye was the wriggling meat sauce. The frequency of this creeping, from a small amplitude at the beginning, gradually increased. At the end, the corpse of Orochimaru, which had been crushed into meat sauce, moved like a boneless snake. The tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing the penetrating whites of the eyes, accompanied by the sound of retching, and the mouth of the blood basin split open at the same time. A pair of big, slender hands protruded out of Orochimaru's. With an extremely terrifying posture, he grabbed the upper and lower jaws, and in the next moment he suddenly exerted force to open it to both sides. From the torn mouth, a wet body emerged, and Junmalu's complexion became extremely blue under that familiar face. Rao is Long Yu, and he is also a little uncomfortable with Uncle Snake's resurrection method. Took more than half a minute for this disgusting ritual to come to an end. Covered in saliva, stood in front of Long Yu and Junmalu in a daze. However, compared to their disgusting faces, Orochimaru still had lingering fears. If not at the last moment, forcibly overdraw all the potential of this undead reincarnated body, and carry out a cell reorganization and regeneration. I'm afraid, Orochimaru will be the same as Wanshi, become a meat sauce, and it will be straight up. Looking back at Wanshi who had been trapped to death, Orochimaru let out a sigh of turbidity before looking at Long Yu and said, I should barely pass the test. I really doubt if they can pass the test if they all died once. Recalling the brief fight just now, Orochimaru is still vivid in my mind, and I can't help but vomit. However, it was precisely because of this life and death that Orochimaru felt a little more fortunate in his heart. Glad I wasn't reckless, I'm afraid I don't care if I fight against Long Yu head-on. Whatever the means, the final path is one. I said I can take the next move, no matter what means. Long Yu looked at Orochimaru. As Junmalu said, at the last moment, if Orochimaru hadn't helped him, he would not have been able to pass. But it is precisely because of this reason that Long Yu's views on Orochimaru have also changed a little or two. Perhaps, the current Orochimaru is not like the insensitive Orochimaru in the original book more than 10 years later. As in the original book, when the 3 generations of Hokage were killed, a comment was given. Killing the teacher will still make you feel sad. This proves that Orochimaru, who is a traitor and forbearance, still has a trace of reason. However, there have been many speculations in the original book. Long Yu once also suspected that every time Orochimaru split a heaven and earth curse seal, he was trying to strip out a trace of his conscience. In the original book, Orochimaru was killed once by Sasuke and sealed once by Itachi Uchiha. Orochimaru was still full of greedy thoughts towards Sasuke's young body. However, after Sasuke revives Orochimaru from the curse mark on Midori red beans, Orochimaru's character has changed. It can be said that the characters are completely whitewashed. Completely contradicts Shueiyu's speculation. He has always liked to destroy Konoha Ninja Village, but he is no longer interested in the Ninja World War. It was clearly on Do's body that he regained his strength and successfully regained his hands, but he opened his mouth and said that he lost interest in Sasuke's body. In the end, He also helped Sasuke summon the Hokage of the past, and even rushed to the battlefield to save Tsunade. Of behavior completely subverts the original character of Orochimaru. Long Yu was extremely suspicious that before Orochimaru defected from Konoha Ninja Village, he secretly took a little loli like Nito to wash red beans, came to the uninhabited small fishing village, and did some things that no one else knew. If Long Yu's guess is correct, Orochimaru should also know how to strip out something similar to will, and inject it into the curse mark of Midori Red Bean as the last survivor. At the same time, it also strengthens his cruel heart to pursue science. Well, as I said, no matter what. By any means, as long as you take a move from me, you can become my companion. Long Yu dispelled the thoughts in his mind, looked at Orochimaru, and said, I don't care what kind of human experiment you are conducting, or the so-called clone, I hope you have a degree. If it goes too far, I don't mind cleaning it up. Portal. After all, there are no rules and no circles. Before you join me, it's up to you how you like to act, but when you become my person and get my blessing, you need to set a bottom line. Speaking of this, Long Yu subconsciously looked up at the moon in the sky and said, however, don't worry, maybe a month, maybe a year, maybe 2 or 3 years later, I will leave this world. This time I will definitely leave this world. The so-called agreement made will soon become invalid. After transforming the kaleidoscope into the Eye of Reincarnation, this inexplicable fate made it feel even stronger. Perhaps, this time, going to Konoha Ninja Village for the so-called 5 Shadow Talks will get the result that Long Yu is finally pursuing. Why did I suddenly come to the world of Hokage? About what came to this world, etc. will also be solved. Boss, you said the agreement will be invalid. Junmalu was stunned for a moment, showing a look of confusion, and couldn't help but say, in this world, who will be your opponent? Also, whoever you are qualified to kill you, I'm afraid that the entire ninja world can't do it together. Orochimaru nodded in agreement with Junmaru's words without a trace. Having seen with his own eyes, Uchiha Ryu's many battles, and after suffering a lot from the attack like a mighty heaven just now, Orochimaru is even more convinced of Junmaru's words. However, in the face of their understanding, Long Yu just smiled indifferently and did not give any further explanation. His eyes turned abruptly, and he landed on the ruins and flat ground not far away, and he could vaguely see several figures galloping towards him. Chapter 252. Join forces against the enemy. It's the ants of the Grass Ninja Village. Do you need me to kill them? Orochimaru licked his scarlet tongue. Just now, I had suffered so much in the hands of Long Yu, and I was just holding back my depression, and I was worried that I had no place to vent. Well now, someone hit the gun. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, Orochimaru felt 2 unbridled gazes. He shuddered, and the voice from Junmaru made him roll his eyes. Don't mess around, or I'll cut you off. Little devil, you are really arrogant. Don't forget, I am the same as you now. I roll up my sleeves and I will do it with you. Orochimaru grinned and stuck out his tongue, said jokingly. Of them fighting like children, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, okay, don't worry about them, let's go. From here to Konoha Ninja Village, it will take a lot of time. These words, Long Yu took the lead in disappearing out of thin air. Junmaru and Orochimaru, who were in the fight, hurried back to their senses, shouting and hurriedly chasing after them. The 3 people left. 5 or 6 minutes later, 3 figures descended from the sky and landed in the center of the ruins. Ma Dongyi, did you really see Lord Long Yu here just now? Wu Wei looked around, and there was a trace of inexplicable horror on his face. On the way here, I haven't approached this 10-mile battle circle. He saw it with his own eyes. It was like a blow from heaven. Especially on the way forward, everything I saw was razed to the ground. This visual impact is even more terrifying. Ma Dongyi turned pale and nodded, and said, I am proficient in perceptual ninjutsu, and I sense the chakra fluctuations of Lord Long Yu within a few miles. Originally, I was planning to get close, but I didn't expect that a huge impact suddenly occurred, and the 3 doors that seemed to come from hell were channeled out. And then, there is a big snake as huge as a hill. In this invisible impact, it is as vulnerable as paper. The voice of Chang's words echoed on the ruins, making Wu Wei's face pale, and cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. His Adam's apple rolled down, and he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. After seeing the ruins with my own eyes and hearing Ma Dongyi's narration, he still had something, a lingering feeling in his heart. If Ma Dongyi hadn't possessed the dark escape, he would have absorbed most of the impact at the critical moment. It was just a few miles away, and I am afraid that I would also end up with a whimper. Wu Wei, it seems that we are still in the process of that matter, and we have to grab it before the 5 shadows meeting in Konoha Ninja Village. Ma Dongyi regained his senses, glanced at Wu Wei, and said very solemnly. After Wu Wei fell into a brief silence, he agreed and said, "We only have 3 days left, and we can only use that method." Along with Wu Wei and Ma Dongding, the hurricane that originally plagued the 5 major countries also began to spread to the rest of the small countries. At the same time, it was a few miles away from Sand Ninja Village. The 2 figures, one after the other, quickly passed through the forest, and the leader was Yi King, who was known as the hero of the Sand Ninja Village in the past. He was followed by the senior advisor of Sand Ninja Village, Hai Lao Zhang. However, there was no verbal communication between the 2. No, it should be said that this paragraph. During this time, Hai Lao Zhang told Yi King some bad jokes many times. However, after the initial reply, the closer he got to the Sand Ninja Village, the fewer and fewer responses he received. At the end, Yi King fell into complete silence, making this humble team, inexplicable dead silence. Seeing that the distance from Sand Ninja Village was only a few miles away, Hai Lao Zhang raised his mouth and couldn't help but said, "Yi King, this time, you are going back to Sand Ninja Village all the way. Do you have other feelings? In normal times, even if it's not in times of war, we will always be on the lookout for all kinds of assassinations and sneak attacks in our villages. However, I have been very peaceful recently along the way. I heard that other ninjas on missions have not been disturbed by the other 4 ninja villages. Do you think it is the credit of Uchiha Ryu?" The slightly arrogant and deliberate chatter reverberated in the woods, which undoubtedly had an effect, causing Yi King's pace to come to a screeching halt. Witnessing this scene, Hai Lao Zhang's face couldn't help but flash a hint of joy. Without thinking much, he quickly chased up and said, "You said, did the ninja world benefit from misfortune because of Uchiha Ryu's appearance? Not only did it end early. The Third Ninja War, even because of him, had to hold the 5 shadow talks. Although the first meeting was a failure, it is now proposed by the 3-generation Hokage Sarutobi of Konoha Shinobi Village that the 5 shadow meeting has a very high chance of being a successful alliance. If Uchiha Ryu is willing to attend the talks, once all parties reach a consensus, under mutual checks and balances, perhaps the 5 major countries will become extremely cautious about provoking wars. At that time, the ninja world should usher in a long period of peace." Hai Lao Zhang spit and the stars splashed everywhere. At this moment, he just wanted to ease the atmosphere in the field, make enough foreshadowing, and prepare for the next speech. However, before these words were exhausted, Yi King's stride stopped abruptly, looked back at Hai Lao Zhang, and said, "Teacher, you said, because of the appearance of Uchiha Longyu, the ninja world saw a trace of peace. Light. But, don't you think it's ridiculous? In the eyes of the 5 major countries, he is just a traitor and a common enemy of predatory-tailed beasts. In front of this enemy that cannot be dealt with alone, the 5 great ninja villages, which had been fighting for decades, had to put aside their prejudices and join forces to hold the 5 Shadows Conference to usher in the so-called peace. Then, teacher, who do you think is the savior?" Having said that, Yi King stared straight at Hai Lao Zhang. "Is it Uchiha Ryu, who is a traitor, or is it a big country called the 5 great ninja villages formed for their own interests?" The slightly threatening voice echoed in the forest, causing Hai Lao Zhang's expression to change slightly. An old bark face couldn't help but twitch for a few times. As Yi King said, the heights you stand are different, the things you do, and the angles are also different. Just as in the eyes of the 5 ninja villages, Uchiha Ryu may be a traitor, but in the eyes of Yi King, it is to let the 5 ninja villages put aside their prejudices and join forces to fight the enemy. The chaotic ninja world get a short-term and even long-term peaceful savior. Perhaps, this is what is right and what is wrong, not because one person can explain it clearly. Yi King, that's enough. After a brief silence, Hai Laozang sighed faintly and said, "Old sister just informed me that Luo Sha and the others have made up their minds after knowing that you are back. If you can, I hope you don't go back to Sand Ninja Village and stay by Uchiha Longyu's side. No one can hurt you." Chapter 250th, Tune the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Half a day ago, Hai Laozang secretly borrowed a puppet crow for Chio and Maki, and passed on everything that happened on the road. I thought that he personally came forward, and Yi King took the initiative to return to Sand Ninja Village, which would make the high-level retreat a little. However, after getting Chio's answer, Arazang realized that he overestimated his own face and underestimated the importance of the senior management of Sand Ninja Village to his own lies and face. After getting this, the affirmative answer from Chio, Azo has been thinking hard about how to find an opportunity to persuade Yi King to leave. Unfortunately, in the end, after exhausting all means, I could only go straight to the topic. "Teacher, I understand what you mean, just as I feel when I returned to Sand Ninja Village. When I was a hero in the past, I went back to face everyone with an eager heart." Yi King looked bleakly in the direction of Sand Ninja Village, and said, "But, this time I was treated as a hero, but because Uchiha Ryu was nosy, he accidentally broke the hero's lie. You mean, this is me? The sadness of the village is still the sadness of the Sand Ninja Village. I know what you're worrying about. Are you worried about the killing that Sand Ninja Village set for me, and what Uchiha Ryu gave me?" Having said that, Yi King turned over and took out the scroll that Long Yu gave her, and threw it to Hai Laozang, saying, "However, even if I die, I will still do some things. If the teacher is worried that I will bring disaster to the Sand Ninja Village, I don't want this scroll. I just hope that the teacher can let me finish the last journey and let me do the last thing." The violent scene made Hai Laozang involuntarily shudder. As Yi King said, as a teacher, his persuasion just now was for the safety of the students. However, there is also a bit of selfishness in my heart. Between Yi King and Uchiha Ryu would bring disaster to Sand Ninja Village. In particular, the thought of that scroll that didn't know what it was used for, made him secretly worry in his heart. However, Hai Laozang never imagined that Yi King would hand over her only scroll that was most likely to save her life in such a situation and at a critical juncture. This sudden action was completely beyond his understanding. "Yi King, this. Hai Laozang glanced at the scroll in his hand, and there was an urge to repay in his heart. However, when I think of the worrying place, it is obvious that I can't hold back. Seeing the firmness and determination on Yi King's face, Hai Laozang's face flashed a trace of struggle, then he sighed faintly and grabbed Yi King with his backhand. "Okura, don't blame the teacher is also for your own good. If you don't do it now, when will you wait?" The old screams burst open like thunder. Hai Laozang's 5 fingers moved towards Yi King and caught it, and there were special steel wires like hair strands, which seemed to be turned into chakra threads. With an unusually agile posture, he quickly circled towards Yi King's body. At the same time, the middle figure hidden in the dark, also quickly plundered. Among them, the leader of the 4 generations of Fengying Luosha's fiancé is Galio. As soon as she appeared, her hand flew away, forming a series of magic seals. Looking at the moment when the steel wire in Hai Laozang's hand was smoothly wrapped around Yi King's body, she snorted and drank. Sandstorm shackles. If it is said that the 3 generations of Kazekage are born with the ability to control iron sand, 4 generations of Fengying Luosha have the talent of gold dust. Then the biggest reason Luosha looked at Galio was that she had the talent to control sand. In Luo Sha's eyes, since his gold dust can suppress the one-tailed Shuhei, he only needs to combine it with Galio, who is a little less proficient in manipulating sand. Among the descendants that were born, it is very likely that there will be ninjas who are more powerful and use the sand escape. Once that time is reached, the Sand Ninja Village will not have to worry about the one-tailed runaway after the death of Renju Lifanfu. Even if I can successfully suppress Yue afterwards, seal him up again. However, this will also cause the overall military strength of Sand Ninja Village to have a new fracture layer due to the loss of the tailed beast weapon. It is precisely because of these kinds of unfavorable factors that Luo Sha will approach Galio and carry out this premeditated political marriage. Result, in the original novel, as soon as Gaara appeared, he had the heaven-defying sand escape talent. Among the three brothers and sisters, he was the only one who was selected and became a sad person because of Zuli. After seeing it with his own eyes, Gaara, as a human pillar, went berserk, and even ordered Yashimaru, his uncle, to assassinate him. This is enough to prove that Luo Sha is ruthless. Boom! The rolling quicksand rushed out of the small gourd around Galuro's waist. Under the frenzied infusion of chakra, it turned into quicksand tentacles in the blink of an eye, and went straight to Yi King to capture. At the same time, Yashawan didn't hesitate, took out the medical intoxication needle and stabbed Yi King's neck directly. This seems to be very complicated, but it was only a few short breaths between when Irozang erupted, and when Galuro and Yashimaru shot. It can be said that although this is a temporary initiative, all cooperation are like flowing water with piers, and there is no fuss. Even if Yi King could react, in a hurry, if he wanted to mobilize the burning chakra in his body to fight back, there was absolutely no chance to do so. However, this idea of success just sprouted in their minds. The next moment, the anesthetic needle in Yashawan's hand pierced Yi King's skin. Who was captured by them instantly, exploded like a balloon. Bang! The white smoke rolls backwards, giving people a feeling of being caught off guard, watching the various means of capture that suddenly fail. 3 people present were obviously stunned in place. After a few seconds, Galuluo was the first to wake up and said in a hurry, "This is a shadow clone. Shaokora has already discovered that we are following, and secretly used the shadow clone trick. We are all fooled." Hai Laozang's expression also changed suddenly. Looking at the scroll that hadn't disappeared in his hand, he couldn't help stamping his steps, and sighed in a dark voice. "This girl, we know we don't want her to die, so we have to use it. This kind of method, I don't even have a scroll now. If I encounter Luo Sha, it will be thrown into the net." Hearing these words, Galuluo, who hurriedly came to stop him secretly, his face turned ashen, and he didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly rushed to Sand Ninja Village. "Lao Hai, now is not the time to regret it, we should hurry back. If we can get there in time, perhaps Yi King will still have a little bit of life." Seeing Galura rushing out in a hurry, Halozang and Yashimaru looked at each other, and they hurried to catch up without thinking about it. At the same time, in the desert basin, the Sand Ninja Village surrounded by rocks on all sides, still remained motionless in the wind and sand rolled up from time to time. Chapter 254, Yi King is back. After the sun and rain, there are still traces of attacks left over from various wars, all over the entire rock wall shell. To this ninja village in the desert, struggling to support it, it just adds to the feeling of years of precipitation. An agile figure passed through the rolled-up sand and rushed towards the open path into the village like a non-stop. This trail, in ordinary times, especially during wars, is an important passage to and from Sand Ninja Village. There is a team led by the resident Jonin, and an elite Anbu. The secret enchantment class located in the Sand Ninja Village, composed of 3 layers of defense, makes the Sand Ninja Village match the rock wall eggshell built over the years. Let Sand Ninja Village have a title like an iron wall. Unless it is disintegrated from within, facing this eggshell village, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, to a certain extent, even Konoha Shinobi Village cannot compare with it. However, as soon as Yi King stepped into the passageway into the village this time, he clearly noticed that the Shangnan team that had been stationed around, and the elite Anbu had completely disappeared. Facing this seemingly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a trace of self-mockery appeared on Yi Kang's icy cheeks. She knew very well that this was just a trick by Luo Shabu to invite Jun into the urn. If she really needs to be careful, I am afraid that she will be discouraged by deploying heavy defenses here, and she will just stay outside. Or turn around and leave at the juncture, making his plan impossible to proceed. At the same time, as long as she enters the Sand Ninja Village, she can also cut off her connection with Uchiha Longyu to a certain extent. Undoubtedly, the odds of winning can be maximized. However, these kinds of calculations are no longer important to Yi Kang now. Eyes turned in vain, and she passed through the long and narrow corridor, as if she could already see the purpose of her trip. Originally set foot in the old place again, the slightly nervous mentality dissipated like a tide, and after taking a deep breath, he walked towards the Sand Ninja Village. "You bastard!" Luo Sha's voice echoed in the large open space that passed through the entrance of the village. The look of the densely packed ninjas all around changed suddenly. This piece of open space is thousands of meters long, in order to facilitate monitoring. Once someone can break through the 3 lines of defense for entering the village, and after passing through the long and narrow passage, they will also come to this open space without anything to hide. At that time, it will be instantly discovered by other Anbu ninjas stationed here, or the duty team. However, this time the huge open space has obviously changed its use. Hundreds, even thousands of ninjas urgently summoned, so that the people in the village could smell something wrong. However, in the face of Luo Sha, who seemed to be furious like thunder, no one dared to speak up and ask questions. They could only subconsciously cast their eyes on those high-level executives who seemed to know the inside story. The intention is to use this to figure out this gathering in advance, damn, ***. Luo Sha kept drinking with anger, and the splashing stars almost sprayed Maki's face. If it wasn't for the impression of being in front of everyone's eyes, I'm afraid Luo Sha would have wanted to, stretched out a finger and pressed it desperately on Maki's forehead. Didn't I tell you to be optimistic about Galu Luo? She is missing for no reason now, she must have gone to tip off the news. This will only ruin our plan, and it will also plant the seeds of collapse for the unity of our Sand Ninja Village. Can you take this responsibility? Rosa roared hysterically. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and find it for me and get Galuro back, if our plan is ruined because of her. Not to mention Galuro is my fiancé, and also will be marked as a betrayal. The identity of forbearance. The Anbu ninja guarding around also changed slightly. For them, this is simply a disaster. However, as a subordinate, in the face of Kage's orders, even if he eats shit, he can only bite the bullet and go. What's more, staying here, just like Maki, was pointed at the forehead and scolded. It would be better to take this opportunity to leave. However, this idea had just sprouted in their minds, and the next moment, they saw Chio, who closed his eyes and rested, and suddenly opened his eyes. In the turbid old eyes, there was a gleam of light, and she didn't wait for her to speak. An unexpected voice suddenly came out. Luo Sha, you're still such a hypocrite. Don't scold Maggie, I'm here myself. Madam, I am here in person. The small voices burst like thunder at this moment. Such sturdy words, that old lady, literally hit the depths of a person's soul. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be straightforward and straightforward. The moment it fell, it directly attracted the attention of everyone in the field, and all of a sudden, they turned around and locked in the only entrance. That flimsy figure, which seemed to be long overdue, fell into the sight of everyone, causing many people's pupils to shrink suddenly. It's the hero Yi Kang. It's Yi Kang senpai. It's Kokura back. Teacher, you are finally back. The exclamations one after another echoed in the crowd. A figure only 6 or 7 years old rushed out of the crowd. The sudden scene made Yi Kang's expression change slightly, and he couldn't help shouting at the first. True tree, do not come here, stop quickly. The inexplicable reminder caused a stagnation in the pace of the real tree. The next moment, the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, like a training light kunai, preemptively nailed it in front of the real tree. The violent scene made the scene all of a sudden cool down. Because of Yi King's appearance, the excitement was like being poured a basin of cold water on his head. Looking at kunai, who was originally nailed to Mashu's shoulder, because of Yi King's reminder, there was a slight stagnation and an attack that was unexpectedly avoided, and many people's pupils shrunk slightly. Subconsciously, following the trajectory of the attack, what came into sight was the fourth-generation Fengniang Luosha with a gloomy face like water. Looking at the crowd that fell into calm in an instant, Luo Sha's face suddenly turned cold, and he roared loudly. "Very good, you really take her as a hero, bastard. Don't forget, this woman is no longer the hero of our Sand Ninja village, betrayed us from her, and colluded with Konoha's betrayal blood-colored Asura. When we are together, we have become the main culprit in destroying the friendship and peace between us and Kirin village. Now, she's just a traitor in our Sand Ninja village, and she threatened to return to our Sand Ninja village today, which is a trampling on our desire for peace, and a mockery of our respect for her as a hero." The rolling voice, like thunder, echoed in the heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dissipated. Facing this scene where the wicked sued first, Yi King had already anticipated it in his heart, but after seeing it with his own eyes, a sad smile appeared on his pretty face. Chapter 255, Chasing Yi King. Sad eyes swept across the field. However, the atmosphere that was originally sensational was filled with inexplicable depression at this moment. Down with the traitor Yi King. Yi King ruined our respect for her hero. She is the sinner who destroyed our peace. We have to kill her and give an explanation to the village of Kirin, otherwise we will never usher in true peace. Another hysterical roars came out from the crowd. Seeing the repeated roars in response, Luo Sha's eyes filled with a smile. Ups standing behind him were silent. They clearly knew that all these roaring words were not the sincere words of those people, but just a pawn that Luo Sha had inserted in advance and stirred up. "Kill Yi King, she is a sinner, let's hurry up." A fat, infrequently named Sand Ninja took the lead with a loud voice. With a backhand on his waist, a series of shuriken hurled towards Yi King. The violent scene clearly formed the beginning of a chain reaction. One after another figure, like a wild dog smelling meat, jumped out. In their eyes, Yi King was still a hero a moment ago, so what they need is respect. But now, in the face of the huge gap in identity between hero and rebellion, a mentality like beating a shrewd dog has arisen. Dozens, hundreds of people moved. The seemingly trivial shuriken throw turned into a dense rainstorm. With a dense posture, he fell head-on towards Yi King. For a time, that feeling can already be described as a gesture that covers the sky and the sun. The violent scene made Luo Sha, who was standing at the commanding heights, show a smile on his face. Looking at the depths of Yi King's eyes, a trace of inexplicable urgency flashed. What he wanted to see the most now was that Yi King couldn't help but take action. Once she really made a move, the so-called trumped-up charges would be completely confirmed. Thinking of this, Luo Sha's heart seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand. Seeing the sad smile on Yi King's face, his mind moved. The sad smile on Yi King's face was replaced by determination. Looking at the shuriken that fell from the sky like a torrential rain, Yi King did not hesitate at all. His hands suddenly formed a seal, and endless chakras rushed out like a galloping tiger and leopard in his body. The next moment, they gathered in the palm of their hands and quickly transformed into two huge flame spheres, which exploded in response to everyone's eyes. Burning fireball burst. Boom! The two fireballs that came out of my hands, after punching the rice, collided with the kunai who was attacking from the sky in an instant. Accompanied by the sound of a thunderous explosion, the rolling up and the blast wave instantly overturned the kunai and the shuriken who were coming towards him. There was even a large amount of dust and steam rolling back, drowning Yi King's figure. However, they are not yet to come. As agile as a tiger and leopard rushed out in the dust and steam. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed straight into the circle of the selected crowd. This time, Yi King clearly chose the place with the smallest number of people and the weakest overall strength to carry out the assault. Only here can Yi King reach where she is going to the best of her ability. However, this messy thought had just sprouted in Yi King's mind, and before she could react, Luo Sha was heard in her ears, like a madman. Of laughter. Ha ha, did you see it? This is the ugly face of the hero of the past. She not only resisted, but also planned to attack you. This kind of sinner can't be let go. The rolling voices came out. Luo Sha suddenly raised his right hand and roared loudly. Anbu, catch her for me. Voice fell. Anbu, who was originally lurking in the crowd, rushed out like a ghost and rushed towards Yi King. Close, his hands quickly flipped, forming a series of spell marks. When the last magic seal fell, the shouting in unison shook Yi King's nerves even more. The imprisonment technique puppet kills. Ka. A machine-like sound suddenly came out. The ground was only a dozen meters away from Yi King, and the soil quickly rolled away, one after another like ants, and Mi Shu's huge body broke out of the ground. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he violently swept away towards Yi King. Imprisonment technique. Yi King's expression suddenly changed, looking at the figure that broke out from the ground, like a ghost, and approached quickly. There was a slight pause in his footsteps. All the scorching she can have, the biggest effect is to use high-temperature steam to kill. Once the enemy hit by her scorching escape, the water and blood in the body will evaporate instantly and become a mummified corpse. However, as her old club, it was Luo Sha's premeditated plan in the morning. To restrain Yi King's scorching escape, minimize the damage, and use the puppet technique to melee attack is obviously the best countermeasure. Moreover, this shot seems to be a luxurious lineup. Dozens of puppets erupted in unison, making Yi King unable to react for a while. The only way was to subconsciously burst the scorching chakra poured into his hands to the extreme. Boom! The thunderous explosion resounded again, and under the huge impact, several puppets that were a little closer were directly overturned. However, in the face of the dozens of people, Yi King is known as the hero of Sand Ninja Village. However, in the ninja world, it can only be regarded as an elite ninja slightly inferior to Kakashi in the original work. Facing so many puppets that restrained themselves at one time, it was obviously powerless. Seeing that the blast of air in the sky dissipated, the sound of the clattering machine turning, tightened her nerves even more. Think about it. He gritted his teeth and took out several detonating charms with his backhand, intending to use the blast of air to get a chance to escape the encirclement. The next moment, the ground beneath my feet moved without wind, and the rolling yellow sand, like a sunflower in full bloom, suddenly bloomed, forming an absolute defense. Bang bang bang. The puppet that was about to succeed, Yu Wei directly slammed into the yellow sand. The seemingly loose sand body structure, at this moment, gave people an inexplicable solid taste, like a copper wall. Puppets with too fast impulses and too strong strength were even smashed into smashes under a single glance. The sudden scene not only changed Luo Sha's expression drastically, but Yi King was no exception. Before he could detonate the detonating talisman in his hand, he hurriedly turned his head and saw that it was Galio who arrived in a hurry. Okura. Galio took a quick breath and looked at the scattered puppets, intending to organize an offensive again. With a drastic change in his face, he hurriedly shouted, "Shaokora, hurry up, I will give you the queen." Words of escape fell. The expressions of the ninjas onlookers in the field could not help but stagnate. Chapter 256, Kokura, hurry up and escape. In their eyes, Galio is the fiancé of Luasha, the fourth generation of Wind and Shadow. However, the two who were originally on the same front were confronted by a Yi King chamber. Such a scene cannot help but make people have a kind of intriguing feeling. Galio, you really will do good things to me. As Cage's fiancé, you go to help a betrayal. This is a capital crime. Luo Sha roared, and the blue veins on his neck were highlighted, making him look extremely ferocious. As terrifying as a crocodile who chooses people and loves. Now, I read on your past merits, immediately. Go back to me, and what you did just now can be written off, otherwise you will also be regarded as a traitor and will be directly killed here. The thunderous roar echoed in the sky and earth, causing Yi King, who was guarding in the yellow sand, to change dramatically. Looking at Galuro with a determined face, Yi King took out the detonating talisman with his backhand and went straight to the yellow sand wall that was protecting him. The violent scene fell in Galuro's eyes, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, Yi King, don't mess around, you don't have Uchiha Ryu, the scroll given to you is not Luo Sha's opponent at all. Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly, instantly covering up Galio's words. Under the rolling explosion, the wall composed of yellow sand was instantly penetrated. An embarrassed figure, under the impact of the blast wave, was directly thrown out. However, in this suicidal act, and from a calculated perspective, it played an unexpected role. That thin figure instantly broke through the defense line of the puppet army controlled by Anbu. Slammed heavily on the ground and rolled for more than 10 meters, without any hesitation, with the scarlet blood on the corner of his mouth, he quickly rushed into the crowd. At this moment, the tenacity and perseverance Yi King gave them made those who witnessed all this stunned for a moment. Even Chio, who had been standing idly by, couldn't help but let out a sigh. As the top advisor of Sand Ninja Village, she has been hiding behind the scenes since her son Konoha White-Ya was killed and her grandson Shisha Scorpion disappeared for no reason. If it wasn't for this, Luo Sha told her about the scorpion of red sand this time. She was too lazy to run out and walked through the muddy water. Originally, in Chio's eyes, it was already a great favor and inquisition to inform Izang in advance. All this with the mentality of watching the play. However, seeing Yi King's tenacity and perseverance that didn't know where it came from moved her slightly. The moment he sighed faintly, he looked at the ant puppets scattered all around, and mobilized them again in Anbu's hands. Chio's hands stretched out instantly and grabbed directly from the air. Chakra threads rushed out like a frenzy, and the two scrolls around his waist exploded in response, directly transforming into two puppets, which stopped Yi King one step ahead. The violent scene originally made Luo Sha's face flash a hint of joy, but Chio turned out to help Yi King, blocking those puppets intentionally or unintentionally, forming an effective encirclement. There was a hint of resentment on that hideous expression. Consultant Chio, please take care of this kind of thing. Since I gave Yi King the title of hero, I will take it back today. Luo Sha roared fiercely. The words fell, immediately. It made Chio feel bad. She originally planned to use the puppet to help Yi King secretly. Miss. Why Yi King, who insisted on moving forward after being convicted of false charges by Luo Sha, wanted to go where he wanted to go. Or what is the purpose? However, thousands of generations never imagined that Luo Sha, who has been holding the identity of the fourth generation of Wind and Shadow, and has not made a move for a long time, will be violent at this moment. As a consultant of Sand Ninja Village, Luo Sha became one of the leaders of the 4 generations of Cage after the approval. Chio knew exactly where Luo Sha's strength was. If you really want to say, in the current Sand Ninja Village, Chio claims to be the strongest puppet master. Then Luo Sha is the strongest sand ninja. The face of his gold dusting technique, even her proud puppet technique, Juziman, is slightly inferior. The current situation is obviously counterintuitive. Okura, hurry up and run away, don't go any further. Galio let out a sharp exclamation. As Luo Sha's fiancé, although this is a political marriage, Galio also knows clearly about Luo Sha's character. Especially these few times, because of the evolution of Yi King's incident, Galio became more aware of the dark side of Luo Sha. Now that he can't attack for a long time, Consultant Chio's secret shot to hinder, obviously forced Luo Sha to take the last step. However, in the face of Galuro's reminder, Yi King still didn't stop at all, His eyes seemed to pass through the human wall and were locked on her target. Okay, very good, since you are courting death, then don't blame me for not thinking about the past. As the fourth generation of Fengyiang, today I will show you what the strength of the shadow is. Luo Sha looked ferocious, and the moment he roared in anger, his hands suddenly clasped together. Under the highlight of the ferocious blue veins on the neck, the chakra that burst out like a frenzy detonated. Magnetic escape dust gold. Bang! Luo Sha suddenly pressed both hands towards the ground. The ground under his feet was the first to appear in a turbulent stance like quicksand, and the scene where he shot with all his strength made Chio's complexion suddenly change. However, before Chio could react, the rock formations of the whole clearing rolled up like waves. The golden sand gushed out in the tumbling. The next moment, the rolling roar brought up the gold dust like a huge wave, and set off a huge wave of 7 or 8 meters high, which was photographed head onto Yi Kang. Placer gold, which is denser than ordinary sand, and at the same time heavier and more defensive. Although the consumption of chakra will also increase, once a large-scale attack is performed, even a tail can easily suppress it. Not to mention, Yi Kang, who only knows how to escape. It can be said that Luo Sha was able to stand out among many competitors, and obtain the position of the fourth generation of Fengyiang. This magnetic escape was gold, but it accounted for 80%. Yi Kang, I'm going to see today, how you can break through this trick, without the scroll that Uchiha Ryu gave you. I see what ability you have, go out alive, blame you, it's too stupid, wouldn't it be better to follow Uchiha Ryu's side? You have to run back to Sand Ninja Village and dangle in front of my eyes. Luo Sha roared again and again. At this moment, it was as if victory had already been seen. However, just as this idea came into being, a coquettish shout resounded again. Panting Galliero, his hands quickly formed a magic seal, and he shot directly to the ground. Sand Dun Great Falls. Under the frenzied delivery of the desperate chakra, the ground originally covered with gold dust suddenly appeared a stream of yellow sand like a clear spring. Chapter 257. 3 Generations of Wind Shadows. Without any bells and whistles, he went straight to Luo Sha's control and collided with the gold dust that Yi Kang photographed. Looking at this sudden scene, Luo Sha's face changed suddenly, a haze flashed in his pupils, and an angry roar rose. Okay, what a good Galu Luo, who has ruined my good deeds again and again. I will show you today, let alone you, even if the heavenly King Lao Su comes, he will not be able to save Yi Kang. Magnetic escape gold burial, roared again and again, exploded like thunder, and the moment it rolled away, the magic seal in Luo Sha's hand changed again. Under the frantic output of chakra, the entire open space, like a giant turning over, rolled up the sky of gold dust in all directions. The shape of that huge wave is much stronger than the gold dust wave that was displayed just a moment ago. Distance, the wave after wave of gold dust waves is more than 10 meters high. Witnessing this scene, the melon eaters who had already fled in all directions, as well as Galliero, who blocked it, turned pale in an instant. As Luo Sha said, the biggest gap between the shadow-level powerhouse and the ordinary Shang Nin, and even the elite Shang Nin, is the large-scale ninjutsu displayed in one breath. Facing Luo Sha's burial of gold dust, it was a blow like a mighty wrath. Everyone could not help but feel powerless in their hearts. However, regardless of any thought appeared in his mind, and everything in front of him still did not stop at all. Which was barely supported by Galliero, was like a stream of clear water, but the gold dust that rolled down from the sky was instantly shattered. The attack from all directions directly captured Yi Kang's line of sight. Darkness was like a cold wave, which made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Hearing the rolling roar of gold dust all around, and the hoarse roar from Galliero that seemed impossible to overwhelm, Yi Kang smiled sadly and closed his eyes weakly. Perhaps, as Luo Sha said, her so-called heroic title was only given to her by Luo Sha. In the face of unparalleled strength, any reason, goal, unyielding, stubbornness, persistence, dignity, all seem pale and powerless. In particular, a person is helpless, facing the waves of gold dust that swarmed from all directions, like endless accusations, slander, and humiliation. That moment, Yi King clenched tightly, and the survival tenacity that he was struggling to support was shattered like a mirror. At this moment, between heaven and earth, there seems to be only the ear-shattering roaring sound of collision. Boom! The endless gold dust, with a rolling gesture like the sky, instantly destroyed the yellow sand that Galuro was struggling to support. The moment when all sides collided with a bang, the huge gold dust vortex formed made Yi King, who was in the center of the attack, as if it was trying to sink and squeeze. This seemingly tedious scene is only a few minutes between before and after. When the last one gold placer stopped, it formed a huge vortex of gold placer with Yi King as the center. The heavy density and the immeasurable gravitational backlog were completely imposed on the thin and delicate body, and all resistance seemed pale and powerless. Seeing all this, Galio's expression instantly froze. Which had used all the strength, swayed and knelt heavily on the ground. And Hai Laozang, who rushed to the scene in a hurry, looked at the scene in front of them, their pupils shrank suddenly, and they also showed disbelief as if they were hit by a head-on blow. It's all me. If it wasn't for my hands and feet that I couldn't keep up with and return this scroll to Xiaokora in time, she wouldn't have to die. Hai Laozang groaned sadly. Looking at the scroll in his hand, a ruthless expression flashed across his face. However, it was quickly snatched away by a figure who arrived like a ghost. The violent scene made Hai Laozang stunned for a while, and when he could see clearly who was coming, he couldn't help but curse. Luo Sha, you bastard, is it possible that you really don't remember your old feelings? Can you do anything for your so-called face? An old roar mixed with hysteria. Reverberating between heaven and earth for a long time, there is no way to disperse. Luo Sha sneered, looked at the scroll in his hand, and laughed savagely. Everyone, have you seen it? This is the evidence of Yi King colluding with Konoha to rebel against the bloody Asura. I believe that this scroll is the medium of the reverse psychic summoning. Once Yi King is brought close to the center of the village, it will be opened directly. At that time, Uchiha Ryayu will be waiting for us, led by the rebellion. Group attack. Now that Yi King has subdued the law, we should cheer, we should roar and shout in unison. The rolling voice seemed to have a hint of madness. Galuro looked at the center of the vortex, and the hot tears pouring out of his eyes seemed to be unable to stop. However, as soon as the tears blurred her vision, the next moment, the whole person was startled for a moment, and before she could think about it, she quickly wiped away the tears that represented sadness. Looking at the originally peaceful whirlpool of gold dust, Galio suddenly exclaimed. Those gold dust is moving, Yi King is not dead. The sudden exclamation made Luo Sha's expression stagnate, and he didn't have time to hurriedly look at the gold dust vortex. No, it should be said that at this moment, no matter what. It was Luo Sha, Chio, and everyone in the field, all of them looking at the center of the whirlpool gold with all kinds of thoughts. Deep in the pupils, it is inevitable that there will not be a trace of inexplicable urgency. After seeing Luo Sha's monstrous power of gold dust with their own eyes, they did realize the unparalleled power of the shadow level. But he was also eager to know how Yi King did not die in the face of the burial of gold dust. This idea, as soon as it sprouted in my mind, was like a seed that took root, quickly sprouting and growing, making those people's urgency more and more intense. The moment of entering the eye, the calm center of the gold dust vortex made people startled at the same time. The next moment, the strange sound of rustling echoed without warning in the gold dust vortex. Moreover, this echoing sound, the more it gets to the end, the louder the sound. Before Luo Sha could figure out the situation, the huge gold dust vortex seemed to be quickly stirred up by a pair of invisible big hands. The next moment, in the astonished eyes of everyone, there was an unbelievable scene. The black sand iron poured out from the sand gold, and it felt like a fountain was detonated. Among the large golden patches, the black sand looks out of place and is extremely unsightly at the same time. Unexpected figure flashed in everyone's mind. Of Feng. In their knowledge, only the long-lost 3 generations of Feng can use the magnetic escape Iron Sand. And this time, he in Sand Ninja Village started the Third Ninja World War because of the disappearance of the 3 generations of Kage. Now the endless iron sand is rushing out from the gold dust, dyeing the golden sand sea black in the blink of an eye. Chapter 258, Puppet. The next moment, before they could react, Yi Kang, who should have been buried in gold dust, was sent to the ground unscathed. Seeing this scene, Luo Sha's cheeks couldn't help twitching. That was originally handpicked was destroyed at the moment when the fruit of victory was grasped. How could he accept the gap between the front and the back? However, compared with Luo Sha's resentment of Chiyo and Halo Zhang who were standing beside him suddenly changed. For others, the appearance of iron sand is a reminiscence of the 3 generations of Feng. But for those high-level executives who already know the inside story, iron sand is another synonym. Scorpion, I didn't expect you to come back. Come out and let my mother-in-law see you. Chiyo let out a sigh unexpectedly. This violent scene instantly shattered the silence in the arena, and even Yi Kang, who had been holding the heart of mortal death, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes hastily and looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief. In her eyes, abandoning the scroll that Long Yu gave her was just to prove that she didn't want to implicate Uchiha Long Yu, and she was in a passive situation in the next 5 shadow talks held in Konoha Shinobi Village. However, now that the scroll was not used, it still brought an unexpected scene to her. In particular, this scorpion from the mouth of Chiyo's mother-in-law is known as the Sand Ninja Village, and the Scorpion of Red Sand, which is comparable to the previous generation of puppet masters, will actually come to the rescue. All this far exceeded Yi Kang's expectations. After all, this is a person who dares to hunt even the 3 generations of Kage. She should not pay attention to her mere scorching ninja. Scorpion. Luo Sha suddenly woke up, his expression changed slightly, and he also shouted sharply, "Sense the ninja, immediately. Research and leave everything suspicious." This scorpion of red sand, but the culprit of the assassination of the 3 generations of Kage, is also the subordinate of Konoha's betrayal Uchiha Ryu. This time his appearance must be related to Yi Kang. They are the rebels who colluded together. The hysterical voice made the surrounding Anbu feel the ninja look stagnant, and hurriedly wanted to investigate. However, looking at Luo Sha's eyes, the next moment suddenly shrinks. "Lord Feng, you, behind you." An Anbu ninja was the first to lose his breath and reminded anxiously. Luo Sha's expression suddenly changed behind him. He didn't have time to think about it, he quickly pulled away and quickly retreated. At the same time, the backhand knot seal, a piece of gold dust hidden in the sleeve, instantly transformed into a sharp kunai, and stabbed directly at the Yashimaru behind. Faced with this violent blow, Yashimaru didn't seem to care about it at all. His neck twisted at a strange 180 degrees, and his mouth made a crackling sound. Puff! The strange scene made people feel caught off guard, and the sound of puff caused the fine sand skin on the surface to peel off quickly. Under the watchful eyes of the public, a puppet appearance was revealed. An indifferent voice that came out of nowhere, instantly tense everyone's nerves. "Luo Sha, you're still the same, you like to be a hypocrite. Didn't you tell me that day that you were not interested in Feng Ying's position at all, and you often tell me that the 3 generations are not worthy of their name? I didn't expect that I would kill the 3 generations one by one, you can't wait to take this seat." If I remember correctly, the 3 generations of Feng Ying that day, but said that I am more qualified to inherit this Feng Ying position than you, and your expression at that time has been betrayed. Your dark heart. Speaking of this, the puppet's head turned again, as if to meet Luo Sha's line of sight, and said, "However, you have misestimated one thing. I am not interested in this so-called Feng Ying position. The only thing I'm interested in is that I don't mind having you in my collection." The slightly indifferent voice, at this moment, rolled back like a hurricane. Instantly tense the nerves of many people, In their eyes, this is completely a secret existence. All along, Luo Sha's image in front of people is that of being upright, responsible, courageous and capable. The breath exuded is completely in line with the qualifications of a shadow-level powerhouse. It is precisely because of this reason that many people secretly regard Luo Sha as the ruler of the fourth generation of Fengyiang. However, the scorpion of red sand is also well known in the Sand Ninja Village. It can be said that Sand Ninja Village has such a powerful puppet technique today, and a huge part is due to the credit of the red sand scorpion. Even the puppet ants used by Anbu just now are no exception. However, due to the eccentric character of the red sand scorpion since childhood, he seldom acts in the outside world, but instead casts a veil of mystery. No one would have expected that Luo Sha and Chishaji Scorpion, two people who should have had little interaction, actually had this story. The face of these scattered words, many eyes in the field could not help but lock on Luo Sha's body. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, Luo Sha's face turned gloomy to the extreme. Just as he stood firm, his right surgical seal changed, and he shouted violently. Magnetic escape gold binding. The gold dust scattered around was directly pulled up when Luo Sha frantically urged chakra. In the void, it transformed into a huge hand of more than 10 meters, and under the watchful eyes of the public, it directly grabbed the talking puppet. However, in the face of this violent blow, the puppet did not move at all, let alone resist. With a loud bang, the puppet was crushed to pieces in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the puppet parts scattered around, Luo Sha's cheeks couldn't help twitching. Facing the red sand scorpion, crushing a puppet in his hand, but unable to find his whereabouts, this is simply a shame for him. Hee, Luo Sha, you don't have to look for it, I'm by Yi Kang's side. Scorpion's indifferent voice sounded again. Like invisible tentacles, it affects everyone's nerves. Everyone present, without any hesitation, turned their eyes and locked on Yi Kang's surroundings in an instant. Even Yi Kang himself had a feeling that he couldn't react. After all, she is also the elite Jonin of Sand Ninja Village, and she can't even find a person close to her. Powerful way to hide and disguise. However, this time, there was no waiting for everyone to pursue. A huge sand wave bubble emerged from the black sand iron. Soon, an unexpected figure quickly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The red robes of auspicious clouds, the red hair, and the ice-like face that will not age, made many people in the field suddenly shrink their pupils. However, no one would have thought of it, but instead, it was a puppet suspended behind him in a strange posture. That familiar face was exactly the same as the one on Shadow Rock, and the identity of the 3 generations of Fengyiang was almost ready to be revealed. Chapter 259. Don't try to be the enemy of the boss. Scorpion, you really are the murderer who killed the 3 generations of Fengyiang, and now you dare to come back to Sand Ninja Village. Today I want you and Yi Kang, these 2 rebels, and can't walk out of Sand Ninja Village for half a step. Luo Sha's expression changed suddenly. However, it was obvious that he had seized a chance for a riot. Originally, because of Galio's confrontation, Luo Sha became a bit passive, and it made many people's beliefs shaken. However, the 3 generations of wind shadows that appeared at the moment made him see a turning point. However, as soon as these words fell, Luo Sha saw a hint of indifference on the face of the red sand scorpion, and said, Luo Sha, you are still so innocent. You are indeed the life-saving scroll that the boss gave this girl, but the boss also knows what this girl will do, so he has already issued a mobilization order to all of us. It can be said that there are more than 2 rebels in Sandin Village now. More than 2 of these words fell, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. They clearly know that Konoha is a rebel group, and the subordinate of the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu is a rebel group. But I never thought that this time Yi Kang would recruit all of them. However, this thought had just surfaced in their minds, and they had not yet reacted. Ghost-like figures quickly landed on Yi Kang's side. Look, it's Taki Ninja Village's rebellion, and the ground resents Yu Zhao, all. That's the undead Fajuan, the godson of the evil god sect of the Tang Kingdom. Iwa Ninja Village, Genius Ninja Betrayal Ninja, Burst Ninja Didera. Nindao 7 people and 7 people, 10 treasures of broken swords and loquats. 7 people with 7 ninja swords, Shark Muscle Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. These are all famous levels of betrayal. The exclamations one after another instantly revealed the identity of the comer. Yi King's expression suddenly changed drastically when he saw the nearly full member lineup. She never thought that Uchiha Ryu would give her such an order. The time she spent with Long Yu was not short, but it has always been rumored that he has a rebel group under his command. However, Yi King had never seen such a collection. It can be said that the current situation has completely exceeded Yi King's cognition. At this moment, an inexplicable warmth emerged from the originally hesitant and helpless mood. Okay, very good, Scorpion, I didn't expect that you not only betrayed our Sand Ninja Village, but also brought a group of rebellious ninjas to make trouble. Luo Sha's expression sank, and he took the lead in roaring loudly. Could it be, do you really think that this person alone can fight against our Sand Ninja Village? You still underestimate us as always. This very cleverly, at least for outsiders, it was the Scorpion of the Red Sand who looked down on their Sand Ninja Village. After all, the 666 rebels are planning to make trouble in the Sand Ninja Village, one of the villages. It does seem a little underestimated. It can be said that this kind of veiled provocation is Luo Sha's most excellent means of attacking his heart. However, in the face of all this, the Red Sand Scorpion's expression remains the same. It can be said that he has already transformed himself into a puppet. Not to mention frightening, even in the face of death, he would not change his face. After looking around the arena, the Scorpion of Red Sand met Luo Sha's sight again. Right hand, the cloak on the body is directly lifted, and a shirtless scene is performed. The violent scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly, and even Chio and Izang, who had already guessed, took a deep breath. Looking at that one, like a long spear, it was stained with venom and iron rope, wrapped around the abdomen of the Red Sand Scorpion, and the puppet-like joints made people feel even more horrified. Scorpion, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you still haven't grown up at all. As I imagined, you have transformed yourself into a puppet. Chio said in a low voice. This remark also pried everyone's nerves. After all, the visual impact in front of him is too shocking to the nerves. On the huge battlefield, there is an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. Looking at the unpredictable body of a puppet, many people felt chills in their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In their eyes, puppets are a means of attack for puppet masters. But I never thought that one day, I would see a pair of puppets with self-consciousness. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would want to believe it. Mother-in-law Chio, you are still the same, don't you like to teach me again? The Scorpion of the Red Sand gave Chio a light look, and said, however, this time, I'm not here to meet you. I only used this body twice. The first time was to hunt down the 3 generations of Cage, and I succeeded. The second time, when I joined the rebel group, I was defeated by the boss with one move. Although it was a difficult and unforgettable battle, I have to say that the boss's methods are not what you and I can imagine. If you can listen to me once, I hope you, mother-in-law, don't try to be the enemy of the boss. Having said that, the Scorpion of Red Sand stopped for a while, looked at Luo Sha, and took out the 3rd scroll around his waist with his backhand. Without waiting for everyone to react, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Scorpion threw the scroll into the sky with his backhand. The surgical seal in his hand suddenly squeezed, and the next moment it burst in front of everyone's eyes. Another black shadows rose into the sky, like a group of demons dancing wildly. The Scorpion didn't pause at all, and opened the core of his chest with his backhand. Of chakra threads rose straight into the sky. When everyone reacted, the fog in the sky cleared, and the sight of the black puppets, the number of which made people feel stunned. who call themselves the Sand Ninja Village and have good means, almost split their eyes when they saw this scene. For them, it's nice to be able to play with one puppet, let alone two. That's already at the level of shinin. As for being able to control three puppets at the same time, it is the elite jonin. Like Granny Chio, who can control the top 10 puppets at the same time, can become the trump card of Sand Ninja Village. However, now people are better than dead people. Looking at the puppets that were so dark in the sky, there was a feeling that they couldn't even count them. Luo Sha, if you really want to compare the number of people, I don't mind letting you see the power of my red secret skills. I used it to destroy a country. Scorpion spoke indifferently. Looking at Luo Sha's stiff expression, he still said indifferently, as long as today, this little girl wants to level the Sand Ninja Village, we will never back down and let the Sand Ninja Village be wiped out from the world of ninja. The small voice, at this moment, rolled back like a hurricane. Not to mention Luo Sha, Chio waited for Sha Ninja, and even Yi King's complexion changed drastically in an instant. If it was said that, just a moment ago, in the face of the 6th-level rebellion, Luo Sha could still rely on the number of people to win. Chapter 260, Possessing Power. But now that the 300 puppets of the Red Sand Scorpion came out, the situation was completely different. What's more, behind them, there is the Konoha betrayal Uchiha Ryayu, who even the 5 major shinobi villages must take seriously. The 4-tailed beasts in his hand came out. Once they really fought, it was like the cruel words that the Red Sand Scorpion put down, completely erasing the Sand Ninja Village from the territory of the ninja world. Feeling the sudden change in the atmosphere in the field, Luo Sha's stiff cheek muscles twitched a little, and he said repeatedly, "Okay, very good, I didn't think that, Scorpion, you still have this kind of means, I didn't want to use the last trump card, this is you forced me. Fenfu, if you don't go now, when will you wait?" These words fell, the nerves of many people suddenly became tense. Oh, I didn't expect that things would eventually evolve to this point. This is the sin of the old man. The old voice came out suddenly. For this existence in the history of Sand Ninja Village, who has been the person Zuli for the longest time, it can be said that as long as it is Sand Ninja, he will know his name. Originally, because of the Red Sand Scorpion, when the 300 puppets opened, their morale sank a little, and they instantly regained a city. After all, the tailed beast weapon is one of the killers of the 5 major ninja villages. For a while, with the appearance of Fenfu, the atmosphere in the field was inexplicably depressed. Like an invisible boulder, it presses on the human heart, giving people a feeling of being unable to breathe. Haha, it turns out that the one-tailed man, Zuli, was hiding in the Sand Ninja Village. No wonder he couldn't find it after searching for so long. The dried persimmon ghost shark smiled grimly, revealing teeth like chainsaws, smashing the shark muscle in his hand on his shoulder, and said with a reckless smile, "It happens that the boss is collecting tailed beasts, and this thing will serve as a gift for the next meeting." Voice fell. Didera and the others, who had always feared that the world would not be in chaos, took the lead in showing a fighting stance. However, before they could fully start, Yi King walked out. "Scorpion, you just said that this time you are here because of Long Yu's order. As long as I give an order, you will level the Sand Ninja Village." Yi King suddenly spoke up. It can be said that these words strained everyone's nerves. Faced with this questioning, Scorpion said with an indifferent expression, "That's right, this is the power that the boss gave you and you have today. What's more, we seem to have been underestimated during this period of time, and it is time to kill the chickens and warn the monkeys." Speaking of this, the gaze of the Red Sand Scorpion swept across the field, and there was no change in his expression at all because of the appearance of the tailed orc pillar force. Perhaps, as the ghost shark said, the so-called human column force, in their eyes, is just a prey. "No, Long Yu gave me the power to order you, but I don't want to see you hurt because of me, and I don't want to see Sand Ninja Village destroyed today, no matter what. Rebellious, I also yearn for peace," Yi King said in a hurry. His eyes turned abruptly, fell on Luo Sha, and said in a deep voice, "I came back today, not to retaliate against the Sand Ninja Village, nor to provoke any war. I just want to do something. As long as I finish this thing, I will take the initiative to leave. If you are willing to believe me, I hope you can make it." The slightly long-sounding voice has a dull taste. Between the lines, there is no such kind of the aggressiveness of starting a war. As they pressed against each other, the expressions of the sand ninjas who were tense in the field couldn't help but stagnate. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, Luo Sha's face changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, "You must not be fooled by her. Yi King did this just to make us paralyzed and relaxed. They will definitely kill us. Everyone, I guarantee in the name of the 4 generations of Kazekage. In this battle, I am willing to use my life to defend the safety of Sand Ninja Village, and I am extremely sure that Yi King has ulterior motives." Rosa roared in a hurry. However, the words are not over yet. A slender body stood out in plain sight. "I don't like war, I like peace, and I like teachers, so I am willing to believe in teachers." A faint voice came out of Mashu's mouth. As Yi King's student, her statement was obviously like a chain reaction, which was instantly detonated. "I have watched Xiaokang grow up since I was a child, and I also believe in her character. I have pursued Yi King, and of course I trust my own vision, so this time I also choose to believe in Yi King. It turns out that you, this guy, also liked Yi King. No wonder there was no response to the love letter you sent at that time. Did you hide it on purpose? This time I also believe Yi King. I believe it too." Of the real tree, the human wall composed of thousands of people in the field detonated like a dike burst. That walked out of the crowd quickly made Luo Sha's nerves tense to the extreme, and the secretly clenched fists in his sleeves cracked his phalanx. However, any unwillingness seemed extremely pale at this moment. No matter how gloomy Luo Sha's eyes are, unless he can kill people, he will not be able to resist this chain reaction at all. Until the end, even the obedient Anbu ninja silently bowed his head and stood aside. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they gave way to the village square. Seeing this scene, Yi King's eyes turned slightly red, and hot tears wetted his eyes. After bowing deeply to the crowd, a slightly crying voice suddenly sounded. "Thank you for your trust. This time, Yi King came back to Sand Ninja Village not for revenge. It's not about breaking any lies. I just want to tell some people with ulterior motives that I, Yi King, are not uncommon. The hero status given by others is also proud of being a traitor." Speaking of this, Yi King suddenly raised his right hand, and the fiery chakra gathered in the palm of his hand, forming a fiery fireball moment. Without any fancy, in front of everyone, he slammed towards the hero statue in the square. Boom! The fireball instantly crossed the kilometer and hit the brand new statue head-on. The huge explosion impact force directly shattered the statue under the watchful eyes of the public. Accompanied by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, gravel splashed and scattered around. The statue of Yi King, representing the honor of the hero of the past, was destroyed at this moment. No one would have thought that it would be regarded as the honorary statue second only to Kaz Ying. In the end, it was destroyed by my own hands. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one wants to believe that all this is true. Okay, I, Yi King, came back today. I have already done what I have to do. From this moment on, there will be no heroes in Sand Ninja Village, and I, Yi King, will end my friendship with you. It will be a stranger to meet again from now on. People. Yi King wiped the tears from his face and regained his usual arrogance. After looking around the field, he finally looked at Luo Sha and said, "Luo Sha, you think too much. As you are now, you may be thinking about how to fight against Long Yu, but I want to tell you that you can do wrong and confuse right and wrong, but please don't bring Sand Ninja Village into danger." Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 261 to 280. Chapter 261, Can't Afford to Gamble. It can be said that in the face of Uchiha Ryu, you can't afford to gamble, neither can Sand Ninja Village, the 5 major ninja villages, or even the entire ninja world. The awe-inspiring voice has an unmistakable taste. After dropping those words, Yi King didn't take a second look at Luo Sha with a distorted expression, and suddenly reincarnated and left in front of everyone's eyes. Let's go. Seeing Yi King's back that waved and left unrestrainedly, the dried persimmon ghost shark smiled and put the shark muscle in his hand back on his back, saying, I thought that this time I could make a riot this time. I think too much. However, little girl, I agree with your last remark that you can't afford to gamble. I just gambled once and then fell into the pit. Hey, don't go too fast, wait for me. Haydn also chased after the scarlet scythe, shouting and shouting. The rest of Didera, Loquat Shazang and others also quickly turned around and left. For these lawless rebels, since they can't fight this battle, there is no benefit to keeping them. For a time, on the huge battlefield, only the red sand scorpion with the puppet was left. When he put the scroll back on his waist and put on his robe, he glanced at Luo Sha lightly and said, Luo Sha, you are still with us. As before, even a woman can't compare. Goodbye, I hope you don't do stupid things when we meet next time. Abandoning these words, the scorpion walked slowly out of existence without stopping. Sister. Azo landed on Chio's side and hurriedly called out. However, he soon saw Chio shaking his head. Forget it, let him go. Seeing him like this now means finding a group of like-minded people. I hope there will be a chance to meet again next time. I'm also tired, and I don't care about other things. Sister, wait for me. Seeing that Chio was directly acting as the hand-slinging shopkeeper, Izang quickly chased after him. Goodness, goodness. After Fen Fu also chanted the Buddha's name, he also walked away. Seeing the departure of the 3 major forces, Luo Sha's expression became distorted, and there was a hint of gloom. Unfortunately, before he could react, the ninja that was forcibly summoned collapsed like a wave. Even his nominal fiancé had already slipped away. For a time, in such a huge situation, only Maki and other high-level executives were left. Looking at Luo Sha who was in the cold scene for a moment, Maki couldn't help but put on a hard smile and said, Lord Fengying, the 5 Shadows Conference is about to be held. If we don't start, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. Can't keep up with Luo Sha's eyes. He couldn't help twitching, and looked back at Maki with a gloomy expression. This scene made Maggie's heart twitch, and a hint of bitterness emerged. Soon, a hysterical roar sounded like a roar from Luo Sha. It felt like lying down at all. Looking at those high-level executives who were holding back laughter, there were 10 million grass mud horses rushing through Maki's heart. If it wasn't in front of Luo Sha, I am afraid I would point to the sky and scold God as a thief. Why am I the only one hurt? With Yi King's departure, the disturbance in Sand Ninja Village gradually subsided. The huge ninja world, many eyes, at this moment, invariably cast on the Konoha Ninja Village. The face of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hibiki, the holding of the 5 Shadows Conference, which was restarted in person, undoubtedly affected the nerves of the entire ninja world. 3 days is just a blink of an eye. The morning sun is scattered like broken gold. Falls in Konoha Ninja Village. On the Hokage's building, the 3 generations of Hokage stood with their hands behind their backs, watching the tightly closed door in the distance slowly being pushed open, and sighed deeply. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, the sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the figure that appeared like a ghost fell behind the 3 generations of Hokage. Looking at the familiar faces, the 3 generations of Hokage sighed quietly. Kanji Ujiya and Matai still come back. Teacher, according to the information sent back, they are also on their way back, but in the information, Kosuke repeatedly mentioned that never declare war with Uchiha Ryu. Zilai was also the first to speak. Who has always liked freedom by nature, took pleasure in taking materials everywhere. Because of the rise of Uchiha Ryu, it seems to be tied together by the boat of Konoha Shinobi again. Every time he received information about Long Yu, his heart would be shaken. The short half-year, almost all of those earth-shattering things were done once by Long Yu. This high-frequency event made Jiraiya cautious, and it felt difficult to accept. In the end, in order to cope with this overwhelming thing, to mention that it is based on material, there is no time to even write about the intimate paradise. However, the only thing that made Jiraiya feel fortunate was that Tsunade, who had originally left the village and thought he would never see each other again, also reopened the village. The pain of the past was gradually buried in the bottom of my heart under the storm caused by Long Yu. Never declare war on Uchiha Ryu. Third Hokage raised his brows, the cigarette rod clenched tightly in his hand, tapped lightly on the guardrail several times, looked up at the sky, sighed faintly, and said, "As far as this is concerned, let's do our best. Fuyu, I heard that Zishui seems to have some way to prevent the outbreak of a full-scale war as much as possible." These words fell, the eyes of everyone in the field turned and locked on Uchiha Fugaku. Facing his nephew who had ordinary aptitude and no sense of existence, Uchiha Fuyu also felt a lot in his heart. After being silent for a while, he nodded in agreement. That's right, Zishui is proficient in illusion, and the kaleidoscope that he opened is the same. No exception. If you use this as a medium to display powerful hypnotic eyes, it may be able to change Long Yu's thoughts. Hypnotic eye. With the wrinkled cheeks of the 3 generations of Hokage, he moved a little and said, "The ability of your Uchiha clan is still unimaginable as always. No matter what. What is the result, tell Zishui, his kindness, our Konoha shinobi village will take it to heart." As a ninjutsu professor in the ninja world, Sarutobi Hizen, of course, is aware of the dangers of the kaleidoscope. Maybe he doesn't know much about the eternal kaleidoscope, but he still knows a little about the harm caused by the use of the kaleidoscope. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hizen, the power of the kaleidoscope shaker is very powerful, but the greater the power obtained, the stronger the backlash will be. If the hypnotic eye is displayed in front of other people, the load may be small. But this time, the person Uchiha Shisui is going to meet is Uchiha Ryu. In the history of the Uchiha clan, if he really wants to achieve the desired effect, the price he has to pay is completely unimaginable. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, you are serious? Uchiha Fuyu hurriedly replied. After all, Long Yu is a member of our Uchiha family. It is also an honor for our family to be able to contribute this time. Chapter 262, Uchiha's Face. However, Long Yu has been able to come this far, and it has been hidden for more than 10 years. His mind must be very careful, so we only have one chance. If we let him see through it, I am afraid it will have the opposite effect. In the face of Uchiha Fugaku's concerns, the people present couldn't help but nodded in agreement. 3 generations of Hokage were also silent, and subconsciously looked at Minato, who had been silent, and said, "Minato, you and Long Yu have a good relationship. If you distract him, maybe you can do it." In the face of the sudden words, Minato Namikaze was obviously startled, and immediately met the turbid eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, and said with a wry smile, "Could it be that I can say no? I'll do my best." Seeing Minato Namikaze agree, the 3 generations of Hokage also nodded slightly, looked at the sealed gate in the distance, and said loudly, "Okay, it's time to decide the fate of the ninja world. They're here, let's get ready to." "Yes, the 3 generations of Hokage-sama." "Yes, teacher." With a series of answering sounds spread, the people standing behind the 3 generations of Hokage disappeared like ghosts. Faced with all this, the 3rd Hokage took out a scroll in his arms with his backhand. Looking at the mysterious pattern above, a look of helplessness flashed across the slightly old-fashioned face. With a faint sigh, he said, "If everything doesn't work, this should be the last resort." The voice dissipated with the wind, and the body of the 3 generations of Hokage also rolled up a breeze, and the next moment disappeared out of thin air. The 5 Shadow Talks was located on the venue where the Uchiha clan forced the palace and recommended Long Yu to become the 4th Hokage. However, this time there were not many onlookers, only some approved ninjas could enter the venue. Among them, the appearance of Jiraiya, Tsunade, Uchiha Fuyu and others obviously attracted the attention of some people in the field. "Uncle, are things settled?" Shisui took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath and asked. In the face of Uchiha Ryu of the same age, the fierceness that is like the sun in the sky, and the fierceness that he can't even reach, makes Shisui have a kind of inexplicable urgency. He desperately wanted to show himself well in front of everyone. "Don't worry, the 3 generations of Hokage have already agreed, and the 4 generations of Hokage will cooperate with you at that time. I hope you can successfully complete the task." Uchiha Fuyu nodded in reply, looked around, and said, "You didn't tell Itachi about this." Thinking of not long ago, Uchiha Itachi fled the village without authorization because of his pursuit of Long Yu, ran into Taki Ninja Village, and was almost hunted by someone with a heart. This made Uchiha Fuyu undoubtedly keep an eye out. After all, a genius son is not. You can give birth if you want. Although in the face of Uchiha Ryu, enchanting monsters, it is impossible to compare with him. But for Fuyu, it is also a kind of honor. Moreover, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, because of Uchiha Ryukazu, the Uchiha clan, who have always been oppressed, got the opportunity to raise their heads and pay attention. This made Uchiha Fuyu have to try his best to cultivate Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, so that he can maximize the influence of the Uchiha family in the coming days. "Uncle, don't worry, Itachi is staying at home obediently. As for Obito, they are also being monitored by the clan. In a short period of time, they will not be able to contact Long Yu." Uchiha Shisui replied. "When I think of it, the former little fanboy is no longer fanatical about himself. This makes Uchiha Shisui, who is accustomed to being respected by Uchiha Itachi, a difficult and acceptable gap. And his title of the first genius in the past, because of the appearance of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Ryu, became not fragrant. When I think about it, these 2 old days are just the tail of a crane." Now that he has turned from a daiosi to a rich and handsome man, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help clenching his fists. "Shisui, are you alright?" Uchiha Fuyu glanced at Shisui with a slightly livid look, patted his shoulder and asked. Shisui suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly shook his head. "Uncle, I have nothing to do, but the thought of being able to fight Uchiha Ryu makes me a little nervous." For Shisui, he still has a secret that he didn't tell Uchiha Fuyuke. When proposing to use illusion to deal with Long Yu, Uchiha Shisui just told Fuyu that his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye has powerful hypnotic ability. It did not break the existence of other gods. After all, if outsiders know that the ninjutsu possessed by his kaleidoscope Sharingan can forcibly change a person's thinking, even let people become his slaves completely and obey any orders from him, I am afraid that no one is willing to let Uchiha Shisui perform this battle. Other words, like Danzo in the original book, after knowing this kind of sky-defying pupil on his kaleidoscope and stare at him. 1 inch. Yes, in the past 6 months, the means and strength that Long Yu has shown is indeed far beyond our understanding, and it is to be expected that you are nervous. Uchiha Fuyu did not doubt, nodded and sighed. If Long Yu is not a rebel now, it would be great, then the prestige of our Uchiha clan will reach its peak. However, you don't have to worry, there are 2 Hokage, and the shadow of the 4 major ninja villages. Even if you fail, there will be no problem. Uchiha Shisui clenched his fists secretly when his reputation reached its peak, his expression still unchanged, and said, "Uncle, don't worry, I will do my best, and I will never lose the face of the Uchiha clan. Now count the time, the 5 shadows are coming soon, let's hurry up and prepare. Well, be careful too." Uchiha Fuyu didn't say much. After nodding casually, he quickly came to his post. Looking at the distant back of Fuyu, Uchiha Shisui's face flashed a trace of ruthlessness, and he gritted his teeth and said to himself, "What a good Uchiha Ryu, I never thought that after becoming a rebel, it would be unforgettable. However, if you dare to appear, then I will make you regret it and become my slave obediently. At that time, let alone the glory of the Uchiha clan, Hokage's position will also fall on me. I will be the first of the Uchiha clan. Chaotic thoughts flashed in Uchiha Shisui's mind. The next moment, without waiting for him to think about it, a rolling thunder like thunder struck from the sky. Such a powerful scene instantly made Uchiha Shisui's nerves tense, and he hurriedly followed the voice. First thing that caught the eye was a blue thunder light slashing down from the sky. Boom. To read the novel without underline. Chapter 263. The convening of the Five Shadows Conference. Thunder exploded, and the splashing arc raged around like a ferocious electric snake. After all the thunder light disappeared, the first to catch the eye was the dark-skinned fourth-generation Reikage eye. Brother, yo, how can we catch up with you walking so fast? With the emergence of the fourth generation of Reikage, Rabbi, the eight-tailed person who was a fit for the thunder plow hot knife, also appeared shortly after. Compared with the stormy appearance of the fourth Reikage, Kurabi's rap skills are obviously not flattering. But the identity of the eight-tailed person Zuri is clearly here, and no one dares to stop him in the face of his appearance. HMPH, how come Hokage, who is the host, hasn't been there yet? This is too rude. 4 generations of Reikage just stood firm, ignoring Kurabi's rap, looked around in the field, and couldn't help shouting coldly. However, the words fell. A gust of breeze rolled back, and the scattered leaves were drilled into the seat under the watchful eyes of the public. Soon he saw a slightly old-fashioned figure appearing on the empty first place. Hee, the fourth generation of Lei Ying's words is serious. The old man has something to prepare just now, so I'm late, I hope you don't mind. 3 Hokage showed a hint of apology. The fourth generation of Reikage sat down on the chair and said disdainfully, HMPH, you Konoha Ninja Village, the 2 Hokage are together, how can our Yun Ninja Village dare to play an axe here? Haha, the fourth generation Reikage is right, Sarutobi Hizen, you bastard, you pushed a fourth generation Hokage out, and you didn't hide behind the scenes to drink tea, and then ran out to toss the so-called Five Shadows meeting. It's a bit embarrassing, don't you believe it, the fourth Hokage of Konoha Shinobi Village. Quote. The old laughter came from the sky. Soon 3 figures could be seen descending from the sky. Be able to be so carefree, in front of the public, shouting the 3 generations of Hokage as a bastard, only 2 days can be done by Oyegi. Facing this old rival, the 3 generations of Hokage were obviously not surprised. The cigarette stick in his hand tapped on the table lightly, and said, Onogi, you're still the same, and your stubborn personality can't be changed. I also really want to hide behind the scenes and drink tea, but unfortunately my strength doesn't allow it. Minato's qualifications to become the 4th Hokage are still relatively low. It is obviously not convincing to invite everyone to hold the Five Shadows meeting. Then I am the only old immortal who throws out my face and asks for a bit of thinness. The face of this modest speech, and standing by the side waiting, as the dignified 4th Hokage Nika's Minato, suddenly felt helpless. Although I knew that the 3 generations of Hokage were just giving Onogi a step down the stairs, it was a bit difficult to be held down by someone going down the stairs like this. However, before Namikaze Minato showed any displeasure, he soon saw the sound of water waves and waves coming from all around. Soon 3 figures appeared. The leader of them is the expressionless, paralyzed Yakura Godachibana, and the 6-tailed man Riki Yutaka, who rarely makes an appearance. The last Terumi Mei. As Terumi Mei appeared, a pair of beautiful eyes seemed to flicker, and after looking around the arena without a trace of disappointment appeared on her pretty face. Before she could react, she fell into speaking, but Terumi Mei's expression did not change. Terumi Mei, you don't have to look at it. If that guy appeared, they wouldn't have the leisure to talk about it here. Goji Tachibana Yakura said coldly. I don't care if there is any relationship between you and Uchiha Ryu. What's the matter? I just hope you don't lose the chain at the critical moment, otherwise no matter what your identity is, you can't escape blame. Terumi Mei's expression couldn't help changing, and when she thought of the high-ranking Godachibana Yakura, after becoming the fourth generation of Mizukage, the iron fist and means established by her, even her spine couldn't help but shudder. After silently nodding and agreeing, he stood obediently behind Yutaki Yakura and remained silent. Hehe, the 4 generations of water shadows are indeed as rumored as to behave in a resolute manner, and even the way they discipline their subordinates is different from that of people. 3 generations of Hokage laughed dryly and said, thanks to the 4 generations of water shadows, the last time the 5 shadows meeting was held will provide an opportunity for this time to be held in Konoha Ninja Village. Old man, it should be said here, thank you very much. Thanks to the 4 generations of water shadows just sitting down, looking at the warm smiles on the face of the 3 generations of Naruto, he said disdainfully, the 3 generations of Naruto, should I understand your words as a sneer? As we all know, the last time the 5 Shadows Conference was held in the country of Iron, but because the concept of the 4 generations of Hokage did not match, the most was stillborn. If this time is not the 3rd generation of Hokage, it was held with an old face, and we in the village of Fog Ninja also love peace. Otherwise, who will go for nothing? However, a junior like me, I don't have any other ideas. I just hope that the 3 generations of Hokage can really successfully hold the 5 Shadows Conference. Don't let us go in vain, otherwise it will make the 4 ninja villages unhappy. Konoha 1 Ninja Village, I'm afraid I can't bear it. The slightly elusive voice has an inexplicable provocative taste. Looking at the many Konoha ninjas who were about to blow their hair in an instant, the 3 generations of Hokage still waved their hands with a smile, signaled calmness, and said with a smile, 4th generation Mizukage, you are serious, the 5 Shadows Conference was held for the purpose of peace in the ninja world. However, to make the meeting go smoothly, you still need the efforts of everyone. As for the 4th generation of Mizukage, I hope that for the future peace of the ninja world, you can restrain yourself a little in front of Uchiha Ryu. You should also know that Uchiha Ryu's character is temperamental. If the negotiation fails because of one talk, it will ruin the intentions of other shinobi villages. I'm afraid it will be equally difficult to take responsibility. Goji Tachibana Yakura's expression suddenly sank, but unfortunately there is a feeling that he can't refute. In the face of the crowd, he smelled of gunpowder all over his body. It can be said that this meeting is not only for the convening of the 5 Shadows Conference, but also for a war without gunpowder smoke. Whoever loses and who wins, it all depends on one mouth. However, it wasn't until Yakura Tachibana opened his mouth. A figure with an even darker face, under the watchful eyes of the public, walked quickly to the outside of the arena. Holding Luo Sha, who had his dissatisfaction written all over his face, and the old man following him, he exuded strange chakra fluctuations. In an instant, they seemed to have reached a consensus. This time the 5 Shadows Conference was held, they were completely defending against wolves, thieves and dragon feathers, and even the tailed beast weapons in the clan were directly brought by their side. The one-tailed pillar of the Sand Ninja Village is able to share the blessings. Zhu Lihan, the 5-tailed man of Iwanan Village. The 6-tailed man of Mist Ninja Village is tall. Rabbi Richie, the 8-tailed man of Yunnan Village. Finally, there is Kushina, the vortex of the 9-tailed man. It can be said that this time is not only the convening of the 5 Shadows Conference. Even the last 5-headed tailed beast was summoned on this occasion. After all, in their eyes, this time, in addition to the 5 shadow talks, they also had to face Uchiha Ryu head-on. Chapter 264, Reinin Village is ready. Although they are shadow-level powerhouses, they have more or less confidence in their hearts. But when they think of Uchiha Ryu's endless means, it seems that with the strength of people, they will only increase their confidence. Moreover, if the tailed beast is left in the ninja village, it will be caught by him in a nest. That's even more unacceptable. HMPH, it seems that the 5 major ninja villages are all here. Why haven't I seen Uchiha Ryu appear? Even such an important meeting, is it possible to be late for such an important meeting? This is contempt and insult to our 5 major ninja villages. The 4th generation of Hokage took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath, and his right hand was wrapped in thunderlight and slammed down towards the table. Bang! The huge rock tabletop, under this punch, instantly spread out cracks like spider webs. Let Jiraiya and others look slightly changed. The very beginning, they took the opportunity to make things difficult with the 4 Shadow Club, but they didn't expect the 4th Hokage Club to become violent so quickly. However, before they could react, a hoarse voice suddenly came from outside. Hee hee, I heard a roar from far away. I didn't expect that. I haven't seen you for so long. You are still the same old boy. The only difference is that you have inherited the position of your dead father and become the 4th generation of Hokage. At this moment, the unpredictable voice of words scattered in the heaven and earth like a magic sound. Of the people present changed suddenly, especially the 4th Hokage. When he saw the identity of the visitor clearly, his pupils shrank even more, and he shouted in unison. Sanzo Fish Hanzo, why are you here? If it is said that the Sanjiao Hanzo is the last ninja war, the title of the demigod is even more worthy of the attention of the 4 major ninja villages. After all, this is a war provoked by one person. As a small country, Yunin village can become the initiator of the Second Ninja World War. Behind all this, it is inevitable that Sanjiao Hanzo will help fuel the flames. It can be said that in the Second Ninja World War, if Sanjiao Hanzo's methods are not excellent, but also have the title of a demigod, and face the 5 major ninja villages to turn the tide. I am afraid that the 5 countries that have been attacked by the group have been completely leveled. Right now, Hanzo, Sanshoyu, suddenly appeared in the 5 Shadows talk. If they really agreed, it would be a disguised admission that Yurin village was on an equal footing with them. As for the country of Iron, from the very beginning, it was a village of shinobi that was independent from the world of shinobi. Therefore, the 5 major countries do not have such concerns. Everyone, don't be impatient. This time, Your Excellency Hanzo, came to participate in the 5 Shadow Talks, which is the result of my proposal. The 3 generations of Hokage took the lead in making a clearance. However, as soon as these words came out, Luo Sha took the lead and said, 3 generations of Hokage, we respect you, so we agreed to hold a meeting of the 5 Shadows to discuss the countermeasures against Uchiha Ryu. Now, it's a bit unreasonable that you even pull some miscellaneous things to the meeting without going through us. If you don't have a reasonable answer today, then don't blame our 4 great ninja villages for turning their faces away and leaving Konoha Ninja Village. The awe-inspiring voice reverberated in the field, causing many people's faces to change suddenly. Especially as the host, Jiraiya and the others, Luo Sha's actions fell into their eyes, no doubt intentionally undermining the prestige of their Konoha Shinobi village. However, this time, it is not until the 3rd Hokage speaks. Sancho Fish Half Storage Rate. Seat first, my eyes swept across the field like a torch, and said coldly, I'm sorry, I'm here this time on behalf of Lord Longyu to participate in this so-called 5 Shadows talk. At this moment, the voice that represented Uchiha Ryu's small voice, as if filled with magic sound, made the nerves of everyone in the field suddenly tense. Luo Sha, who was uttering wild words at first, couldn't help but slapped himself. In the beginning, he planned to ridicule the Sanshoyu Hanzo and run the Konoha Ninja Village, so that he could gain enough initiative in the next 5 Shadows meeting. However, Luo Sha never imagined that this move would directly turn the Sanjiao Hanzo into a king fried. It also came up with an unexpected result. Of Raing's face sank, and he said sharply, Hanzo, if you are here, you should be very clear about why this 5 Shadows conference was held today. The strength of your Yurin village is second only to our 5 major powers among small countries. However, some things can be said, and some things can't be said. Nonsense. You should know this very well. You are now threatening to rebel against Konoha, and Uchiha Ryu is in the same camp. This means that your Yurin village will accept the anger of our 5 great nations at any time. Having said that, the 4th Hokage squeezed the teacup on the table with his right hand, and his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Was directly crushed into crumbs and scattered on the table. The awe-inspiring voice sounded again, like a single word, slurped out. Hanzo, have you seen this wine glass? This will be the end of your urine village's jokes. As the voices of the 4th Hokage disappeared, the eyes of everyone in the field turned and locked on the body of Sanshouyu Hanzo. To find a change of expression on his face. Boy, is this your confidence? Sanshouyu Hanzo suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes looked at the 4th Hokage without any hesitation, and said, compared to your father, you are still too far behind. This time, you guys treat me as Sanshouyu Hanzo, whether it's a joke or not. I am here just to announce one thing. Our urine village is already under the command of Lord Uchiha Ryu. If your 5 major shinobi villages are going to go to war, our urine village is ready. Speaking of which, Sanshouyu Hanzo looked around like a torch, and said in a deep voice, perhaps, in your eyes, our urine village is just a hard bone and seems insignificant. However, I, Sanshouyu Hanzo, will let you know that the 5 great ninja villages will have to pay a lot to swallow our hard bones. The voice of Chang's words rolled and spread out, with an undeniable taste, and when he landed on the field, many people's expressions changed drastically. This is a demigod, and even the prestige of Konoha Sannin was bestowed by him personally. However, now the former is high above, in the ninja world, it is enough to become a character like the Big Dipper of Mount High. Now he has surrendered to Uchiha Ryu's command. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed that it was all true. Facing this sudden scene, even the face of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hizen changed slightly. Because in the information replied by Kosuke and others, it was obviously not mentioned. Chapter 265, Let's Fight. Insolent guy. The 4th Hokage roared first. The thunder light all over the body, the moment the crackling sounded, the chakra dormant in the body detonated like a frenzy, turned into a tyrannical breath, and rolled towards Sanshouyu Hanzo head-on. The rest of Luasha, Utaki Yakura, and Onogi, that tyrannical chakra also detonated. At this moment, there was only one thought in their hearts, which was to use this method to deter Sanshouyu Hanzo and to verify the truth of this statement. However, in the face of this gust-like breath, Sanshouyu Hanzo was as motionless as if he was sitting on the top of Mount High. The torch-like eyes, the pupils stared slightly, and a chakra wave that was not inferior to the body came out. He didn't have the courage of the Second Ninja World War. Likewise, there is no longer the grandeur of the past, and the so-called demigod is powerless to resist in the hands of Long Yu. But aside from all this, the title of the demigod remains the same, and the tyrannical chakra fluctuations that came out of the body collided with each other with a stubborn attitude. PFF'd. 5 chakra breaths, like a dragon coming out of the abyss, collided instantly. Under the tyrannical air wave, the air collided with the air, and the air ripples that were splashed out were even more visible to the naked eye. Which was originally cracked by the 4th generation Hokage hammer, was the first to be unbearable under this chakra confrontation, and a crisp cracking sound was emitted. The cobweb-like crack quickly spread and opened. However, this time, the 3 generations of Hokage did not stand idly by. Right hand sticks out like lightning and presses it on the table. Dormant, the chakra fluctuations in his body exploded instantly. Compared with other people's scattered shocks, the fluctuations condensed by the 3 generations of Hokage, like a pair of training, directly penetrated the central vortex where everyone's breath collided. In this kind of forcible intervention, the originally extremely unbalanced breaths collided and completely lost their balance in an instant. The scattered breath rolled away directly. Okay, everyone, please allow me to say something. If you are willing to fight like this, I, Konoha Ninja Village, are willing to provide you with a battlefield, but don't forget, this time we are gathered here for the 5 Shadows Conference, and ultimately the purpose of the convening. Hokage's hand tapped on the table. Not long ago, didn't you say that Uchiha Ryu didn't arrive in time, and now Your Excellency Hanzo, since he can represent his intentions, then our Five Shadows conference will not be able to start smoothly. Speaking of which, the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage passed over the 4 generations of Raikage and others, and he added in a deep voice, "You still think that the 5 big ninja villages will lose?" These words fell. Luo Sha and the others' faces became abrupt. In the face of the appearance of Sanshoyu Hanzo, their emotions are obviously a little bit. But it also hits the point of the 3 generations of Hokage, which is similar to the feeling of a frightened bird. When you think about it, it's obvious. Seeing the situation calm down in an instant, the 3rd Hokage secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But in his heart, he had already greeted the whole family of Kosuke and Matai. Sanshoyu Hanzo to attend the 5 Shadows conference, it was to strengthen the bargaining chip with Uchiha Ryu 1. However, everything I do now has the feeling of making wedding dresses for others. Was as if he lifted a stone and smashed it on his feet. However, the arrow had to be sent on the string. Uchiha Ryu didn't arrive in time, and a spokesperson, Sanshoyu Hanzo, came, and he barely arrived. First confirmation right now is Uchiha Ryu's intention, so that the meeting can continue. Okay, now that everyone has calmed down, let's start again today for the purpose of holding the 5 Shadows conference. After the 3 generations of Hokage pondered for a while, they looked at Sanshoyu Hanzo, and said solemnly, "Your Excellency Hanzo, since you are representing Uchiha Ryu to attend the 5 Shadows conference, I would like to know if you already know the premise of our negotiation. If you don't know, the old man can repeat it again." These words fell, everyone's eyes turned in unison, and locked on the body of Sanshoyu Hanzo. As the 3 generations of Hokage said, since Sanshoyu Hanzo came on behalf of Uchiha Ryu, any reply from him can change the pattern of the ninja world. For a time, there was an indescribable depressing aura shrouded in the huge conference venue, as if an invisible big hand clenched the hearts of everyone. Sanshoyu Hanzo's torch-like gaze swept across the field and said, "Lord Longyu's answer is very simple. As long as you take out the tailed beast, the ninja world will be free from war, otherwise we will not hesitate to fight. Snatch all the remaining 5 tailed beasts." The small voice, at this moment, was full of awe-inspiring meaning, hitting the depths of one's soul. Even the look of the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but stagnate, and he was the first to say, "Hanzo, Sanshoyu, can you really make a decision on behalf of Uchiha Ryu? You are now declaring war on our 5 major ninja villages, and the consequences are just as the 4th Raikage said, once your Rain Ninja village fails, it will be razed to the ground. So, I will ask you again now, I hope you can consider it carefully and give the real answer, otherwise don't blame our 5 great ninja village for being rude." At the end of the day, the turbidity in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage dissipated, and there was a trace of inspiring spirit. It seems that he intends to use all of this to make Sanshoyu Hanzo change the answer. However, just as this thought came into my mind, the next words that fell in my ears exploded like thunder. "Hand over the tailed beast, or fight." The simple answer was slurped out like a word, and fell between the heavens and the earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The expressions of the people present suddenly changed dramatically, and before they could think about it, the low-pitched thunder and bombardment abruptly ripped apart. "You bastard, that kid dares to speak madly. Is it because he is afraid of death and does not dare to appear? Then I will tear down your old bones first." The roar of the 4th Raikage rose into the sky. Under the skyrocketing thunder light, like a thunderbolt across the sky, he maximized his speed and directly attacked Sanshoyu Hanzo head-on. A short distance of more than 10 meters, in the case of Lei Dun chakra mode and activated cells, the speed is obviously exerted to the extreme. Right hand was entwined with thunder light, without any fancy, and slashed toward the Sanshoyu Hanzo. Thunderbolt thunderstorm is 1,000 feet level. The violent blow caused the faces of Nagato and Yahiko, who were guarding Sanshoyu Hanzo, who were wearing Anbu costumes and masks, to change dramatically. They know very well that once the Sanshoyu Hanzo gives this answer, I am afraid that the other party will not abide by the so-called regulations that the meeting cannot be taken away. Chapter 266. A Strange Ninjutsu. However, Nagato and Yahiko never imagined that the fourth generation of Reikage would not make a move, and the speed of a shot would explode to such an extreme. When they reacted, the sharp blade wrapped around Lei Guang's right hand, like a wide opening and closing, slashed straight towards Sanjiao Yuhanzo. If this blow really hits the front, Nagato and Yahiko believe that Sanjiao Yuhanzo may be a dead end. Shen Luo Tianzhong. Nagato didn't hesitate, they had already made various countermeasures on the way. Facing this violent attack in front of him, Nagato's Shinra Tianzhong undoubtedly had an unexpected effect. The reincarnation eye hidden under the mask suddenly turned. The tyrannical repulsive force exploded instantly like a frenzy. The hand knife, which had been slashing out with Wanjun Leiwei rolling force, seemed to be slashing through an invisible barrier, and suddenly stopped. The next moment, before the fourth Reikage could react, a huge impact came head-on like a wave. At the same time, under this short-lived absence, Sanjiao Yuhanzo obviously got a chance to breathe, and directly took out the chain sickle with his backhand. At such a close distance, the sharp blade glowing with cold light, under the sudden shaking of Sanjiao Yuhanzo's right hand, took the fourth generation Reikage's throat and left. The violent scene seems to be seamless. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, it only took a short breath or two from the moment the impact was released, to the violent attack of the Sanjiao Yuhanzo. Faced with this kind of death-seeking combo, the fourth Reikage hurriedly wanted to withdraw and retreat. However, the strength of the body was mentioned a little, and the invisible force that enveloped the body again in the next moment changed in an instant. Vientian Tianian. Nagato's eyes of reincarnation were instantly driven to the extreme. The outburst of tyrannical pupil power gushed out like he didn't want money. After the Shen Luo Tianzhong came out, the cooling time was always calculated silently. When he saw that the fourth Reikage was planning to withdraw and retreat, he hurriedly drove the recovered pupil technique again. Turn the repulsive force into an attractive force in an instant. All the movements of Reikage 4, who hurriedly fled, were blocked. Strong is just a matter of thought, let alone on this kind of life and death battlefield. Faced with the sudden change in his body, the fourth Reikage was obviously too late to react, and the only thing he could do was to watch the cold sickle in Hanzo's hands, slashing down his neck. Although there is a thunderbolt armor to protect the body, there is still a trace of inexplicable anxiety in the heart of the fourth generation of Reikage. Perhaps this blow could barely break his Thunder-Dun armor, but could not cut off his head. But in case the blade cuts through his skin, Sanjiao Yuhanzo is known in the ninja world as a poisonous fighting method. What awaits him will also be seriously injured and defeated. Powerhouse of the dignified 5 ninja village, facing such a big loss, it is simply a shame to throw it home. Chaotic thoughts flashed through the fourth Reikage, watching the rapidly dilated attack in his pupils. In the confinement of Vientian Tianian, the only thing you can do is to grit your teeth, bite the bullet, and go up. However, as soon as the thought of dying was born, the body felt a sudden tightening. A huge octopus leg wrapped around the fourth Reikage body one step ahead. Without any bells and whistles, it was pulled straight to the rear. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The scythe that was slashed down by Sanjiao Yuhanzo suddenly lost its target and nailed it straight to the table. Bang! Sparks splashed, and the sickle instantly penetrated the heavy stone platform. Originally, it was smashed by the fourth generation of Reikage. Under the collision of the tyrannical chakra breath, the cracked stone platform occurred. Under the blow of this force, unable to bear it finally, a roar sounded, and in front of everyone's eyes, it shattered. At the moment when the dust rolled back, the 5 shadows who were present got out and scattered, and Hanzo and Nagato also landed not far away, and looked at everyone on guard. Yo-yo, brother, are you all right? I am glad I prepared octopus feet for you early in the morning. Kurabi instantly pulled the fourth Reikage back to his side. As a collaborator of the fourth generation of Reikage and Lei Plow Hot Knife, Kurabi is very aware of how stinky his eldest brother is. So every time I see the fourth generation of Reikage taking a shot, I will secretly prepare octopus feet, just in case. Originally, with the Thunder Shadow Chakra mode of the 4th generation Reikage, under the extreme speed and tyrannical defense. There are only 4 Reikage beatings, and there is no point where Kurabi comes in handy. However, the opponent he faced this time was different, and the backhand prepared by Kurabi came in handy. The 4th Reikage stood firm, with a hint of livid on his face, and stared straight at the Sanshoyu Hanzo for a moment. Passing his figure, it landed on Nagato and Yahiko, and said in a deep voice, "Sanzo Fish Hanzo, no wonder you dare to go wild in Konoha Ninja Village. It turned out that you brought 2 powerful little people with you." The inexplicable words made Luosha and the others startled for a while. Everything just now seemed very complicated. However, between before and after, it is only a short 10-odd breath. From Sanjou Hanzo's position, to the 4th generation of Reikage's attack. In the end, it evolved to the point where the Sanshoyu Hanzo almost beheaded the 4th Reikage. That kind of change in the situation gives people a feeling of being out of sight. It can be said that, let alone Jiraiya and others, looking at the other shadow-level powerhouses in the field, there is no way to figure out in an instant why the 4th Reikage was restricted from moving. 4th Reikage, what happened just now? Onogi was the first to ask questions. The eyes of everyone present swiped and locked on the 4th generation of Reikage, with a hint of urgency on their faces. After all, in this kind of life and death battle, the slightest carelessness will lead to a catastrophe. If you can get useful information, for the next battle, it is no less than a little more life-saving life. It's a strange ninjutsu. 4th Reikage said in a deep voice. In the moment just now, I was hit head-on by a powerful impact force. When I was about to withdraw and retreat, my body was restricted by an invisible attraction, like being imprisoned in midair, unable to move at all. If I really want to say it, I suspect that the 2 men brought by Sanshoyu Hanzo have a means to control the repulsive force and the gravitational force. The expressions of those who were present with repulsion and gravitation suddenly changed, and they could also become old-fashioned beings in the ninja world. However, this is the first time I have seen this strange ninjutsu. Jiraiya, who was standing beside Sandai Hokage, couldn't help but change slightly when he looked at Nagato and Yahiko. 2 inexplicably familiar figures appeared in my heart. Boy, wait a while and find an opportunity to retreat first. I'm afraid this negotiation will collapse. They obviously don't plan to talk about the bottom line. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to retreat. Sanjou Hanzo clenched the chain sickle in his hand. Chapter 267. Force Long Yu to come out. His eyes suddenly turned and locked on the body of the 4th Reikage. The fight just now seemed to be very short-lived, but in the face of the 4th generation of Reikage, the extreme speed and onslaught, Sanjou Hanzo had to raise his spirits. No, we agreed to come together, then we have to go together. Yahiko suddenly panicked. Although not long ago, they each had their own masters, and they were still in opposition. But at the moment, it is mainly Uchiha Ryu. Under this predicament, Sanshoyu Hanzo is even more willing to stay and break, which obviously stimulates Yahiko's stunned foolishness. Don't worry, Hanzo, although he saw through my means, I will create an opportunity for everyone to escape together. As long as they reunite with Long Yu, they will have nothing to do with us. Nagato also opened suddenly. Sanjou Hanzo heard the words, and after a moment of silence, he took out 2 portable syringes in his arms and said, "Take it first, I can't take care of you when we fight, if there is a chance, just leave first. I'm different from you, I have already taken back an old life in the hands of Lord Longyu, and living for so long is enough. With you and Lord Longyu here, I have no worries, and finally I can settle the old account with the 5 great ninja villages. Already." The words were not too loud, with a dignified taste. Sanjou Hanzo took off the respirator from his mouth with his backhand, which instantly changed the expressions of everyone in the arena. After all, the demigod mountain pepper fish Hanzo can dominate the ninja world, and the poison attack is first class. After transplanting the Saccharomyces serrata, even the gas it breathes out is poisonous. Now that the breathing mask is removed, this is undoubtedly the biggest walking biochemical weapon. And once you fight, the amount of physical exercise will increase, and the rate of breathing will also increase. By that time, the rate of poisoning will also skyrocket. In such a highly toxic environment, I am afraid that it will not take a few minutes to die from the highly poisonous body. Tsunade. Zilai also gave a hurried cry, which instantly attracted the attention of many people. After all, in the huge ninja world, they knew very well that the title of Konoha Sannin was obtained in the fight with Sanshoyu Hanzo. This means that, as one of the best medical ninjas in the ninja world, Tsunade should have a hand in dealing with the highly poisonous Sanshoyu Hanzo. Don't worry, I've already made preparations. Although I haven't played against Sanshoyu Hanzo after many years, this vaporized antidote can last for 5 minutes, and can weaken or even suppress toxicity. Tsunade learns from the mouth of the 3 generations of Hokage that the Sanshoyu Hanzo will come. I also received an order to develop this antidote to restrain the poisonous sac of the pepperfish in advance. I don't know how effective it will be, but it will definitely come in handy. Okay, since there is this medicine, 5 minutes is enough. The 4th Raikage looked coldly at Sanshoyu Hanzo. Caught off guard just now, and it was Nagato's secret loss. But as the strongest in Yunnin village, he also knows how to quickly deal with this repulsion and attraction. What's more, on this battlefield right now, Shinobu village is gathered. Even the shadow-level powerhouses have 6 people 6, with 5-tailed orcs pillar power. That combat power has soared to 11. As for other ninjas, there are countless. Don't say one Sanshoyu Hanzo, even if there are a few more. The 4th Raikage firmly believes that the so-called demigods can be easily suppressed. 4th generation Raikage, since Sanshoyu Hanzo claims to be able to represent Uchiha Ryayu, if he doesn't show up on his own initiative, then as long as we catch them, Uchiha Ryayu will definitely do it. Appears, and at that time, it should not be difficult to gather the strength of our 5 great ninja villages as a bargaining chip to make him surrender. Luo Sha was the first to sternly agree. Thinking of everything that happened in Sand Ninja Village not long ago. Although what happened, Luo Sha issued a gag order. But when I think about it, if it wasn't for Uchiha Ryayu's repeated intervention, his plan would not have been destroyed. Yi King will still die in the dark as a hero. The villagers still honor and mourn her as a hero. As for him, the new 4th generation Kazekage, he was also respected and looked up to by everyone even when he was in danger. However, now because of Long Yu, all Luo Sha's plans have been completely disrupted. Thinking of those people in the village who were in awe on the surface but scolded him in secret, Luo Sha could not wait to tear Long Yu to pieces. What's more, in Luo Sha's eyes, no matter how powerful Uchiha Ryayu is, facing the union of the 5 great ninja villages, it is impossible to make any big waves. 4th Kazekage is right, instead of letting Uchiha Ryayu continue to disrupt the ninja world, let's force him out and let him submit. 2 days later, Onogi also agreed in a deep voice. Unlike other ninja villages, there are many ninjas in their rock ninja village, but there are very few who want to find an outstanding junior among them to inherit his soil shadow position. It is rare to find a genius ninja Deidara. I thought that if it was cultivated slowly, it would be able to take his place and become the 4th generation of Earth Shadows, so that he could well retreat behind the scenes. I never thought that it would be easily abducted by Uchiha Ryayu. Okay, since everyone has the same idea, then I will do my part and take the position of the main attack. The 4th Raikage grinned grimly. Lightning splashed all over his body, his right foot suddenly exerted force, and the ground where it landed was cracked like a spider web with a roaring sound. The violent scene, when Nagato and the others reacted, the first thing that caught the eye was a figure that struck like a thunderbolt. Give me 5 seconds. Nagato's expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry. Good. Sanjou Hanzo was the first to agree, and the moment he uttered the words, after having the experience just now, he obviously got used to it. The torchlight gaze instantly locked onto the fourth Hokage who was attacking from the sky. He clenched the chain tightly with his backhand and used the scythe. The whole person was like a scabbard-like blade. Without any bells and whistles, it brought a stern cold light and struck him head-on. Swordsmanship. A flash. The sword light was like a tide, and it collided with the incoming thunder light figure. Boom! The rolling thunder exploded, and the lightning splash was mixed with sparks. Under the huge impact, he saw the Sanshoyu Hanzo and flew upside down. In front of everyone's eyes, it fell in front of the two of Yahiko, and the chain scythe clenched in their hands clearly still had traces of lightning arcs. Under this hurried collision, Sanshoyu Hanzo seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, the moment a careful person looked at it, he suddenly found that the chain in the hands of Sanjayu was wrapped around the fourth-generation Hokage. The next moment, the right hand suddenly pulled, and the instant the chain tightened, the fourth Hokage, who had retreated a few steps in the collision, was directly tied up. HMPH, Hanzo, you're getting old too. It's ridiculous that you want to trap me with just a chain. The fourth Hokage roared. Chapter 268. The Eye of Reincarnation owned by the Six Path Immortals. Muscles of the whole body are highlighted, and the thunder light splashes and crackles, and the next moment suddenly exerts force. The chain wrapped around his body quickly shattered and opened inch by inch. Tun Dunyan's arm. For 2 days, Oyamu gave a cold drink, and the rock formations on the ground rolled down. A big hand made of rocks headed towards Sancho Fish Hanzo and caught it. Luo Sha, who was on the side, did not hesitate at all, pinching the surgical seal in his hand, and immediately. Then he saw the rolling gold dust and turned it into a big hand. Formed a joint strike-like stance with Tatsuya Onogi. However, the attack of the two had just approached. Nagato, which had closed his eyes at first, suddenly opened. When a gleam of light flashed in the pupils, the repulsive force sphere formed by the frantic suppression of both hands was thrown directly out in an instant. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The slightly foggy sphere collided with the incoming rock hand in an instant. This violent blow, in the eyes of ordinary people, seemed unusually childish. The big move that Nagato spent a lot of time preparing could be disintegrated with a single pinch with a big rock hand. However, the big rock hand suddenly squeezed, and the sphere filled with endless repulsive force exploded directly with a pop. Om! The surrounding air vibrated suddenly, and the next moment, the circulating air showed a stagnation. It opened with the turbulence of light waves. A translucent repulsive shock wave exploded instantly. Boom! The wave that bore the brunt of the rolling crush directly smashed the big hand of the rock. Then the big hand of gold dust that came first was also swept away by the invisible wave. For a time, a dazzling light bloomed, and the repulsive force detonated like a raging tide quickly rolled back around. Boom! A series of explosions surged out, colliding with the defensive measures that others have deployed. Seeing that one move succeeded, Nagato didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and escape." Sanshoyu Hanzo and Yahiko reacted quickly, and quickly retreated. Although Sanjayu Hanzo is known as a demigod, and even has the help of Nagato's Samsara Eye, but facing the 5 shadows, and the 5 pillars of power. The only way is to take the 36 strategies as the best strategy. However, the idea has just emerged. The next moment, Nagato saw a flower in front of him. An unexpected figure landed in front of him. His right hand slammed down, and abruptly took off the mask from Nagato's face. The violent scene made Yahiko's expression change drastically. It's different from Nagato, who was weak for a while after his ultimate move. Yahiko didn't take any shots in this fight, and it can be said that among the 3, he has the most power. To escape from Konoha Ninja Village, no. However, when he saw Nagato being stopped and his expression changed, he stopped abruptly. "Nagato, why are you here?" Zillai's expression suddenly changed. When he first saw Nagato and Yahiko, he caught a hint of familiarity. Moreover, These two Anbu, who were following the Sanshoyu Hanzo, were obviously a little unqualified, and were often distracted. At the same time, his eyes lingered on Jiraiya's body many times. As an excellent ninja, any look will reveal hidden traces. It was because of this déjà vu that Jiraiya used Tsunade to distract the attention of others and sneaked into the vicinity of Yahiko and Nagato. After choosing the right opportunity, he immediately shot up. "What kind of eyes are those?" "I don't know," who exclaimed, and immediately caught everyone's attention. The 4 generations of Raikage and others, who had been flying backwards and tried their best to defend themselves, also came back to their senses. Looking at Nagato, they were the first to enter the scene, but their pupils suddenly shrunk. It is the Eye of Reincarnation owned by the Immortals of the 6 Paths. 2 days ago, Onogi was the first to break through. Soon as these words came out, the audience was instantly swept up like a hurricane, and even the third Hokage's expression changed slightly, obviously surprised. What happened today was far beyond his expectations. Regardless of, it was Sanshoyu Hanzo who surrendered to Uchiha Ryu's command. At this juncture, there is a legend that only the 6 Paths Immortals have the Eye of Reincarnation. If you don't see it with your own eyes, absolutely no one wants to believe that all this is true. Teacher Jiraiya. Yahiko hurriedly opened his mouth. However, when he spoke to his mouth, he still swallowed his stomach. They are no longer the ignorant teenagers they used to be. I clearly know the current scene, but it represents the battle of life and death in the ninja world. Right now Nagato was blocked, and he also missed an important opportunity to escape. Success or defeat is an eternal law. You're still too young. The sound of Sanshoyu Hanzo suddenly sounded. Yahiko soon saw that the Sanshoyu Hanzo, who had escaped, turned back and fell by his side, looked at Jiraiya lightly, and said, "You lecherous kid, I didn't expect you and them to have such a relationship. However, everything you do today can be regarded as the kindness they gave you in the past, and then you will live and die." Hearing this, Zilai's face changed involuntarily. The so-called curiosity killed the cat. He never imagined that he would kill his student at this juncture. Seeing Nagato with an indifferent expression and still stubborn expression, Jiraiya also secretly sighed and let go of the hand that caught Nagato. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nagato didn't take a look at Jiraiya, and fell on Yahiko's side. 3 people fell into a desperate situation again. However, they still have a chance to reverse the desperate situation just now. Pity that now the means have been broken, and it is obviously too difficult to seek a trace of life in the 5 shadows. Haha, I originally thought that the Eye of Reincarnation was a legendary thing, but I didn't expect it to exist. The 4th Raikage took the lead in laughing. It seems that the repulsive force and attraction you exerted are the power bestowed by these eyes. Originally, I wanted to get a pair of writing wheel eyes and white eyes in Konoha Ninja Village, but it was more difficult than going to the sky. I didn't expect to encounter the legendary Samsara eyes. This is very lucky. HMPH, 4th Raikage, it's too early to jump to conclusions about the ownership of the Samsara eye. Luo Sha snorted coldly and said, "What we need to do now is to deal with these guys first and force Uchiha Ryu to appear. Otherwise, if there are too many monks and not enough porridge, all efforts will be nonsense." Yes, I also agree with Luo Sha's proposal. 2 days ago, Onogi nodded in agreement, but his eyes turned in vain, but fell on the 3 generations of Hokage, and said, "However, before that, I would like to know, as the convener of this 5 shadow meeting, Konoha Shinobi Village. What attitude should you take? Is it still holding that ridiculous stance and running counter to the philosophy of our 4 great ninja villages, or is it that the 5 great ninja villages cooperate strongly to defeat Uchiha Ryu? Of course, if your Konoha Shinobi Village still wants to be a bad guy, then when our 4 major shinobi villages kill Uchiha Ryu, then waiting for your Konoha Shinobi Village will be the monstrous anger of our 4 great shinobi villages." Chapter 269, Let's All Go Together. The old voice, with an undeniable taste, echoed in the heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dissipated. The expressions of the Konoha ninjas such as the 3 generations of Naruto suddenly changed drastically. Long time, their Konoha ninja village has dealt with the 4 ninja villages in Uchiha Ryu, in order to achieve a balance in this conflict. However, the words that Onogi suddenly raised now obviously forced them to stand in the line of Konoha Shinobi village. Facing the hesitation on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage, Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a hurry, "Teacher, don't forget Kosuke, there are many things mentioned in the information, and don't be the enemy of Uchiha Ryu. Don't be an enemy with Uchiha Ryu for 2 days." Onogi was stunned for a while, and then he laughed outrageously. "Haha, Sarutobi seems to be not only the more you live and the more you return, but also your apprentice. Even if Uchiha Longyu is the strongest, can it be against our 5 great ninja villages? Don't forget, when the 5 Shadows Conference was held this time, what did you promise us? If Uchiha Longyu is unwilling to return the tailed beast, you must stand in our crusade, otherwise what will be the consequences? Clear." The voice of Chang's words echoed in the heaven and earth, and there was no way to disperse for a long time. Jilai also looked anxious, and stopped talking, but was interrupted by the wave of the 3 generations of Hokage. "Okay, our Konoha ninja village is keeping its promise." 3 generations of Hokage sighed faintly and said, "Since Uchiha Ryu is unwilling to return the tailed beast, then we will form the 5 Shadows Alliance to fight, otherwise we will go back on our word, and who will believe in our Konoha ninja village in the future?" Having said that, the 3 generations of Hokage looked at Hanzo Sanjiao and said in a deep voice, "Hanzo, since you are the spokesperson of Uchiha Ryu, I will now give you one last chance and tell me Uchiha Ryu's final answer. Return the tailed beast, or declare war with our 5 major ninja villages." Seeing that even the 3rd Hokage, who was erratic at the end, finally made a statement to stand in line. A playful smile appeared on the faces of Luo Sha and the others. Rather than keeping Konoha Shinobi village out of the way, it is better to drag it into the water and sit in the same boat, which is more practical. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Sanshoyu Hanzo, even Nagato and Yahiko. They knew very well that as long as the answer was returned, the so-called war would be over. They can also live on for a while longer. The huge ruins, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes were instantly locked on the body of Sanjiao Hanzo. Nagato and Yahiko, who were in it, couldn't help rolling their Adam's apple and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Facing this answer that decides his own destiny, and even the destiny of the ninja world, obviously makes people nervous. However, before they could speak, an indifferent voice suddenly swept away like a hurricane. "Take out the tail beast." The small voices could not be dissipated for a long time like a magic sound. Everyone's eyes turned abruptly, and soon they saw a spatial vortex appearing beside Sanjiao Hanzo, followed by Orochimaru and, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, and the way the space was torn apart, many people's pupils shrank at the same time. The expression of Jiraiya also changed suddenly, hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Orochimaru's shoulder, and shouted in a hurry, "Orochimaru, are you finally willing to show up? Why? Why did he appear here? Was he caught by Uchiha Ryu? If you, willing to change your mind, I'm a little friendly with him, and I can help you try to plead." Looking at this former companion, Jiraiya was obviously anxious. Hehe, Jiraiya, you are still one-sided. In front of so many people, you threaten to make friends with Lord Longyu. Could it be that you also want to be a traitor? I can reserve a place for you. Orochimaru smiled and licked his scarlet tongue. Looking at the left one, Lord Longyu, and the right one, Lord Longyu's Orochimaru, they were stunned. Not long ago, they also witnessed the desperate fight between Longyu and Orochimaru. However, now a grown-up, it's too sloppy to call on a horse, as if the backbone and morality of not long ago are regarded as strangers. However, after seeing with his own eyes even the so-called demigod Sanshoyu Hanzo, he also put himself under the command of Uchiha Ryu. All this has become of course. But with the appearance of Long Yu, the atmosphere in the field has obviously changed. The 5 people Zuli looked at Long Yu with a little more alertness. Although they believed in the strength of the 5 shadows, the fate of the tailed beasts, after all, was related to the lives of their people, Zuli. Once the tailed beast is lost, it means death. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly sounded. The crackling thunder light exploded like a frenzy. Where the 4th Reikage was standing suddenly became vacant. The next moment, the figure wrapped around Lei Guang had already appeared in front of Long Yu. You bastard, you are still as arrogant as before. You dare to make trouble in Yunren village. Today I will take your head off. The 4th Reikage roared. The taut hand knife, under the entanglement of thunder, slashed down towards Long Yu's neck. An incomparable gesture seems to have torn the air. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu seemed to be ignorant and spoke indifferently to the last 3 generations of Reikage. Susano. Bang! A scarlet rib, condensed 1 step ahead, collided with the hand knife carrying the might of Wan Jun in an instant. The moment when the dull sound of collision resounded like thunder. A slight crack appeared in the bone. Looking at this scene of Long Yu, the corners of his lips twitched into a smile, and said, "Not bad attacking power, but as an opponent, you are still close. Let's all go together. You win, I will immediately turn around and leave, and return the tailed beasts to you. If you lose, they all belong to me." Talking and laughing like a wind, the 4th generation of Reikage's expression suddenly turned ashen. Once upon a time, he was a powerful ninja world. I never imagined that someone would be so contemptuous in public. Which had suffered a level blow of his thunder and cruelty, but only a trace of cracks appeared on his face, a ruthless expression flashed on his face. Driven frantically by the chakra in the body, the crackling thunder light exploded. With the lumbar disc as the center, the muscles of the right foot suddenly tensed, with a stern sound of breaking through the air. Towards the Uchiha Dragon feather force split down. In the eyes of the 4th Reikage, as long as this blow hits the front. Chapter 270, 3 days. The bones that were originally broken will shatter in response. Who is underestimated by the enemy, needs at least 1 or 2 breaths to rebuild his defense. Facing him with the Lei Dun chakra mode, the cells are activated. 1 or 2 breaths was enough time to unleash a set of ultimate moves, twisting Long Yu's head off. However, this idea just sprouted in the mind of the 4th Reikage, and the sight of it shook his nerves. I saw Long Yu move. The blood-colored 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel suddenly turned down. Scarlet sweat gushed out of his body. The 5th door is open. Boom! The tyrannical steam exploded like a rage, and the crackling arc of thunder splashed down. Like lightning, his right hand suddenly grabbed his right leg wrapped by lightning. Bang! A dull crashing sound suddenly sounded, and the right foot that slashed down with the might of Wan Jun, under everyone's astonished eyes, was like a child's play, and instantly reached out and caught it. The violent scene, even the 4th generation of Reikage's pupils shrank suddenly. I had time to think about it. The fist wrapped in the black thunder light made an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, and then smashed hard on the abdomen of the 4th Reikage. Bang! The seemingly indestructible thunder armor, in the Bamandun armor and black thunder chakra modes, instantly penetrates like a piece of paper. Yu Wei's unabated fist slammed into the abdomen of the 4th Reikage head-on. The moment the crisp sound of bones breaking came out, the 4th Reikage flew backwards like a cannonball. Big brother. Kurabi's expression changed, and he hurried out. The 8 octopus legs protruded quickly, like iron whips, directly intertwined into a large net, blocking the direction of the 4th generation Reikage flying backwards. Bang! With the dull crashing sound, the aftermath of the impact made Kurabi almost unable to stand still, if not for the 8 octopus legs as a buffer. With the help of the brute force of the tailed beast, I am afraid it cannot withstand this blow. The violent scene seems to be very complicated, but the time between the front and back is just the blink of an eye. After waiting to see clearly, the 4th Reikage, who rolled down from the octopus's legs and fractured his chest, suddenly changed the expressions of the people present. Among the 5 shadows, the 4th Raikage is undoubtedly the most adept at taijutsu. Under the activation of Lei Dun Chakra, the body is also tempered, and the ability to hit is first class. Ordinary people don't talk about hurting him, and breaking 5 in a row, his Thunder Dun armor, is another matter. However, the source of all these powers, under Uchiha Ryu's light-hearted punch, seemed like a piece of paper. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? The so-called shadow-level powerhouse is so pale. Big brother. Kurabi exclaimed anxiously that it was the first time he saw him in such a state of embarrassment, and he didn't even have the heart to rap. Ahem, don't ask Kurabi, I am fine. After Shadai Raikage coughed a few times, he struggled to stand up. The crackling sound of thunder in the body came out, and the broken bones were miraculously straightened one by one. Tsunade, who arrived in a hurry, saw that there was no blood on the collapsed chest of the 4th generation of Raikage, and secretly let out a sigh of relief, while the slight tremor on the back of his hand gradually dissipated. Like the original, Tsunade's hyperphobia has eased somewhat during this period. However, the large-scale injuries clearly still could not contain the fear in his heart. 5 broken bones, the only thing that is fortunate, your physique is stronger than ordinary people, the bones did not pierce the interior, but were slightly displaced. Tsunade left and right. After a few glances, he quickly made a precise evaluation. Of hesitation, he said. However, I hope you don't take part in the battle for now, otherwise it will aggravate the injury and cause internal bleeding. The small sound rolled and dispersed as if it was filled with magic sound. The faces of everyone in the arena changed slightly. No matter it was the moment before, the aggressive 2 days of Ping Onogi, who was still holding grudges, and Yakura, who was scheming and gloomy, also kept silent at this moment. In the face of even the 4th generation Raikage, he couldn't withstand Long Yu's blow. This visual impact is too strong. Why don't you get on? Long Yu looked around the field. The moment he met Long Yu's line of sight, especially Ren Zuli, it was as if his heart was being clenched by an invisible big hand. Kirabi, this person is very strong. It's not that we can easily fight against it, and it's not as simple as you seem. The 8-tailed bull demon spoke first. You mentioned to me not long ago that the 3-tailed guys took the initiative to surrender to that guy, and it seems that it was because of this powerful strength. If it really doesn't work, hand over the initiative, so I might be able to save your life. The unexpected voice made Kurabi's expression change suddenly. During this period of time together, he and Yao are both optimistic and natural looking. In the face of all kinds of enemies, he has never surrendered easily. Even after many wars, there is only progress that supports each other. However, now, the 8-tailed bull ghost, known as the 9-tailed beast, is second only to the existence of 9-tailed. But at this moment, he proposed to abandon the car and protect the handsome. This was beyond Kurabi's expectations. It can be said that at this juncture, no matter it is Fenfu or Han, even Yugao is no exception. Talking to the tailed beast inside. Although the way of talking is different, the result is the same. The person in front of you is very strong. What's the matter? Did I win without fighting, or are you still not mentally prepared? The air wave that rolled backwards on Long Yu's body instantly dissipated. The field, he said, I'll give you 3 days. 3 days later, we will have a decisive battle on the Gobi Desert west of Konoha Ninja Village. The outcome is the same as before. I hope you will not disappoint me. Long Yu looked around the arena indifferently and said, of course, you can choose to escape or hide, but the result will not change. Those words, Long Yu suddenly turned around in front of everyone's eyes. The 9-goose jade kaleidoscope writing wheel turned in vain, and a space was quickly torn open. Without stopping for a while, he led the crowd into the space. With the figures of Long Yu and others disappearing in front of them, the huge ruins fell into an inexplicable silence. who was in high spirits a moment ago, has become reticent. After more than 10 minutes, with Tsunade's quick treatment, the fourth generation of Raikage's injuries gradually improved. He took a breath, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I was too reckless and committed a serious crime just now." Wrong. It made everyone timid without fighting. However, Uchiha Ryayu is not incompetent. Don't forget, we have 6 shadow-level powerhouses here, 5-tailed orcs Zuli, and many ninja elites. No matter how powerful he is, his power is limited. Perhaps, we alone will lose against Uchiha Longyu, but if we gather together, let's ask the whole ninja world, who can stand by us. If I take the initiative to hand over the tailed beast, I would rather have another fight with him. Let's fight and see if his strength is really unshakable. The slightly elusive voice reverberated in this world, and there was no way to dissipate it. Chapter 271. We do not have the courage to be the enemy of God. Onogi also nodded in agreement and said, I also agree with the proposal of the fourth Raikage. Just now, we were careless, so long you could take advantage of it, but 3 days are enough for us to adjust our state and prepare a lot of trump cards. I believe that you will not be willing to hand over the things in the village first. No matter what. Is for personal glory, the glory of the village, or the glory of our 5 great nations, we must not retreat from this battle. Yes, absolutely can't go back. Rosa gritted her teeth. 3 days later, we have to let Uchiha Ryayu know clearly the strength of the 5 big ninja villages, and let him understand how desperate it feels to be against the 6 Kage and 5 people Zuli all at once. The meal of the 4 shadow-level powerhouses. After the inspiring declaration, the people gathered here gradually dispersed from the huge ruins. Teacher, are we leaving? Zilai also hesitated and said. The 3 generations of Hokage gently stroked the broken stone platform, looked at the deserted and desolate venue, and sighed faintly, saying, Jiraiya, am I thinking too simple? It's too ridiculous to let a person who is determined to win, return the tailed beast, and let a group of ambitious rulers keep their peace. Having said that, the 3 generations of Hokage looked back at Jiraiya and said, I want to know what was written on the scroll that Gyuuji finally sent back, and why didn't they come back in person to return to life? Jiraiya's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously clenched the scroll around his waist. After a few seconds, he smiled bitterly and said, Teacher, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that there is only 1 sentence on the scroll. Spoke, Jiraiya took out the scroll with his backhand and handed it to the 3rd Hokage. When the wrinkled scroll was slowly opened, the clear and simple words above came into view first. Sorry, we don't have the courage to fight against God. Inexplicable words, but there is endless apology between the lines. Fell into the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, and while his pupils contracted suddenly, he sighed again and said, Jiraiya, prepare those things for me. Teacher, are you going to use that means? Zilai's expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, it was a taboo method. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have to be expelled from Konoha Ninja Village. Alas. Of Hokage sighed faintly and said, in extraordinary times, we can only use extraordinary means. Uchiha Ryayu's growth rate is too fast. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't want to admit that he's already stronger than me. There is only that trick that can fight against it. After all, the gap between us and our ancestors is getting bigger and bigger. If time is in the long future, there will be another Uchiha dragon feather-like existence, what we can do. And only this one. What's more, everything has good and evil. As long as the person who uses it has a heart for kindness, for the safety of the ninja world, how can that little thing be measured? Looking at the 3 generations of fire that have already made up their minds. Lai also fell into a dull and speechless retort. Just like the 3 generations of Hokage, everything uses the side of good and evil. But for all this, Jiraiya just hoped that everything he did was right. Konoha Ninja Village, accompanied by Uchiha Ryayu's strong return. Wounded the 4th Raikage. After the news of the 5 Shadows conference was overturned. The huge Konoha Ninja Village has become unusually quiet. The shadow of martial law could be vaguely seen around, even the Uchiha clan was no exception. Although, the Uchiha clan still stayed in the original station. However, because of a Uchiha Ryu of Uchiha Fuyu, the status of the Uchiha family has gradually risen. According to normal times, the garrison's camp is dark in the dark, giving people an unusually drowsy feeling. However, today looks a little different. Along the way, the street lights of Buluo have already been turned on, and there is still a figure at the entrance, as if it has been waiting for a long time. When I saw the appearance of Long Yu, I was not surprised at all. "You're back," Uchiha Shisui said lightly. "Uncle, they have been waiting for you for a long time." A hint of helplessness flashed across Long Yu's well-defined cheeks. "You are still the same, there is no change in the slightest. Sometimes you don't need to take too much responsibility for many things, otherwise it will change your taste if you go too far." Uchiha Shisui's pace paused for a while, then looked back at Long Yu and said, "You don't understand, you don't have some things, but that doesn't mean we don't have them. This sentence alone is enough to prove that we are just strangers." Looking at Uchiha Shisui with a stubborn face, Long Yu felt like a persistent little boy who was fighting for toys but was defeated. Perhaps, as Uchiha Shisui said, he took the path of Long Yu's abandonment. Insisted on doing it on this road, far exceeding the achievements of Uchiha Ryu. Facing the gaze of Uchiha Zishui, Long Yu smiled casually. "Let's go, you may know later that what is the vision determines the height. Auntie should have the food ready, I'm afraid it will be cold at 1 o'clock in the evening." These words, Uchiha Ryu took the lead and left. Looking at the distant figure, a haze flashed across Uchiha Shisui's face, and after secretly clenching his fists, he quickly followed. Soon as he approached the courtyard, Long Yu saw that figure standing in front of the door. On the cheek with the national character, the wrinkles on the forehead are wrinkled into the Sichuan character. Hans leaned his back against the edge of the door and closed his eyes. After waiting for Long Yu to approach, he slowly opened his eyes and said, "Just come back, let's go in to eat. Your aunt has been waiting for you for a long time. She said, you will definitely come back." "Is it?" Long Yu smiled casually and said, "Fortunately, I brought wine." Speaking, Long Yu raised the wine bottle in his hand. The specially made jade ice simmered in the dim light with a tender white feeling like meat. Uchiha Fuyu was undoubtedly startled. Looking at the wine bottle in Long Yu's hand, his face became more fiery. With that appearance, it was obvious that he could not get rid of what was in this cup. Looking at Uchiha Fuyu, the slightly rolled Adam's apple, Long Yu smiled and patted his shoulder. "Uncle, if you delay any longer, the wine bugs will dig through the bottom of your glass." "Okay, then uncle, let's drink 2 more glasses." Uchiha Fuyu smiled heartily, grabbed Long Yu's shoulder, and couldn't wait to walk quickly to the courtyard. Soon as they approached, the table full of dishes was already ready. Chapter 272, The Gap. However, the surroundings seemed a little deserted. Looking at this extremely bizarre scene, Long Yu smiled casually and took the lead in sitting down. After taking out the wine glass with his backhand and filling it up, he pushed a glass to Uchiha Fuyu and said, "Hungman Banquet, don't mind having 2 glasses. You are still as smart as ever. Why did you guess the result long ago, and why did you come back?" Uchiha Fuyu took the wine glass, raised his head and drank the jade ice. "I have to say that this drink is like suet and white jade, and the spicy taste at the entrance makes Uchiha Fuyu, a kind of feeling, the throat is burning, and the feeling is straight into the belly. Good wine." Uchiha Fuyu held the wine glass and slammed it on the table, with a hint of apology on his face. All around, the sound of breaking the air suddenly echoed, turning over in the dark night and landing around. The pair of scarlet red looks extremely terrifying in the dark night. Long Yu drank the wine in the glass with his own discretion, looked at the scenery in the courtyard, and couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that everyone is almost here. You ask me why I know that there are tigers in the mountains and they tend to travel in the mountains. That's because the ruler wants the subject to die, and the subject has to die. I'm here just to give you an explanation and a chance to explain it to you. Having said that, Long Yu put down the wine glass in his hand, patted the dust on his body, and stood up and said, "It's a pity that you are too impatient and spoil your elegance. Are you going to go up one by one, or go up together?" Small voices echoed in the courtyard. There was an inexplicable feeling of depression between the lines, as if it was filled with a magic sound. Gives people a kind of feeling of indecision. Uchiha Shisui, who was staring at him in the distance, couldn't help but change slightly. However, he secretly clenched his fists and subconsciously looked at Uchiha Fugaku. According to their plan, he was the last preset part. After all, Uchiha Shisui's external claim is to use the hypnotic eye to change Uchiha Ryu's slightest way. Even Uchiha Fuyu firmly believes that all this is true, but he does not know that once all these so-called plans are successful, Rao is Uchiha Longyu, even if he has godlike means. It will only become a slave to his subordinates. Thinking of this, Rao is Uchiha Shisui, who has always been cold-hearted, and he can't help but reveal a trace of inexplicable urgency. It's a good saying that if the ruler wants the minister to die, the minister has to die. Uchiha Fuyu's eyes were like torches, and he said in a deep voice. However, this time, we are just for your own good. As long as you obey my arrangement, not only Konoha Shinobi Village will accept you again, you can also become the new head of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the huge ninja world, this isn't it better than being a traitor? Speaking of the end, Uchiha Fuyu's eyes were burning, looking directly at Long Yu. However, these words full of temptation fell into the ears of Uchiha Shisui, but made his face climb a trace of grimness. The clenched fists and the sharp nails were even more deeply embedded in the flesh palms. This is what he wants, but people give it away. This is the gap. However, when he thought that all this would be something, Uchiha Shisui felt a little inexplicable in his heart. It's a sense of scheming. Tao is different, not conspiracy, let's do it. Long Yu said lightly. Okay, it seems that you are still obsessed. Uchiha Fugaku's voice gradually cooled down. The next moment, his right hand suddenly pressed down. Go. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. Of the Uchiha clan from all directions immediately started. Facing this boy who is known as the Uchiha clan, who is closest to the legend. They didn't dare to get close, and the tasks they received were only to cover and carry out harassment warfare. The sky is full of kuupo and the air is attacking, and the distance of more than 10 meters is only approaching in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu seemed to be ignorant. The blood in the pupil gushed out like a tidal wave, occupying the entire pupil in the blink of an eye. The scarlet pupil power exploded in an instant, and he turned into a huge Susanoo tens of meters under his body. Dang dang. Susanoo fell on Susanoo in the sky, and like the rain hitting a banana, a large piece of sparks splattered. However, watching this scene, Uchiha Fuyu's eyes suddenly condensed, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes quickly emerged. The next moment, it was like a wheel spinning like crazy. Om! The humming sound of a trace of air sounded without warning. Immediately, a space crack opened in front of Long Yu. The violent scene caused Long Yu to raise his brows. Regardless of is in the original book, or the current Uchiha Fugaku, the pupil technique possessed as a mystery. This move was obviously in the last fight and did not appear. However, it is similar to the space-time ninjutsu mastered by Long Yu. The moment the crack appeared, Uchiha Shisui flashed out like a ghost. Because, this space is open directly in Susanoo's body. Therefore, as soon as Uchiha Shisui appeared, it was only a short distance away from Long Yu. Appeared, he reached out and clasped Long Yu's shoulders, roaring with a hideous face. Haha, Uchiha Ryu, aren't you very powerful? This time, you haven't been hit. We are very clear about your fighting habits. To maintain the moment of Susanoo, you must open your eyes, and I will aim at this moment and make you my slave completely. Uchiha Shisui laughed frantically. The rolling and scattered voices made Uchiha Fuyu's face suddenly change, and he roared in a hurry, "Zishui, what are you hiding from me?" In Fuyu's eyes, he values Uchiha Ryayu, the legend of the Uchiha clan in the new era. He teamed up with Uchiha Shisui in order to fiddle with the dragon feather in his eyes, anyway. Use Uchiha Shisui's hypnotizing eyes to change Long Yu's way of thinking. Completely become a good boy-like existence. The slogan is everything for the family, everything for the ninja village. However, now Uchiha Shisui actually intends to turn Long Yu into his slave. The gap between before and after is too big. Pity that it's too late. Uchiha Fuyu wants to use the technique of time and space to transfer Uchiha Shisui. The only thing he could do was to watch Uchiha Shisui with his madly twisted expression. However, this idea just popped into my mind. The next moment, the first scene that came into view, and the slightly playful words that fell in their ears, subverted their cognition. "I've been waiting for your other god for too long. Do you really think that you know everything about me well?" Long Yu spoke calmly. Uchiha Zishui's expression stagnated for a while, and he was the first to catch his eye, but it was the 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, Scarlet Blood, which rolled back like a tide. A circle of strange patterns bloomed, instantly giving people a horrified whiteness. Chapter 273, A Look. If they remember correctly, this extremely strange eye. But I met at the venue during the day, the legendary Samsara eye. However, what made them even more appalling was that the reincarnation eye in front of them turned out to be transformed from a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. This means that the kaleidoscope is not the limit of their Uchiha family. Uchiha Ryayu has always been hiding his strength. Illusion rebound. The indifferent and tidal voices rolled back like a hurricane. The moment when Shisui Uchiha and Ryayu met each other's eyes. Not only does it take time to prepare, but once it is activated, it cannot be stopped. Therefore, in the face of the reincarnation eye, the moment changes, and there is a mirror-like reflection. The other gods that were originally activated were instantly imprinted in Uchiha Shisui's eyes. "Ah!" Uchiha Shisui screamed. He couldn't help holding his head and fell to the ground. When he was casting the other gods, he was hit by the illusion rebound. Long Yu didn't know if Zishui would become his own slave, as implied in his spell. Was forcibly interrupted in the process of casting. This kind of impact on the spiritual space is very big. Uchiha Shisui is proficient in illusion, and the consciousness space is alternative and powerful. However, he had to lie down for at least 7 or 8 days before he could wake up. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Falling in the eyes of those Uchiha clan members who attacked, while the pupils suddenly contracted, their hearts were filled with disbelief, and they quickly pulled away and retreated. In their eyes, even Uchiha Shisui, who is known as the second-day genius of the Uchiha clan, could not resist Long Yu's gaze. Not to mention them. For a time, the huge courtyard became chickens flying and dogs walking. The figure that swept out violently, intending to escape this terrifying place first. However, the idea just sprouted in their minds. The next moment, the indifferent and tidal voice of the words, but then swallowed out. Vientian Tianian. The simple 4 characters fell, and there was a stagnation in the air circulating around. No, it should be said, together with those figures fleeing frantically, at this moment, it seems to be frozen in midair. The next moment, as if being pulled by an invisible big hand, it was suddenly pulled back. "Don't!" A scream resounded suddenly. Just like the Chia Aikichung member who is frozen in midair, there will be no bells and whistles in the next moment. Under Long Yu's 5 fingers suddenly clenched, one after another figure flew back in response to the sound. More than 20 Uchiha clan members, when they fell to the ground, subconsciously looked at Long Yu. Pity that the eyes of reincarnation are as white as tides. Long Yu's pupils shrank suddenly, and under the tyrannical pupil power pouring out, the expressions of the people who were still startled at first glance froze. Suddenly passed out. Looking at the complicated scene, there are only 7 or 8 in the front and back. Uchiha Fugaku, who witnessed all of this, changed his expression slightly, and finally sighed. You are still as usual, and it seems that you don't need to worry about your battle in 3 days. Come on. The voice dissipated, Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes dissipated like a tide. Immediately, without any hesitation, he met Uchiha Ryu's gaze. Take a break. Long Yu replied indifferently, and his samsara eyes turned in vain. Uchiha Fuyu's expression was stagnant, and he lost it immediately. Feeling conscious, he fell to the ground. Obito, I'll leave it to you next. Long Yu's eyes suddenly turned. Soon I saw that a whirlpool appeared directly on the pool not far away. Then I saw a figure emerge from it, in Long Yu's helpless white eyes. Straight into the pool. Ah, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to control the position of the fixed point in space. Crawled out of the pool with a dread. Looking at the wet Obito, I still can't compliment the tail of the crane after hanging up. However, at the moment, the main fighting force of the Uchiha clan has basically been brought down by him. To avoid someone taking advantage of it, at least one person needs to take care of it. Boss, I heard that after 3 days, you plan to single out the entire ninja world. Do you need me to take action? Itachi, the old entanglement, just spent a lot of effort to get him out of the way. Uchiha walked up to Shisui with a displeased feeling. This guy looks very cold on weekdays. He didn't expect to be so crazy. If I didn't want to keep a low profile, it wouldn't be me on the first or second day. Obito touched the back of his head and said with a smile. The only thing that makes Long Yu feel fortunate is that Obito didn't take the opportunity to kick Uchiha Shisui twice. Otherwise, wake up with a series of who am I, where am I, and who kicked me. This made Long Yu lay down and get shot. Okay, don't be too modest, it's good to cultivate your talent well, don't lose to Kakashi. Long Yu smiled and patted Obito's shoulder. I'm afraid I'll be leaving this place soon. The next day's reputation will fall on you, don't fall. Leave this place. Obito was stunned for a moment and said, Boss, don't you have space ninjutsu sometimes? Don't you go to other places with a swipe? Why, to make things so serious, the big deal is that I will be the second child of the millennium, and the first will be given to the boss. Okay, this world is very big, and you have your own path to take. In the future, you will find that there are more powerful enemies waiting for you, and we will meet you next time. I hope you become Hokage sooner than Kakashi. Long Yu smiled and patted Obito's head. If the fire fan in the original book knew that this big man was regarded as a little fan, he would not know what his expression would be. However, Long Yu vaguely remembered that Obito also had a dream of being a Hokage during the reading of the Infinite Moon. Boss, I don't want to be Hokage now, I want to be a rebel like you who comes and goes freely. Obito hurriedly defended. And did not continue to entangle with Obito. Otherwise, according to this rhythm, I am afraid that it will be directly doubled. Roar. A low roar burst like thunder. A tyrannical wave of air rolled back like a frenzy. Rolled and dispersed, forming a passing hurricane, and an unusually fierce tear broke out. Boss, what the hell happened? Uchiha Obito's face changed dramatically. Looking at the sky in the distance, the first thing I saw was a sky that seemed to be dyed red by blood. A scarlet aura shot straight into the 9 heavens. This breath is full of disaster and evil, and the breath is too large. The earthy look is a little whitish. He is not. In the original book, under the training of Heiju, he was blackened. Right now, he is at most just the tail of a hanging crane. Chapter 274, Nine-Tailed Runaway. Facing the aura from the tailed beast in front of him, it was obviously a bit difficult to bear. It's the nine-tailed guy, and he's still restless. Two-tailed cats emerged from Long Yu's cloak again. After the cat nose sniffed the air vigorously, he said with certainty. The nine tails run away. Uchiha Obito was startled for a while. As a disciple of the fourth generation of Hokage Wave Wind Minato, he certainly knew exactly who Zuri of this generation was. Known as a red pepper-like existence in Konoha Ninja Village. Moreover, having a swirl clan fairy body, that is the best carrier of tailed beasts. This is not the kind of Naruto Uzumaki the half-hearted Uzumaki clansman can compare. That is the first generation of the nine-tailed people of Konoha Ninja Village, the Vortex Mito, and it is the bloodline of the pure-blooded Vortex family. Activated the immortal human body and the diamond blockade, etc. The talents of the Vortex family. In suppressing the tailed beast, he has enough confidence. However, under this premise, the nine tails went berserk. This was beyond Long Yu's expectations. Dragon Feather. Uchiha Makoto's voice came from behind them. Seeing the sudden appearance of Uchiha Makoto, who was pregnant with Roko, and Uchiha Itachi, who was next to her, and said, "Auntie, they just passed out and will recover in a few days. Obito will report this matter in person. In a coma for a few days." Uchiha Makoto was stunned, her hands clenched slightly, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, but now the nine tails are running wild for no reason, and guarding the safety of Konoha Ninja Village was originally the task of our Uchiha clan guards, but they now." Speaking of which, Uchiha Makoto's face showed a hint of hope. "If possible, I hope you can help them when they are in crisis. After all, you were once a member of this village." "Got it." Long Yu replied. After glancing at Uchiha Itachi, who was hesitant to say anything, he said, "You are also a ninja on your own, and I will leave it to you and Obito. I will go first." "Brother." Uchiha Itachi suddenly panicked. However, he soon saw Long Yu's body, as if it was directly pulled in by an invisible vortex. Disappeared in place. Konoha Ninja Village, located on the ruins of the venue in the western suburbs. As huge as a hill straddles the forest and ruins. Jugiao rose into the sky, and the scarlet tail rolled up and down in the void, as if it were, stirring the sky in all directions. Claws stepped on the wreckage of various buildings, the blood moon-like eyes stared down, and the slightly cracked blood-pot mouth revealed sharp teeth like a spear. A drop of saliva-like acid dripped down the gap between the teeth, and finally hit the ground below. Who were sizzling like a scorching fire, quickly gathered in all directions, stopped one after another at a distance of 1,000 meters. In the face of this so-called nine-tailed beast, the most beast. Even if they have the title of Shangnin, they would not dare to approach it rashly. To suppress the runaway nine tails, the only thing that can work. There are only some special ninja combinations, maybe powerful individual ninjas. Sir Jiraiya. Nara Shikahisa is carrying a group of ninjas to evacuate the crowd. Looking at the figure descending from the sky, he looked happy and quickly relieved. Nara family is proficient in shadow binding, an invisible means of confinement. However, it is also clear what is within your means. The minds of the Nara clan are outstanding, but it does not mean that they are real. Strength is also excellent. If you want them to block the runaway nine tails, each will hold one toe. I am afraid that it will take dozens, or even hundreds of clansmen to do it. What happened? Why did the nine tails go berserk? Wasn't there a suppression by Kushina? Also fell. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't look at me like this, the nine tails run wild, that's a big deal. After all, the current nine tails is not the half of Naruto Uzumaki in the original book. The one in front of him is a complete body, with the strength, chakra, and the level of evil and fierce tears. Not. It's as simple as 1 + 1. However, in the hands of the Uzumaki clan, who are known as the best at sealing in the ninja world, awakening the Vajra blockade with the most basic bloodline is still appropriate. There have been no major problems. Haichi has already gone to contact the 3 generations of Hokage. As for Mizuno-sama, I haven't been contacted for a while." Nara Shikahisa smiled helplessly. Although he already knew that Sanin's sense of responsibility is very low, his favorite is to be the hand-dragging shopkeeper. "However, I didn't think about it at all, and Jirai also dropped the chain at this juncture. Seeing that chakra full of evil tears came out through the body, that huge body like a hill. Once the Nine Tails are allowed to break into the Konoha shinobi village, let alone the destruction. That fighting will also make them tied. Once the aftermath of the Nine Tails attack spreads, most of the buildings in the village will probably be destroyed. Luju, the people nearby have been evacuated to the vicinity. I am glad that I found it in time and stopped Juwei outside this ruined meeting place. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable to let it break into the center of the village. Yamanaka Kaiichi also came with the elite of their family. In addition, there are the clansmen led by Chu Doudingzhou. It can be said that the arrival of the three major clans also means that the special combination of pigs, deer and butterflies will be assembled for the first time. It is also in Konoha Ninja Village, except for a very few top ninjas. An existence that can slightly compete with tailed beasts. The three generations of Hokage-sama are coming. Hokage-sama has given an order: no matter what means are used, the tailed beasts must be stopped from here. Chu Doudingzhou said in a deep voice. Zilai also touched the tip of his nose helplessly, and said, "It seems that the teacher intends to spare some energy to deal with the sudden change. It seems that my bones need to be loosened. Hehe, Lord Jiraiya help, we should be able to easily suppress the tailed beast." Narashikahisa's eyes lit up, and he was about to open his mouth to talk about a battle plan. The next moment, the sound of breaking the air from a distance tightened their nerves. The art of fire escape how fireball. A figure of Chunin who swooped in quickly, but his shivering heels had not yet stood firm. In an instant, it attracted the eyes of the Nine Tails that were filled with tears. This look made this Chunin fall to the ground with a thud. The trembling hands quickly flipped, forming a series of spells. Fireball with a diameter of only 3 or 4 meters smashed straight towards the Nine Tails. Watching, the fireball that was rapidly expanding in the pupil landed in the eyes of Juwei, and this riding on the horse was the provocation of Kai Guago. Roar! The bloody mouth with the fangs protruding suddenly opened, and the fishy wind it brought up was like a hurricane, which directly extinguished the fireball. Even some trees were forcibly overturned. "No, don't kill me." Chunin's expression turned pale all of a sudden. He didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly kicked his feet, trying to withdraw and retreat. Chapter 275, Nine-Tailed Madness. However, these actions fell into the eyes of the Nine Tails, and it was like a silent provocation. Without any hesitation, the four claws slammed towards the ground, and rushed straight towards the Chunin open mouth in front of him. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. They can't wait to kick this Chunin to death. Don't mess with anything, run to hit the tailed beast with a small fireball, this is a dead end. However, before they could react, a figure charged straight away with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. The technique of the lion's hair. Jiraiya's cold shout suddenly sounded. The long silver hair shot out as fast as a horse, and like an octopus, it wrapped directly around the body of Nine Tails. That had been biting down with all his might was instantly pulled into the air by Jiraiya. Roar! The Nine Tails, which were tied into half a zongzi, roared up to the sky. That was almost sent into his mouth. He was frantically struggling. "Let's go quickly, I've reached the limit, you can quickly borrow your strength." Zilai also blushed and roared anxiously. Chunin, who was already so frightened that he wet his pants, didn't have time to think about it, and quickly pulled away and retreated. Bang! The messy lion's hair shattered in response, and it turned into a large white mist and rolled back. Who had lost their restraints, were more like a lion stepping out of the gate, full of ferocious blood-colored eyes, instantly locked on Jiraiya's body, and opened his mouth to bite. The technique of maximum doubling. White fog rolled back, and two big hands came out directly through the void. The rolling air waves rolled back down. A huge body appeared and grabbed Juwei by the waist. Bang! It was a collision that was not too much, and it directly rolled up a large wave of air. The huge impact force made Chu Doubtingzo suddenly retreat 7 or 8 steps. Hi yi, we also shot. Ding Seed alone can't stop the Nine Tails. Nara Shikaku roared in a hurry. As teammates for many years, the two already have a wealth of cooperation experience. His hands fluttered, forming a series of magic seals, and roared loudly. Shadow Multiple Binding Technique. The technique of shadow multiple restraint. One after another violent shouts came out one after another. Under the leadership of Nara Shikahisa, they all stormed out. Shadow, like tentacles, quickly wrapped around Kyuubi's body. Yamanaka Kaiichi didn't sit still, his hands quickly flipped, forming a series of magic seals. Heart-turning technique. Yamanaka Haii closed his eyes, and with the help of ninjutsu, his soul quickly rushed to the consciousness space of the Nine Tails. However, as soon as he entered the consciousness of the Nine Tails, a feeling of darkness, dampness and coldness hit him like a frenzy. Before Yamanaka Haii reacted, he pulled away and retreated, a pair of blood-colored eyes opened. Roar. A roar like thunder, a feeling that hits the soul. The huge mental shock made Yamanaka Haiichi's entire consciousness suddenly dissipated. The whole soul will roll backwards and rush directly back into the space of his own consciousness. PFF'd. As soon as Yamanaka Hai opened his eyes, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he fell to the ground. Hai. Nara Shikahisa's expression changed drastically. It was the first time he had seen Kaiichi Yamanaka suffer such a powerful backlash. Don't worry, I'm fine, I just didn't expect the tailed beast's consciousness space to be so dark. Yamanaka wiped the blood from his mouth. However, I soon saw that the restrained Nine Tails twisted his head crazily. He stared at Kaiichi Yamanaka with disdain. That iron whip-like tail suddenly flipped, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, and slashed straight down the mountain. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. At this moment, no matter was Jiraiya, or someone else, the attack was just exhausted, and he couldn't react at all for a moment or 3. Only thing he can do is to watch the attack slash down in the face. The earth escapes the earth and flows into the wall. Boom! The earth roared, and a wall of earth suddenly protruded, directly blocking the tail of Lippy. Bang! The dull collision sound was like a thunder explosion. Gravel, a large gust of wind swept away. 3 Hokage. Yamanaka Haiichi looked at the figure that quickly landed in front of him, and there was a hint of joy on his face. Old man, you are finally back. Jilai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were going to be the shopkeeper. HMPH, you kid, be serious with me, don't make soy sauce here, I'm afraid this nine-tailed runaway is unusual. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. There was a dignified look on Jiraiya's face, and he said, you suspect that this matter has something to do with Uchiha Longyu. He can't be like this. If he really wants to take the nine-tailed, it can be very bright. Don't forget that there are 4 big-tailed beasts on him. You were right. 3 generations of Hokage nodded and said, this time the appearance of the 9 tails, there is no sign of being manipulated by illusion, I think it should have nothing to do with him. The voice of guessing fell, making many ninjas in the field secretly relieved. At the thought of it, the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Longyu. That is the existence of the various ninja villages, and catching the tailed beast is as easy as digging into the bag. During the daytime, it was a single move that severely damaged the 4th Raikage. Although, after the incident, the 4 generations of Raikage threatened that it was because he underestimated the enemy that he suffered. But when I think of that scene, my heart is still awe-inspiring. If this 9-tailed riot is really related to Longyu, for Konoha Ninja Village, it is simply a disaster. Lord Lukisa, you have reached your limit. A sudden cry sounded. It quickly tensed everyone's nerves. Originally, he had used the shadow restraint technique, trying his best to restrain the crowd of 9 tails. Under his blushing cheeks, it was obvious that he had reached the limit. Roar! The roar of the 9 tails ripped apart again, and the huge body broke free from the shadow restraint after surgery. Ninetales wrapped around Chu Doubtingzo like a long whip. Without any fancy, it suddenly tightened. Bang! Multiple giant forces were released, and Chu Doubting's doubling technique exploded in an instant. All restrictions are lifted at once. Ninetales ran wild in an instant, and the huge body suddenly jumped down, rushing down towards the position where the 3 generations of Hokage and others were. Of Uzumaki Kushina, who was a threat to what happened outside in this Konoha ninja village. In its eyes, as long as this hateful old man and the lecherous uncle are killed, those who can stop it in this ninja village will no longer exist. It's good, I'll send you out first. The 3rd Hokage roared. The backhand nibbled on the thumb, the blood spilled out, and the hands flew like wheels. With the last magic seal falling, the 3 generations of Hokage started drinking again. The Art of Psychic Ape King Ape Demon. Chapter 276, All Down. White fog shrouded the sky. As soon as the huge body appeared, the 3 generations of Hokage drank again and again. Ruyi Golden Hoop Stick. As soon as the Ruyi stick appeared, it was caught by the 3 generations of Hokage. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, the moment when both hands were held by his side. The diamond stick made a stern sound of breaking through the air, and went straight to the chest of the Ninetales who jumped down from the sky. Bang! The dull collision sound suddenly sounded, and the huge body of the Ninetales was directly pushed into the air. Accompanied by the rapid extension of the wish-fulfilling stick, the huge body of the Ninetales quickly flew backwards under the eyes of the public. Boom! It flew a kilometer or 2, and the Ninetales smashed into a barren forest. The huge impact force directly crushed and smashed the trees in the radius, and rolled up a large piece of sand and dust into the sky. The next moment, Jiraiya and the others hurried over to see Ninetales, who turned over again, as if he was not injured at all. There was a dignified look on the faces of many people. Haiichi, have you found Minato? What happened to Kushina? 3 generations of Hokage said in a deep voice. If there is no human pillar force carrier, it will be too difficult to reseal the Ninetales. The relationship between Konoha and the Vortex family is very strong, and they also have a lot of sealing techniques. However, to seal the sealing technique of the tailed beast, each one does not have many restrictions and conditions. To reseal the Ninetales, the sealing technique required is equally difficult and expensive. Now the 4th Hokage is not there, and the Uzumaki Kushina, who is the main force, doesn't know where. Is obviously too difficult to solve the riot of the tailed beast in front of him. By the way, where are the guards of the Uchiha clan, and where are Fuyu and Shisui? 3 Hokage asked eagerly. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but froze in place. The movement of the Ninetales was so loud that even if they fell asleep, they would be woken up, not to mention the Uchiha clan who were in charge of Konoha's guard. Now a single elite has not appeared, which is too intriguing. I'm sorry, they were all brought down by me. It's Uchiha Ryu. I don't know who exclaimed. The atmosphere in the field changed instantly, and everyone's eyes swept away. A black-red cloud robe walking slowly, his nerves suddenly tightened. Now the nine-tailed riot, Uchiha Ryujuin's appearance on this occasion obviously gives people an intriguing feeling. Uchiha Ryu, you mean, this matter has something to do with you? Nara Shikahisa was the first to speak. However, this statement is very meaningful. It's a bit clear that it's the Konoha guard or the Nine-Tails runaway. After all, this is no ordinary person. If he is wrong, he will be offended. Throwing 2 forbidden spells at random, don't Kyuubi still haven't raised his spirits? I'm afraid this has already made them suffer. Lu Ju, don't use your cleverness on me. Long Yu glanced at Nara Shikahisa indifferently, which made him shudder uncontrollably, and suddenly smiled bitterly. For all this, Long Yu didn't take it to heart. After looking at the 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya, he then crossed the crowd and met the gaze of the Nine-Tails. The people of the Uchiha clan were all brought down by me. Since I made them unable to perform their duties, let me take the shift once. Long Yu slowly came out of the crowd. This time, if it weren't for the care of Uchiha Fuyuke in the past. There was also a request from his aunt, Uchiha Makoto, and he didn't want to meddle in his own business. But this action instantly attracted everyone's attention. However, the words just now fell into the ears of the three generations of Hokage and Jiraiya, but their expressions changed slightly. Unlike others, they know it well. Uchiha Fuyu once proposed that the water-stopping kaleidoscope writing wheel has a powerful hypnotic suggestion ability. To a certain extent, it can change a person's will and way of thinking. It is precisely for this reason that Uchiha Fuyu once proposed to let Uchiha stop the water, look for opportunities at the venue, and take action against Uchiha Ryu. Pity that Long Yu's buttocks and stool have not been in close contact with each other at the venue. Not to mention, creating opportunities for Uchiha Shisui to use hypnotic eyes. Originally, the three generations of Hokage and Jirai also thought that this matter would be over. Never thought it would still happen. However, the only thing I feel fortunate about is that Uchiha Longyu used the word to bring down, not to kill all. 3 Hokage-sama, what should we do now? Chu Dao Zuo couldn't help but glanced at the figure that crossed them and hurriedly asked. After all, just dealing with the Nine-Tails runaway has already made them devastated. If you have to worry all the time, Uchiha Ryu will cause trouble. That would be tied. No need, he just said that he is here to replace the Uchiha family. With his character, he will not go back on his word. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. In his hand, he turned into a wish-fulfilling ape demon. It also turned into a white mist in response to the sound, and re-emerged its body. Looking at that thin figure, I couldn't help but say, Sarutobi, is this what you say? Which one is amazing, the little devil? Looking at him, he seems too young. Are you scaring me, Sarutobi? Hee, ape demon, even if you look at it, this kid challenges the existence of the 5 great ninja villages alone. The 3 generations of Hokage laughed dryly, his eyes turned in vain, and he said in a deep voice, Hi-yi, pass my order, all the people stationed in all parties quickly evacuate the battlefield, and hand over the Nine-Tails to Uchiha Ryu. Let them see clearly what kind of battle this is, and it may end soon. Having said that, the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage looking at Long Yu's back flashed. When Yamanaka Hai heard the words, his face changed slightly. To a betrayal is a bit of a waste of time. However, in the face of the order of the 3rd Hokage, he did not dare to disobey, and his hands flew quickly, forming a series of spells. Heart grid was set up, the order was quickly sent out. What? Uchiha Ryu is here, and the 3 generations of Hokage let him fight the Nine-Tails alone. What the hell is going on? Can he really handle it alone? Idiot, that was in the past. The heroes of our Konoha Shinobi village, Bloody Asura, Uchiha Ryu, wipe your eyes a little, this battle will end soon. Cold rebuke suddenly came, and the faces of the Konoha ninjas who obeyed the order to retreat suddenly changed slightly. As Konoha ninja, go and speak for a renegade ninja. This is an outrageous thing. However, after seeing clearly, the speaker turned out to be the new genius Hatake Kakashi. Many people were silent. Okay, you haven't had any missions with Uchiha Ryu, and you haven't played against him. You've heard rumors about his strength, but Kakashi is right, this battle will end soon, it might just be a moment. Yuhi Jinhong suddenly spoke up. As an old senior, the convincing power of words is not small. Chapter 277, Nine-Tails defeated. The scene suddenly quieted down. Yuhi Mahong pulled enough distance and stopped, the people present also stopped and looked towards Long Yu. The sudden scene, not only Konoha and the other ninjas were alarmed. The Kyuubi, who had smashed hard on the ground and was still dazed, sensed something was wrong. The huge body, all muscles tensed, jumped up suddenly on the ground. He opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. He rushed towards the person closest to him. After being detained for so long, it is rare to come out once. Of course, Ninetales needs to make a lot of trouble, in its eyes. As long as there is a person in front of him, he will be directly torn to pieces. For him to vent his anger. However, this idea just sprouted in Ninetales' mind. The next moment he entered the scene, his pupils shrunk suddenly. That thin figure suddenly raised his head, revealing a well-defined cheek. Those black and white eyes rolled in vain. The scarlet-like blood quickly rolled back, and the moment the 9 jade hooks appeared, the pupils of the Ninetales quickly enlarged. At this moment, there was a loud roaring noise in its mind, and the only thing that remained was the scene of meeting Uchiha Madara that day. If it is said that as the head of the 9-tailed beasts, the sound of beasts is infinite, and how much glory has there been. But it also has a lot of dark history. If I had to say which one it was, in addition to touching the wooden man's head and killing it, he was killed by Madara Uchiha. In front of him looks different from Madara Uchiha. However, it was even more oppressive to Juwei, especially the kaleidoscope writing wheel I composed of 9-hook jade, which made Juwei's heart suddenly tighten. Hurriedly looked away to avoid the nightmare of the day from reappearing. Monthly reading. The simple words were spit out in Long Yu's mouth. The next moment, Long Yu's eyes suddenly stared, and the tyrannical pupil power, like a raging wave, rushed straight into the consciousness space of the Ninetales. Boom! Kyuubi was about to look away, but it was too late. Was originally filled with anger, fierce tears, darkness and other negative emotions. In an instant, a turbulent wave broke out. Of an outsider fell in front of its consciousness. Looking at this uninvited guest, the Ninetales opened their mouths to bite at the same time. The scene of entering the target made it even more horrified, showing an expression of disbelief on his face. No, it's impossible for you to have these eyes. You, who are you? The hysterical roar, like rolling thunder, shook the entire sea of consciousness. However, in the face of all this, the response was still the pair of eyes that penetrated like a god and a demon, like a brand, engraved in its mind lingering. Outside, when the Ninetales sea of consciousness set off a stormy sea. The ninja's onlookers locked their eyes on the Ninetales that Long Yu rushed towards. That it brought up was also unusual, with the appearance of fierce tears roaring with cracked teeth. With a dash of courage. It really made a lot of people's nerves tense. Especially the 3 generations of Hokage, personally through Yamanaka Kaiichi, reminded them a word. Look carefully, the battle will end soon. As a junior, it is fortunate to be able to get such an evaluation from Hokage. But as a famous betrayal and forbearance title, it is worth seeing. After all, the deeds that have been heard from hearsay are not as good as what you have seen with your own eyes. After the mission is over for a while, I can at least hold my own woman and brag about the last meal. I saw that just now. Instead of saying, I heard someone say the confidence of the spitting star, but it was completely different. However, this urgent idea just sprouted in everyone's mind. The next moment, they saw Ninetales' expression dull. The grinning and snarling posture was changed to a silly dog drooling with crooked tongue. That precise leap was even more of a loss of purpose. After crossing the sky above Uchiha Ryu, Jirai, who had not left the battlefield due to his good strength, was also smashed into the air by others. The sudden scene made the 3 generations of Hokage's expression stagnate, and hurriedly met Juwei's eyes, and the whole person's expression changed drastically. Hurry up and retreat, the Ninetales have been defeated, it has been hit by the illusion of Uchiha Ryu. The old roar exploded like thunder. Fell into the ears of everyone, it was even more stunned. This is too fast in their eyes, faster than that fast shooter. I didn't even get a chance to say whether it started. They told them it was over. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it, but it was true. At the same time, they are also a little distressed, if they go back and brag to their mother-in-law. Kyuubi was stunned and killed. I'm afraid there will be a meal. Rolling eyes. Who would believe this riding horse? It was still just a moment ago. Ninetales in Konoha Ninja Village. In front of Uchiha Ryu, he behaved so unbearably. Bang! The body of the behemoth smashed down from the sky. The huge impact made the earth roar and shake, and the sand and dust rolled down. The huge body of the Ninetales, like a dead dog, fell to the ground and did not move. Hastily withdrawn and retreated, the 3 generations of Hokage and others who fell around, looked a little blue at the scene in front of them. Not long ago, the ferocious-tailed beast that made them work hard to stop them is now acting like a child's play. The gap between the front and the back is too big. Sarutobi, it seems that I still underestimated him. Ape Demon was the first to lose his temper. But I'm a little fortunate in my heart, this is not the first time we meet. Otherwise, it may not be able to escape the fate of the dead dog with 9 tails. 3 Hokage-sama, do we now need to block Uchiha Ryu and take Kyuubi away? Nara Shikahisa suddenly spoke up. They were fascinated by the 9 tails rampage from the beginning, completely forgetting the most important thing. This time, Uchiha Ryu and the 5 great ninja villages fought to snatch the remaining 5-tailed beasts. If it is said, it was originally to hold the 2 sides and let the 9 tails consume a little, Uchiha Ryu's physical strength. In front of him obviously made this idea go to waste. No, I'm sure that kid won't go back on his word. He was also the first to speak. Figure, he quickly walked towards Long Yu and stormed away. Jiraiya adults. Chu Daoding Zuo's expression changed and he hurriedly opened his mouth. However, he was quickly stopped by the 3rd Hokage waving his hand. Let him go. To find out what Uchiha Longyu thinks, at least one person is needed to test it. Uchiha Ryu and Jiraiya do have a good deal, he won't attack rashly. Hearing these words, many people in the field were startled for a while. Haha, Long Yu, have the 9 tails solved it? Why don't you take a look at my newly released Intimacy Paradise, the plot in it is quite cool. Chapter 278, Goodbye on the Battlefield. We were almost killed just now. He got close. Zillai was also the first to laugh, but this smile had just emerged. That fell in his ear the next moment made Jiraiya's smile instantly stiff. Can that thing kill people? Long Yu helplessly rolled his eyes at the little yellow book in Zillai's hand and said, don't try this trick. If I really want to take it away, you can't stop it. Let's go and see the situation of Kushina first. Those words behind, Long Yu swayed, and threw himself towards the 9 tails that were smashed to the ground. I can't blame 9 tails for getting into the monthly reading so easily. It's just that the dark Uchiha Madara that year brought too much shadow to it. As soon as he sees Uchiha Ryu's Jugo Jade writing wheel eye, Jue will turn into a startled bird. The moment when the mood fluctuates greatly, but it is the most prone to flaws. Therefore, Long Yu was able to capture the 9-tailed will defense line in an instant and invaded the consciousness space. Indescribable things happened in it. Seeing that his intention was seen through, the smile on Jiraiya's face was gradually replaced by bitterness. Thinking of Long Yu's comment just now, the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching, and he complained. Can that thing kill people? However, Jiraiya didn't stop there. Uchiha Ryu made it clear that he would not take the opportunity to take away the 9 tails. What happened to the Vortex Kushina, who was the main force, and the missing 4 generations of Hokage Namifung Minato? Still worth pursuing. Thinking of this, Jiraiya hurried towards Uchiha Ryu. Looking at 9 tails, who was madly in tears, now grinned like a dead dog, and crooked his tongue, drooling and passing out on the ground. Looking at it horizontally and vertically, it really looks like the thing in Long Yu's mouth. It really can't kill people. Long Yu, where is Kushina? Jiraiya also took the lead in asking. After all, on the 9-tailed body, he could not see the trace of Kushina. Don't look at it, Kushina is locked in the body of the 9 tails, and I'm breaking the seal now. Moment Long Yu's right hand suddenly probed and pressed on Jue's head. The 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, and he shouted in a cold voice. Solution. Word. The mysterious spell mark quickly spread all over the entire body of the 9 tails. Accompanied by a low roaring sound, the huge body like a hill turned into white smoke and dissipated. Red-haired figure appeared in front of Jiraiya. Kushina, are you all right? Minato. He also asked eagerly. Jushinai just got out of the trap, and obviously hasn't recovered yet. Lai Yi was taken aback, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, it's you who came to find water. However, before the words were finished, Uzumaki Kushina's pupils shrank suddenly. Looking at Uchiha Ryayu, he couldn't help but take a half step back. He said anxiously, why are you here? By the way, what did you do to the 9 tails just now and where did you take Minato Namaifung? Seeing Uzumaki Kushina who obviously didn't understand the ins and outs of the matter, Jirai also hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. After seeing the 9 tails being killed by a stare, he didn't want to let Uchiha Ryayu go berserk at such a juncture. At least, this kind of pain will stay in 3 days and be abused together with the 5 great ninja villages. This is how the mind can be balanced. Teacher Jiraiya, Minato he. Uzumaki Kushina's red lips parted slightly, but was quickly interrupted by Jiraiya shaking his head. The person I want to summon Minato is not the real Long Yu. He was busy attacking the Konoha guard just now. Assault on the Konoha guard. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned. This reason is too bizarre, but, recalling the 9 tails that were sealed back into her body just now, it curled up like a puppy, trembling with fright. Looking around the huge battlefield, I am afraid that only Uchiha Ryayu can do it. Does this mean that Long Yu has rescued her twice? Yes, just now Long Yu went to the Konoha guard, where the Uchiha clan was stationed, and he came to stop the 9 tails. He also acted in lieu of the guard, and he also saved you. He also opened his mouth to explain. However, we don't have the whereabouts of Watergate yet. Tell us everything you know. Yes. Uzumaki Kushina reacted in a trance, and after organizing his memory a little, he said, Minato came to me just now and told me about Uchiha Ryayu hunting tailed beasts. He told me that Uchiha Ryayu proposed to fight the 5 great ninja villages 3 days later. Having said that, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but glance at Long Yu one more time. Hesitantly said, Minato mentioned that in this battle, the 5 big ninja villages have little chance of winning, and the 9-tailed beasts Long Yu are determined to win, but for Renzuli, once the tailed beasts are drawn out of the body, they will wait for death. So, Minato asked me to leave Konoha Ninja Village with him and go to a place no one knows. Hearing this, Long Yu was speechless. This plot is so old-fashioned, and it's still far away, full of those sour love stories. Why do you look like I didn't agree? Uzumaki Kushina was startled, looking at Long Yu and Jiraiya with disgust. No answer, or no chance to answer. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said. Uzumaki Kushina's cheeks couldn't help blushing. She lowered her head slightly and said, I don't have time to refuse. I was about to speak when I saw another Uchiha Ryayu appearing on the tree outside the window. Another. Zillai also raised his brows and said, You Whirlpool family are proficient in sealing techniques and perception ninjutsu. Could it be that you haven't noticed something? For a sentient ninja, seeing the identity of the enemy is the most basic thing. Especially like Uzumaki Kushina, a genius from the Uzumaki family. It's better not to make mistakes in such small details. No, when I saw another Uchiha Ryayu, I checked inside and out several times, and even Minato concluded that it was a real person. Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Long Yu secretly and said with certainty. Not even your perception can see the clue. He was also startled. In his mind, if so, would it be Long Yu? Don't think about it, I know who he is, but that guy can't be identified by ordinary perception methods, only the immortal mode is effective. Uchiha Ryayu said suddenly. According to that guy's urine, Minato will not be in danger, but if you see him, tell him, don't believe those nonsense, in front of absolute strength, everything is nonsense. Next time, we'll see you on the battlefield. These words, Long Yu turned around and left. Chapter 279. Save the Whirlpool Kushina 3 times. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Kushina was stunned for a moment, then a hint of urgency appeared on his face, and he quickly stepped forward and said, Long Yu, wait a minute. The sudden scene took him by surprise. Easy to ask God to send God away. Now it is rare that the great God Long Yu has left. Although, I haven't figured it out yet, what Long Yu said just now. But if it was because of other things, Long Yu would be irritated again. But shoot yourself in the foot. Is something wrong? Long Yu glanced back, and the Whirlpool Jushinai who trotted over couldn't help but smiled genially. It's not like your red pepper nickname, I won't eat you if you say it directly. In the original book, Uzumaki Kushina, but a carefree personality, who will fight if he disagrees with each other. Looking around the entire ninja village, only Namikaze Minato can handle this thorn well. Of this little woman at the moment is indeed beyond Long Yu's cognition. Uzumaki Kushina suddenly stopped, and the apology that had been cultivated was instantly gone. After hesitating for a while, in the end he could only stare at Long Yu and said carelessly, I told you to stop, there is only one thing. Thank you for saving my mother, next time I will save you twice. No, 3 times is right. Speaking, Kushina raised her pink fist and smashed it towards Long Yu's chest. It's like a big brother's attitude. You hit me like this, does it mean that I have to pay back the gift? Long Yu couldn't help laughing and said, also, do you really think there is a chance to save me? Uzumaki Kushina was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered where she had smashed. Her pretty face flushed, and she quickly drew back her hands to protect her position on the mountain. Just as he was about to step back, he saw 2 fingers that quickly enlarged in his pupils, and finally tapped on Uzumaki Kushina's forehead. Don't worry, you won't die, that's what I said. Ah! The atmosphere of the scene suddenly changed, something was wrong. Everyone knows that Namikaze Minato has always been biased towards Uzumaki Kushina. Now, Long Yu has clearly changed the rhythm of the 2 corners into triangles. What did you say? Uzumaki Kushina also smelled something wrong, covered his forehead and stepped back quickly. Her personality seems to be carefree. However, as the only remaining descendant of the Maelstrom clan, she is still very conservative in her thinking. Hee, nothing, see you next time. Long Yu smiled warmly. Jugoyu's writing wheel eyes turned in vain. Space vortex quickly emerged, quickly covering Yu's body, and finally disappearing into place as a phantom. You haven't made it clear to the old lady, Yuji, you are irresponsible. Uzumaki Kushina rushed towards Long Yu's disappearing figure. However, it directly caught a miss. Footsteps staggered down, almost a dog lying on the ground. Damn it, see you next time. The old lady will definitely hammer him to the death, and she will run away without taking any responsibility. Uzumaki Kushina stomped her feet angrily. However, once I looked back, I realized that the atmosphere in the arena was a bit wrong. The staring gaze made her scalp a little numb. Teacher Jiraiya, are you okay? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help asking. Although she knew that Jiraiya had always been lecherous, but it was the first time that she wanted to see through her. No, I'm fine, I just want to know, did Long Yu do that to you? Then you won't be yelling at him to hold him accountable. Zilai also took out his notebook and said curiously, I'm just thinking of a triangular story, why don't you give me something exciting, such as how to proceed secretly? I feel good in my heart, and I see your appearance, Minato is unrequited love, Long Yu is a heartless man, you shout to make him responsible. It won't be Long Yu, lurking 17 or 8 years, the story starts because of you. I should now write an autobiography about Scarlet Ashura, I was lurking for that woman for 17 years, this book is absolutely a big seller. Looking at the chatter, Jiraiya was about to draft a draft while biting the pen. Uzumaki Kushina clenched his fists angrily, his red hair moving without wind. Without any bells and whistles, he smashed Jiraiya head-on. However, as soon as the fist came out, a sound of breaking through the air sounded in vain. Minato with blonde hair appeared in front of Jiraiya without warning. Along with the sound of heavy objects hitting, Minato Namikaze flew upside down like a cannonball. Looking at Minato Namikaze smashing into the tree trunk, the strength of this punch, as well as the anger bar, was completely off the charts. Zillai also looked stagnant, and then nodded suddenly. The old god said in the ground, "Sure enough, you and Long Yu have a leg. This punch is powerful, even the strength to hold back the urine is used." You. Uzumaki Kushina exploded with anger. However, this time, it wasn't until her attack figure descended from the sky and landed on their side. "Okay, stop messing around," 3 Hokage said in a deep voice. Who was rubbing his swollen cheeks with a confused look on his face, the 3 generations of Hokage immediately. He gave Jiraiya a wink. "Kushina, what happened?" Namikaze Minato said in confusion. "Tekken has eaten a lot. Which even uses the strength of milking, is really uncomfortable." Nothing happened. Jiraiya also instantly understood the meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage. How to say, Jiraiya has never been in love, but as a writer, I have never seen a pig, and at least I have eaten pork. He clearly knows what is the truth of 0 IQ in love. However, if you let the readers of Affectionate Heaven know that they are respected and regarded as godfathers, they are a first-time brother with 0 love experience. I don't know how to feel. Really, why are your eyes weird? Namikaze Minato frowned and rubbed his cheeks tightly. But as soon as those words fell, there was a burst of unanimous responses. No. Yes, no, not really. Jiraiya hastily patted Minato Namikaze on the shoulder. Subconsciously, he glanced at the top of Minato Namikaze's head. The cuckold is a little taller. Okay, stop messing around here. 3rd Hokage coughed dryly, looked at Minato Namikaze, and said, "Minato, I want to know where you went just now. Also, the person who is suspected of Uchiha Ryayu, have you checked the origin?" These words fell. Minato Namikaze's expression changed suddenly, and he said, "It was Long Yu who shot just now." Sure enough, as that guy said, the tailed beast has no effect on Long Yu at all. Watergate, what did you say? Uzumaki Kushina looked anxious and said, "When the 9 tails ran wild just now, I lost consciousness. What happened? Is this about you?" Hysterical voice reverberated in the sky, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. Chapter 280, Uninvited Guest. Kushina, you misunderstood. Minato Namikaze said in a hurry. "After I left, he used other clones to sneak up on you, and when I came back, the 9 tails were already running wild. Later, I was haunted by him, and I couldn't tell the difference. He told me that there was a way to balance Uchiha Ryayu so that he could not take away the tailed beast from your body." "You mean, plan to cooperate with that guy?" Uzumaki Jushinai's expression changed slightly, and said, "Long Yu said when he left just now that you must not believe what that guy said. I hope you don't mess around. Also, Uchiha Long Yu said that he won't let me die, so you don't have to worry." Namikaze Minato's expression froze. It can be said that he and Heiju met, but it was a top-secret matter. However, he never imagined that everything he did was completely broken by Long Yu. "Kushina, Long Yu wants to take the tailed beast from your body. As a human pillar, once the tailed beast is pulled out of your body, it will be a dead end for you." Namikaze Minato said in a hurry, "What I'm doing now is for you." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed slightly. "Okay, don't quarrel. Now this is a war involving the 5 great ninja villages. Where is the person you mentioned, Minato, and let him meet with our 5 great ninja villages." The 3rd Hokage spoke first. "You guys." Uzumaki Kushina looked anxious, but he couldn't reply, so he turned around and left. "Kushina." Namikaze Minato let out a hurried cry, but was quickly stopped by Jiraiya. Okay, a man is a big deal. Let's talk about that black thing first. Sooner or later, Uzumaki Kushina will know what you're thinking. Jiraiya also patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. Although the comfort from the man is pale and weak, the green hat is also a little tall, but at least there is some comfort in my heart. Watergate, Jiraiya is right. Third Hokage said in a deep voice, you are the fourth Hokage, and you must focus on the overall situation. The teacher is right. This time, Long Yu helped us suppress Juwei's rampage, but next time he will take Juwei away. He also said in a low voice. Although we don't want to be an enemy of him, you should be very clear that this Five Shadows meeting will be held by our Konoha Ninja Village. If we don't even take the lead, it will be waiting for our Konoha Ninja Village, but it is the scolding of the public. Having said this, Jiraiya also looked around the audience and said, I don't think anyone present is willing to lose, especially in the case of a match against the 5 great ninja villages. If you lose, it would be a shame. What's more, that kid, who is so arrogant to declare war on us, shouldn't want to see a battle that disappoints him. A slightly low-pitched voice, although it did not have the taste of enthusiasm and generosity. But it penetrated directly into the soul of people, making the expressions of the people present suddenly change. Jiraiya is right, even if we lose, we have to lose decently. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. However, there is no battle yet. Who can say that we will lose without a doubt? Our 5 great ninja villages can exist for so many years, and no one has any background. So, in this battle, we will be able to defeat Uchiha Ryu and win this time as long as our 5 major ninja villages work together. For the sake of Shinobu Village, for us, and for Konoha as well, this battle must be done with all our strength. The old voices rolled and dispersed. The Konoha ninja present changed his expression and became more excited. Vibrate. The arms shouted in unison. The 3 generations of Hokage-sama are right, our 5 major ninja villages are not. A person can fight against it. We Konoha have the inheritance of the will of fire, and the heritage must not be underestimated. Led by the 2 Hokage adults, our Konoha ninja village Hizai fight. Rolling words come together. The ninjas who came from all directions, although they did not know why, were also infected by this emotion. For a time, the huge Konoha ninja village, the sound of shouting and shouting, gathered in the sky and couldn't disperse. On the Hokage rock, a figure stood quietly on it. That black and white yin-yang face showed a hint of drama on his face. Looking at the dusty old scroll in his hand, he couldn't help laughing playfully. Uchiha Ryu, you are indeed very powerful. Since I am not your opponent, and it is hopeless for me to resurrect my mother, then there is no need for this world to exist. A trace of grimness on Heiju's face, and he suddenly clenched the scroll in his hand. No matter what. You leave more, as long as you haven't reached that level, those enemies are simply not something you can deal with. I really want to see your desperate look, will you cry at that time? The voice of Chang's words dissipated with the night wind. Heiju's body, like a solution, was incorporated into the Hokage rock and disappeared immediately. However, just as he left, a figure appeared on the Hokage rock like a ghost. A pair of penetrating blood-colored eyes gave people a feeling of inexplicable attention in the dark. What I said to the boss is not wrong, that guy really has other ideas, but the boss told me not to startle the snake, or I would just turn its head off. Obito muttered. When Long Yu left the Uchiha station, he also put some eye drops on Uchiha Obito. After all, Heiju is the strongest mouth cannon in the Naruto world. In case, when he is not there, give Obito a meal, mouth gun, blackened and violent again. For Long Yu, this was a fire in the backyard. However, to make a man hopeless, he must be filled with hope. Only under this huge gap can the fighting spirit of this whole body be annihilated. It can also root out this crisis. It was as if he had obviously upgraded to a big one behind the scenes, and finally had a spiritual awakening and went straight to become the head of the orphanage. This gap, but even Uchiha Longyu's titanium alloy dog eyes are also bright. Forget it, when he does it like this, I'm also looking forward to the war the boss talks about. Uchiha Obito pouted and said, hopefully, the 5 great ninja villages really don't disappoint people, at least there should be means to make people shine. By the way, the boss seems to be going to collect something, and I don't know if I will leave now. Other hand, not far from Konoha Ninja Village, in front of a huge temple. In front of the glaring Vajra Buddha statue, a figure appeared here like a ghost. Who? The roar suddenly sounded. 2 monks from the temple flashed out of the darkness quickly, their hands flying over the knots. The art of fire escape impatience. Wind escape gale palm. The moment when the 2 kinds of ninjutsu are superimposed together, they are shouting in unison. Let the power of the hurricane and the flames fly directly. Looking at the flames in the sky, it directly shrouded the uninvited guests in front of him.